What is it like to acquire a luxurious system right after entering university? Chen Zhibai has obtained a lavish system, encompassing luxurious cars, beautiful women, opulent mansions, and thriving businesses. Chapter 1. A system awaits in Jiangcheng, within a second-tier normal university. Chen Zhibai is dining in the cafeteria, yet his mind wanders. His gaze appears to be fixed on a meal before him. But in truth, he is focused on a line of text only he can perceive. Luxury system loading progress. 98. This line of text had suddenly materialized before him the previous night, and he has verified that it is visible solely to him. Thus, he is about to possess a system. Moreover, it is a luxurious system. Excitement courses through him, for he has perused novels featuring such systems and understands their implications. They signify wealth, the kind that comes effortlessly. Since last night, his emotions have been enveloped in exhilaration. Yet, the loading progress has been agonizingly slow. It is only at 98 by noon on the following day. He wonders when it will finally complete. The luxurious system. Chen Zhibai's heart swells with anticipation. He is of ordinary appearance, hailing from a modest background, and has led a life devoid of distinction, attending school methodically, much like 99 of the populace mundane and insignificant. That he has contemplated his future, he is enrolled in a second-tier normal university, now merely a freshman. Upon graduation in 4 years, he expects to secure a job with a monthly salary of 4 to 5,000 yuan. Given the housing prices in Jiangcheng, a new first-tier city, it may take him over a decade to afford the down payment on a dilapidated little home. Such a life is not without merit. Many ordinary individuals traverse this path, toiling for meager earnings throughout their lives. Yet, each time he reflects on such a future, a sense of discontent stirs within him. Who does not aspire to a better life? Who does not desire wealth? He had thought hope was lost, but now the luxurious system has arrived. His formerly mundane existence is poised for transformation. As Chen Zhibai ponders these thoughts, his gaze returns to the loading panel. Still 98, with no sign of change. Sighing, he suppresses his impatience and is about to lift his chopsticks to take a bite when someone calls out to him. "Hey Chen, you're dining in the cafeteria too? Perfect, let's share a table." Hearing this voice, Chen Zhibai looks up to see his roommate Zhou Hao, accompanied by his girlfriend Liu. Zhou Hao, a local of Jiangcheng, comes from a well-off family, and his handsome looks have allowed him to secure a girlfriend from the Economic and Trade Department within less than a month of the semester starting. He was the first among their dormitory to enter into a relationship. Previously, he had boasted about in the dorm. From Chen Zhibai's perspective, Zhou Hao's girlfriend, Liu, is indeed attractive, qualifying as a lovely young woman. As Chen Zhibai glances at Zhou Hao and Liu, just as he is about to nod in acknowledgement, he notices another girl standing beside them. He pauses momentarily. This girl is exceptionally beautiful. Liu, who could have been deemed pretty, pales in comparison beside her. Not only is she stunning, but her fashion sense is impeccable. She dons a sleeveless white blouse that accentuates her curves beautifully. The hem of the blouse is tucked into her denim shorts, revealing long, fair legs that are strikingly straight and radiant. Her legs surpass many showcased on social media, appearing utterly natural without filters or enhancements. In summary, this girl exudes brightness and charm. "Chun, this is my girlfriend's roommate, Lu Meng. She's joining us for lunch today." Zhou Hao gestures towards Lu Meng, making the introduction. "What do you think? Isn't my roommate beautiful? Meng is still single, you know. If you're interested, I can help you out." Liu interjects with a playful remark. However, her words are merely superficial. She does not believe Chen Zhibai could ever win Lu Meng's affection. After all, Lu Meng's beauty and figure are undeniable. Several boys from their class have expressed interest in Lu Meng, and even a few senior students are pursuing her. Those brave enough to pursue her are certainly not lacking in favorable conditions. In comparison, Liu perceives Chen Zhibai as having no chance. Firstly, he does not possess striking good looks, though not unattractive. He is merely average. Secondly, his family's financial situation is less than ideal. She has heard from Zhou Hao that Chen Zhibai's parents lost their jobs years ago and now run a small convenience store, earning only a few thousand yuan annually. Overall, he appears to have no advantages. She is skeptical that Lu Meng would ever be interested in Chen Zhibai. "You're just matchmaking for fun," Zhou Hao chuckles, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Zhibai. To be frank, he feels a sense of superiority over Chen Zhibai. Why? because he's a local of Jiangsheng, and his family owns not just their residence, but also an additional property intended for his future marriage, albeit a modest 90 square meter apartment valued at over 2 million yuan. Many individuals would struggle to amass such wealth in a lifetime. Thus, he holds a sense of superiority over Chen Zhibai. Yet, he does not dare to pursue Lu Meng. Reflecting on this, Zhou Hao cannot help but glance at Lu Meng, admiring her radiant and captivating features and the long legs beneath her denim shorts. Initially, he had considered pursuing Lu Meng, but after assessing his own circumstances, he refrained and settled for Li Yu. Why is it matchmaking for fun? I think Chen Zhibai is quite good. What do you think, Meng Meng? Li Yu turns and smiles towards Lu Meng. Her words suggest, mind your own business and enjoy your meal. Li Yu is well aware of this implication, yet she is not surprised. It is precisely what she anticipated. If Lu Meng were truly interested in Chen Zhibai, it would astonish her. However, if she were to indeed take an interest, it would place her a step ahead of Chen Zhibai in terms of relationships. Yet that seems improbable. Don't worry, Chen Zhibai. While there may be no chance with Meng Meng, he'll introduce you to other girls, and I assure you'll find a partner. Li Yu reassures him, suppressing her thoughts. Although she has no intention of introducing Chen Zhibai to anyone, it does not hinder her from uttering flattering words. After all, flattery costs nothing. Chen, don't fret, you have 4 years of university ahead of you. You'll definitely find a girlfriend like I did, but I doubt you'll find one as beautiful as mine. Haha, Zhou Hao adds, his tone laced with pride. While he does not dare to pursue Lu Meng, he is content with Li Yu, who is also considered attractive, as long as she is not compared to Lu Meng. After all, he would not have pursued Li Yu if he did not find her appealing. He is certain that even if Chen Zhibai manages to find a girlfriend, she will undoubtedly fall short of his own in beauty. This is a certainty he holds with unwavering conviction. Chapter 2. Where does the confidence come from? Sweet-talking as always, Li Yu playfully swats Zhou Hao's arm, feigning annoyance, yet she relishes his words. I am no flatterer. I genuinely believe you are beautiful. Zhou Hao seizes the moment to grasp Li Yu's hand, pledging his devotion. Yet, his gaze cannot help but wander towards Lu Meng, and a sense of longing fills him. If only he had a bit more financial backing, he would dare to pursue Lu Meng. Those long legs are simply tantalizing to behold. Let's keep our hands to ourselves. Li Yu playfully nudges Zhou Hao's hand away. While she has agreed to date him, they have yet to hold hands, as she believes in not allowing him to have it too easy. What's there to fear? We're officially a couple, Zhou Hao retorts with bravado. Chen Zhibai paid no attention to the two and continued eating his meal. To be frank, no one truly comprehended the confidence he possessed with the system at his side. Although the system had yet to be successfully activated, Chen Zhibai was already aware that financial scarcity would no longer plague him. Thus, he genuinely felt a sense of assurance and composure. As for a girlfriend, he would never lack one in the future. While Chen Zhibai focused on his meal, Lu Meng also refrained from glancing at Zhou Hao and Li Yu, instead unconsciously stealing a glance at Chen Zhibai. From her perspective, he appeared quite ordinary. His looks, height, and family background were all nothing remarkable. Yet, she could discern an unmistakable confidence radiating from him. Confidence manifests in various ways. For instance, when two individuals enter a luxury store, one affluent and the other not, the wealthy one exudes a distinct self-assurance and poise, while the less fortunate one tends to cast their gaze downward, lacking that same assurance. Thus, upon witnessing Chen Zhibai's undeniable confidence, Lu Meng felt a wave of confusion and curiosity. Where did this confidence stem from? As her roommate, Li Yu often spoke of Chen Zhibai's family circumstances during her nightly phone calls with Zhou Hao, which Lu Meng overheard. So, from where did this newfound confidence arise? After another glance at Chen Zhibai, Lu Meng shook her head and chose not to dwell on it further. It was ultimately of no concern to her. As Chen Zhibai neared the end of his meal, a loading progress bar, visible only to him, abruptly jumped to 100. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The godly rich system has been successfully activated. Host, Chen Zhibai. The host may currently withdraw 1,000 yuan in cash daily. Note, the source of system funds is reliable and will remain undiscovered by the state or individuals. Please rest assured and use it boldly. The mechanical tone of the system contrasted sharply with the sudden quickening of Chen Zhibai's heartbeat. A daily cash withdrawal of 1,000 yuan? That amounts to 30,000 yuan a month, or 360,000 yuan a year, a sum greater than the salaries of many individuals in society. And the best part, it was free Munyino laboring for capitalists, no early mornings or late nights. The system was indeed generous. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Zhibai decided to withdraw the 1,000 yuan. After all, until he could see the money, a part of him remained unsettled. System, withdraw today's 1,000 yuan, he silently commanded, and, as he did, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Dear customer, your agricultural bank account, ending in 6699, has received a transaction of 1,000 yuan. Current balance, 1,576 yuan. The 1,000 yuan had arrived. Upon seeing the bank notification, Chen Zhibai felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly followed by elation. The system was indeed real. Ding. A minor crack has been detected on the host's phone screen. As a future wealthy individual, one cannot use such a phone. The following tasks are now issued. A. Choose to replace your phone. If the host selects this option, the following rewards will be granted. 1. A cash reward of 10,000 yuan. 2. A car lottery card note. After using the car lottery card, the host will randomly receive a car valued between 200,000 and 1 million yuan. Note 2. The car lottery card can only be used after purchasing a new phone. B. Choose not to replace the phone. The host will receive the title of penny pincher. Note, wearing. This title will lead everyone who sees the host to perceive them as frugal. The system's voice echoed once more. Chen Zhibai's expression turned peculiar. Was the system serious with these two options? There was no question even a fool would know to choose option A for a new phone. The cash reward of 10,000 yuan was one thing. It meant he could acquire a new phone without spending his own money, directly free of charge. Beyond that, the car lottery card was even more enticing. By simply selecting to change his phone, he would receive the lottery card, which could yield a car value between 200,000 and 1 million yuan. The minimum guarantee was a 200,000 yuan vehicle. If luck favored him, it could be a luxury car worth $1 million. This was a gift without cost. And what of option B? To keep his phone? What a trivial title of penny pincher that was. I choose option A. Replace my phone, Chen Zhibai declared, suppressing his inner thoughts. Ding. The host has selected option A. The cash reward of 10,000 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank account. His phone vibrated again. The 10,000 yuan had been deposited. Chen Zhibai steadied his emotions, glancing at his phone. The screen indeed bore some cracks, but remained functional. The brand was Huawei, a gift from his family during his second year of high school. Originally, his family intended to buy him a new phone after his college entrance examination, but he declined, believing it was still usable. His parents had lost their jobs years ago, but had since opened a small convenience store, although the business was hardly thriving. He did not wish to burden them further, but now, there was no need for hesitation. He would simply replace it. Not only would he acquire a new phone for himself, but he would also receive a guaranteed 200,000 yuan car, making it a worthwhile decision. Moreover, he wouldn't even have to spend his own money on the phone. As for which phone to choose, Chen Zhibai contemplated sticking with Huawei, as he was accustomed to it. Old Chen, shall we go shopping after we finish eating? I plan to buy my girlfriend a couple of outfits. Since we have no classes this afternoon, let's go together, just for fun, Zhou suddenly suggested. Yeah, Meng, you should come too, Liu added, tugging at Lu Meng's arm. Although she was not as pretty or graceful as Lu Meng, she had a boyfriend, and Lu Meng did not, so she wanted to flaunt a bit. I won't be going. I have things to do this afternoon, Chen Zhibai replied firmly, as he intended to buy a phone right away. The car lottery card had usage conditions that required purchasing a new phone first. Naturally, he wanted to secure the phone promptly and see what car he might win. Regardless, the minimum guarantee was a 200,000 yuan vehicle. This was a lucrative opportunity, so he had no time to waste shopping with Zhou Hao. Chapter 3. Beauty cannot compete with wealth. Almost the moment Chen Zhibai declined, Lu Meng echoed his sentiment. After speaking, she paused, surprised, and cast a bewildered glance at Chen Zhibai. She hadn't anticipated that he would also refuse. She had assumed that upon hearing Liu invite her to go, Chen Zhibai would readily agree, confident in her own allure, believing he would want to engage with her more. Hence, she had fabricated an excuse about not having slept well the night before to decline the shopping trip, not wanting to give Chen Zhibai any false hope. Yet now, he had refused at the same moment as her. Lu Meng was undeniably beautiful, radiant, and graceful, with long, shapely legs, easily scoring above 90 in attractiveness. But what did that matter? With the godly rich system, would he really lack for a girlfriend? Beauty may be a rare commodity, but when compared to wealth, it paled significantly. "Let's go," Chen Zhibai said, rising and waving his hand before exiting the cafeteria without waiting for Zhou Hao to respond. Lu Meng watched as Chen Zhibai left without even glancing back at her, causing her to involuntarily question her own charm. She glanced down at her long, slender legs beneath her denim shorts, then picked up her phone, where her bright and lovely face was reflected clearly on the dark screen. "Ming, come with me, that we can still get some rest later. Let's shop together, and you can help me pick out some outfits." Liu affectionately wrapped her arm around Lu Meng, seemingly indifferent to Chen Zhibai's departure. "Indeed, let's go together and brainstorm a bit," Zhou Hao chimed in with an invitation. Although he felt unworthy to pursue Lu Meng, it did not hinder his desire to spend more time with her. Her legs were strikingly long and beautifully shaped. Zhou Hao cast a glance at Lu Meng, then at Liu, and sighed. If one were to overlook Lu Meng, his girlfriend was also quite lovely, yet they could not be compared side by side. The disparity was evident. Lu Meng shook her head and stood up from her seat. Standing at approximately 171 centimeters, she was notably tall among her peers, especially with her well-proportioned figure and enviable long legs. Throughout their meal, numerous boys had been discreetly admiring Lu Meng. As she exited the cafeteria, many boys sighed and began to gather their trays, preparing to leave. Many of them had lingered, having finished their meals early, just to catch a glimpse of Lu Meng. But with her departure, they had no reason to remain. I shouldn't have invited Chen Zhibai. I suspect Lu Meng declined to join us. Because of that, she probably doesn't want to shop with him, Zhou Hao lamented, sitting in his seat, filled with regret. "Indeed, inviting your roommate was a mistake." Liu nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of annoyance. She had hoped to subtly show off a bit while Lu Meng was single, especially since Zhou Hao had promised her a budget of 500 yuan for clothes today. Never mind, if she doesn't want to go, we'll go ourselves. She could still boast about the price of the clothes later, and it would have the same effect. "Hurry and finish your meal after that." As Liu spoke, she glanced at Zhou Hao, only to frown upon noticing he was still staring wistfully at the cafeteria entrance. Instantly, her expression turned cold. "What's wrong, Yaya?" Zhou Hao jolted, hastily responding. "Are you really that reluctant to see her go?" Liu asked, her tone sharp. "That of course not, you're my girlfriend. Why would I lament her departure?" Zhou Hao replied without hesitation, attempting to take Liu's hand. But she withdrew, refusing his touch. "It doesn't matter, you can't pursue her. The boyfriend she eventually chooses will certainly be a wealthy heir," Liu stated coldly. She was no fool. She could discern Zhou Hao's feelings towards Lu Meng, which irritated her greatly. "Why would I pursue her? You are my girlfriend, and in my eyes, you're the most beautiful she cannot compare," Zhou Hao said, trying to appease her. Liu shot him a glance, her expression softening considerably. Though she knew his words were meant to flatter her, she had enough self-awareness to understand that she could not compete with Lu Meng. Yet, Zhou Hao's declaration still brought her joy. "Let's go buy clothes, remember. You promised me a budget of 500 yuan. Liu prompted. "Rest assured, I wouldn't deceive you," Zhou Hao affirmed, nodding vigorously, although a flicker of pain crossed his eyes at the thought of spending 500 yuan. That was a considerable amount. His monthly allowance was 3,800 yuan, substantial for a freshman, yet losing 500 at once stung a little. But one must be willing to invest to reap rewards. Zhou Hao gazed at Liu's lovely, fair face, a spark of fervor igniting within him. Though she may not rival Lu Meng in beauty, she was still a stunning girl. Being with Liu garnered envy and admiration from many boys. Thus, he resolved that the 500 yuan must be spent, though he couldn't help but wonder when he would next enjoy a lavish meal. "That's settled then. If you deceive me, I might reconsider this relationship. You know, there are many boys vying for my attention, some of whom are more accomplished than you," Liu warned. In truth, there were none, or else she wouldn't have chosen Zhou Hao, but such a statement was necessary to maintain leverage over him. "Yes, I promise I won't deceive you," Zhou Hao reiterated, nodding earnestly, and again reaching for Liu's hand. However, she still did not allow him to grasp it. "Keep your hands to yourself, let's buy the clothes first," Liu instructed, rising from her seat. Zhou Hao felt a pang of disappointment at her refusal to take his hand, yet he remained undeterred. He was confident that with his relentless pursuit, he would eventually win her heart and take their relationship to the next level. That alone was a significant achievement compared to many others. Zhou Hao chuckled softly, momentarily recalling Chen Zhibai, and a sense of superiority washed over him. He believed that Chen Zhibai would never stand a chance with a beauty like Li Yu. What was this? This was the essence of disparity. What are you grinning about? Li Yu shot a glance at Zhou Hao's goofy smile, her tone laced with disdain. Nothing at all. Come on, let's go buy you some clothes, Zhou Hao quickly insisted, shaking his head as he and Li Yu exited the cafeteria. Chapter 4. The confidence and poise brought by wealth after leaving the dining hall. Chen Zhibai retrieved his phone and opened the Huawei Mall app. It did not take long for him to select a mobile phone priced at over 8,000 yuan. Previously, he would never have considered such an expensive device, as his financial capacity had not reached that level. He had never been one to inflate his self-worth. However, with the system granting him 10,000 yuan, it no longer mattered. Just as he was about to complete the transaction, he frowned upon seeing that the delivery time was set for tomorrow morning. While that was relatively fast, purchasing today meant delivery by tomorrow. It did not satisfy Chen Zhibai, as he was eager to obtain the phone and see what car he could win. Thus, he decided to purchase it directly from physical store. Contemplating this, he promptly closed the Huawei Mall app and searched for a nearby Huawei store. Conveniently, there was one within the university town, a mere 10-minute walk away. As he walked, he took in the scenery around the campus. Although the landscape remained unchanged, his mindset had shifted entirely. He felt confident and composed. After all, he was now a man with a system. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhibai marveled at how having a sense of assurance truly nurtures one's spirit. Many internet celebrities, before their rise to fame, appeared timid and lacked confidence, presenting a rather bleak image. Yet, once they achieve fame and fortune, their entire demeanor transforms dramatically. This illustrates the confidence and ease that wealth can bestow. With the divine wealth system, he would no longer suffer from financial constraints. How wonderful that was! Suddenly, his phone rang. Chen Zhibai pulled it out to find that it was his mother calling. "Mom, do you miss me?" He greeted her with a smile once he answered. "I don't miss you at all. Since you went to university, the house has finally become quiet. Your father and I are enjoying our leisure," replied Mrs. Li Xiaomei. Yet, despite her words of indifference, she quickly added, "I checked the weather forecast, and it seems it might rain tomorrow in Jiangxing. Remember to dress warmly. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold." Her motherly concerns were voiced in a stream of chatter, which Chen Zhibai found endearing rather than bothersome, responding occasionally with a while his thoughts drifted elsewhere. In his childhood, their family had been relatively well off. Both parents worked for state-owned enterprises in the county, and as their only child, he led a comfortable life. However, when his parents' company faced financial difficulties, they lost their jobs overnight and subsequently opened a small convenience store to make ends meet. While the income was modest, around 60 to 70,000 yuan a year, it was sufficient to sustain the family. He recalled overhearing his parents discussing the rising property prices in Jiangxing, expressing a determination to save for a down payment on a house by the time he graduated from university. The love his parents had for him was profound and far-reaching. "Mom, you and Dad shouldn't work so hard. The convenience store closes by 9 in the evening, and there's no need to stay open until 11 or midnight. Also, Dad, stop driving for Didi in your spare time," he urged, suppressing his deeper thoughts. The store was located next to their apartment complex. And in a small county with minimal nightlife, foot traffic dwindled significantly by 9. Nevertheless, his parents would often extend their hours to earn a little extra, and his father's long hours of driving had led to chronic back pain, necessitating the use of medicinal patches. Now that he possessed the system, Chen Zhibai was determined to alleviate their burdens. "What kind of hardship is this? You've only got 4 years until you graduate. Your father and I may not have much to offer, but we must save for a down payment on a house. Otherwise, you won't have the confidence to date, and you'll be looked down upon by her family," Mrs. Li Xiaomei stated firmly. "Mom, there is no need to worry about the house. I'll earn my own money," Chen Zhibai replied resolutely. With the system at his disposal, he truly did not perceive the prospect of purchasing a house as daunting. The system was generous, providing him with a daily cash allowance of 1,000 yuan, and upon acquiring the new phone, he would also receive a car. However, he knew better than to divulge the details of the system. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, it was a protective measure for his parents. Such an extraordinary and implausible phenomenon must remain concealed. One must be discreet to protect their own interests. You'll earn your own money? You just started university. What can you possibly earn? Mrs. Li Xiaomei's voice echoed with concern. Focus on your studies. Don't worry about the house. Your father and I are still young. Chen Zhibai sighed, understanding that his mother's skepticism was typical given his recent transition to university. Mom, the school encourages entrepreneurship and even provides funding support, so I want to give it a try. Who knows, it might work out, he explained, attempting to lay the groundwork for his reasoning. Can it really work? The school provides funding support? What if you incur losses? She questioned, her anxiety palpable. Even if I do lose, it's fine. There's no repayment required. This is the support the school offers to encourage students to start their own businesses, he reassured her, empathizing with her worries. For her generation, stability was paramount, and they shunned any semblance of risk. Yet, he was not genuinely pursuing entrepreneurship. He simply needed a plausible facade to justify the influx of funds from the system. Entrepreneurship served as the perfect cover. Is that true? No repayment, even if you lose? The school is so generous? Mrs. Li Xiaomei expressed her astonishment. Indeed, the government is now encouraging college students to venture into entrepreneurship, Chen Zhibai affirmed. After a few more exchanges, the sound of a customer entering the store broke through the conversation. Maternal love was woven into the fabric of her gentle, repetitive admonitions. Suddenly, Chen Zhibai recalled a question posed by a boy online who lamented that no girl liked him. How could it be that no girl found him appealing? Upon his birth, there was a young, beautiful woman in her 20s who looked at him with tenderness and love, seeing him as her entire world. Chapter 5. The Ultimate BMW 5 Exiting the University. Chen Zhibai followed the navigation to arrive at a Huawei store situated within the university town after a brief walk. The store was moderately busy, not overly crowded, but with enough patrons. After a quick glance around, a sales associate approached him. Having already decided on the model of the phone he wished to purchase, he completed the transaction in merely 10 minutes, successfully obtaining his new device. Once he transferred his SIM card and data from his old phone to the new one, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. Host has completed the novice task of purchasing a new phone, meeting the conditions to use the car lottery card. Would the host like to proceed with the lottery now? Note: upon using the car lottery card, the host will randomly receive a vehicle valued between 200,000 and 1 million yuan. Chen Zhibai's heart raced with a mix of excitement and trepidation upon hearing the system's announcement. After all, the prospect of being awarded a car, especially one valued at a minimum of 200,000 yuan, was exhilarating. In the era of social media, where many flaunted their wealth and luxury cars, in reality, a vehicle priced at 200,000 yuan was already a significant milestone for the average person. Just observe the demographics of car buyers around him. Those purchasing cars in that price range were few and far between, typically from well-off families. Thus, Chen Zhibai felt a sense of liberation. Even if his luck led him to the minimum car value, he would be content. After all, he had spent not a single penny. Naturally, if he were to win a more luxurious or expensive vehicle, it would be an even greater delight. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai glanced around. The sales associate who had initially attended to him was now assisting another customer, while the others were preoccupied with their tasks, oblivious to him. System: activate the car lottery card, he silently commanded, gripping his phone with anticipation. Ding. The host has used the car lottery card, and a vehicle is being randomly generated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a fully equipped BMW 5. The top configuration is the 2023 model in the luxurious sports night package, colored in celestial gray. Note: this vehicle has been legally purchased under the host's identity, with all necessary paperwork completed, including purchase tax and vehicle insurance. Note 2: the host can collect this fully equipped BMW 5 at the BMW dealership in Qingpu District at any time with an ID card. A fully equipped BMW 5. To think he has drawn such a magnificent vehicle. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Chen Zhibai's heart raced with excitement. Despite the current dominance of new energy vehicles in the domestic market causing a decline in the market share of traditional luxury brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi, these brands still enjoy widespread recognition as symbols of opulence. Driving such a car will undoubtedly convey a sense of power and prestige. Not to mention that he had won the top model of the BMW 5, suppressing his inner exhilaration. Chen Zhibai took out his phone to search for the price of the fully equipped BMW 5. The guide price for this model is a staggering 800,000 yuan, with a discounted price of 740,000 yuan. Adding purchase tax, insurance, and various options, the total cost exceeds 800,000 yuan. Undoubtedly a luxury vehicle. There was no question that he had struck gold, winning a car valued at over 800,000 yuan in the range of 200,000 to 1,000,000 yuan. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhibai attempted to compose himself, yet found it nearly impossible. An automobile valued at over 800,000 yuan was now his without spending a dime. Frankly, it was an exhilarating feeling. He possessed a driver's license, having obtained it during the summer after his college entrance examination, thanks to a friend of his father's who was a driving instructor and offered a discount. Naturally, this was now proving to be advantageous. However, to be candid, Chen Zhibai had never considered that he would be driving during his university years, let alone a fully equipped BMW 5 worth over 800,000 yuan, especially since he had only recently begun his freshman year. His dormitory was on the third floor, room 302. Upon entering, he found his roommates, Wang Chao and Li Dong, engrossed in a video game. The dormitory housed 4 students. Zhou Hao, a local, came from the wealthiest family among them. Wang Chao, a tall and robust individual from Heilongjiang province, had a boisterous personality, though his beard was somewhat comical as he was the youngest in the dorm, not yet 18, turning a year older in February. Li Dong, hailing from Ontario, was shorter and slender, sporting glasses. How about joining us for a game? We have no classes this afternoon. And unlike Zhou Hao, we don't have girlfriends to go shopping with, Wang Chao suggested, his tone tinged with envy when mentioning Zhou Hao. After all, he had been the first to find a girlfriend shortly after the semester began, and she was quite attractive, which naturally stirred feelings of jealousy in Wang Chao. Besides envy, there was also an underlying animosity towards Zhou Hao, who, being a local with the best family background, exhibited a sense of superiority. Although he acted normally, everyone could sense the evident arrogance in his words and demeanor, leading to a general disdain for him. I'm not borrowing money from you. Your family's wealth has nothing to do with me, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head. What's up? What business do you have? You aren't secretly dating someone behind our backs. Are you? That would be a betrayal of our brotherhood. Li Dong chimed in, momentarily forgetting the game. Wang Chao's attention was also drawn. Having just transitioned from high school to university, young men often harbored significant curiosity and interest in the opposite sex. So news of someone having a girlfriend was indeed a source of envy. I really do have personal matters to attend to, so you guys go ahead and play. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively, making his way to his locker to retrieve his ID. True, we aren't Zhou Hao. We don't have the charm or the ability to spend money on girls. Who would even notice us? Li Dong sighed, displaying a look of despondency. He was desperate to find a girlfriend, having faced numerous rejections while trying to connect with over 10 girls at school. Stop talking. Your hero is about to die. Wang Chao interrupted, preventing Li Dong from spiraling further into his woes. What? Li Dong perked up, his attention snapping back to his phone. Chen Zhibai glanced at them with a smile before stepping out of the dormitory. Chapter 6. It's real. A few minutes later, a white Volkswagen Bora pulled up in front of Chen Zhibai. After checking the license plate, he opened the rear door and got in. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, confirmed the last 4 digits of the phone number before starting the car. Hey, young man, you must have just started university. Are you heading to the BMW dealership for a test drive? The driver said with a friendly smile as he drove. Yes, Chen Zhibai nodded, not revealing that he was going to pick up his car. That makes sense. However, BMWs are not for the average person. Even the entry-level model costs over 200,000 yuan. The average salary is only a few thousand yuan a month. It would take years of saving to afford even the most basic BMW, not to mention the ongoing expenses like fuel, maintenance, and insurance, which are substantial costs. So, it's best to just take a look. Many people on social media claim that cars under $1 million aren't luxury vehicles, but in reality, they can't even afford a car worth over 100,000 yuan. Half an hour later, They arrived at the BMW dealership in Qingpu district. Chen Zhibai stepped out of the car and entered the expansive and elegantly designed showroom, which was impeccably clean. Admittedly, he felt a bit nervous. Despite the confidence instilled by the wealthy system, this was his first time in a BMW dealership, and nerves were to be expected. Mercedes, BMW, and Audi held a certain mystique in the eyes of the public. Fortunately, his anxiety soon dissipated. "Hey there, are you here for a free test drive?" A young woman in a light gray uniform approached him, displaying a hint of exasperation. Judging by her age, she appeared to have graduated from university not long ago, likely around 22 or 23. She was quite attractive, in Chen Zhibai's opinion, more so than Zhou Hao's girlfriend, Liu, though she paled in comparison to Lu Ming. Nonetheless, she would be considered a beauty in the eyes of the average person, a clear standout in any university setting. Her tailored gray sales uniform suited her well, and the unbuttoned top drew attention, accentuating her figure. "Young man, do you have a driver's license? If so, I can register you for a test drive," she said, her tone a mix of professionalism and slight resignation, as she assumed he was merely there for a free experience. She noticed that his clothing was not from any high-end brand, leading her to doubt the possibility of him being a wealthy heir. She had just graduated from university this year. In her pursuit of earning more money, she started working as a salesperson at a BMW dealership. However, she did not anticipate that her sales figures would be disappointingly low, while she found herself constantly entertaining customers who came in for test drives. Moreover, some older clients had taken to adding her on WeChat, causing her to feel a twinge of regret about her choice to work in sales. She had hoped to earn more, but never considered straying from the right path. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have preferred to work in an office like her best friend, where, although the pay was modest, the job was stable. Chen Zhibai glanced at Chen Zhibai, realizing she assumed he was merely there for a free test drive experience in a BMW. It was not unreasonable for her to think that. After all, he was only 18, appearing youthful and innocent, and his attire gave no indication of wealth. However, the truth was that he was not there for a test drive, but to collect his vehicle. "I am not here for a test drive. I am here to pick up my car," Chen Zhibai stated directly. "What did you say?" Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback, doubting her own ears. "I said I am here to pick up my car," Chen Zhibai reiterated. "Young man, don't joke around. You look so young. Surely you just started university?" "The entry-level BMWs here cost over 200,000. Chen Zhibai chuckled lightly, but before she could finish her sentence, Chen Zhibai had already produced his identification card. "This is my ID. I ordered a fully equipped BMW 5 online and have already paid in full," Chen Zhibai said calmly. However, his words made Chen Zhibai instinctively swallow hard. She still believed he must be joking, for a fully equipped BMW 5 was priced at over 800,000. How could this college freshman possibly afford such a luxury? Yet, his serious demeanor left no room for doubt. "You can check my ID. I really did purchase a fully equipped BMW 5, Chen Zhibai added, sensing her skepticism. I will check right away. Please follow me," she responded, realizing that if what he said was true, he would indeed be a significant client. Just moments ago, she had assumed superiority based on her age, calling him young man multiple times. If he were to file a complaint, it would certainly be justified. "Let us go," Chen Zhibai nodded, his thoughts more focused on the anticipation of seeing his new BMW 5. Chen Zhibai led him to a computer and opened the back-end management interface, entering his identification number. As she gazed at the screen, it became evident that Chen Zhibai had indeed purchased a fully equipped BMW 5 just 1 hour prior. It was true. He had genuinely paid in full for a BMW 5 worth over 800,000. At 18 years old, it was easy to deduce he was from a wealthy family. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but steal another glance at Chen Zhibai. Having worked in BMW sales for 2 to 3 months, she had seen BMW 5 sold before, but those clients were typically in their 40s, with wealth accumulated over time. An 18-year-old like Chen Zhibai was unprecedented. Thus, a feeling of envy washed over her. During her own university days, she had believed that life was inherently good and that making money was not a daunting task. She thought nothing of a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Yet, upon graduating and entering the workforce, she realized how challenging it truly was to earn a living. A monthly salary of 5,000, after deductions for social insurance, was already above average for her peers. At this moment, she envied Chen Zhibai, who, having just begun university, was already able to drive a fully equipped BMW 5, a car valued at over 800,000. His family must be quite affluent. Am I able to pick up the car now? Chen Zhibai asked, noticing Chen Zhihui's silence as she simply stared at him. Yes, you can. Your car is ready, she replied, leading him into the delivery showroom, where a stunning BMW 5 in meteor gray awaited him. The showroom was brightly lit, making the BMW 5 appear particularly sleek and eye-catching. Compared to the more subdued black, the meteor gray exuded a sporty and fashionable vibe, fitting for someone of Chen Zhibai's youth. It was truly breathtaking. You may inspect the vehicle, and if everything is satisfactory, please sign the contract. And you can drive it away, Chen Zhihui instructed, her beautiful eyes drawn to the car as well. It was indeed a magnificent sight, and she sighed inwardly, realizing that she might never have the chance to sit in such a car in her lifetime. A vehicle costing over 800,000 was undoubtedly a luxury, unattainable for the average person. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, circling the car carefully before opening the door to examine the seating and interior. Everything looks good. Let us sign the contract. Great, please follow me, Chen Zhihui agreed, guiding him to the contract signing area. Currently, you will receive a temporary license plate valid for 30 days. During this period, if you wish to obtain a permanent plate, just let me know, and we will arrange it, she explained while stealing glances at the BMW 5. Chen Zhibai nodded, having added Chen Zhihui on WeChat moments earlier. In Jiangcheng, a new first-tier city, getting a license plate was not difficult, unlike in major cities where luck played a significant role in the lottery system. However, while obtaining a plate was straightforward, securing a desirable number was quite challenging, as this was a universal truth across the country. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai put such thoughts aside. He could worry about the license plate later. Right now, he was eager to drive the BMW 5, a car he had never dared to dream of owning. As he prepared to step into the vehicle, a sudden chime echoed in his mind, and a system notification sounded. Beep. Host has triggered a random task. Obtain Chen Zhihui's first kiss within 1 month. Completing this task will reward the host with a Jiangxing license plate numbered 999. Note, the license plate is legally acquired through standard channels. Failure to complete the task will incur no penalties or rewards. The system's voice resonated clearly in his mind. Chen Zhibai paused momentarily before raising an eyebrow. He had just been contemplating the license plate issue when he triggered a random task related to it. If he could obtain Chen Zhihui's first kiss within a month, he would earn a coveted 999 license plate. While it seems simple, such a license plate was a rare find, not easily accessible to those without connections. But does she even have her first kiss? Chen Zhibai thought, glancing at Chen Zhihui, standing beside him. He had not expected her to still be a novice in matters of romance. Considering her beauty, her striking features and fair skin were accentuated by her light gray uniform, which showcased her figure beautifully. She could easily be the belle of any college campus. Typically, a girl like her would not lack suitors. Yet, the fact that she had never been in a relationship suggested otherwise. Is there something wrong with the car? Chen Zhihui asked, noticing Chen Zhibai's silence and feeling a bit anxious. No, everything is fine. Do you have time tonight? Would you like to have dinner together? He inquired. Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, letting out a soft ah. Having been blessed with beauty throughout her life, she was no stranger to such invitations from boys. It was a clear indication of his interest in pursuing her. Instinctively, she felt inclined to refuse. After all, she had never dined alone with a boy before. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the sleek, gray BMW 5 parked nearby, her hesitation transformed her initial rejection into an agreement. Shall we have dinner together tomorrow evening? I have a gathering with colleagues tonight, so I'm only free tomorrow. A faint blush crept on her cheeks, and she dared not meet Chen Zhibai's gaze. However, her consent was unmistakable. All right, tomorrow evening it is then. I'll pick you up after you finish work, Chen Zhibai replied with a nod, waving gently to Chen Zhihui before departing. He retrieved the keys to his BMW, which, being a top-tier model, allowed for keyless entry. Yet in that moment, he opted to unlock the door manually. Pressing the unlock button, the BMW emitted 2 crisp sounds, its headlights flickering in a captivating display of lights, transforming the scene into a delightful spectacle. Impressive, Chen Zhibai mused as he approached the driver's side, gently opening the door and settling into the plush interior. The seats were a luxurious Eris red, exuding elegance and comfort. After a brief glance at the interior, he started the engine with a single press, noting the fuel level was low. Adjusting his seat, he shifted into gear, smoothly maneuvering the BMW out of its parking space. Rolling down the driver's window, he waved at Chen Zhibai as he drove away from the BMW dealership. Inside the dealership, Chen Zhibai touched her face, feeling its warmth. Even without a mirror, she could sense the flush of her cheeks. The reason for her embarrassment was clear. This was her first time agreeing to dine alone with a boy. While the allure of the top-of-the-line BMW played a part in her decision, more significantly, she considered Chen Zhibai's youth, only 18 and just a freshman. Had he been a man in his 30s or 40s, regardless of the car he drove, she would have declined. Moreover, she found Chen Zhibai surprisingly composed for a wealthy heir. Otherwise, she wouldn't have approached him when he entered the store. Thus, her agreement felt entirely reasonable. Having worked for 2 months since graduating from university, she had become acutely aware of the value of money. Zhibai, what are you thinking about? You've been standing here for a while. A colleague suddenly interrupted. How have I been treating you? The female colleague, also a recent graduate and a new sales associate, asked while linking her arm with Chen Zhibai's. Pretty well, Chen Zhibai nodded, though their relationship was merely average. Could you do me a favor? Her colleague smiled. What is it? Chen Zhibai inquired, surprised. Don't worry. You can definitely manage this. Just share the WeChat contact of that boy you just met, the colleague stated. What do you need his WeChat for? Chen Zhibai furrowed her brow at the request. For chasing him, of course, her colleague responded candidly. He just bought a fully equipped BMW 5 for over $800,000. He must be a wealthy heir, and not just any heir, young and affluent. I want to pursue him. Please give me his WeChat, and I'll treat you to dinner once I succeed. No way. Chen Zhibai instinctively refused. Her colleague frowned. Looking at Chen Zhibai, the company has rules against sharing clients' WeChat contacts. She reminded her. Rules are rules, but if we don't say anything, who will know? Her colleague pressed. Zhibai, consider this a favor. Young and wealthy heirs are rare and highly sought after. Before her colleague could finish, Chen Zhibai shook her head in refusal. No means no. I have to get back to work. With that, she walked away from her colleague. Driving the luxurious BMW, Chen Zhibai felt a distinct difference as he merged into traffic. Gripping the steering wheel, he relished the smooth handling of the vehicle. Reflecting on the fact that he was driving a car worth over $800,000 without spending a dime. Just a freshman, he was still in awe of his fortune. As he approached a red light, he pushed aside his thoughts and halted the car. While waiting, he noticed the envious glances from the drivers in nearby vehicles, clearly admiring the BMW 5 he was piloting. This feeling was quite gratifying. It was evident that the admiration stemmed from his ownership of such an exquisite car. When a light turned green, he pressed the accelerator and headed to a gas station. After filling up with premium fuel, he noted the cost was nearly 700 yuan. However, as he prepared to pay via his phone, he felt no regret. With the new system in place, his mindset had shifted. He knew he would not be short on funds in the future. Ding! Detected a shift in host's mindset. A sense of leisurely affluence has emerged. Reward granted. This refueling transaction will yield a random cashback multiplier of 110 times. The cashback will be credited to the host's bank account. Cashback. This meant that by spending 678 yuan on fuel, he would receive a random cashback reward between 1 and 10 times. Even at the minimum of 1 time, he would recover the full amount, essentially getting the fuel for free. Such a stroke of luck. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, continuing his payment process. As he scanned the amount of 678 yuan, the system chimed again. Ding! The host's refueling expenditure has been recognized for cashback calculation. Ding! Congratulations. Host has received a 5 times cashback multiplier. The reward amount of 390 yuan has been instantly credited to the host's agricultural bank account. Please check promptly. The system's voice echoed in his mind. While he hadn't hit the maximum 10 times, 5 times was still impressive. Not only had he gotten a full tank for free, but he also earned over 2,000 yuan, more than the monthly salary of many people. After driving for over an hour, he found himself quite enamored with the vehicle. Arriving at the university gate, he presented his student ID, gaining entry into the campus. There was ample parking available, although students were charged a fee. The parking lot was adjacent to the campus supermarket, and as Chen Zhibai drove in, the brand-new BMW 5 with a temporary license plate caught the attention of numerous faculty and students. The striking gray color shimmered in the sunlight, and those with discerning eyes recognized it as a top-tier model worth over $800,000. However, due to the tinted windows, no one could see him inside as he drove by. Soon, he parked next to the supermarket on campus. The parking lot was quite spacious. Yet Chen Zhibai was too lazy to drive in, as he would still need to walk out after parking. Thus, he opted for a vacant spot near the entrance and parked his vehicle there. Chapter 9. Unwavering heart adjacent to the parking area was a supermarket named Tian Supermarket, covering over 300 square meters and boasting 2 floors. Due to its wide array of goods and reasonably affordable prices, students from the school frequently visited to shop. At that moment, Lu Meng was on the first floor of the supermarket making her purchases. The toothbrushes were located in the northwest corner of the first floor. After picking one, Lu Meng also grabbed a few snacks, preparing to head to the checkout. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise rang out beside her. "Junior, is that you? What a coincidence to run into you here." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Meng turned around and frowned upon seeing the boy who spoke. He was a sophomore who had previously been responsible for welcoming freshmen. During her enrollment, he had been quite attentive, and afterwards he frequently contacted Lu Meng on WeChat, attempting to invite her out for meals on several occasions. Lu Meng was well aware of the sophomore's intentions, but she harbored no feelings for him and had consistently declined his advances. She thought that over time he would give up, yet here they were, unexpectedly encountering one another. Lu Meng furrowed her brow, wishing to act as if she hadn't seen him, but that was impossible. Thus, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Junior Lu, are you here to buy a toothbrush and some snacks?" Wang Yunjie stepped closer, stopping before Lu Meng. He glanced at the items in her hands and smiled. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Lu Meng, filled with eager admiration. Even though Lu Meng wore black casual trousers that concealed her legs, he was well aware of how beautiful they were. The first time he had seen Lu Meng during the freshman reception, he had been captivated. Her legs were indeed long. Beyond that, Lu Meng's radiant and lovely features were etched in his mind. Wang Yunjie understood that this indicated Lu Meng's rejection, yet he remained undeterred. For Lu Meng was simply too alluring. He could hardly fathom how blissful he would be if he could win her affection. His friends would envy him greatly. "Yes, just buying a toothbrush and some snacks," Lu Meng replied, meeting Wang Yunjie's eager gaze with a slight frown before regaining her composure. "Senior, you may continue browsing. I have completed my shopping and am heading to the checkout." With that, Lu Meng waved her hand dismissively and prepared to leave. However, Wang Yunjie, having finally encountered her, was reluctant to let such a golden opportunity slip away. As a sophomore, he was acutely aware of one truth. A good-looking girl often fears a persistent suitor. As long as he continued to pursue Lu Meng, he believed she would eventually soften. Besides, he was not lacking in favorable attributes himself. He was moderately handsome, held a position in the student council, and came from a decent family with a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan. Thus, he felt quite confident in his prospects. "I forgot what I needed to buy after seeing you. Come on, Junior, let us head out together," Wang Yunjie suggested. Hearing this, Lu Meng cast him a glance, feeling somewhat irritable, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Noticing Lu Meng's lack of refusal, Wang Yunjie's heart soared with joy. They walked towards the supermarket checkout, and along the way, many boys turned their gazes towards Lu Meng due to her beauty and figure, casting envious looks at Wang Yunjie as well. Feeling such attention made Wang Yunjie feel elated. He turned to admire Lu Meng's exquisitely delicate profile, his desire to win her over intensifying. "Junior, it's getting late. How about I treat you to a meal? I know of a new hot pot restaurant in the university town that is quite good. We could go eat together." Wang Yunjie extended the invitation. "Is that so? But I have a dinner gathering with my roommates tonight, so I might not have time." Lu Meng feigned disappointment. Having been pursued by boys throughout her life, she naturally knew how to decline a suitor's advances. "That is no problem. You can invite your roommates along. It's no big deal. I'll treat all of you to dinner," Wang Yunjie said, sensing Lu Meng's rejection but pretending not to notice. He was determined to win her over. "No, we've already made plans, and I wouldn't want to impose on you, Senior. Let us have dinner together another time when I'm free," Lu Meng responded. Now at the checkout counter, placing her items down. The cashier scanned her items and stated, 17 yuan. All right. Lu Meng nodded, about to take out her phone to pay when Wang Yunjie, who had been waiting, pulled out his phone to pay instead. Senior, you don't need to pay for me. Lu Meng frowned slightly. The total was merely 17 yuan, and she truly did not wish to be seen as someone who accepted favors from Wang Yunjie. Should this information spread, it would tarnish her reputation. Lu Meng was acutely aware of her beauty and physique, as she aimed to find a boyfriend in college with commendable attributes, thereby enabling her to ascend the social ladder. For this reason, she was reluctant to jeopardize her reputation. If her reputation suffered, it would hinder her chances of social advancement, especially since better candidates valued their girlfriend's reputation highly. This was precisely why she had rejected Wang Yunjie. His qualities did not meet her standards. Although his family background was decent, it was insufficient for her aspirations. It's just a small amount. No worries. Wang Yunjie waved it off with a smile. Lu Meng regarded him for a moment before sending him a red envelope via her phone. Senior, please accept this red envelope. What are you doing, Junior? It's just 17 yuan. There's no need to be so courteous, Wang Yunjie replied, momentarily taken aback by the red envelope. If you don't accept the red envelope, then I want to take these items, and I will delete you now. Lu Meng stated directly. All right then, I'll accept the red envelope. Wang Yunjie conceded, and upon Lu Meng's insistence, he opened the envelope to find it contained exactly 17 yuan. What a wonderful girl, he thought, and his desire to win her over intensified. Lu Meng ignored him and picked up her items, heading out of the supermarket. Junior, Wang Yunjie called out as he followed her, ready to speak, but at that moment, he noticed a brand new BMW 5 Series gliding past them and into the nearby parking lot. Lu Meng's attractive gaze was instinctively drawn to the car. She could not quite articulate the color of the BMW, but it exuded youthfulness and style, embodying a sporty and fashionable aura. Chapter 10. What on earth happened? The BMW 5 Series was indeed a top-tier model. I can't believe someone at our school drives such an impressive car, Wang Yunjie remarked enviously. Is it expensive? Lu Meng could not help but inquire. She was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, only aware of the BMW brand, but not the specific models. Thus, upon hearing Wang Yunjie's comment, she asked, Very expensive. This is a top configuration BMW 5 Series, fully loaded with options, costing nearly 850,000 yuan. Wang Yunjie stated, his eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the parked BMW 5 Series. 850,000. Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback by the figure Wang Yunjie mentioned, then could not help but glance once more at the BMW 5 Series. She had never expected that such a sporty and stylish car would carry such a hefty price tag. Such wealth. I will never have the opportunity to drive such a fine vehicle in my lifetime. Alas, 850,000. Where could I ever afford such a luxury? Though I harbor no illusions of driving such an exquisite vehicle, my family has promised that upon my graduation from university and subsequent employment, they would purchase for me a Volkswagen Magoten. A car priced over 200,000 is quite commendable, representing the pinnacle of what an average individual can aspire to. After all, the monthly salary for a typical university student is merely 4,000. To acquire a vehicle in that price range would necessitate years of frugality and self-denial. Yet, what if I work diligently and receive promotions and raises? In that case, I might even afford a BMW 5 Series, Wang Yunjie remarked. Lu Meng, however, remained silent, her gaze transfixed on the BMW 5 Series. Having observed the car as parked, she was eager to see who would disembark. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the individual stepping out of the luxury vehicle. Chen Zhibai. Could it be him? How is it possible? Wasn't Liu claiming that his family background was quite ordinary? Standing at the entrance of the supermarket, Lu Meng watched Chen Zhibai as he exited the car, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. She never anticipated that it would be him alighting from the vehicle, leaving her incredulous. Is this what one calls an ordinary family background? Ordinary enough to drive an $80,000 luxury car upon entering university? What kind of ordinary family is that? Junior, do you know him? Wang Yunjie noticed Lu Meng's astonishment and followed her gaze, spotting Chen Zhibai as he descended from the BMW. Instantly, Wang Yunjie's heart sank as he recognized Chen Zhibai was quite young, likely a freshman. A freshman driving a BMW 5 Series? Such a wealthy, second-generation heir? The distinction between driving a luxury car while in university and doing so post-graduation is vast. If he knows Lu Meng, I might stand no chance at all. He lacked the confidence to compete with someone who could afford a fully loaded BMW 5 Series right out of college. Feeling disheartened, Wang Yunjie pressed on with his inquiry. Lu Meng remained silent, her attention fixated on Chen Zhibai, her thoughts racing. However, upon noticing Wang Yunjie standing beside her, she ultimately chose to turn and enter the supermarket. Although there was no relationship between them, she did not want Chen Zhibai to see her with him. This was Lu Meng's internal resolve. Wang Yunjie, observing her retreat into the supermarket, exhaled a sigh of relief, believing it indicated she did not recognize him. Otherwise, wouldn't she have at least exchanged greetings? With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. "Junior, did you forget to buy something? Let me know, and I can help you look for it," he suggested, suppressing his own feelings of envy as he cast a glance at Chen Zhibai before entering the store, addressing Lu Meng. "No, I'll find what I want on my own," Lu Meng replied curtly. "Junior, why are you being so polite with me?" "It's no trouble at all," Wang Yunjie smiled, gazing at Lu Meng's fair and delicate face with eager eyes, ready to speak further. However, before he could finish, Lu Meng interrupted him. "I already told you. I'll manage by myself, and please refrain from speaking to me in the future." "I do not like you," Lu Meng stated decisively, simultaneously pulling out her phone in front of Wang Yunjie to delete and block him in one swift motion. The entire process transpired in mere moments, leaving Wang Yunjie taken aback. "Wait, Junior, what are you doing? Did I upset you in some way?" he exclaimed, confusion mingling with urgency as he tried to comprehend her actions. He had always been in control during past relationships, but now, faced with Lu Meng, he instinctively lowered his stance. There was no denying the allure of her beauty and figure. He genuinely did not want to give up. "You haven't done anything wrong. I just don't like you," Lu Meng responded succinctly, turning away to leave. Wang Yunjie contemplated pursuing her, but Lu Meng glanced back, and he halted, noticing her impatience. Once Lu Meng turned the corner and disappeared from sight, Wang Yunjie rubbed his hair in frustration and defeat. He was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Lu Meng's demeanor had been direct and unyielding, leaving him at a loss. Who could explain what had transpired? Standing there, Wang Yunjie felt a sense of melancholy wash over him. He prided himself on having dated several girls and believed he understood women fairly well. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding Lu Meng. He had done nothing to provoke her. In the supermarket, behind a shelf lined with various chips, Lu Meng stood, her thoughts far removed from Wang Yunjie. After witnessing Chen Zhibai emerge from the BMW 5 Series, she had resolved to block and delete Wang Yunjie from her life entirely. She had finally identified her target, a potential boyfriend, Chen Zhibai. To drive an $80,000 luxury car as a freshman clearly indicated a privileged background. Typically, affluent families would hesitate to indulge their children in such extravagance. Lu Meng recognized the importance of seizing this opportunity. Coming from a less fortunate background herself, she understood early on that to transform her fate and achieve a life of comfort, she must leverage her beauty and figure. Fortuitously, she was blessed with both. Since middle school, she had attracted the attention of many boys, all of whom she had turned down, knowing she had but one chance to make the right choice. Her goal was to find a boyfriend from a well-off family during university, marry him post-graduation, and thereby ascend the social ladder, freeing herself from financial worries. Why seek a partner during university rather than after graduation? This was Lu Meng's clever insight. She understood that love in university is often purer and more sincere. Even wealthy heirs tend to value genuine affection. If she waited until entering the workforce, the wealthy would quickly become aware of their desirability, leading her to be relegated to a mere short-term girlfriend. Grateful for the serendipity of today's supermarket visit, she realized she might never have discovered Chen Zhibai's affluent background otherwise. No wonder he had exuded such composure during lunch in the cafeteria. She had found it puzzling at the time. Now, it made perfect sense, given that he was driving an $80,000 luxury car as a freshman. Reflecting on her previous interactions, Lu Meng felt relieved, confident she had conducted herself well without any faux pas. With this clarity, she smiled, ready to wash her hair. Now that she had identified her potential boyfriend, there was no need to rush. With her beauty and figure, pursuing him would surely yield success. As she prepared to enter the dormitory bathroom with her towel in hand, the door swung open, revealing her roommate, Chen Zhibai. She took great pride in her appearance, having never encountered a girl who could compare to her beauty throughout her life. However, Chen Zhibai was an exception, one with whom she found it hard to discern any difference in allure. Her own visage radiated a vibrant charm, while Chen Zhibai exuded an exquisite pallor, complemented by an aura of ethereal coolness. "Are you going to wash your hair?" Chen Zhibai inquired, noticing the towel and shampoo in Lu Meng's hands. "Yes, I'm going to wash my hair," Lu Meng replied before entering the restroom and shutting the door. Chen Zhibai placed her book on the desk and glanced at the closed restroom door. She could sense that Lu Meng had been in a joyful spirit moments ago. Shaking her head, Chen Zhibai dismissed the thought and sat at her desk, preparing to continue her studies in her major. Buzz! Just a few minutes into her reading, her phone vibrated in her pocket, prompting an involuntary frown on her already cool demeanor. The interruption shattered her concentration, and with a hint of reluctance, she retrieved her phone only to find a WeChat message from her mother. "Mom, it's been almost a month since school started. Are there any boys from well-off families at your school? Mom, if so, don't hesitate to pursue them. Relationships in college are still quite pure, you know? Even if their families are aware, they will recognize your relationship, unlike what happens in society after graduation. Mom, I don't want you to end up like me, sacrificing for love while disregarding financial stability, leading to a life of disarray." She set her phone down and attempted to refocus on her book, yet her mind was restless, making it impossible to concentrate. After a moment's reflection, she closed the book. Understanding her mother's intentions, her desire for Chen Zhibai to find a partner from a well-off family stemmed from her own struggles after marrying for love and subsequently facing financial hardships. In the cafeteria, Chen Zhibai ordered a serving of braised pork over rice before finding a seat. After finishing his meal, the clock struck 7 in the evening. However, due to the lingering summer warmth, the sky remained bright. Upon returning to his dormitory and pushing the door open, everything appeared unchanged. Yet, only Chen Zhibai was aware of the seismic shifts in his life. Prior to today, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of his academic journey and future career after graduation. Now, however, his sole concern was how to relish life. Suppressing his feelings, Chen Zhibai washed his face in the bathroom. Upon exiting, he found Li Dong and Wang Chao had put down their phones and were engaged in mutual complaints. "If you had joined earlier, we would have won that team fight. But you didn't, and we lost," Wang Chao expressed with a hint of displeasure. "Can you blame me? I was clearing the minion wave while you two were fighting without checking if I was there," Li Dong retorted, his expression sour. Wang Chao was about to respond when he noticed Chen Zhibai emerging and quickly waved him over. "Old Chen, please carry us. We've already lost 6 in a row." "Old Chen, want to play a couple rounds?" Li Dong Din. Chen Zhibai was fairly skilled at gaming, at least better than Li Dong and Wang Chao. "Sure, I have nothing else to do," he replied, pulling out his phone. However, as he prepared to launch the game, Wang Chao leaned in closer. "Wait a minute, Old Chen. You got a new phone? Is that the latest Huawei model? That must cost around 7 or 8,000, right?" Wang Chao gazed enviously at Chen Zhibai's phone. 7 or 8,000? Seriously? "Old Chen, are you really willing to spend that much on a phone?" Li Dong interjected, his expression one of disbelief. Despite only a month into the semester, they were well aware of each other's financial backgrounds. "It's about 8,000, Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod. "What on earth? Old Chen, you actually bought such an expensive phone? That is not like you at all," Wang Chao shocked asked, as he could hardly picture Chen Zhibai as someone who would make such a lavish purchase. "Nothing much. Actually, there's something I've been keeping from you guys that I can finally share. I'm a rich second generation. I've come clean." Chen Zhibai smiled, continuing, "Plus. With the top-spec BMW 5 Series costing over 800,000, things are only going to get better." Living in the same dormitory, it was only a matter of time before they noticed his newfound wealth. With that in mind, he thought it best to embrace the identity of a rich second generation, providing a clear explanation for his financial resources. However, upon hearing his declaration, both Wang Chao and Li Dong simultaneously scoffed. "Who would believe you're a rich second generation? If you're a rich second generation, then I must be a rich first generation," they retorted, clearly unconvinced by Chen Zhibai's claim. This reaction was typical. If someone you knew suddenly proclaimed themselves as part of the affluent elite, your initial response would likely be skepticism. Believe it or not, let's just play some games, Chen Zhibai said, not wanting to dwell on their disbelief. He launched the game and beckoned them to join. Come on. Wang Chao and Li Dong dropped the topic, opening the game and sending Chen Zhibai an invitation. They perceived his earlier claim about being a rich second generation as merely a jest. After 3 rounds, the clock edged past 8:30. The dormitory door swung open, and Zhou Hao stepped inside. Chen Zhibai and his companions merely greeted him briefly as they continued their game. Zhou Hao glanced at the trio engrossed in gaming and smirked slightly, feeling a sense of superiority. He indeed felt this way, believing himself to be the most well-off in the dormitory and the first to have a girlfriend, an attractive one at that. Though she might not rival Lu Meng in beauty, she was considered quite lovely in the eyes of the average person. Thus, he felt secure in thinking that Chen Zhibai's future romantic interests would not surpass the beauty of his girlfriend. As he pondered this, Zhou Hao's sense of superiority swelled further. After casting another glance at Chen Zhibai, who was still gaming, he reclined on his bed and pulled out his phone, opening the WeChat chat with Liu. Yeah, I've just returned to the dorm. Have you arrived yet? I already miss you since we parted, he typed, sending 3 messages adorned with heart emojis. While brushing his teeth, Zhou Hao recalled his shopping spree that afternoon, where he had spent over 700 yuan on clothes, causing him a twinge of regret. After all, even with a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan, it was hard to justify such expenditures. Since entering a relationship with Liu, his spending had noticeably increased. Still, he deemed it worthwhile. Imagining her beautiful face and figure, Zhou Hao couldn't help but indulge in daydreams. After sending 2 messages, he navigated to his chat with his mother. Mom, I need 1,000 yuan for study materials. Can you transfer it to me? Why do you need to buy study materials again? Didn't you just purchase a set a few days ago? That was then, and this is now. Hurry up, don't delay my studies, Zhou Hao typed impatiently. In the next moment, a transfer notification appeared on his phone, 1,000 yuan. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up as he accepted the transfer. Naturally, the request for study materials was merely an excuse. He was running low on cash. However, he had plans to take Liu out for barbecue tomorrow, and being short on funds was not an option. Thus, he resorted to the study materials pretext, which had proven quite effective. Zhou Hao thought to himself, feeling a sense of pride in his cleverness. I'm done for now. At this moment, Chen Zhibai put away his phone and said to Wang Chao and Li Dong, let's play a couple more rounds. It's still early. Indeed, let's play a few more, both Wang Chao and Li Dong urged, as they had enjoyed victory in the previous games under Chen Zhibai's leadership. Let's save it for tomorrow. My eyes are getting a bit tired, and I need to rest them, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head as he stored his phone. Seeing his response, Wang Chao and Li Dong felt a twinge of disappointment, but refrained from continuing the game. Old Chen, what type of girl do you like? I can have my girlfriend keep an eye out for you. Lu Meng is out of the question. A beauty of her caliber is beyond your reach. Look at me. My conditions aren't too bad, right? I'm a local from Jiangcheng, and I have 2 apartments, yet I wouldn't dare pursue Lu Meng because it's hopeless. You can forget about it, Wang Chao continued. However, while Lu Meng is unattainable, I'm sure there are other girls of average conditions who would be suitable. Share your standards, and I'll ask my girlfriend to help you out. As Wang Chao and Li Dong stepped out to the balcony of their dormitory for a smoke, Chen Zhibai was preparing to wash up when Zhou Hao unexpectedly approached him. Chen Zhibai glanced at him. Although Zhou Hao feigned enthusiasm, Chen Zhibai could distinctly sense an air of superiority emanating from him, which was somewhat irritating. However, this annoyance dissipated almost instantaneously. For Chen Zhibai now possessed a system of wealth. Zhou Hao's condescension seemed to him nothing more than the antics of a jester. I'll find my own girlfriend, Chen Zhibai said calmly before entering the restroom. Behind him, Zhou Hao scoffed. Finding your own girlfriend? Good luck with that. With your average conditions, who would look your way? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng sat on her bed, applying body lotion to her legs. The lotion she used was quite expensive, but in her view, it was a necessary investment, as she was well aware that her physical advantage lay in her long legs. She applied it meticulously, occasionally glancing toward the dormitory door. Unlike Liu, she would never consider a boy as a backup. Instead, she would wholeheartedly devote herself to the one she chose, aspiring to become a full-time housewife free for financial worries. This was her singular investment. Wow, Ming Ming, your legs are incredibly beautiful. I've never seen legs like yours in real life, and even on TikTok, I don't find any as stunning as yours, her roommate Wang Hui remarked enviously. Wang Hui, though ordinary in appearance, had a lively personality. Really? Lu Ming chuckled, continuing to tend her legs with care. Of course, if I were a guy, I would absolutely adore those legs, Wang Hui affirmed eagerly. She then curiously inquired, but Ming Ming, it's been a month since school started, and there are quite a few boys from our department and others who are pursuing you, some of whom seem quite decent. Why haven't you accepted any of them? Could you share what your ideal boyfriend is like? At that moment, Shun Qing, who had been engrossed at her phone, instinctively looked up at Lu Ming upon hearing Wang Hui's question. She held a strong impression of Lu Ming, as she had always been strikingly beautiful, and upon arriving at university, she discovered that Lu Ming was equally captivating. There was no comparison to be made, but she was genuinely curious about Lu Ming's standards for a partner. Me? Lu Ming smiled, about to respond when the dormitory door swung open, revealing Liu, who entered carrying 2 bags of clothes. Ugh, shopping is exhausting. I've been out all afternoon. Upon entering, Liu glanced at Lu Ming and Shen Qing, feeling a surge of delight upon seeing both of them present. This was her moment to boast. Yes, she admitted Lu Ming and Shen Qing were both beautiful, but neither had a boyfriend at the moment, while she did, and he was spending money on her. Zhou Hao insisted on buying me clothes while we were shopping. I told him I didn't want anything, but he insisted that as my boyfriend, it was his duty to buy me clothes. So he bought me 2 short sleeves and a pair of pants, spending over 500 on me, but he said it was nothing. Liu said, her tone laced with feigned distress, but clearly intended to flaunt. Lu Ming glanced at her, then resumed applying the lotion. Shen Qing remained silent, focused on her phone. Wang Hui was the only one to respond. Really? Zhou Hao is quite good to you, and spending over 500 is no small amount. Indeed, it's not much for him. He's a local from Jiangsheng and has 2 apartments, so his circumstances are quite favorable, Liu replied with a smile. Though she felt a pang of dissatisfaction since she yearned for Lu Ming and Shen Qing to engage in the conversation. Their silence dampened her moment of triumph. That is pretty good. You have good taste. After graduation, being with Zhou Hao means you could settle down in Jiangsheng. Wang Hui remarked with a hint of envy. It's all right, I suppose, Liu acknowledged, sensing Lu Ming and Shen Qing's continued silence and feeling slightly frustrated. Yet she knew they had undoubtedly heard her words. This was sufficient. Her intention to show off was merely to announce her presence. She, too, had boys of commendable qualities pursuing her. I'm off to take a shower. My legs are sore from all the walking. Liu placed the bags down, grabbed her towel, and headed toward the restroom. Wait a moment. Lu Ming called out just as she finished applying the lotion. What is it, Ming Ming? Liu turned back, her eyes filled with curiosity. She didn't believe Lu Ming would envy her. As the latter's attributes guaranteed, she could find a boyfriend of superior quality to Zhou Hao. It's nothing major. It's just that during lunch in the cafeteria, I'd like to add your boyfriend's roommate, Chen Zhibai, on WeChat. Could you have him send me his WeChat ID? Lu Ming stated directly, without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Liu froze momentarily, her expression morphing into one of confusion. Chen Zhibai? She queried, fully aware that he was Zhou Hao's roommate. However, she was puzzled as to why Lu Ming would want to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat, and even more so, why she would take the initiative. What was going on? The two appear to be on entirely different wavelengths. Chen Zhibai was of ordinary appearance and background, utterly unremarkable. So why was Lu Ming now seeking to connect with him? Something felt amiss. Liu's brow furrowed instinctively as she sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. She couldn't fathom why Lu Ming would suddenly wish to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat. Throughout the month since the semester began, she had observed Lu Ming maintaining a distance from boys, even those of decent standing, consistently rejecting their advances. In her view, Lu Ming was aiming for something substantial. She either sought no relationship or desired a partner of exceptional quality. But now, the initiative to add a boy like Chen Zhibai contradicted her previous behavior entirely. What could this mean? Liu's mind raced with questions in that fleeting moment. Shen Qing, sitting on her bed, raised her exquisite face and glanced at Lu Ming, sensing that something was awry. She had heard Liu mention Chen Zhibai before, acknowledging him as Zhou Hao's roommate, someone of average standing. Logically, Lu Meng should not have proposed adding him on WeChat. Yet, this was not her concern, so Shenqing quickly returned to her phone, engrossed in a foreign novel. Meng, why did you add him on WeChat? Li Yu, suppressing her thoughts, tentatively inquired of Lu Meng. While speaking, she cast a glance of envy and jealousy at Lu Meng's long legs. Her own legs were attractive, yet they paled in comparison to Lu Meng's. Chapter 14. The unbelievable Zhou Hao. Nothing much, just a couple of questions for him, Lu Meng replied, observing Li Yu's expression. Her tone was casual, causing Li Yu to reconsider her initial assumptions. After all, adding someone on WeChat does not necessarily indicate romantic interest, especially since Chen Zhibai was rather ordinary in every aspect. If she found him unappealing, Lu Meng would certainly feel the same. All right, I'll have Zhou Hao send you his WeChat, Li Yu nodded. Thanks. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, Lu Meng beamed, forming a heart sign with her hand. Just then, she noticed several WeChat messages from Zhou Hao. Li Yu pouted slightly, but felt a sense of satisfaction, as she believed Zhou Hao came from a decent family, being a local from Jiangchen with 2 apartments. He was also generous with his spending on her. If no better prospects arose in the future, she wouldn't mind continuing with Zhou Hao. Okay, go wash up, Zhou Hao messaged, lost in thoughts of Li Yu in the shower, which stirred a restlessness within him. He contemplated texting her about their potential shower together, but feared it might upset her, so he suppressed the urge. Yeah, go wash up. We'll chat after you're done. Zhou Hao typed. Sure, but send me your roommate Chen Zhibai's WeChat, Li Yu replied. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao, who had been lost in thoughts of Li Yu's shower, was momentarily stunned by her message. Wait, what's going on? My girlfriend wants another guy's WeChat? What does that mean? He felt a twinge of discomfort, but quickly dismissed it, realizing Chen Zhibai was no competition for him. Yeah, why do you need his WeChat? If it's something important, you could just ask me. If I can't handle it, he certainly can't, Zhou Hao texted. What I need it for? I'm asking for Lu Meng. She wants to ask him something. All right, I'm off to wash up now. Remember to send me his WeChat, Li Yu replied and put her phone away. Turning to Lu Meng. I'll wash up first, and I'll get Chen Zhibai's WeChat for you after, she said. Okay, Lu Meng nodded. Li Yu said no more, taking her towel into the bathroom. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao had been lying on his bed, but upon reading Li Yu's message, he sprang up with a start, creating quite the commotion. What the hell? You scared me, Wang Chao exclaimed, turning from the balcony after finishing a cigarette. Yeah, that was suddenly Dong added. Zhou Hao ignored them, his eyes glued to his phone screen, filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom what he just read. Lu Meng wanted Chen Zhibai's WeChat? Lu Meng. Yeah, what does she want to ask old Chen? She could just ask me. I'm sure I know more than he does. Zhou Hao instinctively typed, not wanting Lu Meng to connect with Chen Zhibai, even for mere inquiries, especially since he didn't have Lu Meng's WeChat himself. Stop beating around the bush. Just send me his WeChat. Li Yu had already entered the bathroom and frowned upon seeing Zhou Hao's message. She knew he had been stealing glances at Lu Meng during lunch. Oh, I'll send it over now, Zhou Hao replied, sensing Li Yu's displeasure. After sending Chen Zhibai's WeChat, Zhou Hao felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. After all, it was Lu Meng who wanted to add him. Even if it was just for a question, it still unsettled him. What is wrong, Zhou? You look like someone kicked your dog, Wang Chao remarked, observing Zhou Hao's sour expression. I'm going for a smoke, Zhou Hao said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Crazy, as if someone actually upset him, Wang Chao muttered. He couldn't stand Zhou Hao's occasional air of superiority, being a local. All right, let it go. We're all in the same dorm. It's not a big deal. Everyone has their quirks. Besides, he hasn't done anything wrong, Li Dong interjected. Wang Chao said no more and turned to Chen Zhibai. Hey, old Chen, are you done? I need to wash up. It's sweltering in this heat without a shower. Go ahead, Chen Zhibai replied. Lying on his bed, Chen Zhibai stared at the ceiling, feeling wide awake. It was still early, and he was brimming with excitement at having been bound to the system of a wealthy benefactor. His once ordinary life had taken a thrilling turn. While he remained composed, he knew that had he been a typical freshman of his age, he would have been ecstatic. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Zhibai glanced at his phone. It was just past 9 in the evening. After drying her hair with a blow-dryer, Li Yu emerged from the bathroom. She was indeed attractive, with a lovely figure. While she might not be a stunning beauty, she certainly qualified as a pretty girl. And at the age of a freshman, she radiated youthful vibrancy. Meng, I just sent you Chen Zhibai's WeChat. Did you see it? Liu called to Lu Meng. Really? I was scrolling through Douyin and didn't check WeChat. Let me look, Lu Meng replied, opening WeChat and discovering the contact card Liu sent. It featured a cartoon avatar and a straightforward name. Chapter 15. Liu stunned seeing the contact card for Chen Zhibai on her phone. Lu Meng smiled. Then clicked to add him as a friend. In the friend request notes, she wrote, I'm Lu Meng. We had lunch together in the cafeteria. I have a few questions for you. After sending the request, Lu Meng gazed at her phone, waiting for Chen Zhibai's acceptance. Confident in herself, she believed he would undoubtedly agree. With that thought, Lu Meng set her phone down and glanced at her legs. She had noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze lingering there during lunch. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai, engrossed in reading a novel, felt his phone vibrate. A WeChat notification popped up, indicating someone had messaged him. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Zhibai opened WeChat and was taken aback to find Lu Meng's friend request. He hadn't anticipated her reaching out to him, especially for something. What could it be? He pondered, clicking to accept, and almost instantly, a chat window appeared. He glanced at Lu Meng's avatar, a flattering selfie that showcased her bright face and long legs. Buzz. His phone vibrated again. Lu Meng sent a cute cat emoji to greet him, prompting Chen Zhibai to respond with a similar greeting emoji. For a brief moment, neither spoke but instead engaged in a playful exchange of emojis for several minutes. All right, no more meme wars, I concede. Lu Meng took the initiative to end the meme battle and sent a text message, followed by another. Aren't you curious about what I want to ask you? Curiosity piqued. Chen Zhibai replied, indeed intrigued, for it was a rare occurrence for a beauty like Lu Meng to add him on WeChat. He was just an ordinary college student, or so he thought. However, that was in the past. Now, he was a university student bestowed with a system destined to be anything but ordinary. This was why his demeanor and mindset remained calm while chatting with Lu Meng. Yes, Lu Meng was undeniably beautiful, radiant, and graceful, with an enviable figure and long legs that would delight any leg enthusiast. But so what? With the system at his disposal, would he truly lack a girlfriend? Knowing that he would not, he remained composed, able to engage in a silent meme exchange with Lu Meng for 5 or 6 minutes. Before obtaining the system, Chen Zhibai doubted he could maintain such tranquility. Ultimately, it was the confidence instilled by the system that allowed him to respond to Lu Meng with equanimity. Not a big deal, really. I heard from Liu that you excel in your studies in the computer science department. My laptop, for some unknown reason, has malfunctioned and won't boot. Could you take a look for me? Lu Meng lay on her bed in the girls' dormitory, fingers tapping away on her phone screen, articulating the excuse she had prepared. The lights in the dormitory had dimmed, and the faint glow of her phone illuminated her face. Even without makeup, she remained strikingly beautiful. Of course, I want to ask you to repair it for free. Regardless of whether it can be fixed, I'll treat you to a meal. What do you say? Lu Meng continued to type, sending a cute cat sticker that exuded an irresistible charm, making it hard to decline. Naturally, her laptop was not broken. It could be easily turned on. She merely sought this opportunity to converse and build a connection with Chen Zhibai. For her, he was a prize worth pursuing. All right, I'll take a look, but I cannot guarantee I can fix it. Chen Zhibai responded from the boys' dormitory, blissfully unaware of Lu Meng's true intentions. Even if it remains unfixed, I'll still treat you to a meal. Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's affirmative response, Lu Meng's lips curled into a sly smile as she continued typing. So, do you have time tomorrow? Could you help me then? I really need my laptop. I have no classes tomorrow morning. Where shall I meet you? Chen Zhibai asked. In the small garden in front of the girls' dormitory. It's quite peaceful there, Lu Meng suggested. After sending that message, Chen Zhibai prepared to exit WeChat to continue reading his novel, believing their conversation had concluded. Yet, Lu Meng sent another message. By the way, I saw in your moments that you have a golden retriever. I adore golden retrievers, but my family won't let me have one. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow upon reading her message. His moments were only visible to the past 6 months. And it was indeed true that he had posted about his golden retriever. But how had Lu Meng seen it? Yes, I have a golden retriever, he replied. How old is it? Lu Meng inquired. The conversation shifted to the golden retriever, and one must admit, Lu Meng was quite adept at engaging in dialogue. She consistently acknowledged Chen Zhibai's contributions, seamlessly transitioning to new topics, thus creating a rich emotional atmosphere. As a result, their exchange lasted over 2 hours, nearly approaching midnight. In the girls' dormitory, Liu lay in bed, having finished an episode of her drama. Noticing the late hour, she decided to use the restroom before retiring for the night. However, as she sat up, she noticed a faint light emanating from Lu Meng's bed. Liu paused, her gaze drawn to Lu Meng, who was busy typing on her phone, a smile gracing her lips. Clearly, she was in a lively conversation. But with whom was she chatting so late at night? Was she perhaps in a relationship? Dream, who are you chatting with? It's quite late, and you seem rather happy. Have you found a boyfriend? Is he from our school? Liu asked, her curiosity piqued. Lu Meng, holding her phone, furrowed her brow momentarily upon hearing Liu's question, but quickly regained her composure. I'm chatting with Chen Zhibai, she replied. Who? You're telling me you're chatting with whom? Liu cuestionat, doubting her own ears. Chen Zhibai? Impossible. She was certain she must have misheard. Yes, I'm chatting with Chen Zhibai. Lu Meng glanced at Liu. Continuing her conversation with Chen Zhibai, she noticed Liu's shock and confusion, but felt no concern. Soon, Liu would understand the wisdom of her choice. Lu Meng had a keen eye for character. Chen Zhibai's confidence and poise suggested he possessed significant potential. Chapter 16. Sleepless nights. Liu entered the restroom, her mind still lingering on Lu Meng's claim of chatting with Chen Zhibai. She found it utterly implausible. After all, how could she be conversing with him? She simply couldn't believe it. Chen Zhibai, from any perspective, was quite ordinary. Yet, what if she was mistaken? Furrowing her brow, she retrieved her phone and opened WeChat. Locating her chat with Zhou Hao. Their conversation had halted 2 hours earlier. Zhou Hao had wanted to chat, but Liu had claimed fatigue and said goodnight, prompting Zhou Hao to wish her sweet dreams. Are you asleep? Liu typed, sending the message. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao was engrossed in a game, fully focused as the team engaged in a critical battle. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone screen. It was Liu's message. He paused, then smiled brightly and eagerly opened WeChat. Not asleep yet. What is up? Did you have a nightmare and get scared? Don't worry, I'm here. Zhou Hao quickly typed, feeling elated, certain that Liu must have had a nightmare. Otherwise, why would she reach out to chat when she had claimed to be going to sleep? This indicated that she cared for him. Yes, I indeed had a nightmare and was a bit scared, Liu typed. But I'm not scared anymore. By the way, what is everyone in your dormitory up to? Our dorm? Zhou Hao questioned, sending the message without much thought, glancing at his surroundings. Wang Chao and Li Dong were already asleep, but Chen Zhibai was still awake. Seemingly engaged in a conversation, laughing, he must be chatting with a girl, given the laughter. However, any girl who would be conversing with him must be quite ordinary. Is Chen Zhibai also chatting? Zhou Hao mused. Was it merely coincidence that Lu Meng had spoken the truth? Could she genuinely be in conversation with Chen Zhibai? Liu furrowed her brow, sensing there was something she was unaware of. Yu, if you're not tired, shall we chat for a while? What would you like for breakfast tomorrow? I can get it for you. I'd rather not chat. I'm quite tired. Liu instinctively began to type, disinterested in continuing the conversation with Zhou Hao. However, midway through her message, she deleted her response. By the way, could I ask you something? What are Chen Zhibai's family circumstances like? Liu tipat. She suspected that Chen Zhibai's background was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why Lu Meng, who had not interacted with him at lunch, would suddenly seek his WeChat and engage in such a lengthy conversation. Yu, why do you inquire about his family background? His family is quite ordinary. His parents run a small convenience store in a small county town, and their business is just average, as he himself has stated. Zhou Hao typed, thinking that Liu's question might be an attempt to introduce a partner for Chen Zhibai. In my opinion, there is no need to introduce him to a girlfriend. When I asked him what type of girl he likes, he surprisingly said he would find someone himself, and that I needn't assist him. Since that is the case, let us see what kind of girlfriend he can find. Zhou Hao continued typing, his tone gradually laced with disdain. Is his family truly ordinary? Why has she suddenly begun to doubt it? Well, I'm tired. I'll go to sleep now. You should also rest early. Staying up late, isn't good for your health. Liu sent 2 messages in quick succession, fully aware that it was essential to offer Zhou Hao some sweet words. Since physical affection is out of the question, she opted for verbal concern. Upon reading her messages, Zhou Hao indeed felt a surge of happiness. See, he knew Liu cared for him. All right, I got it. I want to stay up late. You should sleep now. Good night, and may you have sweet dreams, Zhou Hao typed. Good night. After finishing in the restroom and flushing the toilet, she instinctively glanced at Lu Meng's bed, only to see Lu Meng still engrossed and chatting. There is definitely something amiss. Her impression of Chen Zhibai was neither good nor bad. Though his appearance and family background were average, he appeared quite composed, lacking the restlessness seen in other boys. However, beyond that, there was little else. Now, she felt she had overlooked something significant. After all, Lu Meng seemed to be enjoying an extended chat with Chen Zhibai. She must have missed a crucial detail. But what could it be? Liu furrowed her brows, suddenly finding it difficult to sleep. Oh dear, it's almost midnight, and I didn't even notice how late it's gotten. I should go to bed. In truth, she was that sleepy and wished to chat a bit more with Chen Zhibai, but she understood the principle of moderation. After all, they were set to meet tomorrow under the pretext of repairing her computer, so there was no rush. All right, you should also sleep early. Shall we meet tomorrow? I'll need your help with my computer, Lu Meng typed, followed by a cute kitten emoji asking for assistance. However, she didn't sleep. Instead, she reflected on the 2-hour conversation they just had. Frankly, she was quite pleased with Chen Zhibai. He was very composed. This is an essential quality. Composed individuals naturally progress faster and more steadily than others. Adequate family background, stable personality. This is sufficient. Lu Meng's mind was racing with thoughts, and she began to consider what outfit she should wear for her meeting with Chen Zhibai. The core element was simple. She wanted to leave him in awe upon their first encounter. Several outfits flashed through her mind as she slowly began to form a decision. Chapter 17. A tribute panel in the boys' dormitory. Chen Zhibai perused his chat history with Lu Meng on his phone. This could be significant. Otherwise, Lu Meng wouldn't have taken the initiative to add him on WeChat and engage in a conversation lasting over 2 hours, which flowed so naturally. Those who know their own affairs best understand that he is quite ordinary, from his looks to his height and family background. Nothing sets him apart in Lu Meng's eyes. Otherwise, they would have had a pleasant conversation during lunch in the cafeteria instead of waiting until the evening to suddenly add him on WeChat. There is no other way to explain the current situation. While it may be harsh, it is the only plausible conclusion. Chen Zhibai smiled faintly, feeling a bit contemplative. So, this is the importance of money. But when did Lu Meng notice this? He hadn't seen Lu Meng when he drove into the school. He didn't dwell on it further, as the hour had already passed midnight. System, please withdraw today as 1,000 yuan. Chen Zhibai internally instructed the system. Buzz. His phone vibrated. It was a bank notification. Today as 1,000 yuan has been credited. He locked his phone and placed it under his pillow, preparing to sleep, as he had no classes in the morning and intended to enjoy a lie-in. However, at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered the running check-in task. The host may choose one of the following 2 options. 1. Run for 30 minutes every morning for 7 days. And the host will receive 2 rewards. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan. B. An increase of 3 centimeters in height. Note, this increase in height has no side effects. 2. Do not run, and the host will receive the title of lazy expert. Note, this title is of no utility whatsoever. Listening to the system's task, Chen Zhibai wore a peculiar expression. Here comes that obvious choice again. Of course, he would choose the first option. The cash reward of 100,000 yuan is straightforward and easy to comprehend. If he manages to run for 7 days, he will receive this reward. When calculated, that averages out to over 13,000 yuan per day. Who in this society earns over 10,000 yuan a day? And it only requires him to run for 30 minutes each morning, which feels like a freebie. Yet, compared to the monetary reward, Chen Zhibai placed greater value on the second reward, a side effect-free increase in height by 3 centimeters. To be frank, upon seeing this reward, his heart raced with excitement. He recognized the implications of this reward. If height can be increased without side effects, could it be possible to enhance his appearance as well? Looks and height belong to the realm of genetic lottery, elements beyond one's control. However, if the system can increase height, it implies it can also enhance looks. This is a straightforward deduction, and it is precisely this notion that quickened Chen Zhibai's heartbeat. Could an ordinary-looking individual like him have the chance to become a handsome man? System, can my appearance be enhanced? Chen Zhibai suppressed his excitement and eagerly inquired of the system. Indeed it can. Chen Zhibai's eyes lit up with excitement. Although he had previously speculated, the system's affirmation still stirred his enthusiasm. The host's current character attribute panel has been generated. Would the host like to view it? The system inquired once more. Attribute panel? View it. Chen Zhibai replied directly. In the next moment, a virtual three-dimensional screen appeared before him. Name: Chen Zhibai. Age: 18. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 127 pounds. Appearance: 69. Figure: 73. Special: 80. The host can currently receive a daily cash allowance of 1,000 yuan, which has already been claimed today. As Chen Zhibai scanned his attribute panel, he remained unfazed upon seeing his appearance rated at only 69. He indeed possessed an ordinary appearance. However, that could change in the future. But what does this special attribute signify? How does he have a score of 80? Upon noticing the 80 points associated with the special attribute, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow and promptly questioned the system. System, what does this special attribute mean? The system replied with a statement that left Chen Zhibai's expression shifting oddly, as he hadn't anticipated that the system could analyze such details. Are you a legitimate system? System, how can I enhance my appearance? Chen Zhibai disregarded the special attribute and focused on his appearance rating. To be honest, he harbored dreams of becoming handsome. With looks and wealth combined, he would thrive. The rewards will include points to enhance appearance, which will be directly added to the host's appearance score. Additionally, aside from gaining attribute points from tasks, there's another method to obtain points through a lottery, which has a certain probability of yielding attribute points. The system's voice continued to resonate. It was indeed explained quite clearly. In the tasks released, some may offer attribute point rewards that can be added to one's appearance. Additionally, one may acquire attribute points through a spinning wheel lottery, the nature of which Chen Zhibai inquired about. The system's voice echoed once more, explaining that at times, task rewards may include a spinning wheel lottery. The rewards from this lottery are entirely random, ranging from trivial items like tissue and lighters to grand prizes such as aircraft carriers, albeit the likelihood of obtaining more expensive items diminishes significantly. Upon hearing that one could win an aircraft carrier from the spinning wheel, Chen Zhibai felt his heart race with excitement. After posing a few more questions to the system, he prepared for bed, setting an alarm for 7 in the morning, as he intended to go for a run. If he managed to run for 7 consecutive days, exceeding 30 minutes each day, he would be rewarded with a cash prize of 100,000 yuan and a height increase of 3 centimeters, without any adverse effects. Currently standing at 175 centimeters, which is rather average. An additional 3 centimeters would elevate him to 178, a height considered tall among men. The only regret for Chen Zhibai was that this running task did not offer an appearance reward, yet he remained unperturbed, knowing that good things come to those who wait. As Chen Zhibai drifted off to sleep, Zhou Hao was wide awake, having posted a photo-laden moment on social media featuring Liu's selfie. The accompanying caption read, "I am willing to be your eternal knight, forever protecting you." After sharing this post, Zhou Hao felt a surge of satisfaction, imagining how touched Liu would be upon seeing it upon waking. Perhaps, he mused, she would be so moved that she might agree to hold his hand. Chapter 18. The beautiful teacher. When Yutong at 7 in the morning, Chen Zhibai was roused by the alarm. He fumbled under his pillow for his phone to silence it. And as he rolled out of bed, his movements roused Wang Chao, who blinked sleepily. "Old Chen, where are you headed? What time is it?" Wang Chao asked, glancing at his phone, his eyes widening in surprise upon realizing it was only 7. "What is going on? It's just 7. Why are you up so early?" he exclaimed, astonished. His loud voice stirred Li Dong and Zhou Hao from their slumber. Zhou Hao, with heavy dark circles under his eyes from a restless night spent daydreaming about Li Yu's reaction to his post, could only muster enough energy to turn over, burying his head under the covers. "Old Chen, why are you up so early?" "I remember we don't have class this morning," Li Dong remarked. Also curious after checking the time. "I'm going for a run. You all can keep sleeping," Chen Zhibai replied with a smile. "Oh, I see," Wang Chao nodded, initially ready to drift back to sleep, but then suddenly alert. "Wait, what? You're going running? What has gotten into you? Are you all right?" His eyes widened in disbelief at the notion of Chen Zhibai opting to run so early in the morning. "Old Chen, have you encountered some trouble? If you have, just say so. We'll help if we can," Li Dong added. Zhou Hao merely looked at Chen Zhibai with a mix of confusion and incredulity, thinking it absurd to be awake so early for a run. I'm fine, just suddenly felt like running. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be off. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively, heading to the bathroom to wash up. He discerned the bewilderment and disbelief on Wang Chao and Li Dong's faces, but he was resolute in his decision to run. After all, running for 7 days could yield a substantial reward and a height increase, so he was determined to pursue it. I still think old Chen has lost his mind, wanting to go for a run. Wang Chao remarked to Li Dong once Chen Zhibai was out of earshot. I agree. It's odd for him to want to run. Li Dong nodded in agreement. They then fell silent, succumbing to their fatigue and returning to sleep. A few minutes later, Chen Zhibai emerged from the bathroom. Noticing Wang Chao and Li Dong had dozed off again, he quietly retrieved a short-sleeved shirt and shorts from his locker, changing into them and slipping on his running shoes before exiting the dormitory and gently closing the door behind him. The track was the obvious destination for his run. The distance from the boys' dormitory to the track was neither too far nor too close. At 7 in the morning, the campus was relatively quiet. After a brief 10-minute walk, he arrived at the track where several people were already running. Despite many indulging in leisure since entering university, a few maintained rigorous self-discipline. The track, adorned with rubber, beckoned, and as Chen Zhibai stretched his ankles, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a striking figure running on the track. Not only was he captivated, but others running nearby occasionally glanced her way as well. The woman was undeniably beautiful. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, her features delicately sculpted, and her neck elegantly elongated. Clad in athletic where that left little to the imagination, her figure was undeniably appealing, with a slender waist and long legs exuding a vibrant, healthful vitality. To Chen Zhibai's surprise, this woman was none other than his counselor, Wen Yutong. He vividly recalled the first-class meeting of the semester when she entered, instantly commanding the room's attention with her stunning appearance. Although she was a counselor, she was quite young, having just graduated from university and chosen to remain as a counselor. It was more fitting to refer to her as a senior. Just then, a voice tinged with surprise interrupted his thoughts. Oh, Chen Zhibai, you're here to run too? When Yutong paused her run, gazing at him with wide, beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She recognized him, of course, as he was a student in her class. And as a first-time counselor, she was keenly aware of her students, capable of calling them by name upon meeting. However, she had always perceived Chen Zhibai as quiet and reserved, with a low presence in class, making his appearance on the track unexpected. When teacher, Chen Zhibai responded, acknowledging her before continuing, Yes, I'm here to run and exercise a bit. Ah, that is quite commendable. Running is certainly better than sleeping in the dormitory. She nodded in approval, her gaze lingering on him, her expression transforming into one of growing surprise. At that moment, she perceived a newfound composure and confidence in Chen Zhibai, a stark contrast to his previous reticence. After a brief moment of astonishment, she encouraged him, Well then, go ahead and run. Good luck. The teacher is rooting for you. With a warm smile that revealed charming dimples, she added a sweet touch to her words. All right, thank you, teacher, Chen Zhibai replied, nodding appreciatively before beginning his run. As she ran, her arm movements and breathing were rhythmic, clearly indicating her experience, and with each stride, her long legs formed a delightful sight for onlookers. On the playground, a group of boys instinctively cast their gazes in that direction, yet none dared to approach and strike up a conversation. Meanwhile, several male teachers appeared to be stirred by the scene. Chen Zhibai was diligently running. Initially, he believed that a 30-minute jog would not pose much difficulty. However, after more than 10 minutes, his breath began to quicken and perspiration trickled down his face. His arms and legs felt as though they were laden with lead. Slow down. You're running a bit too fast. You can't sustain that pace, came the voice of Wen Yutong, who had appeared beside him without him noticing. Chapter 19. The disparity startled by the sudden voice, Chen Zhibai instinctively turned his head. Upon realizing it was Wen Yutong, he was momentarily taken aback, for they were now in close proximity, allowing him to clearly discern the delicate beauty of her fair features. Wen Yutong continued, It's indeed helpful. The pressure on my chest has eased considerably now. Thank you, Teacher Wen. Chen Zhibai expressed his gratitude. When Yutong shook her head. As it was her first time serving as a counselor, she genuinely wished to fulfill her role well. Hence, when she noticed Chen Zhibai struggling to breathe, she felt compelled to speak to him. Chen Zhibai continued his run. Upon completing 30 minutes, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a 30-minute run today, marking the completion of today's check-in task. The current progress of the running check-in task is 1-7. After 6 more days, the host will receive a reward. Gradually, Chen Zhibai came to a halt, breathing heavily. He seldom exercised, so after 30 minutes of running, he found himself somewhat out of breath. At least I managed to finish. That's good enough. Are you done running? When Yutong approached him, observing his condition. Yes, I'm done, he replied, shaking his head. You haven't been running much, have you? It's important to exercise regularly, she remarked, glancing at the still-breathing Chen Zhibai. Indeed, I haven't run much before, he acknowledged, nodding. He then expressed his gratitude once more for her earlier advice on regulating his breathing. What is there to thank? I'm your counselor, and you're my student. It's all part of the job, when Yutong replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Rest for a while after your run before having lunch. Don't skip meals, or you might risk low blood sugar. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, she waved and departed from the playground. Chen Zhibai stood still for over 10 minutes, feeling his heartbeat gradually return to normal before he left the playground. Upon entering the dormitory, he found Wang Chao and Li Dong still asleep, while Zhou Hao was already awake and dressing. You actually went for a run? Zhou Hao exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Chen Zhibai, who was drenched in sweat. He had thought Chen Zhibai was merely speaking casually. Yes, I did. Where are you off to? Chen Zhibai nodded and inquired, noticing Zhou Hao seemed ready to go out. I'm going to buy breakfast for my girlfriend. She said she wanted a pork chop pancake from the second cafeteria, so I'm off to get it. Zhou Hao replied, his pride evident. Chen Zhibai glanced at him, perplexed as to what was so praiseworthy about it. It seemed that Li Yueming was merely using him as a courier. Why else would she send Zhou Hao to buy it instead of going herself? You don't need to be envious of me, old Chen. Once you have a girlfriend, you'll understand how delightful it is to be able to buy breakfast for her, Zhou Hao said, mistaking Chen Zhibai's glance for envy, which only added to his smugness. As he spoke, he attempted to pat Chen Zhibai on the shoulder while walking out of the dormitory, humming a tune, feeling both happy and smug. He believed Chen Zhibai was surely envious of him. After all, he could buy breakfast for his girlfriend while Chen Zhibai didn't even have one. TSK, such is the disparity. Zhou Hao reveled in his thoughts. After taking a shower, Chen Zhibai changed into clean clothes and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. On his way back to the dormitory, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw a WeChat message from Lu Ming. I just got up. After I freshen up, shall we meet at the small garden downstairs of the girls' dormitory at 10:30? I tried turning on my laptop earlier, but it still wouldn't work. I'll have to rely on you. Upon reading Lu Ming's message, Chen Zhibai typed a response, and then noticed she had sent a sticker. Okay. Chen Zhibai nodded and opened a game. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming lay on her bed, smiling at the message from Chen Zhibai. The reason for suggesting a meeting at 10:30 was indeed calculated. It was close to lunchtime, and she planned to invite Chen Zhibai to eat, under the guise of needing his help to fix her computer. Ultimately, she was determined to win Chen Zhibai's heart and become his girlfriend. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Ming set her phone down and got up to wash up. After brushing her teeth, she sat at her desk to apply makeup. Even though she could hold her own without it, she wanted to dazzle when appearing beside Chen Zhibai. This way, she could firmly capture his heart. As the dormitory door swung open, Liu entered, holding a pork chop pancake, only to find Lu Ming sitting at her desk applying makeup. She paused momentarily. Dream, are you going out later? Liu asked, well aware that makeup often signified an outing. Yes, I am, Lu Ming nodded, continuing to fill in her brows with an eyebrow pencil. Her naturally willow leaf-shaped brows, once slightly enhanced, elevated her entire demeanor, paired with her bright and beautiful features. She was truly captivating. Where to? Liu inquired again, casting a glance at Lu Ming's face, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Had she possessed Lu Ming's looks, she would certainly not settle for Zhou Hao, instead seeking a wealthy partner. Nowhere in particular, Lu Ming replied with a smile, continuing her makeup. Liu thought little of it and began eating the pork chop pancake Zhou had brought her. As she enjoyed her meal, her phone chimed with a WeChat message from Zhou Hao. Yu, is the pork chop pancake delicious? This is my love for you. If you want more, I can buy you another. By the time Lu Ming finished her makeup, she had completed her natural makeup. As the name suggests, it appeared to be makeup-free, yet was carefully crafted to enhance her features. This type of makeup was more challenging to execute compared to others. Chapter 20, Curiosity. Following gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Lu Ming was satisfied with her natural makeup. She then stood up, opening her wardrobe to retrieve a white short-sleeve shirt and a black pleated skirt, an ensemble she had planned the night before. It was striking yet not overly ostentatious. Thus, the combination of a white shirt and skirt was quite fitting, complemented by a pair of white sneakers and high-waisted white socks. After donning her outfit, Lu Ming had spent over 10 minutes preparing. She tucked her white shirt into her skirt, accentuating her slender waist. With a commendable waist-to-hip ratio and a pair of long, straight legs peeking out from under the skirt, she appeared increasingly radiant and beautiful, devoid of any sense of aloofness. After checking her reflection from various angles, Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction at her outfit. Now it was time to meet Chen Zhibai. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was only 10 o'clock, leaving her with half an hour to spare. After a moment's thought, she decided to take out her laptop. After finishing her pork chop pancake, Liu had been watching Lu Ming. When she saw Lu Ming applying her natural makeup, she was taken aback, realizing that this type of makeup required more time than usual. However, Liu did not dwell on it for long. But soon, when she saw Lu Ming don a white short-sleeved shirt paired with a black pleated skirt and put on a brand new pair of white socks, she sensed something amiss. To the boys, Lu Ming's outfit appeared attractive yet simplistic, but as a girl herself, Liu understood that this seemingly straightforward ensemble required considerable effort. So, where could she possibly be going? Why invest such time in makeup and attire? Liu instinctively followed Herberais. After several scrutinizing glances at Lu Ming, she arrived at a conclusion. Lu Ming was likely meeting a boy. Otherwise, there would be no rational explanation for her meticulous preparation. But which boy could possibly be worth such trouble? Liu was uncertain, but sensed that this boy must possess admirable qualities. Thus, curiosity brewed within her. Ming, you look so lovely. Are you meeting a boy? Do you have a boyfriend? Liu pondered, feigning casualness as she posed the question. No boyfriend yet, but it's coming soon, Lu Ming replied with a smile. Really? So there's someone you like? Who is he? Is he from our school? Do I know him? Liu's excitement surged as she pressed on with inquiries. She was confident that her suspicions were correct. Lu Ming's elaborate attire undoubtedly indicated something significant. She just wondered how remarkable this boy could be. Once we confirm our relationship, you'll know who he is. I'll introduce you to him and the girls in our dorm then, Lu Ming said, refraining from mentioning Chen Zhibai's name, as she intended to wait until things were certain before revealing it. Oh, Ming, please tell me now. I'm so curious about who he is. Someone who could inspire you to dress up so beautifully, wearing a little skirt and white socks. This is definitely a charming outfit. Her tone took on a playful lilt. Yet, while this approach worked with Zhou Hao, it had no effect on Lu Ming. Lu Ming merely shot her a glance, saying, I told you, you'll find out in due time. Having glanced at the time on her phone and noticing it was already 10:15, Lu Ming packed her laptop into her bag. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I must head out now. After ensuring her outfit and makeup were flawless in the mirror, she finally left the dorm, gently closing the door behind her. Liu stood rooted in place, her heart racing with curiosity. Should she follow her and sneak a peek at which boy it was? The thought emerged in her mind and quickly took hold. She was eager to see what kind of boy could elicit such careful preparation from Lu Ming. Suppressing her thoughts, Liu picked up her phone, opened the dormitory door, and stepped outside. As Lu Ming exited the girls' dormitory, many female students cast envious glances her way. Beautiful, with a splendid figure and a bright, graceful demeanor, she evoked admiration among her peers. Lu Ming was accustomed to the attention and, after leaving the dormitory, made her way to a nearby small garden, stopping at the entrance instead of venturing inside. I'm at the small garden, but no rush. Take your time, Lu Ming texted Chen Zhibai. Okay, I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the small garden, she added, watching as Chen Zhibai replied. With a smile, she held her phone, standing still as she awaited his arrival. Meanwhile, Liu, who had followed her from the girls' dormitory, was now hiding behind a large tree. Peeking out, she noticed Lu Meng waiting at the entrance of the small garden, her eyes widening instinctively. Lu Meng's posture clearly indicated that she was in a submissive position, waiting for the boy. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to be there before him. Who could it be? Liu Furuit Herberoth. Her curiosity regarding the boy Lu Meng was waiting for intensifying. In her encounters with Zhou Hao, it had always been him waiting for her, never the other way around, an embodiment of their respective standings. Lu Meng, sensing someone watching her from afar, glanced but found no one. How strange, she thought, shaking her head. After a few more minutes, she finally spotted Chen Zhibai approaching. Though he appeared ordinary in looks and height, his calm and composed confidence set him apart, contrasting sharply with some of the more reckless boys in their class. Lu Meng mused, suppressing her thoughts as she stepped forward to greet him. "You're here? I need your help with my laptop. I'm utterly clueless about computers," she said with a bright smile, exuding warmth and charm. "Well, I'm not sure I can fix it, but I can take a look. If it's beyond my skills, you'll have to seek a professional," Chen Zhibai replied, glancing at Lu Meng's face. Her features were exquisite, and her skin was fair. He had noticed her from a distance while walking over. She was hard to miss, standing at 171 centimeters in height. Her white short-sleeved shirt and pleated skirt combined with her radiant demeanor and long, luminous legs made her resemble a campus belle straight out of a youthful film. "Even if it can't be fixed, I appreciate you taking the time to help. How about this? Regardless of the outcome, I'll treat you to a meal. What do you say? I'm quite generous, after all," Lu Meng said with a smile. "Sure, then I'll have some liangpi," Chen Zhibai replied, playfully winking at her. Just like that, the two transitioned into a light-hearted banter. As Chen Zhibai observed Lu Meng, he reaffirmed his inner suspicion. Lu Meng had likely seen him driving the BMW 5 Series. Otherwise, her current behavior would be inexplicable. It seemed that wealth was indeed alluring. Even a beauty like Lu Meng would reach out upon seeing him in such a car. He certainly had no objections. After all, Lu Meng's beauty and figure were undeniable. "Let us head to the small garden. There are benches where I can help you with your laptop," Chen Zhibai suggested, suppressing his thoughts. "Okay," Lu Meng nodded, following him into the small garden. Not far away, behind the large tree, Liu had been frozen in place for several minutes. Initially, when she saw Chen Zhibai approach Lu Meng, she thought it was merely a coincidence. Surely, Lu Meng could not be waiting for him. That seemed impossible. However, as she observed Lu Meng engaged in cheerful conversation with Chen Zhibai and walking into the small garden together, disbelief washed over her. The truth was now glaringly evident. Lu Meng was indeed waiting for Chen Zhibai. While it was hard to accept and utterly astonishing, it was the reality. Lu Meng had put on a light makeup and carefully coordinated her outfit specifically for Chen Zhibai. How could it be that despite his ordinary appearance and background, one she herself had overlooked, Lu Meng was taken with him? It was simply absurd and utterly outrageous. Liu gently rubbed her temples. Not being a fool, she could roughly guess that Chen Zhibai possessed some remarkable qualities that she had not yet discovered, but which Lu Meng had. Perhaps Chen Zhibai's family background was not ordinary? Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket, and by instinct, she took it out to find a message from Zhou Hao. "Yeah, what are you busy with? Did you see my moments from last night? Were you moved? How about we go out for barbecue tonight? What time shall we meet?" Zhou Hao sent several messages in succession, which instantly irritated Liu. She was solely focused on uncovering the truth about Chen Zhibai's family circumstances, rather than engaging in a chat with Zhou Hao. Just as she was about to put her phone away, she reconsidered and typed out a message. "Are you sure Chen Zhibai's family is quite ordinary?" "Of course I'm sure. He said himself that his family runs a small convenience store. Didn't we discuss this last night? Why are you asking again about his family background? Think about it. He can't possibly come from an ordinary family." Liu responded directly. "Why is that impossible? He said it himself. It's been nearly a month since school started. I believe his spending habits are quite average." Zhou Hao replied. Could an ordinary family inspire Lu Meng to be so proactive, adding him on WeChat and chatting until midnight? And today, she dressed up meticulously for their meeting. Liu, feeling increasingly vexed, typed out a response. But halfway through, she deleted everything. She realized that asking Zhou Hao was futile. She needed to investigate Chen Zhibai's family background herself. Or perhaps, it wouldn't require much investigation. Eventually, she would ascertain the truth about Chen Zhibai's family conditions. What she could be certain of was that his family must be quite well off, given that Lu Meng had taken the initiative. The only uncertainty lay in just how affluent they were. Yet, it was undoubtedly better than Zhou Hao's family, and by a significant margin. The thought alone deepened Li Yu's frustration. How had she failed to notice Chen Zhibai's merits? Had she discovered them sooner and pursued him actively, she would have surely won him over, for she was undeniably a beauty herself. Yeah, let's not talk about Chen Zhibai anymore. Since we have no classes this afternoon, how about we go watch a movie together? There's a new romantic film that has received great reviews online. Shall we go watch it together? If you're coming, I'll buy the tickets. Zhou Hao envisioned a perfect scenario. In the dim light of the cinema, they could hold hands, as it was said to be a romantic venue. Just thinking about it made him giddy with excitement. I'm not going. I have something to do this afternoon, Li Yu replied curtly, putting her phone away. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao was taken aback by Li Yu's decisive refusal, hurriedly texting, "Don't. Let us go watch the movie. It's really good. Yeah." He sent several more messages. Li Yu glanced over towards the little garden, feeling a strong urge to see what Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai were discussing. But the area lacked any cover, and following them would surely lead to her being discovered. Nonetheless, she was determined to uncover Chen Zhibai's true capabilities. In the little garden, Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng walked side by side to a bench. "This is my laptop. I'm not sure what the issue is, but I've tried several times, and it won't turn on," Lu Meng said, pulling her notebook out of her bag. "Let me take a look." Chen Zhibai nodded, accepting the laptop and placing it on the bench. It was a model from Huawei. "This is a new laptop, right? It shouldn't have any issues starting up." Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow upon seeing it was new. "I don't know. I tried several times yesterday, and it wouldn't turn on." Lu Meng shook her head. "All right, let me check," Chen Zhibai said, opening the laptop and pressing the power button. Instantly, the dark screen lit up. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow and turned to Lu Meng. "See, it's working now? How did you manage to turn it on so easily?" Lu Meng's delicate, radiant face showed surprise, and she even exclaimed softly. However, if one looked closely, they could see her fair ears turning slightly red. After all, she was the one who understood her laptop's condition best. Even though she had planned to use this opportunity to get closer to Chen Zhibai, she felt a bit shy at that moment. After all, this was her first time taking the initiative with a boy. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Meng maintained a facade of curiosity, as if she were genuinely puzzled about why the laptop had suddenly turned on. To be honest, her acting was quite commendable. Chen Zhibai observed Lu Meng. While he found nothing particularly strange, he felt that the situation was too coincidental. The laptop had failed to turn on several times yesterday. It worked perfectly in his hands. Was it truly that fortuitous? What's wrong? Under Chen Zhibai's gaze, Lu Meng felt nervous, though her face betrayed none of her anxiety. "Nothing." Chen Zhibai shook his head, refocusing on the computer, which now displayed the desktop. "Power off, power on, power on, power off." After trying several more times, there was still no issue. "How strange. I couldn't turn it on yesterday, but it works perfectly for you now," Lu Meng remarked, standing beside him, her long legs gleaming like ivory. "It must be a coincidence. Anyway, it's working now. You can use it for now, and if it doesn't work later, we'll address it then," Chen Zhibai said, closing the laptop and handing it back to Lu Meng. "Thank you so much," Lu Meng said, reaching out to take the laptop. "What do you have to thank me for? I didn't do anything." Chen Zhibai waved his hand, preparing to leave. "I'm not letting you leave so soon. I promised to treat you to a meal regardless of whether you could fix it or not. Now that the laptop is working, I can't go back on my word. It's lunchtime, so let us go to the cafeteria," Lu Meng said with a bright smile, exuding confidence without a hint of shyness. Chen Zhibai glanced at her and, feeling no need to refuse, agreed. To be honest, it would be disingenuous to claim he had no feelings for Lu Meng. With her beauty, figure, and long legs, no boy could resist. Furthermore, whether Lu Meng had noticed him driving a BMW 5 Series or not, her proactive demeanor was unmistakable. Thus, there was no reason for him to resist. After Lu Meng finished speaking and saw Chen Zhibai nod, she grabbed her laptop and exited the little garden. With her tall stature and straight posture, paired with a slender waist, she exuded an air of a goddess. Upon entering the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng finally relaxed, a smile gracing her lips as she felt her plan had been successful. At the very least, through the act of fixing her laptop, she had successfully become acquainted with Chen Zhibai and would soon share a meal together. The subsequent developments would surely unfold smoothly. With her looks, figure, and charm on her side, she was confident that Chen Zhibai would eventually be captivated by her advances. Thus, she felt she had already secured a victory. Contemplating this, Lu Meng's mood brightened, and her smile widened as she entered the dormitory. A quick glance revealed Li Yu was present, while Shen Qing and Wang Hui were absent. However, at that moment, Li Yu couldn't help but call out to her. Meng, wait a moment. Li Yu spoke up. Is there something you need? Lu Meng paused, turning to look at Li Yu. Seated in a chair, Li Yu hesitated, her mind racing with uncertainty. She pondered whether to reveal that she had seen the boy Lu Meng was with was indeed Chen Zhibai, casually mentioning that it was just a coincidence. After some contemplation, Li Yu decided to inquire, eager to hear what Lu Meng would say. Notably, when Lu Meng entered the dormitory earlier, her mood appeared exceptionally buoyant. Thus, Li Yu resolved to ask, So, Meng, it's nothing serious, but just before you went downstairs, Zhou Hao happened to come looking for me. When I descended, I spotted you waiting at the entrance of the small garden. I contemplated approaching you to say hello, but then I noticed Chen Zhibai walked over and started conversing with you. After crafting a simple excuse to mask her intentions, Li Yu paused, observing Lu Meng's silence, and finally posed the question she had been most eager to ask. Meng, so the boy you were waiting for was indeed Chen Zhibai, and the one you have feelings for is also him? Upon finishing her query, Li Yu's gaze fixated on Lu Meng, determined not to overlook any subtle expressions on her face. Yes. To Li Yu's surprise, Lu Meng nodded, her response straightforward and unambiguous. It truly is him? Why? Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pressing for further clarification. There's no reason. It's just him, Lu Meng replied with a smile, her charming face radiating confidence. No further questions, right? I'll be on my way. Where to? Li Yu instinctively asked. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat with him. Lu Meng stated this as she opened the dormitory door, closing it gently behind her with a soft thud. Seated on the chair, Li Yu wore a look of momentary astonishment. Several shocking realizations struck her. First, Lu Meng's candid acknowledgement of her feelings for Chen Zhibai. Second, Lu Meng was indeed going to have a meal with him. Li Yu suppressed her astonishment and rubbed her face. To be candid, prior to questioning Lu Meng, she had considered whether this could be a misunderstanding. Perhaps Lu Meng was meeting Chen Zhibai for some other reason, and it didn't necessarily imply romantic interest. However, Lu Meng had decidedly confirmed her feelings without leaving any room for doubt, which left Li Yu perplexed and even skeptical. Even if Chen Zhibai came from a well-off family, what if someone better came along? Had Lu Meng truly gambled everything on him? Chapter 23. The mysterious reward. After closing the dormitory door, Lu Meng descended the staircase. She had noticed the astonishment and confusion in Li Yu's eyes and understood why her friend felt that way. It was merely a belief that she had left no escape route. But why should she? Lu Meng smiled, although she sought a wealthy partner. She had never considered an older man, leaving her options quite limited. Chen Zhibai was of her age, studying at the same university, and possessed a calm demeanor. He was her optimal choice. She had no intention of seeking alternatives. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Meng glanced down at her long legs. Earlier in the small garden, she had observed Chen Zhibai by glancing at her legs several times. I put my computer away. Shall we depart? Lu Meng smiled at Chen Zhibai as she entered the small garden. Let's go, Chen Zhibai replied with a nod, and they exited the small garden. Shall we head to the first or second cafeteria? Lu Meng inquired. The school had 2 cafeterias due to the number of students and faculty. Let us go to the first cafeteria. They serve braised pork there, Chen Zhibai suggested. All right, then it's settled. Lu Meng smiled. As they engaged in casual conversation, Lu Meng proved to be quite the conversationalist. By the time they reached the cafeteria, they were already joking, with the atmosphere becoming warm and friendly. After collecting their meals and finding a place to sit, they noticed several male students casting curious glances at Chen Zhibai, their eyes filled with confusion. They recognized Lu Meng, who, despite being a freshman for less than a month, had already made a name for herself, given her beauty and figure. Yet, they had never seen her in the company of a boy, let alone sharing a meal. Consequently, they were left perplexed about Chen Zhibai. Looks like I'll become famous for dining with you, Chen Zhibai remarked, meeting the curious gazes around them with a smile. The confidence bestowed upon him by the system made him feel at ease. Do you enjoy this kind of fame? Lu Meng teased, blinking playfully. It's all right, Chen Zhibai replied, just as his phone lit up with a message. It was from Chen Zhibai, the sales representative at the BMW dealership. What time are we going out to eat tonight? Seeing the message, Chen Zhibai remembered that he had plans to dine with Chen Zhibai that evening. Nevertheless, the dinner was secondary. The primary goal was to secure her first kiss. There was a reward of 999 for a special license plate number and a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. This task was not simple, as Chen Zhibai had graduated from university, yet still held onto her first kiss, clearly indicating she had never been in a relationship. Given her looks and figure, it was evident that others had pursued her, yet she remained unattached. Securing a first kiss would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Pondering this, Chen Zhibai glanced across the table at Lu Meng, instinctively comparing her to Chen Zhibai. Each girl possessed her own merits. Lu Meng had a slight edge in beauty, exuding a bright and charismatic aura, complemented by her long, captivating legs. In contrast, Chen Zhibai was charming in her own right, with delicate features that leaned towards a more refined beauty and a heart that was generous. How did he obtain her first kiss? Since she had agreed to dinner with him yesterday, even if it was largely due to the allure of the BMW 5, there was still an opportunity. Perhaps he should buy a few outfits in the afternoon and get a haircut to present a more polished version of himself. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Zhibai felt a spark of determination. Despite possessing wealth and not being short on female attention, the impression created by presenting oneself well could be vastly different. After coming to this decision, he prepared to message Chen Zhibai, but at that moment, the system chimed in. Ding! The host has triggered a random task. Enhance personal appearance. This can be accomplished by purchasing new clothing or changing hairstyles. Host accepts this task and receives a special budget of 100,000 yuan for image enhancement. Note, this funding is exclusively for the host's personal image enhancement and cannot be used for other purposes. Note 2. Upon completion of the image transformation, the system will conduct a score assessment. The higher the score, the greater the potential for hidden rewards. Declining this task will yield no rewards or penalties. The system's voice echoed in his mind. All right, the system has consistently provided two options. Quite impressive. I choose to accept this task, Chen Zhibai resolved internally. In his opinion, the system need not present two choices, as it was evident what decision would be made. By accepting the task, he would gain access to 100,000 yuan for personal enhancement, which meant he could purchase clothing and change his hairstyle at no cost. Furthermore, the system would ultimately provide a score, and a high score could trigger mysterious rewards. The system assured him of a mysterious reward, which was certainly promising. As for the alternative, no penalties and no rewards. If there were any benefits, they would not be negligible. Chen Zhibai internally scoffed at the thought. Ding! Congratulations to the host for selecting the option. The host has received a special budget of 100,000 yuan for image enhancement, the system announced. Buzz. His phone vibrated. It was a bank notification confirming the arrival of 100,000 yuan. What is going on? Is there something amiss? Lu Meng sat on the chair. Noticing that Chen Zhibai had not eaten since earlier and remained silent, simply seated there. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Oh, is everything all right?" "It's nothing," Chen Zhibai replied, setting down his phone and shaking his head. Lu Meng did not press further. Instead, she began to share amusing anecdotes from her high school class while eating. Chen Zhibai observed her, his gaze momentarily drawn to her attire. A simple white short-sleeve top paired with a black pleated skirt, yet it exuded a fashionable allure. Perhaps he should invite her to accompany him on a shopping trip to assist with his outfit choices? The thought crossed Chen Zhibai's mind, motivated by the mysterious reward the system had mentioned. The prerequisite for obtaining this reward was the system's rating after their shopping trip. The higher the score, the more likely hidden rewards could be triggered. Clearly, purchasing clothes that enhanced his personal image would yield a higher rating. However, as a boy, he was rather inept at selecting outfits. All his previous clothing had been chosen by his mother. "By the way, do you have plans this afternoon?" "Huh?" Lu Meng paused for a moment before shaking her head. No, why? Are you asking me out for some fun? She replied with a cheerful smile, her exquisite features brightening the atmosphere. Not exactly a fun outing. Chen Zhibai waved his hand, noticing Lu Meng's puzzled expression. He continued, I was thinking of getting a haircut and buying a few outfits this afternoon, but I could use your advice on the clothing. Sure, but I can't help you for free. I require compensation. At the very least, a cup of milk tea. Anything less won't suffice, Lu Meng joked, suggesting she would assist him in selecting clothes. I'll buy you 2 cups of milk tea. You can drink one and discard the other. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively. That would be quite wasteful. Lu Meng shot him a playful eye roll. Afterward, she chuckled and glanced at Chen Zhibai, adding, but honestly, you do need a haircut. Your hair is getting a bit long and lacks style. From Lu Meng's perspective, if Chen Zhibai were to adopt a suitable hairstyle, even with an ordinary face, he would appear considerably more refreshed and tidy. His current hair length and style were unremarkable. Moreover, his clothing was indeed unsuitable, lacking quality and proper coordination. Leave it to me. I'll ensure your haircut and outfit selection transform your appearance. I promise that in just one afternoon, I can revamp your style. Lu Meng declared with a smile, her enthusiasm evident as she envisioned several outfits that would suit Chen Zhibai perfectly. All right, I entrust this task to you, Chen Zhibai said, relieved by Lu Meng's confidence, as he was eager to obtain the mysterious reward promised by the system. As they spoke, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. Let us meet at 6 in the evening. You'll be off work by then, and I can pick you up. No need. Today is Saturday, and it happens to be my day off, so I'll be at home. Came the reply after a brief pause, followed by another message. Where are we eating? I can make my way there myself. Just send me your address, and I'll come to pick you up. After all, there was still the task concerning his first kiss. After chatting a bit more, Chen Zhibai sent her address, which was located in an older neighborhood. All right, I'll come and get you this afternoon. I'm still eating now, so we can talk more when we meet later. Chen Zhibai typed back. Setting his phone down, Lu Meng didn't inquire about whom he was messaging, but instead asked about the budget for his haircut and clothing. What is your budget? This will help me coordinate your outfits. Let us say 100,000 yuan, as long as it doesn't exceed that amount. Chen Zhibai stated directly, then added after a moment's thought, but if it goes over, it's not a problem. Changing my image is crucial. Even if it surpasses the 100,000 the system mentioned, it must be done. Personal image is far too significant. Lu Meng sat there, momentarily taken aback by the figure Chen Zhibai had just mentioned. 100,000? That's quite a sum. She couldn't help but glance up at him, realizing she had perhaps underestimated Chen Zhibai. To spend 100,000 yuan on clothing in one go suggested a financial background more substantial than she had imagined. Furthermore, she could discern from his calm and casual tone that he regarded this amount as insignificant. Unbeknownst to Lu Meng, for Chen Zhibai, that sum indeed held little weight, especially since it was a gift from the system. Lu Meng remained in a state of surprise for a while, during which Chen Zhibai observed her. Undeniably, seeing Lu Meng's astonishment brought him a sense of satisfaction. All right then, I will proceed with the 100,000 yuan budget for your makeover. Lu Meng finally composed herself and nodded in agreement. No problem. I'll leave it to you this afternoon. Chen Zhibai smiled, then returned to his meal. Lu Meng also resumed eating, though she occasionally glanced at Chen Zhibai as they dined. After finishing their meal, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Let us head for your haircut first, and then we can buy your clothes. Although it seems we have plenty of time, this afternoon will be quite packed. As they exited the cafeteria, Lu Meng turned to Chen Zhibai. All right, let us go. I'll drive us to the parking lot. Chen Zhibai replied without objection. After finishing his statement, he glanced at Lu Meng, curious about her reaction to his mention of driving. To his surprise, her response was remarkably calm. You don't seem surprised that I'm going to the parking lot to drive, Chen Zhibai remarked. Not at all surprised. Lu Meng smiled and said generously, I saw you parking when you drove into the parking lot yesterday afternoon. I was at the supermarket nearby. Indeed, Chen Zhibai thought to himself, realizing Lu Meng's proactive demeanor was not unexpected. He had suspected she had seen him driving the previous evening, and now it was confirmed. However, he anticipated Lu Meng's openness in admitting this rather than pretending ignorance. Are you wondering why I so candidly admitted to seeing you drive? Lu Meng blinked and smiled. I was indeed pondering that. Chen Zhibai nodded in response. Lu Meng's phrasing was somewhat convoluted, yet her meaning was clear. Having money and a good family background is your advantage, just as my advantages are my beauty and figure. At this point, Lu Meng looked up at Chen Zhibai. She felt no shame in acknowledging her attraction to his affluent background. It was, after all, an asset of his. Just as her own physical attributes were advantageous. She believed that if she were unattractive, Chen Zhibai would not have invited her to go shopping this afternoon. Ultimately, this highlighted the differing advantages held by both genders. Wealth and good looks for men, beauty and an appealing physique for women. You truly are quite forthright, Chen Zhibai chuckled, surprised by Lu Meng's honesty. Yet, he had to agree with her assessment. Wealth was indeed an advantage he possessed. Isn't it? I think I am quite candid. Lu Meng replied with a smile, her beauty radiating even more. As they conversed, they arrived at the school parking lot. Chen Zhibai pulled out the key to his BMW and pressed it lightly. Instantly, the BMW 5 Series illuminated its lights in the parking lot. Its sleek, storm gray color, strikingly modern and sporty. Chapter 25. Zhou Hao, a poor fellow, get in the car. After Chen Zhibai spoke to Lu Meng, he opened the driver's door and took a seat inside the car. All right. Lu Meng nodded in agreement, opening the passenger door to join him. Immediately, she was taken aback by the car's interior, adorned in a luxurious shade of all's red, exuding an unmistakable quality and opulence. This interior is truly exquisite. It's my first time riding in such a fine vehicle, Lu Meng remarked, suppressing her astonishment as she addressed Chen Zhibai. Despite it being her inaugural car ride, she carried herself with grace, devoid of any signs of nervousness or shyness. To be honest, I've never experienced such luxury before purchasing this car, Chen Zhibai stated, fastening his seatbelt. I find that hard to believe, Lu Meng replied skeptically. You've just entered university and can already drive such an impressive car. Your family must be quite affluent, and I'm sure you've been in even finer vehicles. Believe what you wish, Chen Zhibai chuckled lightly, speaking the truth. Though Lu Meng remained unconvinced. I read online that this car is the top model, costing over 800,000? Lu Meng inquired, fastening her seatbelt. Yes, when all expenses are accounted for, it totals around 850,000. Chen Zhibai nodded, unable to resist stealing a glance at Lu Meng. With the seatbelt fastened, her figure became more defined. Two words came to mind. Quite impressive, though not to be compared with Chen Zhibai. 850,000. How extravagant! Lu Meng exclaimed, not only astonished by the price, but also by the calmness in Chen Zhibai's voice as he mentioned the sum, as if it were inconsequential. Her instinct was correct. For Chen Zhibai, that amount truly held no weight. It was a gift from the system. By the way, Lu Meng quelled her astonishment, about to speak when she caught Chen Zhibai's gaze. She froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing instinctively, yet she feigned ignorance of his stare. I found a hair salon that has received great reviews online. Shall we go there? Lu Meng suggested. Certainly, Chen Zhibai responded, starting the engine. As they drove towards the school, numerous students and faculty members turned their heads in curiosity. Some knowledgeable observers instinctively mentioned the car's price, prompting gasps of admiration. Soon, the glances directed at the BMW 5 transformed into envy. Naturally, many were curious about the car's owner, but the tinted windows concealed their view. Seated in the passenger seat, Lu Meng had always prided herself on her lack of vanity. Yet, in the face of so many envious stares, a peculiar feeling began to stir within her. It felt rather delightful. Yeah, why do you appear so distracted? Is there something on your mind? Zhou Hao inquired, echoing a sentiment he had encountered online. He looked forward to witnessing a touch of emotion from Liu. However, upon hearing his words, Liu felt a wave of exasperation. What good is listening if you can't provide a solution? Are you certain Chen Zhibai comes from an ordinary background? Liu said, "Suppiresin had irritation." Absolutely certain, 1,000,000 times over. You've asked me this question more than 10 times now, Zhou Hao replied, bewildered by her persistence. Think carefully. In this past month since school started, has he made any substantial expenditures? Liu posed another question. What significant purchases could he make? He hails from a small impoverished county where his family runs a convenience store. Zhou Hao scoffed, though he soon recalled Chen Zhibai's new phone from yesterday. Well, he did get a new phone, but it wasn't that expensive, only around 7,000 to 8,000. My phone cost over 10,000, he added, pulling out his latest model iPhone, which he had begged his family for a month to afford after his exams. 7 to 8,000? Liua Fronat. If that was the case, she doubted Lu Meng would be so proactive. Think again, she urged, determined to make Zhou Hao reconsider. Just then, Chen Zhibai drove past them in the BMW 5. Although Liu didn't recognize the model, she was aware of the BMW logo, and the car was undeniably stunning. Zhou Hao, however, was well acquainted with it. Oh my, a BMW 5. Look at the wheels and the model. It's the top version. This must cost over 800,000. My dream car, Zhou Hao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he watched the BMW drive away. How much? Did you say this car costs over 800,000? Li iwa stamarat momentarily shuka. She couldn't help but glance back at the departing BMW 5, feeling that it looked even more magnificent now that she knew its price. Yes, it's definitely over 800,000. Such wealth to own this car. Zhou Hao nodded enviously. Though his family was local to Jiangsheng and owned 2 properties, affording such a luxury vehicle was out of the question, making it truly a dream car. The car hasn't been registered yet. It must be brand new, and the owner remains a mystery. How affluent. Zhou Hao mused before trailing off. Liu couldn't help but fantasize about how prestigious it would be if the car's owner were her boyfriend. A car worth over 800,000 would surely draw envious glances her way, especially from her former high school friends. Yet, she lamented, she didn't even know who the owner was. However, the mere presence of the car at school indicated that its owner must be a student. Shall we find out who drives it? With this thought, Liu's heart began to race. Yeah, what is wrong with you? You seem suddenly excited. Zhou Hao inquired curiously, noticing the evident thrill in her eyes. Oh, it's nothing, Liu replied, suppressing her excitement and shaking her head dismissively. Yet, the matter lingered in her thoughts. Chapter 26. Haircut and enhancement of appearance. Once the BMW 5 exited the school, it quickly merged into the flow of traffic. The hair salon I found for you is quite renowned. Even some celebrities have their hair styled there. They can design a hairstyle that suits you perfectly, Lu Meng said from the passenger seat, inputting the salon's location into the car's navigation system. Of course, the prices are steep. A design and haircut will cost 1,888 yuan, but for you, it's a trivial matter. Chen Zhibai nodded, as he truly didn't mind the cost, knowing that all expenses were covered by the system. After we finish your haircut, we can go shopping for clothes. Here's your budget. We should certainly consider some high-end brands. Do you have any preferred luxury clothing labels? Lu Meng inquired further. None. Chen Zhibai shook his head. To be frank, he was hardly aware of any luxury brands besides Chanel and Gucci, names familiar to the general populace. Shall we visit an Italian brand store for clothes? This particular brand focuses on the affordable luxury market. I've seen their clothing, and it balances fashion, comfort, and quality, Lu Meng continued, but Chen Zhibai interrupted her mid-sentence. Follow your lead. Wherever you suggest, I shall go. Today, I entrust the choice to you, with but one core requirement. After the haircut and wardrobe change, I desire a significant transformation. Rest assured, with me around, there will be no surprises. Lu Meng smiled, her beautiful, confident face radiating assurance. She continued, however, about the reward you promised me. A cup of milk tea, is it time to fulfill that? I cannot be left working for nothing. Can I? Fear not. I would not let you toil for free. Let us purchase it now. Chen Zhibai replied with a grin, driving towards a milk tea shop within the university town. Soon, they procured 2 cups of milk tea. After getting back into the car, they proceeded to the hair salon. The atmosphere in the car was pleasant, largely due to Lu Meng's exceptional conversational skills. Her engaging dialogue and emotional resonance were abundant, not to mention her striking appearance and demeanor. As they neared the salon, Lu Meng's phone chimed with a WeChat message. Upon opening it, she appeared somewhat resigned upon hearing her sister's voice message. I can guess. She must be asking for pocket money. She played the voice message, which confirmed her suspicion. Sister, what are you doing? I need some coins. Is this your sister? Your biological sister? Chen Zhibai chuckled upon hearing the message. Yes, my little sister, Lu Meng replied with a sigh, sending her a red envelope of 50 yuan. Almost immediately, a voice message came in. Thank you, my dear sister. Love you. Her voice was sweet and youthful. Your sister is quite amusing. How old is she? Chen Zhibai inquired. Curiosity piqued. She is 16, just started her sophomore year. She rarely contacts me, but when she does, it's always for money. Sigh. Lu Meng sighed once more. At that moment, the car's navigation announced their arrival at the salon's entrance. It was a quaint two-story building with available parking. Chen Zhibai parked the car and said, "Let us go," unfastening his seatbelt and stepping out. Lu Meng followed, and together they entered the salon. Inside, the decor was stylish and elegant, featuring numerous photographs of celebrities on one wall, clearly indicating that many stars frequented this establishment. As it was midday, there weren't many patrons. Upon their entrance, a staff member promptly approached them. After inquiring about their purpose, specifically seeking the salon manager for a hairstyle design and cut, the staff member led Chen Zhibai to the shampoo area. However, a different female attendant took over the washing. She was quite attractive, with a pleasant voice, and her technique was commendable. Yet, while washing Chen Zhibai's hair, she stole several glances at Lu Meng, perplexed by the contrast. Chen Zhibai seemed rather ordinary beside such a beauty. After the shampooing, Chen Zhibai was seated in a chair, with a salon manager, a man nearing 40, circled him several times before finally picking up the scissors. An hour later, the manager announced, "All done. You may check to see if you're satisfied." Upon looking in the mirror, Chen Zhibai was astonished. The transformation was unexpectedly remarkable. His previously long and limp hair had been styled into a chic, layered cut that accentuated his features, leaving him looking fresh and clean. His attractiveness had noticeably increased. Indeed, the adage that a good hairstyle can rival cosmetic surgery held true. The money spent was well worth it. You possess commendable facial proportions, and your skin is in excellent condition, devoid of blemishes or other imperfections. Thus, you are quite suited to showcase your entire face, the manager commented, standing beside him. Indeed, it looks great, Chen Zhibai agreed, realizing for the first time that he was not as unremarkable as he had believed. At the very least, this new hairstyle made him feel somewhat handsome. "I shall tidy up your eyebrows now," the manager said, and upon receiving Chen Zhibai's nod, he began delicately shaping them. Eyebrow grooming was a swift task, and moments later, the manager set aside his tools. Chen Zhibai examined himself in the mirror. The eyebrow shaping had given his features a newfound depth. The 1,888 yuan spent had been worth every penny. The haircut itself was not overly expensive. The true value lay in the salon's ability to design a style tailored to him. Lu Meng approached, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she beheld Chen Zhibai's transformation. She had not anticipated such a striking result from his haircut. "How do I look? Am I quite handsome?" Chen Zhibai asked, raising an eyebrow at Lu Meng's astonishment. "Indeed, you look quite handsome," Lu Meng affirmed with a serious nod. "All right, where's the QR code?" Chen Zhibai retrieved his phone, scanned for payment, and then exited the salon with Lu Meng. Chapter 27. Reward. Patek Philippe watch system. What is my current attractiveness score? Chen Zhibai inquired inwardly as he settled into the driver's seat of his BMW 5 Series. After the hairstyle change, he felt undeniably more attractive and was eager to know. "Your current attractiveness score is 75, the system responded. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, recalling that his score had been 69 before the haircut, and now it had risen to 75. Thus, a good hairstyle truly could rival cosmetic enhancements. 75 was a respectable score. Next, he needed to procure several suitable outfits. The saying, "clothes make the man," was not to be taken lightly. He glanced down at his current attire, a simple t-shirt and pants purchased from Taobao, appearing rather ordinary and somewhat dowdy. Where shall I buy clothes? Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai fastened his seatbelt and turned to Lu Meng. "Let us go to Wanda Plaza. It boasts a variety of luxury brand stores, including that Italian contemporary brand." Lu Meng remarked, casting a glance at him. "With your new hairstyle, you look quite handsome, but your clothes seem mismatched, giving off an incongruous vibe. Let us go." Chen Zhibai nodded, inputting the navigation for Wanda Plaza before driving away from the salon. Half an hour later, they arrived at Wanda Plaza. After parking, they exited the vehicle and entered the elevator. The Italian contemporary clothing store was located on the 3rd floor. Lu Meng pressed the button for the 3rd floor. "I believe this short-sleeve shirt, these pants, and these shoes would suit you well. Let us try them on and see how they look," Lu Meng suggested, having selected an outfit for him at the store. "Sounds good," Chen Zhibai replied decisively, heading into the fitting room. Shortly after, he emerged wearing the new clothes. Lu Meng, waiting outside, instinctively brightened at the sight of him. The outfit she had chosen truly complimented Chen Zhibai. The white short-sleeved shirt, paired with black casual trousers and white sneakers, embodied a simple yet chic style that fit him perfectly. Especially with his new hairstyle, he appeared both fresh and clean, exuding a level of maturity and composure beyond his years. The essence of charisma was palpable, undeniably captivating. At the very least, Lu Meng acknowledged that her heart raced the moment she laid eyes on Chen Zhibai. "Sir, your girlfriend has an impeccable taste in clothing. This outfit truly suits you," remarked the sales assistant nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's radiant face flushed momentarily, yet she refrained from rebuttal, instead casting a glance at Chen Zhibai. Naturally, Chen Zhibai had no intention of contesting the compliment. The store was equipped with mirrors, and as he approached one, he realized that Lu Meng indeed possessed an extraordinary eye for fashion. Although the ensemble was simple, it was undeniably fitting for him. "I'll take this one and a few more," he declared, looking towards Lu Meng. "Rest assured, leave it to me," she nodded, proceeding to select 3 more outfits for him. It must be said that each piece suited Chen Zhibai remarkably well. "No need to discuss anything further. Let's proceed with the payment," he stated. Lu Meng had chosen 4 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, totaling over 90,000 yuan. It was indeed costly, averaging over 20,000 per outfit. However, Chen Zhibai remained calm and composed while scanning the payment. After all, it was not his money. All expenses were covered by the system. Considering the previous haircut costing 1,888 yuan, the 10,000 yuan image transformation fund provided by the system had dwindled significantly. "System, how much remains in the image transformation fund?" Chen Zhibai silently inquired. Just as he prepared to speak again, the system's voice chimed in once more. Detected that the host has altered their appearance. "Would the host like to proceed with an image evaluation now?" "Yes," he responded. Frankly speaking, he felt that his transformation was quite successful. From hairstyle to clothing, he had undergone a qualitative change, augmented by the confidence instilled by the system. If his former high school classmates were to see him now, they would likely struggle to recognize him due to the significant transformation. Would he be eligible for a reward, though? Chen Zhibai did not dwell on this thought further, as the system's voice rang out again. "Ding! The host's image evaluation score is 91. Congratulations, the host has successfully obtained a hidden reward." The hidden reward is a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, model 5740. Note, this watch has been successfully purchased using the host's identification, and all procedures are legal and compliant. The host may collect it at the Patek Philippe Watch Center in Jiangsheng with their ID. Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the hidden reward would be impressive, but never imagined it would be this extraordinary. A Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, model 5740. He had previously seen a blogger on Douyin discuss this watch, noting its exorbitant price. The retail price was around 135,000 yuan, but acquiring it would require spending upwards of 1.55 million yuan. And now, he had directly obtained one of these watches, a timepiece valued at 1.55 million yuan. What does this mean? The BMW 5 Series he currently drove, fully equipped, was worth 850,000 yuan. Thus, wearing this watch would be akin to donning the equivalent value of 2 fully equipped BMWs. How generous the system was. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Before searching for the Patek Philippe Jiangsheng Watch Center on his phone, not too far away, it would take half an hour by car. Lu Meng stood beside Chen Zhibai, oblivious to his distraction, as she too was lost in thought. Her reverie stemmed from witnessing Chen Zhibai calmly and nonchalantly scan to pay over 90,000 yuan. This fact momentarily left her dazed. After all, it represented the equivalent of her parents' hard-earned annual salary, while for Chen Zhibai, it was merely the price of a few outfits. Even though she was aware of his budget of 100,000 yuan prior to their outing, witnessing him spend such a substantial sum with utter composure was a shocking and surreal experience. Lu Meng stole a glance at Chen Zhibai. She understood the advantages of wealth, but it had previously been an abstract notion. Now, however, it was vividly and palpably real. Chapter 28. Lu Meng panicked. Chen Zhibai put away his phone. There was no rush regarding the watch, as it wouldn't sprout legs and run away. What occupied his thoughts now was what gift he should buy for Lu Meng. Had it not been for her assistance in finding a barber and selecting suitable clothing, he would have to question whether he could have achieved the system's hidden reward on his own. In that case, the 155 million yuan watch would have slipped further from his grasp. Hence, a gift was in order. But what should it be? As Chen Zhibai pondered, the system's voice echoed in his mind, triggering a random task. Ding! The host has triggered a task. Present Lu Meng with a gift. The gift's expenditure is limited to within 100,000 yuan and will be covered by the system. How splendid! Just as he contemplated gifting Lu Meng something, a random task was activated, and the budget was quite generous. The store was right next door. Perhaps I could take a look? Chen Zhibai suggested, glancing at Lu Meng. Oh, sounds good, she replied, and the two proceeded to the adjacent store. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai laden with packages, all from a nearby Italian boutique, the sales assistant's smile became notably sincere. While sales staff in luxury stores typically greet every customer with a smile, they naturally exhibit more warmth towards those who appear affluent. This was understandable, as it pertained to their commissions. Thus, upon encountering Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng, the sales assistant's demeanor was exceedingly enthusiastic and accommodating. Lu Meng noticed the change in the sales assistant's attitude, stirring a complex array of feelings within her. After all, when she had visited the store earlier, the staff had not been this welcoming. But that was to be expected. Lu Meng lowered her gaze to Chen Zhibai's bags, suppressing her conflicting emotions. Do you like that bag? After browsing the store for a while, Chen Zhibai observed Lu Meng's gaze frequently straying toward the particular handbag. Consequently, he inquired, I do, but I can't afford it, Lu Meng admitted candidly, glancing once more at the bag in the distance. She genuinely adored this handbag, a new model released just that summer. However, adoration was irrelevant, as it bore a price tag of 888 yuan. Quite frankly, it was exorbitantly priced. As long as you like it, Chen Zhibai chuckled. Lu Meng, however, appeared momentarily perplexed, unsure of Chen Zhibai's intent. The next moment, her confusion deepened. I'll take that bag. Where's the payment code? Chen Zhibai asked the sales assistant directly. The assistant was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, her expression filled with excitement and joy. Right here, she said, promptly producing the payment code. Chen Zhibai scanned the code with his phone, completing the transaction. Afterward, he displayed the payment confirmation to the sales assistant. Sir, I will package that bag for you right now, she said, rushing off to prepare it. As she departed, she cast an envious glance at Lu Meng, for it was evident that the bag was intended for her. How generous, truly affluent, to buy a bag worth 888 yuan without a second thought, and with such ease as if it were merely a few hundred yuan. No, I can't accept this. It's too expensive, Lu Meng protested. She never anticipated Chen Zhibai's extravagant gesture, casually purchasing a handbag worth over 60,000 yuan. Enough, accept it. If it weren't for your help in selecting my clothes, I would never have had such discerning taste on my own. Chen Zhibai smiled briefly, his words genuinely heartfelt. Without Lu Meng, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to acquire the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch valued at 155 million. Moreover, he did not even need to spend his own money to purchase a gift for Lu Meng. As they spoke, the sales associate approached, having neatly packaged the handbag and placed it in a branded bag. Sir, here is your bag, the associate stated. Chen Zhibai accepted it and promptly handed it to Lu Meng. Take it. Since it has been bought, if you don't want it, you can simply discard it, he remarked with a smile. How could I possibly throw it away? Such an expensive bag, Lu Meng replied, a hint of urgency in her voice. Then keep it. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively. Lu Meng fell silent, internally wrestling with her desire to refuse, as the bag was indeed something she had long desired. The dream bag was now in her possession, making it impossible to utter the words of rejection. If you feel embarrassed, you can continue to help me choose clothes in the future. Your taste is impeccable. From now on, you shall be my exclusive stylist, Chen Zhibai added. Hearing this, Lu Meng hesitated momentarily before nodding. All right, I will help you choose your clothes from now on. Good. Let us go. We have another place to visit, Chen Zhibai said. As they conversed, he led Lu Meng out of the store. Where are we going? She inquired with curiosity. To the Patek Philippe Center in Jiangcheng, he replied. What are we going there for? Lu Meng instinctively asked, but before she could finish her sentence, she realized the answer. What else could we be doing there but purchasing a watch? If it had been anyone else suggesting a visit, it might have been merely a casual look. But Chen Zhibai, Lu Meng glanced up at him, was undoubtedly going there to buy a watch. Are you going to buy a watch? Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Meng asked. No. Chen Zhibai shook his head, leaving her puzzled. However, in the next moment, she heard his words. I have already purchased it. We're merely going to pick it up now. Lu Meng wanted to inquire further, but by then, they had arrived at the elevator. The doors opened, revealing a crowd inside. Lu Meng chose not to speak again, waiting until they exited the elevator to ask about the watch he had bought. The Patek Philippe Nautilus. Model 5740. Are you familiar with this watch? Chen Zhibai explained. I'm not. Lu Meng shook her head, admitting her lack of knowledge about watches. However, she was aware of the Patek Philippe luxury brand. Let us go, Chen Zhibai said succinctly. After uttering this, he walked to his BMW 5 Series. Once inside, he fastened his seatbelt and started the engine. Lu Meng, seated in the passenger seat, pondered for a moment before taking out her phone to search for the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740 model. In the next instant, the price appeared, 1.55 million. Upon seeing this figure, Lu Meng's beautiful eyes widened instinctively. Chapter 29. No more delays at the Jiangcheng Patek Philippe Watch Center. After arriving and presenting his identification, Chen Zhibai was escorted by the manager to the VIP lounge. The manager, clad in a well-tailored suit and wearing white gloves, respectfully opened a sealed watch box at Chen Zhibai's request. Inside lay the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740, quietly resting within its case. To be frank, it was strikingly handsome. The dial was a shade of blue, not quite deep, but deeper than light blue, exuding a sense of quality and elegance. The Patek Philippe name was engraved on the dial in a subtle manner, recognizable only to those aware of the watch's immense value. It is widely acknowledged that the affluent indulge in watches while the less fortunate invest in cars. Chen Zhibai's watch, priced at 1.55 million, equaled the cost of 2 fully equipped BMW 5 Series vehicles. Yet, even those who could afford 2 BMWs would hesitate to spend that much on a single watch, as the definitions of cars and watches differ vastly. Mr. Chen, this is the watch you ordered. The manager, a man in his 30s with a neat appearance, spoke respectfully, bending slightly as he addressed Chen Zhibai. Despite Chen Zhibai's youthful age, evidently just out of university, the manager's demeanor was one of utmost respect. After all, someone who could afford a Patek Philippe Nautilus at such a young age must have substantial backing, be it wealth or influence, neither of which was a position the manager could afford to offend. Seated on the sofa, Lu Meng observed the manager's cautious respect towards Chen Zhibai and felt a sense of disorientation. Chen Zhibai did not pay attention to their exchange, as his focus was entirely on the watch. After a brief examination, he donned it on his left wrist. It fit perfectly. What do you think of me wearing this watch? Chen Zhibai turned to Lu Meng and asked. Quite nice, she replied earnestly, nodding in approval. In her eyes, the moment he wore the watch, his aura seemed to elevate, exuding an air of sophistication. Of course, Lu Meng recognized this could be attributed to her own perception, knowing the watch's value was 1.55 million. Nice will suffice, Chen Zhibai nodded, also finding it visually appealing. I shall wear it directly. Please pack the warranty and other items for me, he instructed the manager. Certainly, Mr. Chen, the manager quickly nodded, gathering the necessary documents and handing them to Chen Zhibai. Let us go, Chen Zhibai said to Lu Meng after receiving the items. Once seated in the car, Lu Meng couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Zhibai's wrist. 1.55 million, enough to purchase several houses back in her hometown. Yet, it was merely a watch now. After fastening his seatbelt, Chen Zhibai noted the time, past 5 in the afternoon, and informed Lu Meng of his dinner appointment with Chen Zhihui at 6. All right, then I'll take care of it. Lu Meng smiled. It's no trouble at all. Chen Zhibai chuckled lightly. Truth be told, he was feeling quite elated. After all, the afternoon had yielded fruitful outcomes. A haircut that elevated his appearance, stylish new clothing, and a Patek Philippe watch worth 1.55 million. Lu Meng had resolved to become Chen Zhibai's girlfriend after witnessing him drive the fully equipped BMW 5 Series the day before. However, she had envisioned a gradual progression in their relationship, taking her time to offer herself to him piece by piece. She worried that if everything came too easily, he might not cherish it. Yet today, at this moment, Lu Meng felt compelled to reconsider all her previous notions. Gradual progression? It seemed utterly unrealistic. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Meng glanced up at Chen Zhibai, who was driving, and then at the watch adorning his wrist. She had never anticipated that he would possess wealth beyond her expectations. A watch worth $1.55 million, purchased on a whim. This is not merely a car that one can drive after purchase. A watch, being a luxury item, is not something that just any wealthy heir can indulge in. For someone like Chen Zhibai, a privileged young man, the presence of women around him is a given. He is certainly not lacking in beautiful admirers. A stark reality is that, when it comes to scarcity, attractiveness cannot compete with wealth. Moreover, aside from his affluence, Chen Zhibai's newly styled hair and his fresh attire significantly enhance his overall charm, making him a genuinely fashionable young man. Wealthy and handsome, at merely 18, he is undoubtedly attractive to many beautiful girls. So, must she really take her time, allowing the relationship with Chen Zhibai to develop naturally? Lu Meng shook her head. Despite her confidence in her own beauty and figure, she recognized the impracticality of such an approach. If she hesitated even slightly, she feared that Chen Zhibai would be swept away by another girl. There are indeed beautiful girls at their school. No one is foolish. Upon seeing a wealthy and attractive peer like Chen Zhibai, they would all vie for his attention. Not to mention, he is quite generous. Lu Meng lowered her gaze to the bag in her hands, containing a handbag priced at $68,888. Thus, the notion of taking her time and letting things happen organically was no longer viable. She must act swiftly to secure her position as Chen Zhibai's girlfriend and establish their relationship. Only then could she deter other girls from harboring ulterior motives. Of course, she cannot completely eliminate competition. There will always be girls who will attempt to pursue him. However, that is a matter to consider after she has solidified their relationship. For now, the priority is to establish their romantic connection. What is she thinking so deeply about? While waiting at a red light, Chen Zhibai halted the car, noticing Lu Meng's prolonged silence. He glanced over curiously and, seeing her lost in serious thought, smiled and asked, "What are you pondering?" Chapter 30. Lu Meng's first kiss. I'm not thinking about anything. All right then. Chen Zhibai did not press further. As the light turned green, he pressed the accelerator, smoothly driving towards the school. By the way, I have a question that piques my curiosity. May I ask? Lu Meng suddenly inquired, slightly turning her head to glance at Chen Zhibai. This angle was the most flattering one she had seen while looking in the mirror. Not convenient, Chen Zhibai replied, glancing at Lu Meng. Lu Meng paused, momentarily unsure of how to respond, taken aback by his straightforwardness. She had not anticipated Chen Zhibai to be so blunt. I'm just teasing you. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, he added, chuckling at her bewildered expression. In that case, I shall ask. I'm quite curious about what type of girls you like. Is it convenient to share? Lu Meng asked casually, feigning nonchalance. What is inconvenient about it? First and foremost, the girl I like must be beautiful. That's a given. Those who understand will know. Secondly, she should have a good figure, which is also important. However, I have yet to mention the most crucial aspect, Chen Zhibai stated. Hearing him emphasize beauty and figure, Lu Meng felt a surge of pride, confident in her own looks and physique. Throughout her life, aside from Shen Qing in their dormitory, who she felt was on par with her, no other girl compared. But soon, she was eager to hear the rest of his statement. What is the most important aspect? Lu Meng promptly asked. The most important thing is that she must wear a white short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt. I have a fondness for such attire, Chen Zhibai remarked. Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, as she found his description quite familiar. The next moment, realization struck her. Wasn't that precisely what she was wearing today? Looking down at her white short-sleeved shirt and black pleated skirt, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of joy, even if she understood that Chen Zhibai's comment was made in jest. Contemplating this, Lu Meng decided to be direct. Is that so? Do you like my style? How about I become your girlfriend? She boldly proposed, as it was the quickest way she could think of to establish their relationship. Chen Zhibai, who was driving, raised his eyebrows in surprise at Lu Meng's straightforwardness. He turned to look at her. "You're really going for it? Directly asking to be my girlfriend?" What struck him most was that she was serious. He could see the determination in Lu Meng's eyes, indicating she was not joking. At that moment, Chen Zhibai's emotions were quite complex. He understood that her assertiveness was significantly influenced by his driving a BMW 5 and his extravagant spending that afternoon. Not to mention the luxury Patek Philippe Nautilus watch. This is the advantage of wealth. What do you think? I have never been in a relationship before. This is my first time expressing such feelings to a boy, Lu Meng added, sensing Chen Zhibai's silence and growing anxious. Sure, let's enter a relationship. To be honest, I haven't dated anyone either, Chen Zhibai replied, nodding. In this day and age, with resources and wealth at his disposal, he saw no reason to decline. Lu Meng was exceptionally beautiful, with an enviable figure and long legs. So does that mean you agree? Then allow me to reintroduce myself. Hello, I'm Lu Meng, your girlfriend. A weight lifted from Lu Meng's heart as she beamed, extending her hand toward him, her fingers long and delicate. Hello, I'm Chen Zhibai, your boyfriend. He replied with a smile, one hand on the steering wheel and the other shaking hers. Chen Zhibai continued driving, while Lu Meng, visibly more vibrant and cheerful, felt a surge of relief. She had secured her status. This was significant. The car continued its course, soon arriving at the school. Lu Meng, seated in the passenger seat, shared amusing anecdotes from the start of the semester. Chen Zhibai nodded occasionally, but his thoughts were elsewhere. How to articulate this? After establishing a romantic relationship with Lu Meng, he felt a mix of excitement. After all, her beauty and figure were undeniable. Before acquiring his current status, he had never imagined dating someone like Lu Meng. Yet, his exhilaration was tempered by the knowledge that he would not lack for girlfriends in the future, even with stunning girls like Lu Meng. Thus, while he felt a thrill, it was not overwhelming. Chen Zhibai drove on, soon arriving at the girls' dormitory. All right, we've arrived. Yes, I see, Lu Meng replied, unfastening her seatbelt but not exiting the car. Instead, she turned to Chen Zhibai. What's up? Noticing her gaze, Chen Zhibai asked, puzzled. Lean closer. I have something to tell you, Lu Meng said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she beckoned him closer. What is it? Chen Zhibai thought she genuinely wanted to share something important and complied, although he was curious about why she wanted him to lean in. As he brought his face closer, Lu Meng's blush deepened, and in the next moment, she pressed her lips against his. This is my first kiss. From now on, I entrust it to you. You're my first boyfriend and will be my last. Lu Meng's radiant and charming face flushed slightly. She spoke these words with utmost sincerity. She meant every word. She had never considered seeking another boyfriend. She made a singular choice. Of course, bestowing her first kiss so early was something she had not previously contemplated, as she had envisioned a gradual approach. However, Chen Zhibai's remarkable qualities far exceeded her expectations, leaving her restless. This prompted her earlier directness and the recent offering of her first kiss. To be frank, Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback. He immediately turned the steering wheel and drove away from the girls' dormitory. Where are we headed? I haven't even gotten out of the car yet, Lu Meng exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Chen Zhibai remained silent, steering the car to a secluded corner within the campus before finally coming to a stop. Chapter 31. Liu. Did you buy a bag? As Lu Meng stepped out of the car, her entire face was flushed, and even a cursory glance revealed that her lipstick had smudged. Drive carefully on the way back, she said, standing beside the car and addressing Chen Zhibai. All right, he nodded, responding without further comment as he drove away from the girls' dormitory. However, upon seeing Lu Meng, the onlookers deemed it a normal occurrence. Throughout the first month of school, the residents of her dormitory had come to know Lu Meng as the beautiful and radiant girl. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for her to step out of a BMW. Lu Meng paid no heed to the envious gazes of the other girls. Clutching the bag bearing a label, she walked into the dormitory with a light step. A weight had been lifted. She had become Chen Zhibai's girlfriend, and she was certain she was his first. That was enough. It is well known that a man's first girlfriend holds a certain significance. As Lu Meng entered the dormitory, the flush on her face had mostly faded, though a slight tinge remained, barely noticeable. while her friends were unaware of her whereabouts in the afternoon. They were certain she had been with Chen Zhibai, having confirmed with Zhou Hao that Chen Zhibai had not been in the dormitory. She went shopping with her boyfriend. Lu Meng smiled, stating matter-of-factly, "What did you say? Meng Meng, am I hearing things? You went shopping with your boyfriend? What did you get a boyfriend?" Wang Hui was taken aback, instinctively rising from her chair, visibly shocked. Not just her, but Shun Qing, who had been absorbed in her phone, also looked up in surprise and curiosity upon hearing Lu Meng's words. Due to the dormitory setting, Shun Qing was dressed in loose sleepwear, yet her figure was still striking, complemented by her cool demeanor and exquisite features. Li Yu was even more astonished, as she possessed more information. Upon hearing Lu Meng mention going shopping with a boyfriend, her immediate thought was, could this boyfriend be Chen Zhibai? They confirmed their relationship so quickly? Is it for real? You heard correctly. I indeed went shopping with my boyfriend, and we just established our relationship this afternoon, Lu Meng affirmed with a smile. It's true, Meng Meng. Wang Hui was about to respond, but Li Yu couldn't contain herself any longer. Is your boyfriend Chen Zhibai? She asked, her eyes fixed intently on Lu Meng, eager to know the truth. Chen Zhibai? Yeah. Isn't he your boyfriend's roommate? There's no way he could be Meng Meng's boyfriend, right? How is that possible? Didn't your boyfriend say Chen Zhibai was quite ordinary? Wang Yu interjected. Yet, Li Yu remained silent, still gazing at Lu Meng. Yes, it's him. He is indeed my boyfriend now, Lu Meng confirmed, meeting Li Yu's gaze with a nod. It really is him. It's truly Chen Zhibai. Upon hearing Lu Meng's affirmation, Li Yu felt momentarily disoriented. Last night, he asked for WeChat. We met at noon today, and by the afternoon, we confirmed our relationship. What kind of family background does Chen Zhibai have? Li Yu's mind was racing. Wait, Meng Meng, I can't comprehend why you're dating him. What does he have to offer? You went shopping? Confused, Li Yu prepared to question Lu Meng directly. She had intended to investigate gradually, but found herself unable to restrain her curiosity. However, before she could finish her thought, her eyes widened in shock as she noticed the bag Lu Meng was holding, which left her utterly astonished. Even without knowing the contents, it was evident that the items within were anything but inexpensive. This was a luxury item. The cheapest among them was beyond the means of an average person. Did you really go to the store, Meng Meng? Do you exclaim it? Had astonishment palpable. Wang Hui, having noticed the bag, also inquired curiously. As for Shun Qing, she had seen the bag earlier than Li Yu, but chose to remain silent, her expression contemplative, as if she understood why Lu Meng had sought Chen Zhibai's WeChat and confirmed their relationship so swiftly. It was clear that this young man, Chen Zhibai, was not as ordinary as Zhou Hao had claimed. Yes, I did visit the store, Lu Meng nodded. Did Chen Zhibai buy you something at the store? Li Yu couldn't help but ask, realizing that it was undoubtedly Chen Zhibai who had purchased the item for Lu Meng. After all, Lu Meng's spending habits were well known over the past month. As an ordinary university student, how could she afford such items? Thus, it was evident that Chen Zhibai had made the purchase. Indeed, his family background was far from what Zhou Hao had described as ordinary. Did you buy something? Can I see what he got you? Li Yu pressed down her inner thoughts and asked Lu Meng. Meng Meng, I want to see too. This is something special, and I've never seen one in real life. Wang Hui added, her curiosity evident. However, the points of curiosity differed. Li Yu aimed to gauge Chen Zhibai's wealth based on the purchase, while Wang Hui's interest was more about the item itself. Look, it's a handbag. Lu Meng glanced at Li Yu, fully aware of her thoughts yet indifferent. As she spoke, she retrieved the handbag from the bag. This is the bag. It looks expensive. Wang Hui leaned in, examining it with intrigue. Li Yu, standing nearby, recognized the handbag the moment she laid eyes on it. It was a new model released this summer. Though she couldn't afford it, she had kept track of it. The price of this handbag was 888 renminbi, nearly 70,000 yuan. Chapter 32, The Allure of a Woman's Charm. Chen Zhibai is astonishingly wealthy. A handbag worth 70,000 yuan, given so casually. Li Yu clenched her fists, her eyes fixated on the handbag Lu Meng held. At that moment, jealousy surged within her, peaking. After all, this was a handbag worth 70,000 yuan. Furthermore, reflecting deeper, it was mind-boggling that Chen Zhibai could give away such an expensive item without a second thought. Why had she never realized that he was from a wealthy family? Jealousy filled Li Yu's gaze. Ming Ming, did Chen Zhibai buy you this bag? How much was it? Wang Hui cautiously touched the bag and asked with curiosity. Indeed, it was he who purchased it for me. As for the price, Lu Ming paused momentarily before stating, 68,888. What? Wang Hui exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Lu Ming. To be frank, at that moment, Wang Hui even suspected there was an issue with her hearing. 68,888. Wang Hui's astonishment elicited a chuckle from Lu Ming, who then added, this bag is crafted from gold. You know? It's so expensive. 70,000 would cover my tuition and living expenses for 4 years of college. I dare not touch it. If I were to damage it, I could never afford the compensation. As she spoke, Wang Hui instinctively took several steps back. Not so exaggerated. The bag isn't made of paper. It's not that fragile. Lu Ming laughed at Wang Hui's reaction, playfully thrusting the bag into her hands. Go ahead, touch it. It's perfectly fine. Clutching the handbag, Wang Hui appeared flustered, gazing at Lu Ming with a look of panic. It was only then that she exhaled in relief. Ming Ming, is Chen Zhibai's family truly that wealthy? A 70,000 yuan bag, just like that. So generous, indeed affluent, Wang Hui expressed, a hint of envy in her voice. In today's world, everyone understands the significance of wealth, and Wang Hui was no exception. Thus, she genuinely envied Lu Ming. After all, Chen Zhibai's casual expenditure of 70,000 yuan on a bag spoke volumes of his wealth and generosity. Yeah. Didn't your boyfriend say that Chen Zhibai came from an ordinary family? Clearly, that's not the case. A 70,000 yuan gift. He must be quite affluent. Wang Hui inquired, approaching Li Yu with curiosity. Li Yu remained silent, instinctively biting her lip. Had she known earlier about Chen Zhibai's wealth and generosity, she would have certainly pursued him rather than being with Zhou Hao. Yeah, what is wrong? Why are you so quiet? Are you not fond of talking? Wang Hui couldn't help but ask again, sensing the unusual silence. Finding it peculiar, Wang Hui chose not to press further. The dorm soon returned to tranquility. She knew the bag would be costly, yet she had not anticipated it would be this exorbitant. 70,000 for a single bag. Truly wealthy, Shun Qing thought to herself, before lowering her gaze to her phone. Yesterday, she had discovered a rather engaging novel in the female genre. However, after reading just a couple of lines, a WeChat notification popped up at the top of her screen. It was from her mother. Dear Qingqing, are there any boys in your school from well-off families? If so, you might consider pursuing them. In the dormitory restroom, Lu Ming stood before the mirror at the sink, her fair and radiant face slightly flushed upon noticing that her lipstick had smudged. Instinctively, she recalled the events that had transpired in the car. She had merely intended to steal a kiss, only for Chen Zhibai to drive to a secluded spot, resulting in her lipstick being smeared. Lu Ming grabbed a wet tissue to wipe away the lipstick. Her spirits remained high, for she sensed that Chen Zhibai was also experiencing his first kiss. Thus, everything felt quite splendid. It's your fault my lipstick is ruined, Lu Ming mused, picking up her phone and contemplating before sending Chen Zhibai a WeChat message. Turns out, a girl's lips are indeed delightful. Chen Zhibai thought to himself with a smile as he drove out of the school gate, before inquiring of the system. Just now, when I kissed Lu Ming, I suddenly heard a system notification. The host has established a romantic relationship with Lu Ming, thus granting a love fund of 1 million. This fund may solely be utilized for Lu Ming. The system's voice was straightforward and comprehensible. This 1 million could only be spent on Lu Ming, as it constituted the love fund. To be candid, 1 million was a considerable sum. After all, even when calculated based on a recent college graduate salary, amassing 1 million would take at least 2 to 3 decades. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai chose not to dwell on this further. After pulling over, he sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. I'm on my way to pick you up now. I'll arrive in about 20 minutes. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs, came the response, complete with a cute emoticon, where she posed adorably with her hands on either side of her face. Truth be told, she was quite charming. Moreover, despite her modest attire, her upper body was quite impressive. Having completed these tasks, as he was about to put his phone away, he noticed a WeChat message from Lu Ming. My lipstick is ruined. It's all your fault. Gazing at the message, Chen Zhibai instinctively recalled the earlier events in the car. How sweet, he sighed, only to then feel a pang of discontent. for he realized that he had inadvertently become a cad. Just after confirming his romantic relationship with Lu Meng and sharing a kiss, he was now heading off to dinner with Chen Zhibai. Moreover, the system's task loomed ahead, requiring him to claim Chen Zhibai's first kiss. The surprising revelation was that he found himself unrepulsed by the idea. After all, Chen Zhibai was beautiful and possessed an alluring figure. It appeared that wealth had indeed altered his mindset. Even he found himself nurturing thoughts of embracing both sides. Chen Zhibai shook his head, choosing not to pursue that line of thought further, as he drove towards the residential address Chen Zhibai had sent earlier that afternoon. If one is to be a cad, so be it. With a system at his disposal, having multiple girlfriends seemed quite normal, didn't he it? Chapter 33. The Deadly Waste Inquan community is an aging residential area in Jiangcheng, established in 2003, now 2 decades old. As such, the entire community appears rather worn, with capable residents having relocated over the years, opting to rent out their vacant properties. Due to lower rental costs compared to newer developments, many recent graduates choose to reside here. Chen Zhibai and her friend Li Shiran rented an apartment within this community. At this moment, in a 2-bedroom apartment, Chen Zhibai sat alongside her friend. He said, "Yes, driving over to pick me up. He'll be here in 20 minutes. Shiran, do you think this outfit looks good on me?" Chen Zhibai set her phone down, casting a nervous glance at her friend. "Fear not, he will undoubtedly like it." "No question about that," Li Shiran affirmed, nodding vigorously while gazing at Chen Zhibai. Dressed in a white floral sundress, with a slender waist and a lovely visage, she was undoubtedly captivating. Most importantly, this realization stirred a sense of inadequacy within Li Shiran, who could not fathom how her friend had grown so stunningly. It was fair to say that she was exceptionally gifted. "Honestly, no matter what you wear, he would still find it appealing," Li Shiran said, suppressing her feelings of envy. "Huh? Why you say that?" Chen Zhibai instinctively inquired. "Consider your figure. What boy wouldn't he adore it? And you're incredibly beautiful," Li Shiran pointed out with envy. "Stop saying such nonsense." Chen Zhibai's cheeks flushed, playfully swatting her friend's hand. "I'm being sincere. I truly don't understand how you grew to be this way," Li Shiran expressed, noticing Chen Zhibai's face redden further, prompting her to refrain from further teasing. She recognized that her friend was somewhat bashful. "Oui, I genuinely envy you. A wealthy heir is pursuing you, and you're just starting college with a top-of-the-line BMW 5 Series. Clearly, he comes from a well-off background, and he is even younger than us by a few years." To be candid, she felt a twinge of envy. It was only upon entering college that one realizes the true significance of money. Now, her friend was being courted by someone who had a BMW 5 Series straight out of college. As for herself, there were indeed admirers at her workplace, but their circumstances were far from impressive. "He might just be treating me to a meal. Doesn't he necessarily have feelings for me?" Chen Zhibai replied, a hint of shyness in her tone. "Befafte, Li Shidan Skufa. Do you truly believe that? If he had no interest in you, would he invite you for dinner? Moreover, not only are you beautiful, oui, but let me tell you, any man with normal physiological and psychological conditions, without exception, is undoubtedly attracted to a charming figure." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai blushed slightly. Li Shiran noticed her friend's embarrassment, but disregarded it, continuing, "Oui, when you dine with him tonight, I believe you should take the initiative a bit more. A rich second generation like him, who drives a top-tier BMW 5 right after entering university, certainly doesn't lack admirers. Yes, you are indeed beautiful and have a great figure, but beauty alone cannot compete with wealth. I think you should be a bit more proactive. If you manage to win him over, your future will be worry-free." Li Shiran spoke earnestly, genuinely believing her friend should take a step forward, given Chen Zhibai's exceptional qualities. "I don't know how to be proactive. I've never been in a relationship throughout my college years," Chen Zhibai replied shyly. Li Shiran azitata, momentarily stumped by the realization that neither of them had experienced romance during their university days. Then, an idea struck her. Being proactive is actually quite simple. "Aren't you having dinner with him tonight? Just serve him more dishes and soften your tone a bit." "Oh, that is unnecessary to mention. Your tone is already gentle. Serve him more, show concern for him, and overall, express your interest so he feels your affection." As Li Shiran continued, her words flowed, more easily. I understand. Chen Zhibai nodded vigorously, mentally noting everything. This filled Li Shiran with a sense of accomplishment, thinking to herself that her late-night readings of romantic novels were not in vain. Indeed, the late nights were worthwhile. After a moment's reflection, Li Shiran asked, "Right? He seems composed and self-assured." Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement. "Well, I believe you should simply showcase your personality. A stable and composed man like him would surely appreciate a more vibrant and lively partner," Li Shiran advised. "Is there anything else?" Chen Zhibai inquired, her anticipation evident. "For now, that's sufficient. It should be enough for you," Li Shiran replied. "All right," Chen Zhibai nodded. I truly envy you. I wonder when I might have a wealthy young man pursuing me. I really dread my current class," Li Shiran sighed, continuing. 3,000 yuan can't even attract a laborer, yet can lure a graduate from a second-tier university, always on standby. Don't worry, with your beauty. Surely a well-off man will pursue you." Chen Zhibai laughed at Li Shiran's expression. This statement was indeed true. Li Shiran was quite beautiful herself. Even when compared to Chen Zhibai, she held her own. The only aspect where she fell short was in her upper body's figure. But she had the advantage of a slender waist. At that moment, dressed in a black tank top that revealed her navel, Li Shiran showcased her delicate waist, which was enviably slim. "I hope to benefit from your good fortune," she remarked before glancing at her phone, realizing that over 10 minutes had passed. She nudged Chen Zhibai. "You should head to the community entrance. It's been over 10 minutes. Don't keep him waiting." Okay, I'm going now," Chen Zhibai responded, placing her phone in her bag and stepping out of the house. The bag was quite affordable, costing just over 200 yuan. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind her. Li Shiran sat on the sofa, gazing at her slender waist, gently touching it with her hand. I wonder who is so fortunate to enjoy such a lovely waist." Even Li Shiran herself acknowledged the elegance of her figure. Chapter 34. A brother's sincere intentions. 2 minutes later, Chen Zhibai arrived at the entrance of the community, glancing around but failing to spot the sky-gray BMW 5. Clearly, Chen Zhibai had not yet arrived. Unperturbed, she began to wait for him, looking stunning in a white dress adorned with yellow daisy patterns, which enhanced her beauty. Her slender waist was accentuated by the hem of the dress, revealing a glimpse of her lovely legs, complemented by high-waisted white socks and white sneakers, exuding an inexplicable purity and charm. However, her upper body figure was exceptionally striking, creating a stark contrast that drew glances from several men and envious looks from women nearby. "She has such a great figure. I wonder what she ate growing up," they mused, admiring her beauty. While Chen Zhibai was accustomed to such attention, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly at that moment. She felt somewhat uncomfortable. She usually wore loose clothing to conceal her figure, but today, in a fitted white dress, her form was fully on display. This made her feel a bit uneasy. She raised her hand, pretending to play with her phone to discreetly cover herself, finally feeling a bit relieved. As she was engrossed at her phone, Chen Zhibai sensed a vehicle had pulled up in front of her. Instinctively, she thought it might be Chen Zhibai, but upon looking up, she realized it was not his BMW 5, but a black Volkswagen Passat. Frowning at this sight, she took a couple of steps back, eyeing the car warily. "Zhibai, it's me. Are you going out?" "Where to?" "I happen to have time and can give you a ride." A man in his 30s emerged from the black Passat. He was of average height and unremarkable in appearance, sporting a pockmarked face. Yet his gaze towards Chen Zhibai was filled with eagerness. This man was Li Zhihao, who lived in the same building as Chen Zhibai, but unlike her rented accommodation, his residence was owned. "No, someone is picking me up," Chen Zhibai replied cautiously, shaking her head to indicate she didn't need a ride. She recognized Li Zhihao, having encountered him multiple times since moving in with her friend. He often approached her for casual conversation, which she found distasteful, especially since he was married. "No need to be polite with me. Just tell me where you're headed. I can give you a ride in a heartbeat," Li Zhihao insisted, waving his hand nonchalantly, but his gaze was fixated on Chen Zhibai, nearly undressing her with his eyes. Subconsciously, he swallowed hard. Frankly speaking, he had harbored feelings for Chen Zhibai for quite some time. Recently graduated from university, she was young, beautiful, and had a commendable figure, qualities that his own wife could not compare to. Initially, Li Zhihao thought winning Chen Zhibai's affection would be easy. given his wealth and the multiple properties he owned that generated significant rental income. He believed that pursuing a freshly graduated young woman would be a piece of cake. After all, once he mentioned his real estate holdings, no girl could resist him. He had successfully wooed several female university students with this tactic. Even if they were not as beautiful as Chen Zhibai, Li Zhihai initially harbored certain thoughts, yet soon encountered obstacles. After boasting about his multiple properties, he sought to invite Chen Zhibai to dinner, but his attempts were futile. Mistakenly believing that she was playing hard to get, he extended several invitations, all of which were declined. This only intensified his interest in her. I really don't need it. I told you, someone is coming to pick me up. Facing Li Zhihai's eager gaze, Chen Zhibai furrowed her brows, feeling a tinge of disdain. She took a step back and continued, moreover, the person coming to pick me up is my boyfriend. Although she felt a pang of guilt while uttering this, since Chen Zhibai was not officially her boyfriend yet, she had no choice but to assert this to deter Li Zhihai's advances. What did you say? You have a boyfriend? Li Zhihai's expression changed, but then he glanced at Chen Zhihai's beautiful face and suddenly smiled. Having a boyfriend is not an issue. You can always break up. Zhihai, we've known each other for quite a while now. You know how I feel. Let me speak candidly. If you were to be with me, I could offer you one of my properties. How does that sound? It's a fantastic deal, isn't it? You know the housing prices in Jiangxing. Even in the Yingquan community, the average price is around 13,000 to 14,000 per square meter. A single property costs over $1 million. My sincerity is evident here. Li Zhihai glanced around before lowering his voice to speak directly to Chen Zhibai. He was no longer interested in playing games and wanted to get straight to the point. Although a property was expensive, he believed that if he were truly win Chen Zhibai over, it would be a worthwhile investment, given her undeniable beauty and physique. Thinking about how impressive it would be to be seen with her, Li Zhihai's gaze towards Chen Zhibai grew even more fervent. He assumed she would agree, as a freshly graduated student would surely be astounded by such a generous offer. After all, it was worth over $1 million. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Chen Zhibai glared at Li Zhihai, her anger palpable. How dare he treat her in such a manner? Zhibai, don't be so absolute. Nothing is impossible. I advise you to think carefully. A property could sustain you for most of your life. But if you were to be with me, you would receive one as a gift. No other girl has such an offer. Despite Chen Zhihui's anger, Li Zhihai maintained his smile, feeling confident that she would eventually capitulate. Moreover, he instinctively considered the possibility of Chen Zhihui's friends. He had seen them. They were equally beautiful, and while their figures might not match Chen Zhihui's, they were still attractive. The mere thought of being able to have both made him swallow hard. I refuse. Chen Zhihui's face remained cold, her small fists clenched. If not for her sense of reason, she would have loved to punch Li Zhihai. Zhihui, you're simply too young to understand the importance of money and how significant a property can be. You mentioned you have a boyfriend? He should be just as fresh out of university as you, right? Even if he earns 10,000 a month. Establishing a home in Jiangxing would take him a decade of frugality to afford. Li Zhihai, slightly irritated by Chen Zhihui's repeated rejections, spoke harshly. But now, if you were with me, you could directly obtain a property. Isn't that better than being with a poor man? As Chen Zhihui once again rejected him, Li Zhihai's mood soared. Just then, he noticed a sleek gray BMW 5 approaching. Instinctively, he paused, watching the luxurious car with envy. He recognized it as a top-tier model, worth over 800,000. He envied it, knowing he would never be able to afford such a vehicle. The driver's door opened. A young man stepped out. Is this your friend? Chen Zhibai, having exited the car, approached Chen Zhihui, casting a glance at Li Zhihai. He is not my friend. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai, Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected him to look so handsome with his new hairstyle and improved attire. Had it not been for his unchanged face and the BMW, she might have mistaken him for someone else entirely. My boyfriend has arrived. Can you leave now? Chen Zhihui said angrily. She was utterly disgusted by Li Zhihai's earlier remarks, which suggested he wanted to keep her as a mistress despite having a wife. He's your boyfriend. Li Zhihai felt an unsettling premonition as Chen Zhibai approached. Hearing Chen Zhihui's words made him panic, realizing that her boyfriend drove a luxury BMW. And he was so young. Driving a BMW at 40 and driving one at 20 are two entirely different concepts. Li Zhihai's confidence dissipated, and the certainty he held began to crumble. He knew he could not compete with someone so young and affluent. Of course, he's my boyfriend, so please refrain from bothering me in the future. Chen Zhibai felt slightly guilty, especially under Chen Zhibai's gaze, causing her to blush. However, to prevent Li Zhihai from further pestering her, she nodded affirmatively. Hearing Chen Zhibai reaffirm her relationship, Li Zhihai felt a heavy weight in his heart. Are you harassing my girlfriend? Chen Zhibai frowned as he looked at Li Zhihai, with a slight lift of his left hand. The luxury Patek Philippe watch on his wrist caught Li Zhihai's attention, causing his eyes to widen. Not only was he driving a top-tier BMW 5, but he also wore a watch worth nearly $1.6 million. Li Zhihai's eyes bulged. He had a keen interest in luxury items, and though he couldn't afford them, he studied them often. Recognizing the watch sent a wave of panic through him, instilling a sense of fear. He could not afford to provoke a wealthy heir who wore a $1.6 million watch. That was far more intimidating than owning a BMW. What if he wasn't just a rich heir, but also a powerful official's son? If this were to be held against him, it was a misunderstanding. I had no idea she was your girlfriend. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to bother her. Li Zhihai stammered, lowering his posture, nearly bending over in submission. There was no choice. Li Zhihai was genuinely frightened, sensing that Chen Zhibai's family background was formidable. Chen Zhibai, linking her arm with Chen Zhibai, was momentarily taken aback by Li Zhihai's submissive demeanor. She had never anticipated that he could be so humble. Was it because of the BMW? It shouldn't be. A BMW shouldn't have such an effect on him. Chen Zhibai felt puzzled, yet seeing Li Zhihai in this state brought her a sense of satisfaction. Rest assured, I will not harass your girlfriend again. Well then, I shall take my leave and not disturb you. Li Zhihai carefully uttered these words, finally feeling relieved when Chen Zhibai waved him off casually. He did not even glance at Chen Zhibai as he hastily entered his Volkswagen Passat and drove straight into the residential complex. Once parked, Li Zhihai finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. At this moment, he found himself harboring some resentment towards Chen Zhibai. Why didn't you mention you had a wealthy boyfriend? He thought, if I had known, I might have avoided bothering you. Li Zhihai couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Then his thoughts drifted to Chen Zhibai's alluring features and figure. He sighed, fully aware that a relationship with her was beyond his reach. How could he compete with a rich heir flaunting a watch worth $1.6 million? It was futile to dwell on it. Shaking his head, he exited the car and locked it. As he stepped into the hallway, he spotted Li Shiran descending the stairs. She noticed him immediately and frowned slightly, recalling that Li Zhihai had previously attempted to strike up a conversation with her, just as she was preparing to ignore him. She was taken aback when he walked past her without uttering a word. This unexpected behavior left her momentarily stunned. In the past, he would always approach her, his gaze lingering in a rather inappropriate manner. But this time, he not only refrained from speaking, but also barely glanced in her direction. What was going on? Li Shiran was puzzled and instinctively looked up at the setting sun, confirming that it was indeed sinking in the west. Meanwhile, Li Zhihai had already reached his front door. Letting out another sigh, he could no longer afford to intrude upon Chen Zhibai or Li Shiran. If that rich heir complained, his modest background could not withstand such turmoil. At the entrance of the complex, Chen Zhibai felt a surge of satisfaction as she watched Li Zhihai flee in a panic. Leaning against Chen Zhibai's arm, she suddenly felt her fair face flush crimson, prompting her to quickly lower her arm. He lives in the apartment above mine and has harassed me on numerous occasions. So when you approached, I claimed you were my boyfriend to deter him from bothering me again. Please don't take offense, she explained, her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment. Oh, it's fine, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head, though inwardly he lamented the lost opportunity. The sensation of her leaning against him had been quite delightful. I've never seen him so submissive before. He always carried himself with such superiority in my presence, but now he was visibly intimidated. Chen Zhibai continued, then paused, pondering. Is it because you drove a fully equipped BMW 5? It has nothing to do with the BMW, Chen Zhibai said, shaking his head with a smile as he raised his left wrist to showcase his Patek Philippe Nautilus watch. It pertains to this watch. How so? Chen Zhibai asked, momentarily stunned, not fully grasping his implication. She instinctively glanced at the watch, admiring its beauty, unaware of the brand's prestige, but wishing to own a similar one. This watch costs 55 million, Chen Zhibai stated directly. The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Zhibai's eyes widened in shock, her lovely face instantly reflecting her astonishment. What? This watch is 55 million? She exclaimed, utterly astounded by the price. She could hardly fathom such an exorbitant cost. Yes, 55 million. It's a Patek Philippe Nautilus. You can look it up online, he said, charmed by her surprised expression, unable to resist gently pinching her cheek. Chen Zhibai, caught off guard, felt her face redden further. All right, let us get in the car, he said. She replied, still blushing as she lowered her gaze. Once seated in the car, she fastened her seatbelt, her cheeks still warm, for this was the first time in her life, aside from family, that a male had pinched her cheek. Feeling shy and flustered, she soon suppressed her bashfulness and stole a glance at Chen Zhibai. Now she understood why Li Zhihao had behaved so lowly. Chen Zhibai wore a watch worth 55 million, a symbol of considerable wealth. Unlike cars, where many might drive a vehicle worth 200,000, yet hesitate to purchase a watch of the same price. Watches were undeniably luxury items. Could his family truly be this affluent? Not only does he drive a fully loaded BMW 5, but he also wears a watch worth 55 million, she mused, her emotions swirling within her, though she kept them concealed. Have you fastened your seatbelt? Chen Zhibai asked, turning to see she had already done so. Yes, she replied, oblivious to his lingering gaze as she remained lost in her thoughts. All right, I'll start the car now. How about we go for hot pot tonight? He inquired. That sounds great. I love hot pot, especially spicy hot pot. Chen Zhihui's eyes brightened at the mention of hot pot. You really enjoy spicy food? Chen Zhibai asked, surprised by her enthusiasm, as her demeanor radiated eagerness. Of course. I'm from Sichuan, and I can handle my spice. She confirmed, nodding vigorously. Understanding her background, Chen Zhibai nodded. All right. We'll have spicy hot pot tonight. I can manage my spice too. As he drove towards the hot pot restaurant, soothing music played in the background, allowing for easy conversation. Chen Zhihui, seated in the passenger seat, occasionally glanced at Chen Zhibai, surprised by how much more handsome he appeared with his new hairstyle. His features exuded a pleasant charm, complemented by casual yet fitting attire that radiated cleanliness and composure, a stark contrast to the persona he had presented while purchasing the car the day before. Truth be told, Chen Zhibai possessed the looks and demeanor she found appealing. Buzz. Her phone vibrated, and she glanced down to see a message from her best friend. Li Shiran, have you gotten the car? Send me a picture of him. I want to see what he looks like. Li Shiran, I'm eagerly awaiting a reaction emoji. I'm in the car, but I can't take a picture. He driving, Chen Zhihui replied. Why can't you take a picture? You can sneak a quick shot while he driving. I want to see what he looks like, came the reply. Hurry up and let me see what the wealthy second-generation students who drive fully loaded BMW 5 Series look like. Observing this, Chen Zhihui hesitated. She was reluctant to take the photo, fearing that Chen Zhibai would notice. Yet, she was acutely aware of her best friend's personality. If she didn't capture the moment, Li Shiran would undoubtedly bombard her with messages. Chapter 37. Is he really that wealthy? After a brief moment of uncertainty, Chen Zhihui typed, All right, just a moment. Let me try to take a picture. She then discreetly snapped a photo of Chen Zhibai. The entire action was executed cautiously, but she forgot that her phone was not on silent mode, causing the shutter sound to resonate clearly. Instantly, Chen Zhihui felt a surge of anxiety. What are you taking a picture of? Chen Zhibai turned to look, his expression one of surprise. Oh, I was just taking a picture of the buildings by the roadside. Chen Zhihui quickly fabricated an excuse. Chen Zhibai seemed unperturbed, nodded, and continued driving. Relieved by his lack of suspicion, she raised her phone, feigning to photograph the exterior architecture while actually capturing several images of Chen Zhibai. Once finished, she selected one of the photos and sent it to Li Shiran. At the supermarket near the entrance of Yingquan Community, Li Shiran had just completed her purchase. Hearing the WeChat notification, she pulled out her phone and saw a message from Chen Zhihui. Upon opening it, she discovered a photograph. In the image, a youthful-looking young man was driving with one hand. Though it was a profile shot, his features were strikingly handsome and clean. He wore a simple white t-shirt and black casual pants, yet his attire exuded quality and fit him impeccably. The overall impression was of poise and composure. The background showcased the luxurious red leather interior of a BMW. Seeing the photo, Li Shiran was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated receiving such an image from her best friend. The young man's hairstyle, fashion sense, and overall demeanor were remarkably outstanding, far from the ordinary description her friend had provided. Are you certain that the young man in the photo is the one you mentioned yesterday? He looks anything but ordinary. His hairstyle is neat, and his features are attractive. While he may not be a top-tier heartthrob, calling him handsome would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, his fashion sense is commendable, but it is his calm and composed aura that significantly enhances his appeal. Li Shiran instinctively typed her thoughts and sent them off. It is indeed him. He has changed his hairstyle and outfit. I didn't expect such a transformation, Chen Zhibai replied from the passenger seat of the BMW 5 Series. Oui, to be honest. You really hit the jackpot this time. Wealthy, good-looking, and age-appropriate. I'm envious. Li Shiran typed enthusiastically, punctuating her message with 3 exclamation marks. Despite their close friendship, she could not suppress a twinge of envy for her friend. Chen Zhibai clearly possessed good looks, physique, and demeanor. Chen Zhibai replied with a playful chuckle, finding Chen Zhibai quite appealing. I won't chat with you any longer. I possess a stunning figure, yet find myself without an opportunity. When will my true soulmate arrive? She pondered silently, feeling a peculiar sense of disappointment that he had not approached her, nor had he even glanced in her direction. Thinking this, Li Shiran pulled out her phone again. Oui, I have something strange to tell you. Just now when I went downstairs, I ran into that lecherous Li Zhihao at the entrance of our building. I expected him to approach me, and I was prepared to ignore him, but instead, Li Shiran typed out her encounter with Li Zhihao. After explaining, she added, Isn't this odd? I thought the sun had risen from the west today. Inside the BMW 5 Series, just as Chen Zhibai was about to put her phone away, she saw 2 messages from her best friend. Instantly, she felt a smile creeping up, for even through the screen, she could envision Li Shiran's bewildered expression. Do you want to know why Li Zhihao behaved that way? Chen Zhibai typed. You know the reason? Li Shiran replied, momentarily stunned before typing back. Of course, I know the reason. Just tell me if you want to know. Naturally. I want to know. Hurry up. Then you must treat me to bubble tea for a week. Chen Zhibai proposed after some consideration. Deal. Li Shiran eagerly agreed. Her curiosity piqued about Li Zhihao's sudden change in attitude. Actually, it's because of Chen Zhibai, Li Zhihao no longer dared to harass us. Chen Zhibai typed without further hesitation, sharing the incident that had occurred at the community entrance. However, before she could continue, Li Shiran's message arrived. Are you saying Li Zhihao saw Chen Zhibai driving the fully loaded BMW 5? If that were the only reason, it seems insufficient. Li Shiran frowned while typing, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Of course, it's not just that. Please listen to me. Chen Zhibai replied with a hint of exasperation and proceeded to share that Chen Zhibai had been wearing a Patek Philippe watch worth $155 million. Li Zhihao must have seen that watch, which explains his abrupt change in demeanor. He quickly scuttled away. I suspect he refrained from approaching you out of fear that you would inform me, and I would then relay it to Chen Zhibai. At that moment, Li Shiran found herself engulfed in disbelief. Chen Zhibai is so wealthy? Not only does he drive a fully loaded BMW 5, but he also wears a Patek Philippe watch worth $155 million. Li Shiran stood frozen for a moment, her emotions spiraling into complexity. Her best friend was remarkably fortunate to encounter such a wealthy heir. After all, a watch worth over $1 million was not something ordinary wealthy individuals possessed. Moreover, he was not just affluent. He was also handsome, stylish, and exuded a calm confidence. Li Shiran's feelings became a convoluted mix of admiration and envy toward her best friend, a sentiment she had not anticipated. It was not merely envy, it bordered on jealousy. This realization startled her, but fortunately, the feeling dissipated quickly. Phew! Li Shiran exhaled in relief. Chapter 38. The Benefits of Wealth. Ran. Where are you? Why are you so quiet? Oh, it's nothing. I was just at the supermarket checking out, which is why I only saw your message now. Anyway, I want to keep you. You should hurry and have dinner with your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend yet. Chen Zhibai blushed slightly and, after sending that message, instinctively glanced at Chen Zhibai. To be frank, she was quite satisfied with Chen Zhibai. His pleasant appearance, good fashion sense, and calm demeanor were all commendable, not to mention his wealth. If they were to become a couple, she would welcome it. Rest assured, with your charm, it's bound to happen. Which man wouldn't he be enamored by you? Li Shiran sent another message. I want to chat anymore. Chen Zhihui replied, punctuating her message with several exclamation marks before putting her phone away. Though she glanced at it again and then looked up at Chen Zhibai. What is the matter? Chen Zhibai inquired, noticing her gaze. Nothing. Chen Zhihui shook her head, yet couldn't he help but ask, could I inquire about the type of girl you like? A hint of nervous expectation flickered in her eyes. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, as the question seemed familiar. Oh, I remember now. Lu Meng asked me that very question. I like girls who are beautiful and have a good figure. Most importantly, she should wear a white dress, Chen Zhibai stated plainly. As soon as those words were spoken, Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, followed by a delightful surprise blossoming within her. She happened to be wearing a white dress today. Was this an indication of his affection towards her? Before she could ponder further, Chen Zhibai had already parked the car at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. We've arrived. This is the hot pot place I've seen praised on Douyin, Chen Zhibai remarked as he noticed a parking spot conveniently available. All right, Chen Zhihui nodded, though her mind was still preoccupied with Chen Zhibai's earlier statement. Let's get out. Without overthinking, Chen Zhibai unfastened his seatbelt, turned off the engine, and addressed Chen Zhihui. She nodded and opened the door to exit. The restaurant boasted of vibrant decor, embodying a youthful aesthetic, with walls adorned with quirky phrases, youth devoted to the small table, drunkenly lost in dreams, happiness is yours, unhappiness belongs to them, to hell with work, today I shall indulge in hot pot, and if one hot pot cannot solve the problem, then two will do. It was undeniably distinctive and trendy. This hot pot restaurant is quite interesting, Chen Zhihui observed beside Chen Zhibai, her gaze lingering on the words on the wall. Indeed, he agreed, scanning the interior filled predominantly with young patrons. A waiter approached, and upon learning that it was just the two of them dining, guided them to a cozy booth with plush seating. Ordering was done via a mobile scan. Take a look at what you like, don't hold back, Chen Zhibai encouraged Chen Zhihui. I assure you, I won't hold back, she replied, taking out her phone to place their order. After their selections were made, the waiter promptly brought over a spicy hot pot, as both enjoyed a preference for heat. Throughout the meal, they naturally engaged in conversation while savoring their food. Chen Zhihui recalled her friend's advice to be considerate and proactive, so she frequently offered Chen Zhibai dishes from her plate. Don't just serve me, you should eat too, he chuckled, noticing that she was focused on serving him while neglecting her own plate, stirring a sense of warmth within him. Initially taken aback by the boldness of Lu Meng's confession and kiss, and now Chen Zhihui's attentive gestures, he reflected on how unimaginable such attention would have seemed before acquiring the system. Both Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui were undeniably striking in their own right. Lu Meng, radiant and beautiful, with legs that drew the eye even without enhancement. Chen Zhihui, with delicate features and a refined demeanor, yet possessing an extraordinary allure. Now, both women were showing him remarkable interest. Such are the benefits of wealth, Chen Zhibai mused inwardly, recognizing that it wasn't solely financial status that contributed to his newfound charm. A change in hairstyle and wardrobe had transformed him entirely, coupled with the confidence bestowed by the system. He had become a man of considerable appeal, devoid of shortcomings. It's all right. I can serve you while eating myself. Chen Zhihui smiled, her charm accentuated as she laughed, revealing a delightful contrast between her sweet demeanor and her remarkable allure. By the way, your water glass is empty. Let me refill it. Noticing this, she filled his glass and then, seemingly casually, asked, I bet there are many girls pursuing you in college? Upon uttering this question, Chen Zhihui feigned nonchalance, yet her heart raced with nervousness. No one is pursuing me, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head. No one? That's hard to believe, she pouted, unconvinced by his words, as even she regarded him as exceptional, let alone the girls at school. There genuinely isn't anyone, he reiterated just as a waiter approached. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Could I ask if you two are in a relationship? The bespectacled waiter continued. Our restaurant is offering a promotion today. Couples dining together will receive a complimentary fruit platter. So, are you two a couple? Silence enveloped Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhihui as they exchanged glances, and Chen Zhihui felt her cheeks flush. Yes, we are, she confirmed, nodding in response to the waiter. Ah, in that case, you two will need to share a brief kiss for us to provide the fruit platter. It doesn't have to be long. Just a quick peck to prove your relationship, the waiter explained. At this, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, turning to Chen Zhihui, who was blushing and gazing back at him, her eyes reflecting shyness intertwined with a hint of expectation. Indeed, there was a palpable anticipation in her gaze. Can we? Just a quick kiss? Chen Zhihui inquired, her lovely face slightly flushed. Yes, just a brief kiss to establish you as a couple, the waiter affirmed. As he observed Chen Zhihui, the waiter felt a twinge of envy towards Chen Zhibai. Having worked at this hot pot establishment for over a year, he had encountered numerous beautiful women, particularly in this vibrant city, yet none matched Chen Zhihui's striking beauty, along with her remarkable physique. Reality swiftly returned as Chen Zhihui turned to Chen Zhibai, her heart racing with equal parts anxiety and excitement. After all, her earlier statement had been bold and daring. She had actually suggested a kiss. She wondered how he would respond. Would he lean in, or all right, let us keep it simple, Chen Zhibai said, rising from his seat and stepping closer to Chen Zhihui. Although surprised by her willingness to kiss, he saw no reason to hesitate now that she had expressed such intent. Little did he expect that the system's task would be completed so effortlessly. Initially, he had thought that winning Chen Zhihui's first kiss would be a daunting challenge. Such simplicity extended in every direction, including the female perspective. It is a reality that both men and women seek partners with desirable qualities in romantic pursuits. And now, he had indeed become that kind of desirable man. With a high-end BMW and a luxury watch worth over 100,000, coupled with a charming appearance and composed demeanor, it was no wonder that Chen Zhihui would agree to the kiss. After all, even Lu Meng had been quite forward. Thus, it all felt perfectly natural. This is the simple pattern of life. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai gazed at Chen Zhihui, who remained seated before him. With striking features and fair skin, she possessed the exquisite allure of a cool-toned complexion. Her hair was styled into an endearing bun, revealing her elegant and slender neck. Yet at this moment, Chen Zhihui's face flushed crimson. Although she attempted to maintain her composure, Chen Zhibai could clearly discern the shyness reflected in her eyes. To be honest, Chen Zhibai understood her bashfulness. After all, he knew this was her first kiss. Without dwelling further, Chen Zhibai lowered his head and softly kissed her lips. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of obtaining Chen Zhihui's first kiss within a month. The rewards are as follows. 1. A cash prize of 100,000 yuan. The reward has been credited to your bank account. Please check promptly. 2. You have received a local vehicle license plate in Jiangxing. Number 999. The license procedures are legal and compliant. You may use it with confidence. Someone will contact you when you go to register the license plate. The system's voice echoed in his mind consecutively. In his pocket, his phone vibrated. He took it out to find a message indicating the arrival of 100,000 yuan in his bank account. Sir, here is your fruit platter. The waiter placed a plate of fruit on the table from a nearby cart before moving on to the next table. The platter was modest, containing only sliced watermelon and apples, but not in abundance. What's the matter, feeling shy? You were the one who agreed to let me kiss you. Chen Zhibai teased her, amused by her bashful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhihui's cheeks flushed even deeper. I only agreed because I could get a fruit platter in return. After all, who would refuse free fruit? Chen Zhihui mumbled softly. Is that so? If another guy had come here with you today, would you have agreed to let him kiss you? Chen Zhibai asked directly. Absolutely not. Chen Zhihui replied without a moment's hesitation. There was no way she would consent to another boy kissing her. The only reason she agreed to Chen Zhibai was that she genuinely believed he was exceptional in every regard. This is my first kiss. Chen Zhihui looked up at Chen Zhibai, her lovely face serious yet tinged with a hint of grievance. She feared Chen Zhibai might misunderstand her as a frivolous girl. But this truly was her first kiss. She had never been in a relationship or had a boyfriend before. I know this is your first kiss. Chen Zhibai smiled. noticing the hint of grievance in her tone. He was well aware that this was indeed Chen Zhihui's first kiss. After all, he was a man with a system. You know? Chen Zhihui paused, her eyes lighting up with surprise. So you believe me? Of course, I believe you. Chen Zhibai nodded. Seeing her bright-eyed expression, which was both adorable and beautiful, he couldn't resist gently pinching her cheek. Chen Zhihui felt a wave of embarrassment. Although she was older, in Chen Zhibai's presence, she felt almost childlike. Stop pinching. My cheeks are already a bit chubby, she protested, blushing, yet she made no move to swat his hand away. Chubby cheeks are charming. They continued their meal, but the atmosphere had shifted significantly from before. Chen Zhihui still served Chen Zhibai food, but her mind seemed elsewhere, pondering whether they were now in a relationship. Shouldn't they be considered a couple after sharing a kiss? And he had said he believed it was her first kiss. Chen Zhihui thought to herself, stealing glances at Chen Zhibai, feeling a swell of pride and happiness upon seeing his handsome features. What are you smiling about? Chen Zhibai asked, having just finished a piece of lamb and noticing her silly grin. I'm not silly. I'm beautifully smiling, Chen Zhihui protested, unable to resist asking. So, are we officially in a relationship now? Of course. What? Are you planning to let another guy be your boyfriend? Chen Zhibai replied with a nod. Hearing this, Chen Zhihui felt a wave of relief wash over her. Of course not. I wouldn't want another guy as my boyfriend. Then it's settled. Let us eat. This lamb roll is quite good, Chen Zhibai suggested. Chen Zhihui nodded and resumed eating the lamb roll. Perhaps due to her good mood, she found the lamb roll exceptionally delicious. As they continued their meal, the atmosphere transformed again. Chen Zhihui truly loved spicy food. Though her delicate nose began to glisten with beads of sweat, Chen Zhibai glanced at her, just as he was about to hand her a napkin, when his phone vibrated. Lighting up the screen, it was a WeChat message from Lu Meng, filled with playful banter that made Chen Zhibai feel a pang of guilt. After all, he had just confirmed a relationship with Lu Meng and was now establishing one with Chen Zhihui. The crucial point was that he didn't feel averse to this duality. He was, in essence, a cad. Were you eating? Lu Meng messaged. A hot pot. This place is quite good. I should bring you here sometime, Chen Zhibai replied, contemplating how well he suited the role of a cad, unperturbed by the duplicity. Sounds great, but no need to wait. Tomorrow is Sunday, and we have no classes, so we can go. Lu Meng texted back, followed by an adorable bear sticker filled with anticipation. All right, tomorrow it is, Chen Zhibai typed, engaging in brief conversation before setting his phone down under the pretense of eating. However, as he did so, he realized something. This hot pot restaurant was not particularly large, and there weren't many wait staff. If he brought Lu Meng here tomorrow, the staff would undoubtedly notice. So what if they do? Who says one can only have one girlfriend? What are you chatting about? Chen Zhihui asked curiously as she finished a piece of watermelon. Noticing Chen Zhibai had finally put his phone down. Nothing much, just a classmate, he replied casually. Oh, okay. Chen Zhihui nodded, not thinking much of it, and reached for another piece of watermelon. Quite adorable, Chen Zhibai observed, unconsciously comparing her to Lu Meng. Not in terms of appearance or physique, but rather in terms of intellect. Though Chen Zhihui was 3 years his senior and university graduate, she exuded a more innocent charm, likely due to being well protected by her family since childhood. In contrast, Lu Meng was bright and poised, exhibiting clarity in her speech and actions, which made her seem the older of the two. After finishing their meal, it was still early, just past 8 in the evening. Chen Zhibai completed the payment on his phone and took Chen Zhihui's hand, preparing to exit the hot pot restaurant. Just then, the system's voice chimed in his mind. Ding! Detection of host confirming a relationship with Chen Zhihui. A romantic fund of 1 million yuan has been issued. Note, this fund may only be spent on Chen Zhihui. Huh? Chen Zhibai paused. Another million in romantic funds? After confirming his relationship with Lu Meng, he had received a separate fund of 1 million yuan exclusively for her. After confirming their romantic relationship, Chen Zhibai received a love fund of 1 million yuan exclusively for Chen Zhihui. Thus, does this imply that as long as he engages in a romantic relationship with a girl, he will acquire this exclusive love fund? Chen Zhibai pondered and intuitively inquired of the system. The system's voice responded, a comprehensive score of over 90 points? Chen Zhibai asked. Indeed, the comprehensive score encompasses attractiveness, physique, and moral integrity. Only those with a score exceeding 90 points qualify for the exclusive love fund. The system's explanation was quite straightforward. Naturally, Chen Zhibai understood, and so he glanced at Chen Zhibai. Her beauty and physique undoubtedly surpassed 90 points, and as for her moral integrity, she had yet to lose her first kiss, which spoke volumes. Therefore, her comprehensive score was indeed above 90. The same logic applied to Lu Meng. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Chen Zhibai looked up, curiosity and confusion evident in her gaze directed at Chen Zhibai. It's nothing. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Chen Zhibai inquired, glancing at their intertwined hands. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and embarrassment, for this was her first time holding hands with a boy. The park is nearby. Shall we take a stroll? A walk will help digest our meal. Being in her first romantic relationship, she naturally wished to spend more time with Chen Zhibai. Let's go, Chen Zhibai nodded, taking her hand as they walked toward the adjacent park. The park was bustling with people taking leisurely walks. After a few minutes, Chen Zhibai sensed something amiss. She noticed Chen Zhibai was leading her toward a secluded spot away from the crowd. Where are we going? She instinctively asked. To fight, Chen Zhibai replied bluntly. Huh? Chen Zhibai was taken aback, her face instantly turning crimson. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly tugged on his arm. We just had hot pot. How about we stop by the convenience store for some gum? Her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Thankfully, she had refrained from eating garlic that evening, considering her appearance. Sure. Chen Zhibai pondered briefly, recognizing the logic in her suggestion, and thus led her hand to the convenience store beside the park. While purchasing gum, Chen Zhibai's gaze inadvertently swept across the counter, and upon spotting something, her face turned beet red, prompting her to avert her eyes. 10 minutes later, in a quiet corner of a small garden. You should answer the phone. It's been ringing for quite some time, Chen Zhibai said softly, pushing Chen Zhibai gently as her cheeks flushed. Under the moonlight, it was evident her lipstick had smudged. Chen Zhibai sighed, wondering who could be persistently calling him. He had declined several times, yet the phone continued to ring incessantly. Answer it. It's still ringing, Chen Zhibai urged again, noticing his reluctance to pick up the call. I want to see who is so inconsiderate, calling even after I've hung up multiple times, Chen Zhibai said, his expression one of exasperation. Hearing this, Chen Zhibai felt her cheeks grow warmer. Pulling out his phone, Chen Zhibai saw it was a WeChat voice call from Wang Chao. Hello. You better have a good reason for calling. He answered, his tone less than friendly. What is wrong, Lao Chen? Why are you so worked up? Wang Chao's voice was curious, and then Li Dong's voice chimed in from the side. Ha, Lao Chen, you're not on a date with a girl. Are you? Li Dong teased, though inwardly, he doubted Chen Zhibai was truly on a date. After all, how could that be? Where'd he find a girl to date? Unlike me, he doesn't have the advantage of being a local with 2 properties to easily attract a girlfriend. Zhou Hao's voice could be faintly heard, dripping with superiority. Chen Zhibai opened his mouth. He heard Zhou Hao's condescending remark, but chose to disregard it. It was akin to having $1 million in hand, while someone mocked you for being broke. One simply wouldn't care about such remarks. A person with confidence does not concern themselves with the opinions of others, much like Chen Zhibai at this moment, who couldn't be bothered to prove to Zhou Hao that he had a girlfriend. After all, he not only had a girlfriend, but 2, Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai, both stunning beauties with comprehensive scores exceeding 90, each possessing distinct styles. Most importantly, both had actively pursued him. These were tangible realities. Would they cease to exist simply because he didn't prove it to Zhou Hao? Absolutely not. Wang Chao spoke again, and after a brief reply, Chen Zhibai ended the call. The two were so close, and the surroundings were so quiet that Chen Zhibai had naturally overheard the conversation, leading her to quietly affirm, yes. Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement. The truth was, during their recent kiss, he had been rather bold with his hands. Though she had been vigilant, she feared that staying longer might lead to unintended consequences. That would be unacceptable. They had only just established their romantic relationship, and kissing was already the most intimate act she was willing to accept. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Zhibai remarked, "It's not that. I want to spend more time with you, but your hands were a bit too adventurous." Chen Zhibai felt a pang of embarrassment at his words. "You can't blame me for that," Chen Zhibai sighed, realizing Chen Zhibai genuinely did not comprehend the degree of her allure to boys. If not you, then who? Just blame yourself, she murmured before stepping back a couple of paces, perhaps to avoid further intimacy. All right, let us go, Chen Zhibai said, pulling her hand forward once more. They exited the small park and climbed into the BMW 5 Series parked at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Chen Zhibai settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt after closing the door. To progress further, one must take their time. He was not in a hurry. Frankly, since acquiring the system, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. Chen Zhibai was undoubtedly destined to be his. I want to spend more time with you, Chen Zhibai said as he merged onto the main road. Chen Zhibai instinctively responded, and as she did, her beautiful brows arched in delight. However, when she pulled out her phone, her expression shifted to one of discontent. She realized her phone's memory was full. It was a Xiaomi phone she had purchased during her sophomore year, performing adequately, but the storage was insufficient. Initially, it hadn't been an issue, but after several years, the lack of space necessitated constant memory management. Ugh, this troublesome phone, she sighed, softly complaining before adeptly starting to clear up space. What is wrong with your phone? Chen Zhibai asked, having overheard her. My phone's memory is insufficient. I have to clear it frequently, and I often need to uninstall something to download what I want. It's quite a hassle. If I had known, I would have bought a phone with larger memory. At the time, I thought this storage would suffice. But 3 years later, it's already inadequate, and I have to clear memory daily. Chen Zhibai rambled, her fair face adorned with a mix of frustration and resignation. Frankly, her demeanor was somewhat endearing, infused with the essence of daily life. When did you purchase this phone? Chen Zhibai inquired, glancing at her with curiosity. I bought it during my sophomore year, so I've been using it for several years now. Aside from memory issue, I'm quite satisfied with everything else. Chen Zhibai replied, while focusing on clearing her phone's memory. What kind of phone are you planning to switch to next? Chen Zhibai inquired once more. Perhaps an iPhone, as I find its design quite appealing, though it is rather expensive, came Chen Zhibai's response. Alas, even after clearing some memory, it still isn't enough. I must delete something. But every remaining item is precious to me, and I cannot bear to part with any of them. What should I do? As she spoke, her gaze was fixed on her phone, her lovely face reflecting a mixture of conflict and reluctance. Chapter 42. That was too swift. Chen Zhibai chuckled at her expression, observing her furrowed brow and wistful demeanor. After a moment's thought, he turned the car around, intending to purchase an iPhone for her. To be candid, he was quite satisfied with Chen Zhibai, her appearance, her figure, everything about her. Moreover, she had never been in a relationship before, making him her first boyfriend. He had just received her initial kiss. With such admiration, he was determined to buy her a phone. Besides, with a generous sum of 1 million yuan allocated for their relationship, the purchase would not burden him financially. I finally managed to free up some space. I uninstalled one app. Chen Zhibai sighed in relief after spending several minutes organizing her memory. She then opened WeChat and found her chat with her best friend. Ran, I'll be home soon. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Shiran sent 2 messages in quick succession, causing Chen Zhihui's cheeks to flush even deeper. I can't be bothered to respond. I'll be home shortly anyway. After sending the message, she tucked her phone away, her fair complexion still slightly blushing. She thought to herself that her friend had a tendency to say anything. Having just confirmed their relationship today, how could one consider such intimate gestures so soon? It felt far too hasty. However, she couldn't deny that Ran was right. Chen Zhibai was indeed an exceptional young man. Indeed, Chen Zhibai nodded. Huh, so where are we headed? Chen Zhihui asked curiously. Just as she finished her question, the car came to a halt, perfectly positioned in front of an Apple store. For a moment, Chen Zhihui was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Chen Zhibai intended to buy her a phone. It had not crossed her mind. What are you talking about? I just bought my phone a few days ago. I'm getting one for you. Didn't you say you wanted an iPhone? Let us go, Chen Zhibai said, parking the car and unbuckling his seatbelt. Wait, you're buying me a phone? Chen Zhihui's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly waved her hands. No, I just mentioned it casually, and I can buy it myself. But Chen Zhibai interrupted her, stepping out of the car without allowing her to finish. Chen Zhihui hesitated in the passenger seat, but seeing him already out, she followed suit. The process of purchasing the phone was remarkably swift. Within 3 minutes, Chen Zhibai had completed the transaction. An iPhone 16 with 1 terabyte of storage in a pristine white finish, priced at 15,388 yuan. As they drove toward Yingquan Community, Chen Zhibai sat in the passenger seat, her expression one of astonishment. The entire purchasing experience had been so rapid that she barely had time to protest before the payment was made, leaving her momentarily speechless. This phone is far too expensive. I truly cannot accept it. It would take me 4 months' salary to afford such a device. She glanced at Chen Zhibai, who remained unfazed. To be honest, she adored the phone, but its cost weighed heavily on her conscience. Having just started a relationship with him, was it appropriate to accept such a lavish gift? What if I give it to another girl? Chen Zhibai teased with a smile. Absolutely not. Chen Zhibai exclaimed, her face flushing with a mix of excitement and embarrassment. All right, I'll accept it. With that, Chen Zhibai continued, if you don't want it, I might just give it to someone else. Chen Zhibai pouted, clutching the bag containing her new phone. This is my phone. You cannot give it to anyone else. Her tone was adorably defiant. This made Chen Zhibai chuckle again as he drove, but he suddenly thought of his other girlfriend, Lu Ming. Should he buy her one as well? What are you thinking about? Chen Zhibai asked, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. For some reason, her feminine intuition suggested that her boyfriend might have been contemplating another girl. Surely, it was just her imagination. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. How was he thinking about anything? He replied. I understand. Chen Zhibai nodded, then continued, my best friend has an iPhone. She bought it during her junior year. I was there when she turned it on for the first time. It seemed quite simple. Indeed, Chen Zhibai acknowledged. By the way, now that we are officially in a relationship, when can we meet up? I'd like to invite my best friend to dinner. Ran and I are quite close. We shared a bunk in college, and we remained the best of friends even after graduation, having rented the same apartment. Chen Zhibai looked at him with eager anticipation. She genuinely wished for Chen Zhibai to meet her best friend. After all, one was her boyfriend and the other her longtime friend. She believed it was essential for her boyfriend to be integrated into her social circle. Sure, but I have plans tomorrow. After tomorrow, it's Monday, and I'll have 5 consecutive days of classes. How about next Saturday? We can all go out for a meal then, Chen Zhibai proposed after some consideration. All right, Chen Zhibai replied, a grin spreading across her face. By the way, tomorrow is Sunday. What do you have planned? Chapter 43. Not at all honest. Oh, nothing significant. Just planning to lounge around in the dormitory all day, Chen Zhibai said casually, though he had actually made arrangements to dine at a hot pot restaurant with Lu Ming. Oh, I see. Well, enjoy your rest in the dorm. Chen Zhibai nodded. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai drove into Yingquan Community, and with Chen Zhibai's guidance, parked in front of a building. Is this the right building? Chen Zhibai asked, gesturing toward the structure outside the window. Yes, that's the one, Chen Zhibai confirmed, unbuckling her seatbelt. As she prepared to exit the car, Chen Zhibai grasped her arm. Are you just going to leave like that? He raised an eyebrow. Chen Zhibai paused, realizing what he meant. Her cheeks flushed, but she leaned forward and planted a kiss on his lips. Go ahead, she said after the kiss. Chen Zhibai nodded. Chen Zhibai then stepped out of the car, but instead of heading straight inside, she lingered outside, waving her hand at him. You go first. I'll go in after you leave. All right, Chen Zhibai agreed, turning the car around and driving toward the community entrance. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Chen Zhibai, standing there, looking exceptionally lovely in her white dress, her figure striking. Yet, he found himself subconsciously comparing her to Lu Ming. In terms of attractiveness, they were evenly matched. However, each had their own distinct advantages. Lu Ming possessed stunning legs, while Chen Zhibai boasted an alluring figure. Both girls held exceptional physical attributes that stood out among their peers. For instance, Lu Ming's legs, unfiltered and unedited, were more appealing than many seen on social media. As for Chen Zhibai, she is exceptionally gifted. Now, both of these remarkable young women are his girlfriends. Before acquiring the system, such a scenario was truly unimaginable. With this thought in mind, Chen Zhibai chuckled softly, suppressing his feelings as he drove towards the university. In the Silver Spring community, the corridor was shrouded in darkness. Yet she had grown accustomed to it, having graduated from university just 3 months prior. After a brief cough, the corridor lights flickered on, casting a dim, yellowish glow. Chen Zhibai ascended the stairs, her white dress revealing a glimpse of her beautifully shaped legs, complemented by white socks and athletic shoes, creating a lovely ambience. Although her legs were not as long as Lu Ming's, they were still quite appealing. As she climbed, Chen Zhihui's steps were light and quick, her enchanting features radiating joy. To be candid, she felt elated. Having established a romantic relationship with Chen Zhibai was indeed a rapid development, yet she harbored no regrets. She believed that he met every standard she held in her heart. Recalling the evening at the restaurant, where she had boldly agreed to kiss in front of the server, Chen Zhihui felt her cheeks flush. Then, her thoughts drifted to the events that transpired in the small park. Not at all modest, she mused, her pride swelling despite her rosy cheeks. Glancing down, her pride intensified. Lost in these thoughts, Chen Zhihui reached the third floor, where she and her close friend had rented an apartment situated on the left side. The aging building lacked an elevator, with only a staircase leading up to 2 units per floor. Standing before the door, she retrieved her house key from her adorable cartoon-themed bag and swiftly opened the door. The living room was brightly lit, and at that moment, Li Shiran was perched on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, though her mind seemed elsewhere. Hearing the sound of the door unlocking, she perked up, turning her head to see her friend enter. "Huawei, quickly tell me what happened tonight," Li Shiran exclaimed, rising from the sofa with an eager, inquisitive expression. Dressed casually due to being at home, she wore a white tank top and black shorts, her figure commendable, particularly her slender waist, a striking feature. "Why are you so nosy?" Chen Zhihui replied, her face tinged with crimson at her friend's inquisitiveness. "Of course, I'm curious. After all, it's your first time dining out with a boy. So, how did things go tonight?" Li Shiran stepped closer, wrapping her arm around Chen Zhihui's. The next moment, she released her grip in mock defeat. "Huawei, honestly, every time I hug you, I feel defeated. What have you been eating since childhood? You're truly extraordinary." Chen Zhihui remained silent, accustomed to her friend's playful remarks. "Now, let us return to our previous topic. How did things progress tonight?" Li Shiran pressed forward, undeterred by her earlier defeat, as she had also grown accustomed to Chen Zhihui's remarkable nature. "Well," Chen Zhihui blushed slightly, preparing to speak honestly, not wanting to hide anything from her friend. However, considering her friend's personality, she issued a warning first. "Just so you know, don't be too shocked. Relax. How could I possibly be shocked? I graduated from university. I'm a mature adult," Li Shiran retorted with a dissatisfied expression. Chen Zhihui regarded her with skepticism. "Hurry up. What is the progress?" "Things are going quite well. We've officially established a relationship, and we also kissed," Chen Zhihui confessed. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and embarrassment. "Wow," Li Shiran exclaimed, her earlier promise of composure completely forgotten. After a few moments of stunned silence, she blurted out, "You said you wouldn't freak out." "I can't help but be surprised. Just listen to what you just said," Li Shiran replied, looking incredulous. "You've genuinely confirmed your relationship and kissed. Don't lie to me. If you're deceiving me, you'll never make money in this lifetime." "Yes," Chen Zhihui nodded. Li Shiran paused for a moment before saying, "Sister, I always thought you were quite reserved, but now it seems that I am the one who is reserved. You dared to kiss after just one day. What will happen tomorrow?" "What an outrageous thing to say," Chen Zhihui protested, her face reddening further as she playfully swatted at Li Shiran. "Just because we kissed today doesn't mean we'll be doing anything more tomorrow. Is that so? You've only known him for a day, and you've already confirmed your relationship and kissed. At this rate, won't you be going to bed tomorrow?" Li Shiran kuntarat, unimpressed by Chen Zhihui's objections. "And if Chen Zhibai is in good health, you might even be a mother by next year." "Huawei, honestly, at this rate, you could be a mom next year. Just so you know, I'm claiming the title of godmother, and no one can take that from me," Li Shiran added earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhihui, who was already blushing, turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Li Shiran quickly interjected, eager to know the details. "We can chat, but you mustn't mention anything about beds or children. It's far too soon for that." Okay, I promise," Li Shiran assured her with a nod, signaling Chen Zhihui to continue. Seeing her friend's eagerness, Chen Zhihui recounted the events of their dinner at the hot pot restaurant. "Wow, Huawei, I didn't realize you were so bold," Li Shiran exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. After hearing the entire story, she was astonished that Chen Zhibai had been so daring. When the server asked if they were a couple, she had confidently replied yes. And when asked about kissing as a couple, she had readily agreed. That's quite direct, Li Shiran remarked, realizing how it made sense that they had kissed and confirmed their relationship. Chen Zhibai feigned calmness, having only shared the events from the restaurant, omitting what had transpired in the park, fearing her friend might overreact. Wait, there is something else I want to ask, Li Shiran said, tugging at Chen Zhibai's arm again, though she appeared somewhat bashful and awkward. What is it? You're acting shy? Chen Zhibai teased, intrigued by Li Shiran's unusual demeanor. Their personalities were quite different, almost entirely oppositional. Chen Zhibai was rather introverted and easily embarrassed, while Li Shiran was extroverted and carefree. Throughout their 4 years in university, Chen Zhibai had never witnessed Li Shiran behave in such a shy manner, which piqued her curiosity. It's not much, just, Li Shiran stammered, her natural exuberance momentarily faltering. After a few seconds of hesitation, she finally asked, what does kissing feel like? Li Shiran's cheeks were lightly flushed, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Chen Zhibai. Yes, that was indeed the question she had been eager to ask. She was genuinely curious. Unable to find a way, she had never had a boyfriend, so she was curious about what it felt like to kiss. The only option was to ask her close friend. She could also inquire with female colleagues at work, but she felt too embarrassed to do so, as her persona in the office was that of a girl who had dated several boyfriends. Is this what you want to ask? Chen Zhibai was taken aback, not expecting her friend to be so bashful about such a question. Hurry up and say it. Li Shiran feigned a fierce expression, but with her delicate and fair features. It lacked any intimidation. Naturally, Chen Zhibai was not frightened. In fact, she felt a hint of amusement as she recognized the embarrassment behind her friend's fierce demeanor. Honestly, it feels a bit dizzying. I can't articulate it well. You'll understand once you have a boyfriend. Chen Zhibai attempted to describe, but soon realized she couldn't convey it adequately and blushed instead. Dizzying? What kind of description is that? Li Shiran frowned slightly, her lovely brows knitting together. In any case, kissing is quite nice. You'll know when you have a boyfriend, Chen Zhibai added, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Shiran, let's change the subject. My phone often needs memory cleared, and he saw that and bought me an Apple phone. Can you help me with the setup? Chen Zhibai said. Now, noticing the bag, it's the latest Apple 16, one model, she mentioned. 16 or 1? The one that costs 15,000? Li Shiran was momentarily stunned, quickly asking. Yes, that's right, Chen Zhibai nodded. Li Shiran suddenly fell silent. She too desired that phone, but its steep price made it merely a fantasy for her. 15,000 equated to several months of her salary. Her emotions were somewhat complicated. She understood that for Chen Zhibai, a $15,000 phone was merely a normal expense. Perhaps even negligible, given he had just entered college driving a car worth over 800,000 and wore a watch worth over $1 million. However, what was inconsequential to him was significant to her. Shiran, what's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Chen Zhibai kita noticing Li Shiran's silenza. I'm just envious of you. When will I ever meet a rich boyfriend? Li Shiran sighed, casting an envious glance at Chen Zhibai. She indeed felt a pang of envy. Previously, she only knew Chen Zhibai was wealthy but lacked a clear understanding, as both the expensive car and watch were beyond her comprehension, feeling distant. However now, a $15,000 phone was effortlessly gifted to her friend, which was plainly evident. Thus, she felt an instinctive envy, quickly suppressing it. Come on, let us unbox the phone, and I'll help you with the setup. It's quite straightforward. Just follow the steps, Li Shiran said, pushing aside her envy with a smile. All right, Chen Zhibai agreed, and soon, the sleek white Apple phone emerged, looking stylish and beautiful. Chapter 45. Not your average rich second generation. A few minutes later, as Li Shiran chatted, she stretched her arms, revealing her slender waist, a lovely pear-shaped figure. Chen Zhibai nodded. She had been following a web drama. Though the plot was cliché, it was quite captivating. Had it not been for wanting to ask Chen Zhibai about the evening's developments, she would have already been engrossed in the show. Wait, I have something else, Chen Zhibai said, putting down her phone and tugging at Li Shiran's arm. What is it? Li Shiran asked. Is your company hiring? I'm planning to resign from my current job, and if I could join your company, that would be ideal. If not, I'll look for another job. Chen Zhibai explained. Resigning? Why? Li Shiran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. Are you worried about Chen Zhibai overthinking things? Yes, Chen Zhibai nodded shyly and continued. I'm concerned it might upset him. Besides, I'm not earning much at my current job. You know, I'm a bit shy and not good at dealing with customers, and some clients look at me inappropriately or say inappropriate things after adding me on WeChat. So I want to leave. You're right. You shouldn't stay there. Men can be quite petty. Don't give Chen Zhibai a reason to have grievances against you. Li Shiran nodded, acknowledging her friend's perspective. Our company is currently hiring. I'll check if you can join us, Li Shiran said, quickly taking out her phone. She contacted a woman in her 30s with whom she had a good relationship at work. Sister, are you there? I have a favor to ask. A very close friend of mine wants to work at the company. She's my college roommate. Li Shiran typed and sent the message. She can come. Chen Zhibai exclaimed eagerly. Li Shiran sent another message, mentioning a meal as gratitude, before putting down her phone. Now, what will you do to show your appreciation? Li Shiran asked, striking a cool pose. Shall I treat you to a meal? Chen Zhibai pondered before suggesting. Forget about the meal. How about you accompany me to bed? Li Shiran shook her head, then chuckled mischievously, playfully pushing Chen Zhibai onto the sofa. Hey, what are you doing? Keep your hands to yourself. Chen Zhihui's startled voice rang out. Hee hee, Li Shiran laughed like a villain. But soon, Chen Zhihui retaliated, and the two of them began to playfully wrestle on the sofa. At that moment, Chen Zhibai had already driven onto campus, parked the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and glanced at his phone to check the time. It was only 9:30, leaving him half an hour before the dormitory lights out. After locking the car, he walked toward the dormitory while contemplating renting a place off campus. This would also offer other benefits. For instance, when spending time with Lu Meng or Chen Zhihui, they wouldn't always have to find secluded spots. Having a private space would be quite convenient. However, this meant he would need to rent two places, one for Lu Meng and one for Chen Zhihui. The rental expenses could easily be covered by the exclusive funds set aside for their relationships. As he thought this, Chen Zhibai felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a WeChat message from Lu Meng asking if he was still dining at the hot pot restaurant. The backdrop of the photo clearly indicated she was in the school's female dormitory. Lu Meng had finished her evening routine and was lying in bed when she noticed Chen Zhibai's message and photo. After pondering for a moment, she refrained from typing further and instead picked up a mirror to check her face. Although she was barefaced, her skin looked remarkable. Satisfied, she nodded, lowered the mirror, and initiated a video call with Chen Zhibai. As she waited for the connection, she adjusted the angle of her face toward the camera. Ming, it's so late. Who are you video chatting with? Wang Hui heard the sound indicating the video call was connecting and turned her curious gaze towards it, inquiring, Is it with my boyfriend? Lu Meng chuckled softly and then noticed that the video call had been answered. In the next moment, Chen Zhibai's face appeared on the screen. Checking in? Lu Meng replied with a bright smile, her charming visage radiating warmth. Go ahead, she added, looking into the video call. Despite her bare face, Lu Meng's beauty was still striking, eliciting a smile from Chen Zhibai. He couldn't help but compare Lu Meng with Chen Zhihui. Indeed, both women possessed their unique charms, with overall scores exceeding 90. However, if one were to focus solely on looks, Lu Meng's beauty slightly surpassed that of Chen Zhihui. Have you finished your grooming? Chen Zhibai inquired, noticing Lu Meng lounging on her bed. Yes, just finished washing up and lay down, she replied, striking a proud pose that was undeniably endearing. I would rate you an 82, with the remaining 18 points awarded in the form of 666, Chen Zhibai declared. Lu Meng raised her radiant face with a playful huff, feeling a sense of pride, and they began to engage in light banter. Meanwhile, on the adjacent bed, Liu occasionally cast glances at Lu Meng, her eyes filled with regret and resentment. How had she not realized that Chen Zhibai was, in fact, a wealthy heir? If only she had discovered it before Lu Meng. She could have been the one in a relationship with him. That exquisite handbag, valued at 68,888, should have been hers. The fact that Chen Zhibai could effortlessly gift such an item indicated he was not an ordinary rich heir. Chapter 46. The Stingy Zhou. Why didn't I notice that Chen Zhibai was a wealthy heir? Liu lamented, feeling discontent. Previously, she had been quite satisfied with Zhou Hao's circumstances, considering he was a local with 2 properties and generous with his spending over 500 on clothes yesterday. Until today, she had been content with Zhou Hao, but after witnessing Chen Zhibai's gift to Lu Meng, her satisfaction evaporated, as there was simply no comparison. With this thought, she glanced once more at Lu Meng, who was busy on a video call, then turned to look at Lu Meng's cabinet in the dormitory. She had seen Lu Meng place the handbag inside it earlier that night. A bag worth 888 was something she could scarcely dream of owning. Suddenly, her phone buzzed several times. It was Zhou Hao, asking what she was doing and expressing that he missed her, wanting a video call. Not doing it. I'm tired and want to sleep, Liu replied with a frown, typing her message. She had no inclination to engage in a video call with Zhou Hao. She didn't even want to see him. As a result, she had not joined him for dinner that night, feeling both irritable and discontent. You're tired so early? Fine. Then rest early. Good night. Zhou Hao replied with a hint of reluctance, sending his message. He sighed, sensing that something had fell off with Liu since that afternoon. She had been talking to him less. What's wrong, Zhou? Why the sigh? If something's bothering you, share it so we can have a laugh, asked Wang Chao, who was lying on the adjacent bed. Hearing this, Li Dong also looked over. To put it simply, Zhou Hao was not well liked in the dormitory. Both Wang Chao and Li Dong harbored grievances against him. The reason was Zhou Hao's air of superiority. He often mentioned, I'm a local, and I have 2 properties. While this was indeed factual and his circumstances were commendable, it became rather tiresome. Seeing Zhou Hao sigh, Li Dong and Wang Chao perked up. Why bother telling you? My girlfriend seems troubled tonight. Talking to you 2 single guys won't help, Zhou Hao retorted, his tone dripping with condescension. Yes. You think you're so special because you have a girlfriend? Wang Chao responded, visibly irritated. Zhou Hao noticed, but remained indifferent. Of course, having a girlfriend makes me exceptional. You needn't envy me. Perhaps in 4 years of college, a girl might actually take a liking to you, he remarked. What the hell does that mean? Wang Chao couldn't hold back any longer, sitting up on his bed. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Zhou Hao shrugged, choosing not to continue the conversation. But his sense of superiority only grew. He believed that aside from himself, Chen Zhibai, Li Dong, and Wang Chao stood little chance of finding girlfriends in college. Even if they did, after graduation, it would likely end in separation. Why? Because graduation season often coincides with breakups, as many couples succumb to reality. But he wouldn't have to worry about that. His family owned 2 properties in Jiangsheng. Although they were merely relocation housing, they were still properties. He envisioned himself marrying Liu and had even planned to invite Chen Zhibai and the others to witness his happiness. Contemplating this, Zhou Hao's sense of superiority swelled. I can't stand his arrogant demeanor. Is being a local in Jiangsheng that impressive? Is having 2 properties that noteworthy? Wang Chao seethed, opening WeChat to send a message to Li Dong. You idiot, he muttered. I meant for you to join me in criticizing that fool Zhou Hao. Not to align with him, Wang Chao typed, expressing his frustration. I can't stand his condescending attitude, especially now that he flaunts his girlfriend. How did this jerk end up with one? Honestly, I pray for one thing. Wang Chao continued typing. What is it? Li Dong, curios, inquirat. I hope his girlfriend dumps him and even gives him a taste of betrayal. Let him continue to flaunt his superiority, Wang Chao declared with a fierce expression. All right, don't let him get to you. You know his character by now, after a month, right? Just avoid him, Li Dong suggested. Shall we go smoke on the balcony? Wang Chao, feeling somewhat calmed, expressed his desire for a cigarette, having developed this habit from his family members. Let's go, Li Dong replied. Not typing, but speaking directly to Wang Chao. They both jumped down from their upper bunks and headed to the balcony to smoke. The dormitory layout featured beds above desks. Zhou Hao, lying on his bed, saw Wang Chao and Li Dong heading to the balcony and suddenly felt the urge to smoke himself. He didn't have a nicotine craving. He simply thought smoking made one look cool. However, after some contemplation, Zhou Hao decided against it. His cigarettes were Furong Wang, costing 28 yuan per pack, while Wang Chao and Li Dong smoked Golden Leaf, priced at 12 yuan per pack. He worried that if he joined them, they might ask him for cigarettes. If he gave, he would feel pained. If he didn't he feared being labeled stingy. After hesitating, Zhou Hao ultimately chose not to smoke, but to wait until they finished before lighting up himself. With this plan in mind, Zhou Hao glanced towards the balcony and scoffed. They don't even smoke quality cigarettes. No wonder they come from out of province. Yeah, Tomorrow is Sunday, and we don't have classes. Shall we go for barbecue? We didn't get to eat today. He typed into the chat with Liu, hoping she would see his message as soon as she woke up in the morning. In the girls' dormitory, Liu, still awake, picked up her phone to check the message after feeling it vibrate. After completing the action, Liu raised her head and glanced at Lu Meng, who was still engaged in a video chat with Chen Zhibai. Upon seeing Lu Meng's radiant smile, she couldn't help but pout, her heart filled with jealousy. Chapter 47. Lu Meng. I'm back at the dormitory now. I'll wash up and chat again shortly. As Chen Zhibai arrived at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, he uttered a few words to Lu Meng. Lu Meng nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to end the video call, he noticed that the camera on Lu Meng's end suddenly tilted downwards. In an instant, a pair of long, fair legs graced the screen. However, this fleeting glimpse lasted only 2 seconds before the camera moved back up, revealing Lu Meng's enchanting and beautiful face. How do I look? Lu Meng asked casually, lying on her bed, her cheeks slightly flushed yet exuding confidence. She had intentionally lowered the camera, fully aware of her physical allure, and was unbothered about showcasing it to Chen Zhibai. After all, she had already set her sights on him. Did he not see clearly? Take another look. Yet in truth, she knew he had seen, as she noticed the sudden widening of his eyes. After saying this, she concluded the video call. Placing her phone down, Lu Meng reached up to touch her face. Even without a mirror, she could tell her cheeks were likely warm to the touch, given the sensation beneath her fingers. This was, after all, her first time deliberately allowing a boy to see her legs. It was a different nature from simply being observed while walking down the street. This time, it was her choice to reveal. Thus, she felt a tinge of shyness. No matter how radiant and poised she appeared, a hint of bashfulness lingered. Nonetheless, the effect was undeniably effective. A proud glint sparkled in Lu Meng's eyes as she recalled the startled expression on Chen Zhibai's face, prompting a soft, triumphant hum to escape her lips. As Shen Qing emerged from the bathroom, she inadvertently caught Lu Meng's proud expression and instinctively glanced over. You look stunning after your shower, Qing, Wang Hui remarked, unable to suppress her admiration while gazing enviously at Shen Qing. Indeed, she found Shen Qing to be exceptionally beautiful, exuding an ethereal and cool demeanor, and her figure was unexpectedly impressive. Upon hearing Wang Hui's compliment, Lu Meng instinctively glanced at Shen Qing, momentarily tempering her pride. Even she had to concede that Shen Qing's beauty was on par with her own. At that moment, having just finished her shower, Shen Qing had her hair styled in a bun, revealing a strikingly beautiful face and a long, fair neck. Dressed in a nightgown, her figure was commendable, and her cool presence was remarkable. You look lovely too, Shen Qing said with a smile, directing her gaze at Wang Hui. Not at all. I'm not beautiful in the slightest. You don't need to comfort me. Qing, I know well enough how I look, Wang Hui sighed, then shifted the conversation out of curiosity. Qing, I have a question I'm quite curious about. Is it all right to ask? Shen Qing nodded and replied, rest assured. I won't pry into any personal matters. I merely wish to know what kind of boyfriend you are looking for. It's been a month since the semester started, and many boys have pursued you, yet it seems you have no interest in any of them. So, could you share what type of boy you like? Wang Hui's question piqued Lu Meng's interest as well. Naturally, she was curious about Shen Qing's standards for a boyfriend, as she viewed Shen Qing as a fellow beauty of equal standing. Liu, lying on her bed, remained silent but turned her gaze towards them. I don't have any specific criteria, but I hope he is mature and reliable, Shen Qing contemplated before responding. This indeed reflected her ideal type. She preferred mature and dependable boys, as she often felt insecure. However, the boys who pursued her over the past month had all appeared rather hasty. A few seemed mature on the surface, but were, in essence, quite juvenile. Mature and reliable? I see. So you prefer the older brother type, huh? Older brothers are typically mature and dependable, Wang Hui pondered, suddenly enlightened. However, Shen Qing chose not to clarify further, merely offering a smile. It's getting late. We should sleep. At the entrance of the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai, after hanging up the video call, felt a twinge of regret. He had indeed wanted to steal another glance at Lu Meng's long legs. He wondered when he might have the chance to touch them. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts as he stepped inside, but suddenly recalled Lu Meng's slightly flushed face from their earlier conversation. It was evident that she too felt a hint of shyness. With this thought, Chen Zhibai smiled. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Now inside the dormitory, he received a message. Photos? Chen Zhibai typed, sending a picture. Too late, Sai. Chen Zhibai sent 3 consecutive messages, the last one being a meme of a pitiful cat. In Inquan community, Chen Zhibai lay on her bed, her beautiful face reflecting her discontent. She had genuinely intended to video call Chen Zhibai, but now it was clearly too late. Chen Zhibai felt a pang of anxiety, silently relieved that he hadn't initiated the video call. Otherwise, Chen Zhibai would have known he was chatting with someone else. Once Chen Zhibai had composed herself, she sent a message filled with anticipation. Chen Zhibai responded, "Oh, I see." Well then, Chen Zhibai felt a tinge of disappointment but understood. Seeing her message, Chen Zhibai exhaled with relief, only to receive another message from Lu Meng, stating that she would wait for him to finish washing up before continuing their video chat. Chen Zhibai could only repeat what he had said to Chen Zhibai to Lu Meng, who readily understood and replied affirmatively. Chapter 48 looks alone 1T when a man's heart. The dormitory door was ajar, so Chen Zhibai gently pushed it open. On the balcony, Wang Chao and Li Dong had just finished smoking. Can't sleep. How about a couple of rounds of games? Wang Chao suggested. Li Dong felt tempted, but hesitated, recalling their gaming skills. After all, no one enjoys losing. Wang Chao nodded, but soon grew puzzled. The next moment, he heard the dormitory door swing open and someone enter. Instinctively, he turned to the entrance. Who are you? Which dorm are you from? Wait, is that you, Chun? Wang Chao's expression shifted to one of shock as he initially failed to recognize Chen Zhibai. With a fresh hairstyle and stylish attire, Chen Zhibai appeared as though he had transformed entirely, leaving Wang Chao momentarily speechless before he finally recognized him. Wang Chao stood there dumbfounded, his face a mixture of disbelief as he gazed at Chen Zhibai. He looked completely different, almost strikingly handsome. Meanwhile, as Wang Chao turned to the entrance, he too exclaimed in astonishment, having been equally taken aback. After spending countless hours together, witnessing such a drastic change in a matter of hours was enough to astonish anyone. Wang Chao and Li Dong stood frozen in place. Shou Hao, lying in bed, heard the astonishment in Wang Chao and Li Dong's voices. Furrowing his brow, but instinctively sitting up to take a look, his eyes widened in disbelief. Is that really Chen Zhibai? Have you had plastic surgery? No, that is not correct. I haven't undergone any cosmetic surgery. I've merely changed my hairstyle and wardrobe. Yet the transformation is astonishing. Zhou Hao gazed at Chen Zhibai in disbelief, a pang of imbalance and jealousy stirring within him. He had always prided himself on being the most handsome in the dormitory, but now he found himself begrudgingly acknowledging a stark reality. Chen Zhibai was indeed more handsome than he. Furthermore, his demeanor exuded greater charm, calm, confident, and poised. No, how could this be? Zhou Hao thought, unable to accept it. Clearly, he was taken aback by Chen Zhibai's current appearance. What is wrong? Do you not recognize me? Chen Zhibai smiled and casually spoke to Wang Chao and Li Dong. Wow, hold on, what's your secret? Just changing your hairstyle has made you look significantly more attractive, and your outfit choice is impeccable. It looks clean and comfortable on you. Li Dong stepped out onto the balcony, his eyes fixated on Chen Zhibai. Honestly, old Chen, if it weren't for your face still being the same, I would genuinely think you had undergone plastic surgery in Korea. But your transformation surpasses any surgery. I'm envious, Wang Chao remarked, his expression filled with admiration. He added, Old Chen, trust me, with your current appearance, you will undoubtedly find a girlfriend. Absolutely, believe me. Li Dong nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. As the saying goes, if one man considers another handsome, then that man is indeed handsome. Such was the case with Chen Zhibai. Truthfully, if one were to judge purely on looks, Chen Zhibai wouldn't qualify as a stunning heartthrob. He was merely a decent-looking fellow. However, his aura was undeniably captivating, steady, self-assured, and gracious. Frankly, such charisma could even eclipse physical attractiveness. Old Chen, where did you get that haircut? Tell me, and Dongzi, we both want to change our hairstyles. A suitable haircut can rival the effects of cosmetic surgery. Your previous style made you appear quite ordinary, but this new look is refreshingly clean. Wang Chao exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, He felt inspired to change his own hairstyle. Yes, where did you go for that haircut? I want to undergo a transformation like yours. Li Dong, kind and equally enthusiastic. Both men eagerly turned their attention to Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai thought to himself that Wang Chao and Li Dong were overestimating the impact of a haircut. His transformation was facilitated by his already decent features and good skin condition. His previous long hair had obscured his eyes, and with the new hairstyle, the change was substantial. However, for Wang Chao and Li Dong, such a transformation was unlikely. Wang Chao's skin condition was poor, and Li Dong had noticeable facial flaws. In their cases, relying solely on a new hairstyle to enhance their attractiveness was simply unrealistic. However, the truth was not something he could convey openly. Besides, the barbershop he frequented was beyond their financial reach. A haircut there cost 1,888 yuan, far exceeding their monthly allowances. You could try the barbershop right by the school gate. Chen Zhibai finally said, suppressing his thoughts. This was, in a sense, a benevolent lie, as the barbershop there charged only 20 yuan for a haircut, making it accessible for Wang Chao and Li Dong. The barbershop by the school gate? Damn, I'm going there tomorrow. I want to become handsome too, Wang Chao exclaimed, visibly excited. Li Dong stood by, fists clenched, clearly aligned with Wang Chao's intentions to visit the barbershop the following day. Chen Zhibai's transformation had profoundly impacted both of them. In fact, even Zhou Hao, who was lying on his bed, could not resist glancing at Chen Zhibai, contemplating whether he should also visit the barbershop tomorrow. Yes, he resolved internally. It was unreasonable for Chen Zhibai to become more attractive solely through a haircut while he remained unchanged. After all, he considered himself far more handsome than Chen Zhibai. Once he got a new hairstyle, he would undoubtedly look even better. Perhaps then, Ye would agree to hold his hand. With these thoughts, Zhou Hao felt a surge of excitement. He cast a superior glance at Chen Zhibai. Even if Chen Zhibai had become more attractive, Zhou Hao remained unconvinced that he could secure a beautiful girlfriend, unlike himself, who had Li Yu. Ultimately, a man's looks matter little without wealth to back them up. As Chen Zhibai nodded at Wang Chao and Li Dong, he said nothing further and prepared to wash up in the bathroom while the dormitory lights were still on. This made it convenient. Otherwise, once the lights were out, it would be dark and cumbersome, even though he could use his phone's flashlight. With this in mind, the desire to rent a place outside surfaced once more. From any perspective, renting a place would be convenient, allowing him to avoid the restrictions of dormitory hours while also fostering closer relationships with Lu Meng and Xin Jiahui. Having a private space would undoubtedly be advantageous. The school had no objections to students renting off campus. They merely needed to inform their counselor and sign a liability waiver stating that any incidents occurring off campus would not involve the school. Chen Zhibai knew this because a freshman had shared their experience of renting a place on the school forum. However, the issue of monthly rent often deterred students from seeking such accommodations. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai picked up a towel and headed to the restroom, only to have his arm grabbed by Wang Chao. Wow, old Chen, that watch on your wrist is stunning. What brand is it? It looks so high-end, exuding an indescribable elegance. Wang Chao's face was filled with astonishment as he gazed at Chen Zhibai's Patek Philippe Nautilus watch. He was not actually familiar with the brand Patek Philippe, which was true for many in the country. Although they recognized the name, they often did not know the specifics. Yet, this did not prevent Wang Chao from appreciating the beauty of the watch. With its pale blue dial, it emanated a sense of quality and understated luxury. This was quite reasonable, as it was a watch worth over 1,000,000 yuan, equivalent to several houses in a small county. It truly is exquisite. But I can't place the brand, Li Dong added, curiously peering over. He then looked up at Chen Zhibai, his eyes filled with intrigue. What could it be, if not a generic brand? Zhou Hao, still lying on his bed, interjected. Due to the distance, he had not seen the Patek Philippe, but even if he had, he would have recognized it. Nevertheless, it didn't stop him from assuming it was a generic watch. After all, in Zhou Hao's eyes, Chen Zhibai was undeniably a pauper. Is it a generic watch? If so, they've done an impressive job. It looks great. What brand is it, old Chen? I want to buy one too, Wang Chao remarked, now genuinely interested. He found the watch remarkably stylish and of high quality. It was gifted by my family. As for the brand, I'm not sure, Chen Zhibai replied, heading into the restroom with his towel. With a click, he shut the door behind him. His nature was not one to boast, which is why he refrained from mentioning the brand Patek Philippe or the price of the watch. If someone more ostentatious were in his place, they would surely brag, but Chen Zhibai preferred to avoid altering the dynamics within the dormitory. Taking Wang Chao and Li Dong as examples, once they discover the exorbitant value of his watch, it would undoubtedly alter their interactions with him henceforth. This was precisely what Chen Zhibai wished to avoid. Thus, he refrained from disclosing its worth. After turning on the faucet and washing his face, Chen Zhibai commenced brushing his teeth. Meanwhile, outside in the dormitory, Wang Chao and Li Dong continued to discuss the watch. Old Chen's watch looks truly impressive. If given the chance, I would like to acquire one as well, Wang Chao exclaimed enthusiastically, his interest piqued. However, Zhou Hao, reclining on his bed, cast a glance at him and scoffed. What's the point of buying such a generic watch? If you're going to purchase one, it should be a reputable brand. Wearing a no-name watch might be acceptable if you encounter someone ignorant of watches, but if you come across a connoisseur, tut, that would be humiliating, Zhou Hao remarked, a proud expression crossing his face as he continued. My family has promised to buy me a Longines watch upon my university graduation, worth over 10,000. It carries prestige. So heed my advice. Invest in a branded watch. Who could possibly compare to you, young Master Zhou? You're a local in Jiangsheng with 2 properties under your name. Wang Chao's expression soured, and he retorted sarcastically. Yet, Zhou Hao, oblivious to the sarcasm, nodded with self-satisfaction. Indeed, a watch worth over 10,000 isn't something one can just whimsically purchase. Never mind. You can go ahead and buy a generic watch. At least it's still a watch and can be worn out, Zhou Hao declared, brimming with pride. This demeanor infuriated Wang Chao further, as he had not anticipated Zhou Hao would fail to catch his sarcasm. One idiot, Wang Chao fumed. But he no longer felt inclined to inquire about Chen Zhibai's watch. He, too, acknowledged that a generic watch lacked appeal. Once I graduate and earn some money, I'll buy a branded one, Wang Dong contemplated. Chen Zhibai completed his hygiene routine swiftly. Upon exiting the restroom and placing his belongings down, the lights in the dormitory were extinguished. Instantly, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the other dorms in the hallway. What? The lights are off already? I haven't finished drying my hair. Quick, someone bring in a phone to light it up. The lights are out again. If only I had money, I would rent a place outside. It would be so much more convenient for dating. Remarkably, these cries were rather amusing, particularly the one from the person still struggling with wet hair, likely standing in the restroom with foam all over. Chen Zhibai shook his head, turned on his phone's flashlight, and climbed into bed. Old Chen, care to play a couple of games? We're waiting for you to carry us, Wang Chao called from the neighboring bed, eager for Chen Zhibai's participation. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to agree, he noticed several messages on WeChat from both Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui, inquiring if he had finished washing up and suggesting a chat if he had. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai dismissed the idea of playing games. After all, nothing could compare to the allure of conversing with a girlfriend, let alone 2. No, you and Dongzi play. I have other matters to attend to, he politely declined. Come on, play a couple of rounds. Wang Chao insisted, not ready to give up. Yes, join us for a couple of games. It's too early to sleep. The night is long, Li Dong chimed in. Yet, Chen Zhibai remained resolute in his refusal. Sighing, Wang Chao and Li Dong commenced a game without him. Chapter 50. Liu proactively adds on WeChat, Zhou Hao lay in bed, having anticipated an invitation from Wang Chao and Li Dong to join them in gaming. After all, with Liu already asleep, he was left without anyone to converse with. However, when Wang Chao and Li Dong entered the game without extending an invitation to him, his expression soured. He grimaced and glanced enviously at their beds before opening the game himself, feeling too indifferent to join them. After all, he didn't even have a girlfriend, and his was from out of town. Meanwhile, Chen Zhibai was engaged in conversation with Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui. Lu Meng's manner was quite forthright. She would openly mention her boyfriend and engage in playful banter. In contrast, Chen Zhihui was more on the cute and shy side. Earlier, Chen Zhibai had sent both girls a slightly risky joke, and Chen Zhihui responded with a flurry of adorable emojis, pushing his joke message down until she finally typed a response. It was evident that the 2 girls were distinctly different. Logically, Chen Zhibai should have a preference between Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui. However, truthfully, he could not choose. After all, both had their unique charms. akin to the flesh on both sides of one's palm. What time do you wake up tomorrow morning? If you're up early, let us grab breakfast together. Lu Ming texted, her invitation straightforward and bright, much like her personality. I'll surely be up early because I need to run on the school track at 7. After my run, let us have breakfast together, Chen Zhibai replied. Running? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming's beautiful face displayed surprise, as she had not expected Chen Zhibai to be a morning runner. I have no plans tomorrow morning. Would you like me to accompany you for a run? Sure, Chen Zhibai responded. Just as he sent that message, his phone buzzed again. This time, it was a message from Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai sighed, realizing the downside of having two girlfriends. While chatting with one, he inadvertently neglected the other. Not sleeping yet, he typed, then added, I was just busy with something. Oh, I see, Chen Zhibai replied, not thinking much of it, assuming he genuinely had something to attend to. Are you done now? She inquired. Yes, I'm done, he responded. Chen Zhibai. Well, I wanted to tell you something. Chen Zhibai, go ahead. Chen Zhibai. It's nothing major. I'm planning to resign from my job at the fourth store since my best friend's company is hiring, and I can get in directly. In the Inquan community house. After sending this message, Chen Zhibai felt somewhat shy. After all, she was actually resigning out of concern that Chen Zhibai might overthink things. Really? That is a good thing. I didn't want you to work in sales at the fourth store anyway, Chen Zhibai replied, raising an eyebrow upon reading her message. Why? Chen Zhibai instinctively asked. Because you'll attract attention, Chen Zhibai stated frankly. This was the truth. With Chen Zhibai's looks and figure, it was inevitable that someone would take notice. Chen Zhibai's cheeks flushed, though she felt a sense of happiness, believing it signified Chen Zhibai's care for her. It's not as exaggerated as you think, she typed, then shyly added, besides, I'm already your girlfriend now, so it doesn't matter if others take notice. Frankly, this statement held significant weight. At the very least, upon reading it, Chen Zhibai felt a stir within, especially when he thought of Chen Zhibai's face and figure. Just as he was stirred, his phone vibrated again, another message from Lu Ming. Chen Zhibai found himself juggling conversations, engaging simultaneously with both Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai. Soon, the clock struck 11, and Chen Zhibai, feeling tired, said goodnight. Having multiple girlfriends was indeed not without its complications. Chen Zhibai mused when suddenly he noticed a friend request awaiting his approval. The avatar was of a female, likely a stock image, and the name bore a moon emoji. The friend request note read, Chen Zhibai, please accept my friend request. Frowning at the note, Chen Zhibai pondered, how does she know my name? Who could this be? As thoughts swirled in her mind, Chen Zhibai clicked to agree and sent a question mark. She then typed, who are you? In the girls' dormitory, Liu lay on her bed, feeling a rush of excitement upon seeing Chen Zhibai's acceptance of her friend request. Yes, it was she who had just added Chen Zhibai on WeChat. The reason for this decision was rather simple. She felt a sense of imbalance. Why did her boyfriend, Zhou Hao, only gift her clothes worth 500 to 600 yuan, while Lu Ming's boyfriend, Chen Zhibai, presented her with a luxurious bag valued at 888 yuan. This disparity was the source of her discontent. Hence, Liu thought of adding Chen Zhibai on WeChat. She had his contact information, as Zhou Hao had sent it to her the previous night, and she had forwarded it to Lu Ming. Her plan was to add him on WeChat and see if there was an opportunity to win him over. This was the truest reflection of her thoughts. Although she believed she was not as beautiful as Lu Ming, she considered herself attractive enough, often receiving requests for her WeChat from various boys during the first month of school. What if Chen Zhibai found her appealing? If that were the case, she could become Chen Zhibai's girlfriend and perhaps receive a bag worth 888 yuan as well. Thus, she felt compelled to make an effort. With that resolve, she decided to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat, and now he had accepted her request. Liu felt a flutter of excitement and instinctively turned to glance at Lu Ming, who was chatting on her phone. Forgive me, but I must try to win over your boyfriend. Don't blame me. After all, wealthy second-generation heirs are the object of desire for many girls. Speak up, who are you? If you don't respond, I will delete you. Please don't delete me. Liu typed nervously, fearing that if she took too long, Chen Zhibai might remove her. This could jeopardize her plans of winning him over, which was absolutely unacceptable. She wanted that bag, and beyond that, She was eager to witness Lu Meng's look of defeat. If she succeeded in her scheme, Lu Meng would surely be crestfallen. Just the thought of such a scenario sent a thrill through her. Yes, she acknowledged that she was not as beautiful as Lu Meng, but what did that matter? If Chen Zhibai liked her type, she could surpass Lu Meng. Who are you? While Liu was lost in her thoughts, Chen Zhibai had already sent a message. Liu. Along with this, she sent a cute cat emoji covering its mouth. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai furrowed his brows. Li Wa, Zhou Hao's girlfriend? Why is she adding me? He glanced over at Zhou Hao, who was lying on his bed engrossed in a game, his mouth running with bravado. What if I'm not good at the game? I have a girlfriend. Do you? You single dog. And my girlfriend is beautiful. Do you know what a campus bell is? My girlfriend is one. Plus, I'm a local from Jiangcheng, a new first-tier city. My family owns 2 apartments. You'll never reach my level no matter how hard you work. Zhou Hao's words dripped with superiority, illuminated by the glow of his phone screen. Why so quiet? Have you forgotten who I am? Then, Chen Zhibai pondered for a moment before opening his photo gallery. He found a selfie he was satisfied with and sent it to Chen Zhibai. In the photo, she was posing playfully with a peace sign. Her face was indeed beautiful. Though perhaps not on par with Lu Meng or Chen Zhihui, she certainly resembled a campus belle, as Zhou Hao had claimed, scoring around 80 points. Moreover, her figure was commendable. Liu adjusted the filter to give the photo an aura of beauty. Now, do you remember who I am? She sent along with a cute girl emoji. After sending the photo, Liu typed again, adding a playful emoji. Is there something you need? Although Chen Zhibai found it odd that Liu had suddenly added him, he thought little of it, assuming she had a matter to discuss. He typed back, if you need something, you can ask your boyfriend Zhou Hao. No, I just wanted to chat for a bit. I find you quite interesting and wanted to talk. This was Liu's message. Upon reading this, Chen Zhibai's expression turned peculiar, as her words hinted at a flirtatious overture. However, he questioned the appropriateness of a girl with a boyfriend expressing such sentiments. Despite his own history of casual relationships, he held a personal boundary against pursuing someone else's girlfriend. Even though he had no fondness for Zhou Hao, he wouldn't stoop to that level, regardless of Liu's advances. He initially intended to ask Liu if she had seen his message, but reconsidered and directed it towards his roommate. As I thought, Chen Zhibai mused, realizing it was no coincidence that Liu had added him and was being so forward. After all, it was already 11 at night, and she wanted to chat, which was indeed suggestive. He suspected she might have seen the bag, and now it appeared to be true. Did you tell your dorm mates that I bought it for you? Chen Zhibai typed. Yes, after they asked. I mentioned it, and said that we are now in a relationship. Lu Meng replied and then inquired, what's up? Nothing much, just wanted to ask. Chen Zhibai typed. Then shifted the conversation to another topic about renting an apartment off campus. I plan to rent a place off campus. Want to check out some suitable options tomorrow? Why the sudden desire to rent off campus? Is living in the dorm uncomfortable? Lu Meng asked, momentarily taken aback. Not exactly. I just think renting off campus would be more convenient, avoiding the 10 p.m. curfew. Plus, it offers more freedom. Of course, the most important reason I haven't mentioned yet. Chen Zhibai chuckled as he typed. What is it? Lu Meng inquired. The best part is, once we have a place, we'll have a private spot for our dates, a secret base. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's fair cheeks flushed. Though she had never dated before, she was not an innocent girl oblivious to the ways of the world. On the contrary, in her hometown, many girls had started dating early due to the less developed economy. She had heard enough about such matters, and she immediately understood Chen Zhibai's intentions in renting an apartment, which made her blush. Yet, amid her embarrassment, a sense of hesitation lingered. Frankly speaking, she was quite satisfied with Chen Zhibai. He was of suitable age, handsome, with a calm demeanor, and they attended the same university. As for wealth, he drove a top-tier BMW 5 Series and wore watches worth over $1 million. He had no shortcomings. Thus, she was not opposed to being intimate with Chen Zhibai. However, the two had just confirmed their relationship. Moving too quickly would be unwise. She feared that if he received too much too soon, he might not cherish it. All right, let's go ahead with the rental, she decided. As long as I can control the pace, we'll be fine. Sure, let's explore off-campus tomorrow to see if there are any suitable houses. After making her decision, Lu Meng typed. She had already contemplated that she could let Chen Zhibai take advantage, but she must not compromise her dignity. Chapter 52, 10 million for housing funds indeed. Let us venture off campus tomorrow in search of a suitable residence. He deliberately suggested to Lu Meng that they should rent a house off campus, claiming it would provide them a private space, all to gauge her reaction, whether she was resistant or agreeable. Now that she had consented, it implied that she was not averse to the idea of having a secret space for the two of them. Furthermore, upon deeper reflection, it also suggested that Lu Meng was not opposed to him, and that was sufficient. "All right, we shall meet tomorrow," Chen Zhibai typed. However, at that moment, a chime rang in his mind, accompanied by the system's voice. Ding! It has been detected that the host intends to rent a house off campus with one of his girlfriends, Lu Meng. As a wealthy individual, how could one resort to renting? A random task has been initiated. Please select one of the following options. 1. The host may purchase a property within a university town, thereby receiving a special housing fund of 10 million. Note, this fund can only be used for purchasing real estate and is limited to one property within the university town. 2. The host may choose not to purchase a property and continue renting, receiving the title of rental expert. Note, this title bears no practical significance. The system's voice continued to resonate in his mind. Chen Zhibai's expression turned to one of resignation. For the two options presented were, as always, a matter of no deliberation. Even a fool would know which option to select. Naturally, he would choose the first option. By doing so, he would acquire a special housing fund of 10 million, which, although restricted to purchasing a single property, was still a staggering sum. What does that signify? The average person would never amass such wealth in a lifetime. In Jiangcheng, the average price of housing hovers around 20,000 per square meter, with 10 million. One could purchase 5 properties of 100 square meters each. 5. Of course, the system imposed a restriction that the 10 million housing fund could only be used to buy one house, but as long as he purchased a spacious one, that was sufficient. The stipulation of being confined to the university town was not a concern either. The university town merely refers to this area, which, aside from numerous universities, also houses several residential communities, including many newly constructed ones. In summary, he was certainly inclined to choose the first option. The reward of being a rental expert was evidently worthless. System, I choose the first option. Chen Zhibai conveyed internally. Ding. Congratulations to the host for selecting the first option, successfully acquiring 10 million in housing funds. Note, the housing fund has been promptly deposited into the host's agricultural bank account. Please check it in a timely manner. In his mind, the system's voice resonated. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated twice. Chen Zhibai glanced down to see a bank notification. The 10 million had arrived. To be honest, upon seeing this bank message, he felt somewhat dazed, as the string of zeros was something that most ordinary individuals, no, it should be said, 99 of people, would never hope to see in their lifetime. Yet now he possessed it. Moreover, he was to wager this sum on a single house. Why the silence? Are you sleepy? While typing, she could not resist yawning. She was indeed feeling somewhat fatigued. To maintain her physical condition and skin, she adhered to an early bedtime, knowing that her beauty and figure were her only reliable assets. Had it not been for her conversation with Chen Zhibai, she would have long since succumbed to sleep. Now, although she could still hold on, fatigue was overwhelming her. Yes, I am indeed feeling a bit drowsy. Shall we sleep then? Good night. Lu Meng typed. Good night. Shall we meet at the playground tomorrow morning? I have yet to see you run. All right, let us meet at the playground. Well then, good night again, and may you have sweet dreams. Lu Meng lay in bed, sending the message before yawning once more. Yet even in her weariness, there was an elegance in her every movement. After yawning, she turned off her phone and placed it beneath her pillow, closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. She was truly exhausted. Soon, Lu Meng drifted into slumber, while her dorm mate, Li Yu, found herself unable to sleep. This left Li Yu in a state of discontent, especially after having observed Lu Meng continuously engaged in conversation. It was evident that Lu Meng was chatting with Chen Zhibai, which only deepened Li Yu's dissatisfaction. What does this mean? Is she implying that I possess no charm whatsoever? While she may not be as beautiful as Lu Meng, she considered herself attractive, and the gap between them was not insurmountable. Yet now, she felt neglected by Chen Zhibai. Biting her lip, she suppressed her thoughts and glanced at her phone screen, where her chat with Chen Zhibai remained open. Now that Lu Meng is asleep, surely he should be chatting with me? Are you still there? Li Iwatipa, sending the message before contemplating her approach. Reluctant to miss an opportunity, she opened her camera and took a photo of her leg. Due to the dormitory lights being off, the flash illuminated the moment she clicked the picture. Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you taking pictures so late? From the adjacent bed, Wang Hui, still awake, curiously looked over. Oh, it's nothing. A mosquito seemed to bite my leg, so I was checking. A mosquito? That can't be. Our dorm has the air conditioning on. There shouldn't be any mosquitoes around. When I have the air conditioning on at home, I never encounter them, as I dislike the cold. It must be because the window was open for ventilation, allowing them to fly in. Would you like me to help you catch it? Wang Hui offered. No, I can manage. You should go to sleep, Hui Hui. Liu waved her hand dismissively. All right then. Wang Yu did. But do ask if you need help. Rest assured, Liu replied, feeling relieved when Wang Hui returned her focus to her phone. She then reviewed the photo she had just taken, frowning slightly in dissatisfaction, adjusting her leg into a more flattering position. Liu took several more pictures before selecting one she found suitable. After applying a filter, she sent it directly to Chen Zhibai. Chapter 53. No man is immune to temptation. Her leg photo was indeed quite appealing. Even though Chen Zhibai was in a relationship with Lu Meng, her gesture was overtly suggestive, and she was confident that Chen Zhibai would find it hard to resist. There are no men who do not stray. With that thought, a gleam of triumph flickered in Liu's eyes. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai was in the restroom, preparing to relieve himself before heading to bed. Mindful that he needed to wake early for a morning run, this was crucial for his goal of gaining 3 additional centimeters in height. Though he now had a system and 2 girlfriends, Chen Zhibai aspired to enhance himself further, seeking wealth, good looks, and stature. Soon, after finishing in the restroom and washing his hands, he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw the message and photo sent by Liu. Out of instinct, Chen Zhibai clicked on the photo. To be frank, Liu's legs were indeed attractive. Compared to ordinary girls, they were certainly appealing. But when juxtaposed with Lu Meng's, they fell short. After a brief evaluation, he intended to put his phone away. Even though Liu had sent a leg photo laden with suggestive implications, he had no intention of engaging in conversation with her. After all, as he always reiterated, Liu had a boyfriend. Even if Liu lacked a boyfriend, Chen Zhibai doubted he would engage in conversation. For both Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai surpassed her in beauty by a considerable margin. As he retained his phone, the voice of Zhou Hao echoed from outside the restroom. Old Chen, have you finished? I urgently need to use the toilet. I can barely hold it in, Zhou Hao called out impatiently. Done, Chen Zhibai replied, stepping forward to open the restroom door. Zhou Hao remained silent, hastily unbuttoning his pants, but suddenly paused upon noticing the photograph displayed on Chen Zhibai's phone. It featured a girl's legs. While her face was obscured, the shapeliness of her legs was quite appealing. Yet for some reason, Zhou Hao felt an inexplicable familiarity with the image, though he dismissed it without further thought. Well, old Chen, it seems you've been secretly searching for pictures of girls' legs online. This one is rather nice, Zhou Hao remarked. Chen Zhibai then realized that he had inadvertently left his phone unlocked while opening the door for Zhou Hao, revealing the photo Liu had just sent him. I'm not saying this to you, but you really should consider finding a girlfriend. Look at me. I've just started school and already have a girlfriend. You've met her. She is a stunning beauty and treats me exceptionally well. Zhou Hao began to boast, even suppressing his urgent need to relieve himself for the sake of his bragging rights. Chen Zhibai remained silent, casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Hao. Liu treats you well? Are you aware that the leg picture you just saw was sent to me by your girlfriend? And if I merely beckon, your girlfriend would likely come to me. Hey, I say. As Chen Zhibai turned away without uttering a word, Zhou Hao's expression soured. He instinctively wanted to interject, but succumbed to his pressing need to use the bathroom instead, feeling quite unsettled. Yet, soon Zhou Hao rationalized the situation. He concluded that Chen Zhibai's silence stemmed from a sense of inferiority in his presence, especially since he had a girlfriend while Chen Zhibai was still single. Even with a new hairstyle enhancing his looks, the prospect of him finding a girlfriend seemed uncertain. With this thought, Zhou Hao's feelings of superiority resurfaced, and he inadvertently recalled the photograph displayed on Chen Zhibai's phone. Strange, why does it seem so familiar? Shaking his head, He chose not to dwell on it further. In the girls' dormitory, Liu lay on her bed, frowning after waiting 10 minutes without receiving a message from Chen Zhibai. Has he fallen asleep and missed it? Or has he seen it but chosen not to respond? She pondered, ultimately convincing herself that he must have dozed off. Confident in the attractiveness of the leg photo she had sent, she opened the chat with Zhou Hao. Are you asleep? She typed. Not asleep. Yeah. Didn't you fall asleep? Why are you suddenly messaging me? Did you wake up? Zhou Hao replied. Yes, I suddenly woke up. What about old Chen? Why are you asking about him? Zhou Hao paused, puzzled by Liu's inquiry regarding Chen Zhibai. Just ask him if he is awake, Liu instructed. Oh, let me check if he is awake. He should be. He just came out of the restroom, Zhou Hao replied, typing as he exited the bathroom. Although Liu was inquiring about Chen Zhibai, Zhou Hao felt no doubt, confident in his standing. Being a local with 2 properties, he felt no comparison with Chen Zhibai, whom he deemed inferior in status. He is asleep, Zhou Hao typed after glancing at Chen Zhibai, who was indeed sleeping with his eyes closed. Curiously, he asked, Yeah, what exactly do you want with old Chen? It's pointless. He doesn't know as many people here as I do. Of course, he is asleep. I knew it. Liua Raplia. By the way, I need to tell you something about old Chen. Just a few minutes ago, while I was in the restroom, he happened to be there too. When he opened the door for me, I noticed he was looking at a picture of a girl's legs. He must have searched for it online. TSK. It seems he is quite desperate for a girlfriend. However, that girl's legs are clearly not as nice as yours. Hee. As Zhou Hao relayed this information, Liu, upon reading his messages, froze momentarily, her expression darkening. She was certain the leg photo Chen Zhibai had seen was indeed hers. Thus, he had seen the picture. Liu felt a surge of frustration as she instinctively glanced at her own legs. They look pretty good, she thought. Does he really prefer Lu Meng? The following morning at 6:40, Chen Zhibai awoke to the sound of his phone alarm. After silencing it, he rolled out of bed and headed to the restroom. While brushing his teeth and washing his face, a message from Lu Meng arrived. Are you awake? Awake, Chen Zhibai replied. Great. Shall we gather soon? I'll wait for you downstairs in the boys' dormitory, and then we can head to the playground together. After finishing his morning routine, Chen Zhibai noticed Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao still fast asleep. As he changed, Wang Chao groggily opened his eyes and, upon seeing Chen Zhibai getting dressed, jolted upright. Wait, old Chen, why are you up so early? Wang Chao asked, perplexed. Going for a run. Chen Zhibai responded with a smile. You're really doing this again? Didn't you just run yesterday? Wang Chao exclaimed. Of course, I'm serious, Chen Zhibai affirmed. Impressive. Wang Chao genuinely praised him, giving a thumbs up. Even in college, you're waking up early for a run instead of sleeping in. I'm truly impressed. Afterward, Wang Chao rubbed his eyes, having played games with Li Dong until 2 in the morning, leaving him with barely 4 hours of sleep, thus feeling quite drowsy. You go ahead. I'm going back to sleep. With that, Wang Chao turned away, facing the wall, and drifted back into slumber. Chen Zhibai shook his head, intending to check if Lu Meng had arrived downstairs yet, just as he received a message from her stating that she had just reached the boys' dormitory. Heading down now, Chen Zhibai typed as he exited the dormitory, gently closing the door behind him and slowly making his way down the stairs. Take your time, he reassured himself. As he descended, another message from Lu Meng arrived. Soon, Chen Zhibai emerged from the boys' dormitory and immediately spotted Lu Meng standing under a willow tree in front of the building. She was quite noticeable, perhaps to facilitate their run. Lu Meng had tied her long hair into a high ponytail, showcasing her bright and exquisite face, along with her fair and slender neck. She wore a summer sports outfit, consisting of a short-sleeved top and casual long pants, complemented by a pair of athletic shoes. Her relaxed attire, while casual, accentuated her allure and exuded an air of goddess-like elegance. Notably, since she wore long pants, her legs were not fully exposed, yet their attractive shape was still subtly discernible. With a height of 171 centimeters and an admirable figure, Chen Zhibai observed several early risers from the dormitory stealing glances at Lu Meng. However, none dared to approach her, as her striking beauty imposed a significant pressure on them, leaving them merely to admire from a distance. In many ways, when boys encounter a girl who is both exceptionally beautiful and possesses an alluring physique, they often feel a sense of inferiority, leading them to forego any intentions of pursuing her. When Chen Zhibai caught sight of Lu Meng, She too noticed him, as she had been observing the individuals emerging from the dormitory since her arrival. "I am here," she declared, her smile radiant and her demeanor poised. Truth be told, she certainly elevated Chen Zhibai's stature, for after her words, several boys in the vicinity turned their heads in unison to gaze at him, their eyes filled with envy. After all, it was quite the privilege to have such a stunning beauty awaiting him. "Now that I see you," Chen Zhibai responded, undeterred by the attention around him. He approached Lu Meng and, after exchanging a few words, boldly took her hand. Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, her fair and delicate face tinged with a blush. Although they had shared a kiss the previous day, holding hands was a first for them, and likewise, it was her first time holding hands with a male outside of her family. There was a blend of shyness and nervousness within her, yet her bright and generous personality shone through, allowing her to maintain her composure despite the flush on her cheeks. "Shall we head to the track for a run?" Lu Meng asked, allowing Chen Zhibai to hold her hand. "Yes, let's start with a run," he replied, nodding as he led her toward the field, all while being watched by the envious gazes of the boys around them. It was no wonder that successful men often had beautiful women by their sides. It truly added to their prestige, Chen Zhibai mused, glancing at Lu Meng. Her fair and exquisite features, combined with her bright and gracious aura and enviable physique, certainly enhanced his reputation. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Meng inquired, noticing Chen Zhibai's silence and his pensive expression. "Nothing in particular," he replied, shaking his head. "I just feel that having a beautiful girlfriend is indeed a matter of pride." Upon hearing these words, a smile brightened Lu Meng's face, and a sense of pride washed over her, delighted by Chen Zhibai's compliment. The distance from the boys' dormitory to the school track was not great, and within 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived at the field. To Lu Meng's surprise, there were quite a number of people out for their morning jogs. "Indeed, there are many," Chen Zhibai agreed, about to continue speaking when he spotted their counselor, Wen Yutong, also jogging on the track. She was dressed in a sporty white ensemble, exuding health and vitality, her movements graceful and pleasing to the eye. "Do you know her?" Lu Meng asked casually, glancing over at Wen Yutong with a hint of vigilance. Having noticed that the woman Chen Zhibai was observing was quite comparable to her in terms of beauty. "Yes, she is our class counselor," Chen Zhibai replied, sensing Lu Meng's relief. "Oh, she's just a counselor, then it's no big deal," Lu Meng said, reassured. "Your class counselor is quite pretty and young, unlike ours, who is nearly 40 and has a rather unpleasant temperament." "An unpleasant temperament?" Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Yes, she can be quite impatient and has a sharp tone. Some of our classmates heard that her marriage has not been smooth, and she is currently unmarried and without a boyfriend," Lu Meng explained. "Almost 40 and still single? No wonder she has a bad temperament," Chen Zhibai thought to himself. He recalled seeing a comment on social media about a relative who had a similar demeanor before marriage, only to become gentle and pleasant afterward. "Many of our classmates have a negative opinion of her," Lu Meng added, shifting the topic as she and Chen Zhibai began to stretch their ankles at the edge of the track. Several boys nearby instinctively turned their attention to Lu Meng, their eyes lighting up. "Shall we begin our run?" Chen Zhibai asked, turning to Lu Meng after a few minutes of stretching. "Yes, let's," she replied with a bright smile. "Counselor," Chen Zhibai called out, greeting Wen Yutong. As he did, his gaze unconsciously drifted to her graceful neck, which glistened with a light sheen of sweat from running. Her posture was upright, her arms swinging naturally, exuding an overall excellent physique. Involuntarily, Chen Zhibai compared her to Lu Meng. Each possessed unique qualities. Lu Meng radiated beauty, while Wen Yutong embodied an intellectual charm. In an instant, reality snapped back. Upon hearing someone address her as counselor, Wen Yutong turned to see Chen Zhibai. A moment of confusion flickered in her striking eyes. "Who is this young man? Is he a student from my class? I don't recall him," she thought, unable to recognize him due to his significant transformation in hairstyle and attire. He had transformed from an ordinary boy into a polished, stylish young man. However, it did not take long for her to recognize him. Despite the changes, his face remained the same. "You are Chen Zhibai?" Wen Yutong exclaimed, halting in her tracks, her face displaying surprise. "Teacher, we just met yesterday morning. Have you forgotten me already?" Chen Zhibai replied with a hint of exasperation, understanding her bewilderment. I truly did not recognize you. Your transformation is remarkable. The new hairstyle suits you well, and your outfit complements your appearance, Wen Yutong remarked, impressed. Just as she was about to inquire where he had his hair cut, she noticed Lu Meng standing beside him, which caused her eyebrows to raise slightly. Confident in her own beauty and figure, she had rarely encountered another woman who could rival her. Yet this girl stood out. With her stunning looks, exceptional proportions, and vibrant aura, even in long pants, her long legs were evident. Who is this girl? She seems quite close to Chen Zhibai, Wen Yutong pondered, before turning to Lu Meng and asking directly, Who is this? This is my girlfriend, Lu Meng. She is also a freshman at our school, studying in the International Trade Department, Chen Zhibai stated proudly. At this revelation, Wen Yutong was taken aback, not having anticipated that Lu Meng was Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. Given her striking beauty and presence, she had initially thought they were merely friends. Hello, teacher, Lu Meng said politely, stepping forward. Hello to you as well, Wen Yutong replied. Starting university and already in a relationship? Aren't you worried I might inform your parents? She teased with a smile. After all, the university does not interfere with students' romantic pursuits. She merely intended to tease him. Fear not, teacher, if you mention this to my family, my mother would likely be pleased. Just the other day, she called me to remind me to consider dating if I meet someone suitable at school. Chen Zhibai took her words lightly and smiled in response. You rascal. Wen Yutong chuckled before waving her hand, saying, I must continue my run. You all should as well. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, while Lu Meng also waved her hand in agreement. Observing this, Wen Yutong chose not to speak further and continued to run, merely nodding at Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng as she departed. Come on, let us run too, but let us take it slow. I'm just beginning my morning jog. Today is only the second day. Yes, sounds good, Lu Meng replied, and they fell into a comfortable silence as they jogged side by side. Having been guided by Wen Yutong during yesterday's morning run, Chen Zhibai adjusted his breathing from the outset and slowed his pace slightly, running at a speed just above a leisurely jog, which made the effort less exhausting. To his surprise, he noticed that Lu Meng's physical fitness seemed to surpass his own. Her long legs moved gracefully, creating a pleasing aesthetic as they ran. When Yutong paused after her run and glanced back at Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng, she observed their focused dedication and chose not to interrupt, leaving the track quietly. However, as she departed, she couldn't help but reflect on how much Chen Zhibai's hairstyle and attire had transformed him, and she was taken aback by the beauty of Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. Having graduated and remained at the university as a counselor, she was assigned a dormitory, albeit a shared one. Fortunately, her roommate had a boyfriend off campus, which meant she often had the place to herself. Chapter 56. The lipstick is smudged. After 30 minutes of running on the track, Chen Zhibai heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding! The host has completed today's running check-in. Current check-in progress, 2-7. Today's running task is complete. Chen Zhibai mused internally, yet he did not stop running, feeling he could continue for a little longer. Although his motivation for morning runs was primarily the system's reward of 3 centimeters in height, he found that running indeed benefited his health, and the sensation of the breeze brushing against him was quite pleasant. Thus, he decided to extend his run. After about 10 more minutes, he finally halted, prompting Lu Meng to do the same. Having just completed a run, both were slightly breathless, so they began to walk slowly around the track. Your physical condition is quite impressive, Chen Zhibai remarked, observing Lu Meng's state. Despite her panting and the light sheen of sweat on her face and neck, her overall condition appeared commendable. It's all right, I often work out in my dorm. Following some fitness influencers on Douyin, Lu Meng replied with a smile, affirming her commitment to exercise for the sake of improving her physique. I see. Chen Zhibai nodded, falling into a contemplative silence as he focused on regulating his breathing. After several minutes of leisurely walking, their heart rates gradually normalized. Yes, indeed, Lu Meng affirmed. And after speaking, she retrieved a packet of tissues from her pocket, opened it, and offered one to Chen Zhibai. Here, wipe off your sweat. You brought tissues? Chen Zhibai asked, somewhat surprised. Of course, Lu Meng replied with a grin. The tissues were intended specifically for that purpose. Then you can wipe my face, Chen Zhibai suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she didn't hesitate and began to dab the sweat from his face. Chen Zhibai caught a whiff of a faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her, likely a blend of body wash and shampoo. Moreover, with just a slight inclination, he could admire Lu Meng's finely sculpted features up close. Her eyes and brows strikingly beautiful. All done, Lu Meng said, after putting away the tissue and looking up at him. Chen Zhibai nodded, taking hold of her hand. However, instead of heading towards the dormitory after leaving the track, Lu Meng noticed this change in direction and felt a mix of curiosity and surprise. "Where are we going?" she inquired. As soon as she posed the question, Chen Zhibai led her around a corner, into a secluded area that was hidden from view. Lu Meng's fair complexion reddened as she realized the reason for Chen Zhibai's choice of location. After emerging from the corner, a little over 10 minutes had passed, and Lu Meng's carefully applied lipstick had become slightly smudged. Chen Zhibai held Lu Meng's hand and remarked, "It's quite inconvenient to be without a proper place. I truly feel this now. We have to find a secluded spot to kiss, and the slightest sound makes you push me away." He pondered how much easier things would be with a private space, where their interactions could extend beyond mere kisses. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at Lu Meng, his gaze lingering for a moment on her legs. Lu Meng remained silent, but playfully tapped Chen Zhibai on the arm, not rejecting the idea of finding a place together. After all, she had already resolved the night before that. Aside from the final step, she would allow Chen Zhibai some advantages. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. "How do you know that girls take longer to shower?" Lu Meng teased with a smile, before nodding in agreement. "All right, understood." After releasing Lu Meng's hand, Chen Zhibai entered the dormitory. Upon returning and opening the door, it was still before 8 in the morning. Lu Meng noticed that Wang Hui and Li Yu were still asleep, while Shen Qing was already awake. "Did you go for a run?" Shen Qing inquired. "Yes, I went for a run," Lu Meng affirmed, unable to resist glancing at Shen Qing, whom she found to be a strikingly elegant beauty with a serene demeanor. "Very nice," Shen Qing nodded. "I'm off to shower now," Lu Meng said, grabbing a towel and a change of clothes before heading into the bathroom. After 5 minutes had passed post-shower, Chen Zhibai, having washed his hair, used a hairdryer in the bathroom. Once everything was tidied up, he took out his phone and sent Lu Meng a WeChat message, informing her that he was finished and heading down to the girls' dormitory. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he paused, opened the chat with Chen Jiawei, and sent her a morning greeting. After all, they were both girlfriends and deserved equal treatment. Chen Zhibai tucked his phone away, retrieved the BMW car key from beneath his pillow, and prepared to leave the dormitory. "Old Chen, have you finished your run? Where are you off to now?" Wang Chao asked, groggily blinking his eyes in confusion. "Going on a date," Chen Zhibai replied matter-of-factly. "Yeah, right? Do you think I do believe that?" Wang Chao scoffed, clearly skeptical of Chen Zhibai's words. "I'll admit, you look quite handsome with your new hairstyle, but finding a girlfriend so quickly? I don't buy it," he continued, wearing an expression that conveyed he was far too clever to be deceived. "Believe it or not," Chen Zhibai shrugged, offering no further explanation as he exited the dormitory. "Of course, I don't believe you," Wang Chao muttered to himself before attempting to go back to sleep, only to be interrupted by a sudden urge to relieve himself. After a moment of contemplation, he stealthily approached Zhou Hao and playfully slapped his thigh. "Whoa!" Zhou Hao jolted awake. "It's nothing, young Master Zhou. I just saw a mosquito on your leg and gave a little tap. No need to thank me," Wang Chao responded nonchalantly. "Really?" Zhou Hao looked puzzled and doubtful, feeling as though it was a deliberate act, yet he had no evidence to prove it. Chapter 57. The futility of effort. "I have finished my shower, but I need to dry my hair, which may take a little longer." The little cat is adorably rubbing its paws together. "There's no rush. Take your time drying your hair. My boyfriend is truly considerate. I appreciate him so much." After about 5 or 6 minutes of drying her hair, Lu Meng glanced at the mirror and applied a light makeup, a simple dusting of powder and a swipe of lipstick. Although her makeup was minimal, her stunning features rendered her incredibly beautiful. After neatly putting away the hairdryer, Lu Meng exited the bathroom. Li Yu and Wang Hui were still asleep. Shen Qing had already styled her hair and was now quietly reciting English vocabulary, eager to pass the CET-4 English exam as soon as possible. "Are you heading out?" Shen Qing inquired, noticing Lu Meng's light makeup and styled hair. "Yes, I'm going out for breakfast with my boyfriend," Lu Meng replied with a smile. And they fell into a comfortable silence. Chen Qing returned to her vocabulary practice while Lu Meng rummaged through her wardrobe to select her outfit. Though they shared a dormitory, their relationship was somewhat distant. They conversed but rarely delved into deeper discussions. Perhaps it was due to their mutual beauty that they maintained such distance. Could it be that beautiful women repel one another? Soon, Lu Meng chose her attire, a white short-sleeve top paired with a black skirt. Once dressed, she carefully tucked the hem of her white top into the black skirt, accentuating her slender waist and the stunning length of her legs, creating a remarkable silhouette. In the dormitory, there was a half-length mirror that Lu Meng had purchased. She admired her reflection, a satisfied smile gracing her fair and lovely face. This outfit had been chosen purposefully to showcase her legs. Throughout her life, she had never felt overshadowed in terms of leg beauty. With this thought, Lu Meng turned to glance at Chen Qing. While she acknowledged Chen Qing's beauty, particularly her unique, cool demeanor, she felt an undeniable pride in her own legs. Having shared a dormitory for a month, Lu Meng had seen Chen Qing's legs on occasion, especially when she wore lighter clothing after a shower. Frankly, while Chen Qing's legs were indeed lovely, they paled in comparison to her own. "I'm all set. I'm heading out of the dorm now," Lu Meng declared, putting her phone away and descending the stairs. As the door clicked shut behind her, Chen Qing paused her vocabulary recitation, glancing up at the door before returning her focus to her studies. "Hey, Qing, are you still memorizing vocabulary? How diligent. What time is it?" Wang Hui murmured, rubbing her eyes as she noticed Chen Qing at her desk. "It's just 8 in the morning. There's still time to sleep a bit longer," Chen Qing replied after glancing at her phone. "Only 8? Then it's still early. I'll catch a few more Zs." Wang Hui nodded, but instead of immediately falling asleep, she continued to gaze at Chen Qing. "Qing, seriously, I think you're amazing, so beautiful and graceful, plus you work so hard. Whoever gets to be your boyfriend will surely be extraordinarily fortunate," Wang Hui said earnestly. She meant every word. Throughout the past month, she had witnessed Chen Qing diligently studying every morning, a testament to her beauty and dedication. "Just go back to sleep?" Chen Qing smiled, her expression radiant, her cool demeanor reminiscent of a daffodil in bloom. "I really mean it. I think anyone who gets to date, you'll be so lucky," Wang Hui reiterated, chuckling softly before turning over to close her eyes and drift into slumber. Sitting at her desk, Chen Qing found it hard to concentrate on her vocabulary. Her mind wandered, tinged with a sense of helplessness. In her youth, she believed that hard work was paramount and that with effort, one could achieve their desired life. However, she grew to realize that effort often seemed insignificant. Just look at the elderly sweeping the streets at dawn, the laborers hauling bricks on construction sites, or the delivery drivers racing against time. Were they not working hard? Yet, did they attain the lives they yearned for? Not all. Thus, she concluded that effort could indeed be a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, she had grown accustomed to striving. Shaking her head, Chen Qing decided not to dwell on those thoughts and returned her gaze to the vocabulary before her. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her strikingly beautiful face, imbuing it with a unique allure. Upon exiting the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng spotted Chen Zhibai standing not far from the entrance, engrossed in his phone. She intended to greet him, but then decided to tease him instead, slowing her pace and quietly approaching him from behind. Rising onto her toes, she covered his eyes with her hands. "Guess who I am? If you can't guess, you'll have to keep trying," Lu Meng playfully deepened her voice, hoping to throw him off. However, there was no way Chen Zhibai could be fooled. Setting aside the distinct and delightful scent of her shampoo and body wash, it was clear that no other girl would dare to play such a game with him at that moment. Even with her voice altered, he could still recognize it was Lu Meng. He pondered for a moment, feeling a playful spirit rise within him. "Is it Su Miao Miao?" he guessed, fabricating a name. "Nope," Lu Meng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her voice growing louder. "Not. Let me guess again. Is it?" He attempted to conjure another name. "Wrong again," Lu Meng retorted, stepping out from behind him to stand before him. "It's me. Now tell me, who are Su Miao Miao and Wang Ya?" Lu Meng inquired, her curiosity piqued. However, Chen Zhibai was momentarily speechless, captivated by Lu Meng's appearance. Her fair and beautiful face shone with radiance, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, revealing her elegant neck. The white short-sleeve top tucked into the black skirt accentuated her slender waist and long legs, embodying the essence of a goddess, as if she had stepped out of a campus romance film. Chapter 58. Lu Meng's nervousness. How do I look? Beautiful, right? Lu Meng asked, noticing the admiration in Chen Zhibai's gaze. A sense of pride swelled within her as she twirled in front of him, showcasing her magnificent figure. Yes, you look beautiful. Chen Zhibai nodded, reaching out to take her hand. Let's go. We'll eat at the cafeteria and then check out the apartment. Sure, Lu Meng agreed, eager to inquire further about Su Miao Miao and Wang Ya. Without hesitation, she asked, who else could it be? I was just teasing you. Did you really think I wouldn't guess it was you? You told me you were ready to come out, and then suddenly, my eyes were covered. Chen Zhibai responded with mild exasperation. Instantly, Lu Meng felt a flush rise to her cheeks, yet a wave of relief washed over her. Frankly, ever since she and Chen Zhibai had confirmed their relationship, she had felt a tinge of insecurity. His myriad of admirable qualities, his age, looks, demeanor, and wealth, combined to create a sense of unease within her. It may sound incredulous considering her own striking beauty, but the truth remained. Physical beauty could not compete with wealth. Not to mention, Chen Zhibai's age positioned him in a realm where many beautiful girls would undoubtedly flock to him. Lu Meng was acutely aware of this reality, having prepared herself for it since she had actively pursued him. Fortunately, she had gotten a head start. As for what lay ahead, she pondered deeply. Seeing that Lu Meng had been silent, Chen Zhibai turned his head to glance at her, only to find her lost in thought. Thus he inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm just contemplating what to eat later. The soup dumplings and steam buns from the second cafeteria are both delicious. And I'm torn between the two," she replied. "As for what lies ahead, we'll discuss that later. For now, I am Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. Even if other girls wish to pursue him, they would merely be side characters, while I hold the principal role. Then let us order both. After all, we can share and surely finish it together," Chen Zhibai said without further thought. "Sounds good," Lu Meng nodded, and the two of them strolled hand in hand into the cafeteria. Inside, they ordered a portion of soup dumplings and steam buns, along with 2 bowls of congee, before finding a window seat to settle down. Just as they took their first bite, a voice called out from nearby, "Lu Meng, what coincidence. You're here at the second cafeteria too?" The voice was filled with surprise. Chen Zhibai looked up to see a young man with a handsome appearance, who seemed to come from a well-off family, given the expensive shoes he wore. 3 other boys accompanied him, likely his dorm mates. "By the way, who is this?" After speaking to Lu Meng, Fu Xiaojia casually glanced at Chen Zhibai and asked, though his demeanor belied an undercurrent of wariness and caution. He and Lu Meng were classmates, and from the first day of school, he had resolved to win her affection. However, a month into the semester, not only had he failed to win her over, but he hadn't even received a positive response to his invitations for meals. Yet, he found solace in the fact that Lu Meng had not only declined his invitations, but had also turned down other boys, which made him feel somewhat reassured that they were on equal footing. But now, he was confronted with a startling sight. His goddess, Lu Meng, was sharing breakfast with another boy, and they appeared to be quite intimate, laughing together. This stirred his unease, prompting him to approach and feign casualness while inquiring about Chen Zhibai's identity. As he spoke, he scrutinized Chen Zhibai, which heightened his vigilance. He realized that while Chen Zhibai wasn't conventionally handsome, he possessed an appealing demeanor and a refreshing aura. Furthermore, the quality of his clothes was evident. Fu Xiaojia recognized them as belonging to an Italian luxury brand, which would cost several $1,000s. Despite his wariness, Fu Xiaojia felt little pressure, as his own family was financially stable enough to support such expenditures for appearances if needed. Behind Fu Xiaojia, his 3 roommates remained silent, aware of his affection for Lu Meng. They too found her beautiful, but did not dare pursue her, unlike Fu Xiaojia, who came from a more privileged background. "This is my boyfriend," Lu Meng stated matter-of-factly. Upon seeing Fu Xiaojia, she instinctively furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, and without hesitation, she continued, "You see, we may be classmates, but we're not close. Would you mind leaving?" I wish to enjoy my meal with my boyfriend without any interruptions. Lu Meng's words were direct, conveying to Chen Zhibai that she was indeed not familiar with Fu Xiaojie. She felt a twinge of concern that Chen Zhibai might misinterpret the situation. How can you not be familiar? After all, your classmates, Fu Xiaojie retorted, his expression darkening as he recognized Lu Meng's dismissal. Yet, he was reluctant to leave, for his feelings for her ran deep. After making that remark, he turned to Chen Zhibai. Bro, are you also from our school? You look like a freshman too. Let us be friends. Come on, let us shake hands. I'm in the student council, so if you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. I can help with small matters, Fu Xiaojie said, extending his hand to Chen Zhibai, hoping to glean more about him. He was determined not to give up on pursuing Lu Meng. Lu Meng, observing Fu Xiaojie's failure to heed her request, felt her expression harden further as he shamelessly engaged with Chen Zhibai. Chapter 59. Stunned. You were a watch worth over $1 million? Lu Meng's expression turned cold as she prepared to speak again, but Chen Zhibai gestured for her to wait while he reached out to shake Fu Xiaojie's hand. Come on, let's shake hands. That's the spirit, brother. My connections at school are quite extensive. As the saying goes, more friends mean more opportunities. As Chen Zhibai extended his hand, Fu Xiaojie's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction, believing it to be a sign of submission from Chen Zhibai. But in the next moment, the words stuck in his throat as he caught sight of the exquisite Patek Philippe Nautilus watch adorning Chen Zhibai's wrist. He was momentarily taken aback, a look of bewilderment spreading across his face. The Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740, retails for $1.55 million. To be candid, Fu Xiaojie was flabbergasted. He had a deep appreciation for watches, particularly for the Patek Philippe brand. Although he couldn't afford one, he was quite knowledgeable about them, which only intensified his shock. What's wrong, brother? Lost your tongue? Not much of a talker. Chen Zhibai observed Fu Xiaojie's dazed gaze fixed on his watch, recognizing that he had made the connection. And he smiled, maintaining his usual composure. Fu Xiaojie was at a loss. He had never imagined that Chen Zhibai would wear a watch worth over $1 million. He understood all too well what this represented. Most wealthy second-generation individuals wouldn't indulge in such extravagance, especially considering that both he and Chen Zhibai were freshmen. In an instant, Fu Xiaojie's confidence faltered. He finally comprehended why Lu Meng had chosen Chen Zhibai as her boyfriend. His stature was genuinely formidable. It's nothing. Sorry for interrupting your meal with your girlfriend. You two enjoy. My roommates and I will eat elsewhere. Goodbye, Fu Xiaojie said with a forced chuckle, lowering his posture significantly and refraining from further mentioning that Chen Zhibai could seek his assistance in school matters. Of course, who would need help from a student council member when someone could afford $1 million watch? Lu Meng, initially cold-faced, found herself momentarily taken aback by Fu Xiaojie's sudden humility. However, she quickly noticed his eyes stealing glances at Chen Zhibai's watch, followed by a subtle gulp. What more was there to understand? Lu Meng felt a sigh of relief. She feared that Fu Xiaojie might linger here and provoke Chen Zhibai's displeasure. She understood that men often possess a strong sense of possessiveness. Even though she and Fu Xiaojie had barely exchanged words since the beginning of the semester, she was aware that Chen Zhibai might overthink the situation. She certainly did not wish to create a rift between herself and Chen Zhibai. Now that Fu Xiaojie had retreated, it was indeed a most fortuitous turn of events. On the other hand, Fu Xiaojie's three roommates were momentarily taken aback by his abrupt change in demeanor, their eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. Being his roommates, they were well acquainted with Fu Xiaojie's prideful nature and his penchant for superiority, often boasting about being Lu Meng's boyfriend. Yet now, the same person who had been so aggressive just moments ago was suddenly adopting a submissive stance. What had transpired? Are we leaving already? Not going to chat for a while? Let us sit down and have a meal together. Didn't you say that more friends mean more opportunities? Chen Zhibai, however, did not permit Fu Xiaojie to depart. Grasping Fu Xiaojie's hand, he spoke with a light-hearted tone, even teasingly. No, I would want to interrupt your meal. You all enjoy. My roommate and I will eat elsewhere, Fu Xiaojie replied with a forced chuckle. He was acutely aware of Chen Zhibai's jest. Had anyone else dared to tease him, he would have been furious. Yet, with Chen Zhibai, he dare not show anger. He had no desire to offend him, for his family was engaged in business, albeit modestly, and he understood that he could not afford to antagonize someone who flaunted $1 million watch. Despite his profound affection for Lu Meng, he was guided by reason. Not eating? Really? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Not eating you all enjoy. I won't disturb you, bro. Fu Xiaojia chuckled again. All right then, you all go eat. Chen Zhibai finally released his grip. Fu Xiaojia felt a wave of relief wash over him. All right, bro, we'll take our leave. Bye. He waved at Chen Zhibai and, upon receiving a nod in return, turned to leave with his roommates, not uttering a single word to Lu Meng. In fact, he did not even spare her glance. Having relinquished his pursuit, he resolved to abandon it entirely, though a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. Fu Xiaojia recognized that any relationship with Lu Meng was no longer feasible. Suppressing his feelings, he led his roommates straight out of the cafeteria, unwilling to continue dining there. Bro, what is going on? You seem to be showing a lot of respect to Lu Meng's boyfriend. Are you not planning to compete for her anymore? One of his roommates finally could not contain his curiosity and tugged at Fu Xiaojia's arm. Yeah, bro, this ISNT like you. Go for it. I think you have a good chance. Another chimed in, nodding in agreement. Although Fu Xiaojia harbored a sense of superiority, he was notably generous. Over the past month since school commenced, he had treated his 3 roommates to meals frequently, fostering a decent rapport. This was a point where Fu Xiaojia excelled over Zhou Hao. Compete? What could I possibly use to compete with someone of his caliber? Fu Xiaoji scolded, displaying an expression of resignation. A rich kid? You think he is a rich kid? Then what is there to fear? Aren't you a rich kid too? Compete for her. Lu Meng is the goddess in our class among the boys. We can't let her be taken by someone from another class, his roommates insisted. Enough. Enough. Let us stop this. Fu Xiaojia quickly interjected. Though my family has some wealth, compared to him, I'm nothing. To put plainly, my family can't even begin to compare with his. I don't even have the qualifications to do so. Really? You must be joking. The 3 roommates were momentarily stunned, instinctively responding. But bro, your family runs a clothing factory. You mentioned before that your family's factory can earn over $1 million in profit annually. With that kind of money, how can you say you don't even have the right to compare? One roommate remarked, sensing that Fu Xiaojia was being overly modest. Who is being modest? I'm speaking the truth, Fu Xiaojia replied, observing the disbelief etched on the faces of his roommates. Do you know why my attitude changed so drastically just now? Even calling him bro. They shook their heads, puzzled. Because of the watch he wore on his wrist, a Patek Philippe Nautilus Model 5740. Pausing to let the information sink in, Fu Xiaojia then disclosed its price. You may not grasp the model, but I'll tell you, that watch is priced at $1.55 million. How much? They exclaimed in unison, momentarily bewildered. Don't doubt your ears. You heard correctly, it's $1.55 million, Fu Xiaojia confirmed. Now do you understand why my attitude shifted so suddenly, calling him bro and pulling you all out with me? One roommate swallowed hard but then questioned, but bro, is he really wearing such an expensive watch? It can't be a fake, right? Do you think I wouldn't know the difference between genuine and counterfeit? Fu Xiaojia replied with certainty. Upon hearing this, the previously questioning roommate fell silent, his expression a mix of admiration and complexity. A watch worth $1.55 million. He could scarcely fathom earning such an amount in his lifetime. Yet here it was, merely a watch. Even if he wears a watch worth over 100,000, I believe you could still compare with him, right? After all, your family's factory earns over $1 million in profit annually. Another roommate inquired curiously. Compare? My family's factory works tirelessly to earn over $1 million, and then I should go buy a watch? Do you think my dad would agree? Let me put it this way. If I ever dare to make such a request to my dad, he'd wonder if he should start training another son. Because this one is worthless, Fu Xiaojia stated decisively. He contemplated for a moment, preparing to enlighten his 3 roommates on the distinction between the wealthy elite. Although he referred to Chen Zhibai as bro, there was a reason for it. Let me clarify the difference between rich kids. Although they're all labeled as such, the disparity between some rich kids is greater than that between a beggar and a wealthy individual. As he spoke, Fu Xiaojia retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting 4, one for himself and one for each of his roommates. After lighting one, he continued, take my family, for instance. Our factory is not small. generating sales of 2 to 3 million annually. Yet after deducting costs such as electricity, rent, and wages, we are left with barely over $1 million in profit. However, our family is genuinely classified as a multi-million asset household because assets and profits are distinct. Our family's assets indeed exceed $1 million. But let me tell you, even if I wanted to buy a watch worth over $100,000, my dad would never agree. However, if I were to ask for a $50,000 car, he might consider it. Due to the differing attributes of cars and watches, a car is an essential item in daily life, whereas a watch is merely a luxury. To illustrate, upon my graduation from university, my father will undoubtedly purchase me a car worth over $500,000. Yet he would never consider gifting me a watch of the same value. As for him, he had already donned a watch valued at $1,500,000 when we first entered university. I am certain his family's assets exceed $100 million, and not just by a small margin. Otherwise, he would not be so willing to spend. Firstly, because a watch is costly, and secondly, due to his age, much like how my father would wait until my graduation to buy me a car. Therefore, for him, a watch worth over $1 million may not even be a significant expense. This is why I believe I lack the qualifications to compare myself to him. After finishing his words, Fu Xiaojie took a deep drag from his cigarette. There was another unspoken sentiment, the overall aura of Chen Zhibai, which radiated calm confidence and composure. He had attended a banquet with his father, where he encountered a prominent figure whose son possessed a similar presence. Such an aura can only be held by those who genuinely exude self-assurance. The presence of confidence in a person is easily discernible. I understand now. His family is indeed affluent. No wonder Goddess Lu would choose to be his girlfriend. The three roommates nodded in a daze, finally comprehending the significance of $1 million watch. As explained by Fu Xiaojie, only those with an astronomical level of wealth would spend over $1 million on something utterly unnecessary for daily life. Fu Xiaojie glanced at his three roommates, remaining silent while taking another puff of his cigarette. Brother Jia, now that Goddess Lu has a boyfriend, what will you do? One of the roommates remarked. I think Xinqing from our class is quite beautiful too, with a cold elegance that rivals Lu Meng. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaojie, though silent, felt a flicker of interest. A month prior, at the start of the semester, he had wavered between pursuing either Lu Meng or Xinqing, ultimately deciding on Lu Meng due to his preference for long legs. However, now that Lu Meng seemed unattainable, he began to contemplate Xinqing, whose beauty and ethereal grace were equally captivating. Perhaps I shall pursue her? With this thought, Fu Xiaojie made up his mind. Let us go out for barbecue. It's on me, he declared, suppressing his inner thoughts. Brother Jia, you're so generous. His three roommates exclaimed joyfully. Seeing their excitement, Fu Xiaojie felt a swell of pride. Though he may not possess Chen Zhibai's wealth, among ordinary individuals, he was undoubtedly a second-generation rich kid. Although he had not won Lu Meng's affection, it was a peculiar circumstance. Who could have anticipated her finding a boyfriend adorned with $1 million watch? Such luck was extraordinary. Yet, surely Xinqing could not possess the same fortune. Did one truly encounter such affluent second-generation heirs so easily? Chapter 61. Calm and steady in the cafeteria. What is the matter? Chen Zhibai inquired, noticing Lu Meng's demeanor. It's nothing. Lu Meng initially shook her head, but after a moment's hesitation, she could not help but ask, You're not angry, are you? Angry? Why would I be angry? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her question. However, he quickly realized, Are you worried that I might be upset over Fu Xiaojie? Yes. Lu Meng candidly nodded, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. I really don't know him well. Although we're in the same class, I haven't spoken to him much in this past month. I've never accepted his invitations for meals. You think too little of me. I'm not so easily angered, Chen Zhibai interjected, dismissing her explanation with a wave of his hand. It's entirely normal for boys to pursue you. In fact, if no one were pursuing you, that would be strange. I trust that you and he are not close, so there is no need for you to worry about my temper. He genuinely was not upset. He was not that petty. It was only natural for someone of Lu Meng's beauty, figure, and grace to attract admirers. To be jealous of her attention from other boys would reflect insecurity, a sign of weakness. A truly confident man would take pride in his partner's popularity, knowing that while others might admire her, he alone could call her his. For instance, if you were worth billions, would you feel angered by other men pursuing your girlfriend? Frankly, no. Such confidence stems from a place of genuine self-assurance. Really not angry? Lu Meng looked at Chen Zhibai, and upon seeing him nod, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was evident that Chen Zhibai was indeed unbothered. That's good. Let us eat. Didn't you say you liked the soup dumplings here? Chen Zhibai said, picking up a dumpling with his chopsticks and placing it in Lu Meng's bowl. Yes. Lu Meng nodded, though she did not eat immediately. Instead, she took out a small hair tie from her bag and casually tied her hair back before lowering her head to eat. As she ate, Lu Meng realized why Chen Zhibai was not upset. After all, how could someone so self-assured be bothered by another's pursuit? Fu Xiaojie might appear decent, but he likely held no significance to Chen Zhibai. With this thought, Lu Meng lifted her gaze to Chen Zhibai. His appearance was pleasing, and his aura exuded calm, confidence, and composure, qualities far more important than mere looks. The more exceptional he became, the happier she felt. Chen Zhibai finished his meal swiftly, while Lu Meng still had half a bowl of congee left. He noticed her hair, which had been casually tied back, accentuating her delicate features and revealing her long, fair neck. Her overall demeanor was both radiant and gracious. What's wrong? Sensing Chen Zhibai's gaze upon her, Lu Meng instinctively looked up and curiously asked. Nothing. Chen Zhibai shook his head, signaling her to continue eating. Okay, Lu Meng replied, not dwelling on it further, and resumed her meal. Suddenly, Chen Zhibai's phone on the table vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at Lu Meng before opening the WeChat message from Chen Zhibai. Up so early? I just woke up. Accompanied by a cute yawning cat sticker, Chen Zhibai sent 2 messages in quick succession, followed by another asking what Chen Zhibai was currently doing. After pondering for a moment, Chen Zhibai took a picture of the empty bowls and baskets on the table, ensuring Lu Meng was not in the frame. After capturing the image, he sent it to Chen Zhibai along with a message, having a meal with my roommates. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit hungry too, but I don't want to move just yet. Just want to lie in bed. She was dressed casually at home, in a white tank top and black shorts. Her figure strikingly impressive. Honestly, Chen Zhibai could vividly envision Chen Zhihui sprawled on her bed, her expression lazy and reluctant to rise. I'm done eating. Shall we go? Lu Meng said after finishing her congee, wiping her mouth with a tissue before looking at Chen Zhibai. Yes, let us go. Chen Zhibai nodded, simultaneously messaging Chen Zhihui. I'll talk to you later. I have something to attend to. All right, you go ahead with your tasks. I'll check in the adjacent bedroom to see if my best friend has woken up. If she has, I'll ask her if she is hungry. Let us head to the school parking lot first, Chen Zhibai remarked to Lu Meng. Okay, Lu Meng nodded, appearing unperturbed. Yet her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at the phone Chen Zhibai had tucked away in his pocket. Curiosity stirred within her. She wanted to inquire about whom he was chatting with, especially since she noticed a hint of amusement reflected in his eyes. By the way, who were you chatting with just now? You seemed quite engaged, she casually asked as they exited the cafeteria, linking her arm with Chen Zhibai's. Oh, just a male friend I've known since childhood, Chen Zhibai replied nonchalantly, maintaining his composure. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng felt a wave of relief wash over her, prompting her to shift the conversation. Are we heading straight to look for a rental house? No, Chen Zhibai shook his head. Noticing Lu Meng's puzzled gaze, he continued. First, we need to get the license plate sorted out. Right now, the car is only temporary plates. Once we've handled that, we will look for a house. But instead of renting, we will purchase one. Having unlocked the mission regarding Chen Zhihui's first kiss, he had already secured a set of sequential license plates. Since he had the time today, he planned to get the plates before moving on to the property hunt. Chapter 62. How fortunate it is to encounter you by a house. Though Chen Zhibai spoke with an air of nonchalance, Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, her stunning features reflecting her astonishment. Didn't we discuss renting a place last night? She couldn't help but inquire. Of course. It was because he hadn't yet acquired the 10 million needed for purchasing a property, Chen Zhibai mused. However, he had already formulated a plausible explanation. Last night, I did consider renting, but upon reflection, buying a house seemed far more secure and comforting. Living in a home that belongs to us holds a different sentiment altogether, so I decided we should purchase a place, he articulated. His tone was so casual that it belied the gravity of the decision, and to him, it genuinely felt effortless. After all, the funds for the house were provided by the system, sparing him the need to spend his own money. Yet while he spoke with such ease, Lu Meng's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. 100-square-meter apartment, even at a modest price of $20,000 per square meter, would amount to $2 million. $2 million. However, for him, that sum was merely akin to the cost of a watch. Reflecting on this, Lu Meng realized she had accepted the prospect of purchasing a home with surprising ease. For others, owning a property in Jiangcheng might require years of hard work. Yet for him, it was as simple as a casual purchase. By the way, I will drive to the vehicle management office to get the plates. And while I'm busy, you can look for decent neighborhoods in the university town. If you find something suitable, we can proceed with the purchase right after. Chen Zhibai suggested. Huh, you wanted to look at neighborhoods? Lu Meng was taken aback, questioning her unexpected role in the house hunting process. Of course, this house is for both of us. And as the lady of the house, who better to consult than you? Chen Zhibai chuckled, amused by the surprise that lit up Lu Meng's lovely face. He couldn't resist gently pinching her cheek. Lu Meng was genuinely delighted, fully understanding the implications of Chen Zhibai's words. This home was indeed for the two of them, and she was to be its mistress. All right, I'll take a look while we're in the car. We're buying in the university town, right? Lu Meng suppressed her excitement and asked. Yes, it's convenient, since we'll be here for the next 4 years. Look for new developments, preferably well-decorated homes, so we can move in with minimal additional furnishings. Chen Zhibai affirmed. Understood. Lu Meng nodded, and soon they arrived at the school parking lot, approaching a sleek gray BMW 5 Series. Under the sunlight, the color appeared particularly fashionable and sporty. Get in, Chen Zhibai instructed after unlocking the car. He took a seat in the driver's side as Lu Meng joined him. Once settled, he started the engine, and as they drove towards the school entrance, Lu Meng pulled out her phone, eager to search for new neighborhoods in the university town. Drive carefully. I'm starting my search for neighborhoods now, Lu Meng said, looking up at Chen Zhibai. Sure, he nodded, though his gaze briefly wandered to Lu Meng, admiring her long, fair legs beneath her black skirt. Unaware of his scrutiny, she focused intently on her search. Chen Zhibai, meanwhile, picked up his phone to make a call. After unlocking the mission regarding Chen Zhihui's first kiss and obtaining the license plates, the system had provided a phone number for straightforward processing. 20 minutes later, he parked at the entrance of the Jiangcheng Vehicle Management Office. Hello, I'm Wang Hai, the one who just spoke with you over the phone about your license plates. A young man in his mid-20s approached as soon as the car came to a stop, greeted by Chen Zhibai. As he spoke, there was a glint of envy in his eyes. Just days prior, the leadership had informed him that someone would call about the vehicle plates, held for a considerable time due to their special sequential number. He had waited at the entrance, but never anticipated that the person seeking the plates would be such a young man, seemingly just starting university. One could only marvel at the fortunate circumstances, driving a top-of-the-line BMW 5 Series and being personally attended to for a special license plate. Wang Hai felt envious, though he masked it well with professionalism. Thank you for your help, Chen Zhibai replied courteously. No trouble at all. It's my pleasure, Wang Hai assured him, continuing. Please hand over your car keys. We need to inspect the vehicle to process the plates. Don't worry, the entire procedure will be swift. Everything will be completed within half an hour. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, calling Lu Meng out of the car before handing the keys to Wang Hai. Just leave everything to me. I'll take you to a room to wait, Wang Hai said, unable to hide a fleeting look of admiration for Lu Meng as he led them inside. Once seated on a sofa, Chen Zhibai pondered as he watched Wang Hai depart. This was indeed the power of the system. He wondered how exactly the system managed to acquire such a license plate, but shook his head. The more formidable the system, the stronger he became. Meanwhile, Lu Meng sat beside him, her emotions swirling. She had always thought that registering a vehicle was a cumbersome process, having heard complaints from a relative who had recently purchased a car. Yet, where was the hassle now? The employees at the vehicle management office handled everything efficiently, and despite his youth, Wang Hai maintained an exceptionally courteous demeanor towards Chen Zhibai, processing a sequence of 999 plates no less. Lu Meng felt a mix of emotions, recognizing that this preferential treatment stemmed entirely from Chen Zhibai. Was this what privilege looked like? What are you thinking about? Chen Zhibai waved a hand in front of Lu Meng, smiling as he inquired. I truly feel fortunate to have encountered you. Chapter 63. The disparity between people. It was said that it would take half an hour to obtain the license. Yet merely 20 minutes had elapsed when all the formalities were completed and the license affixed to the car. A license plate bearing 3 consecutive 9s adorned the front of the sleek gray BMW 5 Series, transforming the entire aura of the vehicle. As Chen Zhibai drove away from the vehicle management office, Wang Hai accompanied him to the entrance. Brother Hai, may I inquire discreetly about his background? How is it that the director personally made arrangements for you to receive him and even bestowed upon him the coveted 3/9 license plate? A young man, curious and newly employed at the vehicle management office, asked. Refrain from asking what you shoot in tea, Wang Hai replied, furrowing his brow. His demeanor, amiable towards Chen Zhibai, shifted to that of a senior when addressing the young man. Understood, the young man muttered under his breath, unable to resist casting a glance in the direction of the departing BMW 5, his eyes brimming with envy. Even without Wang Hai's disclosure, he sensed that Chen Zhibai's status must be extraordinary, considering his youth, the top-tier BMW 5, and the prestigious 3/9 license plate. In Jiangcheng, a burgeoning first-tier city, while acquiring a license plate is relatively straightforward, securing a desirable one is quite challenging due to the dense population and the keen interest in such plates among the affluent. Yet, Chen Zhibai had managed to obtain one. The young man's envy deepened, not only for Chen Zhibai's wealth, but also for his girlfriend. Sighing, he dismissed his thoughts and re-entered the vehicle management office. What are you pondering? Chen Zhibai inquired as he noticed Lu Meng's silence, lost in thought. Nothing much. That was remarkably fast. And to top it off, 3/9 on the license plate. How did the search for a community go? It's still early. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. If we have a community in mind, we can head over directly to take a look. Chen Zhibai parked the car in a temporary spot and asked. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Lu Meng's fair, radiant face. Once again, it was imperative to find a residence, as it represented a personal space. Lu Meng replied, I have looked at several communities, all of them new development from recent years. I found some unsold units online. Really? Which communities? Chen Zhibai's interest was piqued. Lu Meng lifted her phone, placing it before Chen Zhibai, and began to introduce the options. Overall, while these were all recent developments, significant differences existed in terms of geographical location, amenities, greenery, and property management. This disparity led to a noticeable variation in housing prices. The community with the lowest price had a unit rate of precisely 20,000 per square meter, representing the average price in Jiangxing. In contrast, the most expensive community boasted a price of 50,000 per square meter, recognized as the premier development within the university town, celebrated for its exceptional environment and facilities. The difference of 30,000 per square meter might appear minimal at first glance, but for a 100 square meter apartment, this equates to a staggering 3 million. The majority of individuals would never earn such an amount in a lifetime, thus illustrating the pronounced gap between these two communities. Nonetheless, the premium pricing of the 50,000 per square meter community, known as Jinhu Garden, is justified by its remarkable location, surrounding facilities, and landscaping, all of which are undeniably impressive. Furthermore, the units are fully furnished, developed in collaboration with a well-established design and renovation firm in Jiangxing. The contrast with the 20,000 per square meter community is glaringly evident. Which community shall we visit? Lu Meng inquired from the passenger seat, her seatbelt accentuating her graceful figure, but it was her long legs that captured the most attention. A sight that even those indifferent to leg aesthetics would find hard to overlook. This was not merely a case of digitally enhanced beauty. Lu Meng's legs were genuinely striking, making her all the more captivating. After her question, Lu Meng couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai, favoring Jinhu Garden, as she found its environment truly appealing. She had been mesmerized by the promotional video she had seen online, captivated by its beauty. Jinhu Garden was well known within the university town, recognized as the best community, where affluent residents resided. However, the price of 50,000 per square meter was prohibitively high. A 100 square meter apartment there would cost a full 5 million, whereas the community with the average price of 20,000 would only require 2 million for a similar unit. This represents a staggering difference of 3 million, not a mere 30 or 300. Are there still unsold units in Jinhu Garden? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, asking. He was well aware of Jinhu Garden's reputation within the university town. Yes, there's a real estate agent on Douyin for Jinhu Garden. I inquired, and she mentioned that there are still some units available. Lu Meng nodded, her heart racing as she sensed Chen Zhibai's intention regarding which community he favored. As anticipated, the next moment, Chen Zhibai confirmed, "Let us go to the sales office of Jinhu Garden." For him, choosing which community to invest in was a rather straightforward decision since he wouldn't be spending his own money. Naturally, he would opt for the best. Moreover, having seen the properties at Jinhu Garden, he couldn't deny their undeniable allure. Are we truly buying a property at Jinhu Garden? Despite having guessed Chen Zhibai's choice, the confirmation still prompted Lu Meng to question. Of course, when something good is available, one must seize it, Chen Zhibai affirmed, starting the car and activating the navigation system to head towards the sales office of Jinhu Garden. In the passenger seat, Lu Meng felt her heart race uncontrollably. Was she really about to move into a home in Jinhu Garden? As she envisioned the community from the video, she felt a sense of daze. Her family resided in an old apartment complex, modestly sized with only 2 bedrooms and a living room. Her parents occupied one bedroom, while she and her sister shared the other. Thus, throughout her life, she had never truly experienced a personal sanctuary. The simplicity of her current community starkly contrasted the grandeur of Jinhu Garden. Chapter 64. Purchasing a home. The sales office of Jinhu Garden was conveniently located adjacent to the community, designed to facilitate prospective buyers. When Chen Zhibai arrived at the entrance of the sales office, nearly 20 minutes had passed. "We've arrived. Let us get out," he instructed while unbuckling his seatbelt and turning to Lu Meng. "All right," she nodded, unfastening her seatbelt. As Chen Zhibai took Lu Meng's fair hand and entered the sales office, he noticed the spacious interior was rather devoid of customers, save for a few sales staff in uniforms, lending an air of quietness. Chen Zhibai was somewhat surprised, but soon grasped the reason behind the emptiness. Within a market where the average price for properties in the university town ranged from 20 to 30,000, Jinhu Garden's average price of 50,000 naturally deterred many potential buyers from entering. In essence, was Jinhu Garden a desirable community? Undoubtedly, but the price was genuinely steep. While many admired Jinhu Garden, a mere evaluation of their financial capacity would likely discourage them from even stepping foot into the sales office. The atmosphere here naturally feels rather desolate. However, the sales office is exquisitely decorated. Chen Zhibai's gaze swept across the sales area, noting the clarity of the windows and the refined design. The sales staff consisted of both men and women, with the men uniformly dressed in suits and ties, while the women donned standard skirts. Regardless of gender, all displayed commendable attractiveness. Although they might not compare to Lu Meng beside him, they could still be deemed as charming beauties in the eyes of the average person, likely receiving scores in the range of 70 to 80. Chen Zhibai observed the sales office with an air of curiosity, genuinely intrigued, as this was his first encounter with such a high-end property sales venue. Yet, despite his curiosity, he felt no anxiety or awkwardness. After all, he could indeed afford a residence here. With a substantial budget of 10 million at his disposal, he felt a sense of assurance. It is often said that confidence stems from having a solid foundation. Thus, even though this was Chen Zhibai's inaugural visit to a high-end community sales office, he remained entirely composed. Contrarily, Lu Meng, holding his hand, felt somewhat anxious. However, she expertly concealed her nervousness, making it difficult for others to detect her current state of unease. As time passed, the reality of the situation unfolded in a mere blink. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you today?" Zhao Xiaoli approached briskly, pausing in front of Chen Zhibai, her tone warm and inviting. Her demeanor was influenced by the sight of Chen Zhibai stepping out of a BMW 5 Series. Such displays of wealth command respect. In the service industry, it is essential to refrain from judgment based on appearances. However, one cannot deny that genuine clients are often met with a more sincere attitude. This is an understandable and commendable approach. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Xiaoli, and I am a sales representative for Jinhu Home Community. It is a pleasure to assist you. Zhao Xiaoli continued, addressing Chen Zhibai directly. After years in sales, she could easily discern who held the purchasing power, and it was evident that Chen Zhibai was a serious buyer. As she spoke, she couldn't help but steal glances at Lu Meng, her admiration growing. Frankly, she had encountered many beautiful women, but Lu Meng's striking beauty was unparalleled, and her figure was indeed impressive. This made Zhao Xiaoli, who typically held confidence in her own appearance, feel a slight pressure. "Hello," Chen Zhibai replied politely, nodding before continuing, "I am here to look at properties. What types of residences are currently available in the community?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Zhao Xiaoli's eyes brightened. After catering to numerous clients, she could swiftly gauge their intentions. At that moment, it was clear to her that Chen Zhibai was genuinely interested in purchasing a home, as he immediately inquired about available models. Most importantly, she could sense his confidence, an assurance that cannot be feigned. In the past, she had encountered clients who, despite their pretentious demeanor, exuded an air of uncertainty. "Sir, please follow me to the VIP lounge where I can provide you with further information," Zhao Xiaoli suggested, quickly suppressing her thoughts. Noting Chen Zhibai's youthful appearance, she recognized that age was irrelevant. Capability was what truly mattered. "Certainly," Chen Zhibai nodded, taking Lu Meng's hand as they followed Zhao Xiaoli into the VIP lounge. "Please take a seat," Zhao Xiaoli gestured, waiting for Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng to settle onto the plush white sofa before she inquired what they would like to drink. Both opted for mineral water. Zhao Xiaoli nodded in acknowledgement, turning to fetch 2 bottles of Evian. Subsequently, she returned with a tablet, but chose to kneel rather than sit, presenting the available models to Chen Zhibai. In summary, Jinhu Home Community does not offer smaller units. There are number 70, 90, or even 100 square meter apartments. The smallest available residence is 112 square meters, followed by options of 130, 150, 180, and the largest at 220 square meters. What floors are currently available for the 180 square meter units? Chen Zhibai inquired directly. Given the average price of 50,000 per square meter in Jinhu Home, his budget of 10 million would allow him to purchase a property up to 200 square meters. Unfortunately, since there was no such option, he could only consider the 180 square meter units. Zhao Xiaoli, still kneeling, found her uniform accentuated her figure, exuding a rounded elegance. Upon hearing Chen Zhibai's inquiry about the 180 square meter layout, her eyes sparkled, her heart racing. Inquiring about this model implied he had the means to afford it. A 180 square meter apartment at an average price of 50,000 would total 9 million. Her commission, although seemingly modest at 0.5, would yield a considerable 45,000 for selling one such unit. Consequently, her heartbeat quickened and her mouth felt slightly dry. At that moment, she could hear the rhythm of her own heart. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. "Currently, we have 15 units of the 180 square meter layout available, located on various floors," Zhao Xiaoli explained, her voice slightly trembling with excitement. Her exhilaration was justified, as the 180 square meter units had not sold easily since the community's inception. 9 million is not a trivial sum, even in Jiangcheng, which, despite being a new first-tier city, does not boast high salaries. Thus, purchasing a property at this price is no small feat. Chapter 65. Heartbeats quickening. Lu Meng, seated on the spacious, soft sofa, felt her heart race at Chen Zhibai's request for information on the 180 square meter units. Thump, thump. The rhythm was both urgent and fervent. She struggled to maintain an air of calm, yet her beautiful eyes betrayed a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Would it align with her hopes? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoli had completed her introduction of the available 180 square meter units and inquired about the possibility of viewing a specific unit on the 16th floor. Chen Zhibai pondered for a moment before addressing Zhao Xiaoli. Generally, the 180 square meter units were not easily sold, leading to many floors remaining unsold. His preference for the 16th floor stemmed from a personal affinity for the number, as it corresponded with his birthday on August 16th, and the height was quite suitable. "Is it convenient?" he asked. "Absolutely, it is quite convenient," Zhao Xiaoli replied eagerly. "Please wait here while I retrieve the keys, and then I will guide you to the unit." After receiving Chen Zhibai's nod, she rose from her crouched position, her figure elegantly revealed. Though not quite as striking as Lu Meng or Chen Zhibai, her physique was nonetheless impressive. Zhao Xiaoli sensed Chen Zhibai's gaze upon her, but feigned ignorance. In truth, had Lu Meng not been present, she might have been tempted to make a bold move. Chen Zhibai's confidence and composure were palpable, and her intuition told her he was indeed a serious buyer. Zhao Xiaoli turned to retrieve the keys, which were conveniently centralized at the front desk. Whenever a client needed to view a property, they could simply collect the keys from there. Chen Zhibai sat on the sofa, casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Xiaoli's retreating figure. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he couldn't shake the feeling that her gait had an alluring sway, which was rather captivating. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and tension. "What is the matter?" Chen Zhibai inquired upon noticing her demeanor. Are we looking at the 180 square meter unit?" Lu Meng hesitated but could not suppress her curiosity. The question lingered in her mind, accompanied by a sense of hope. After all, a 180 square meter residence valued at 9 million. Could she possibly reside in such a place? "Let's first inspect the property and see what it's like. If it suits us, we shall proceed with the purchase," Chen Zhibai affirmed, causing Lu Meng's heart to race uncontrollably. The notion of purchasing hung in her thoughts, momentarily rendering her gaze unfocused. "Sir, the keys are ready. We can now proceed to view the property," Zhao Xiaoli announced. "All right, let's go," Chen Zhibai replied, nodding as he rose from the sofa. Despite the community being adjacent to the sales office, Chen Zhibai opted to drive since the building housing the 180 square meter apartments was situated deeper within the complex, making a walk quite time-consuming. After conversing briefly with the security guard at the entrance, Zhao Xiaoli signaled for the barrier to lift, and Chen Zhibai smoothly drove into the community. The area implemented a pedestrian vehicle separation system, with underground parking available. If you're considering purchasing the 180 square meter unit, we will provide you with 2 parking spaces, which is quite a saving, Zhao Xiaoli informed from the back seat. Chen Zhibai nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to focus on the property first before discussing other matters. Frankly, although a 9 million property was indeed expensive, Chen Zhibai felt little concern, as the expenditure was not out of his own pocket, but rather from the system. With the car gliding steadily through the community, Zhao Xiaoli continued her descriptions. Lu Meng, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out the window, her beautiful eyes taking in the scenery beyond. Having previously viewed promotional videos of Jinhu Home Community on Douyin, seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. It was truly exquisite and aesthetically pleasing. If only she could reside here. Lu Meng took a deep breath, attempting to calm her racing heart. A few minutes later, under Zhao Xiaoli's guidance, Chen Zhibai parked the car beneath a building. This structure exclusively contained 180 square meter units. Although each floor had 2 apartments, they were equipped with separate elevators and designed to ensure privacy, allowing residents to avoid encounters with their neighbors. After disembarking, Zhao Xiaoli explained briefly, but, noticing Chen Zhibai's lack of interest, refrained from further elaboration and pressed the elevator button. When the elevator doors opened, Zhao Xiaoli held the door to allow Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng to enter first before following suit. She produced a special elevator card to access the 16th floor. This is a dedicated elevator card, different from what the owners possess. There's only allows access to their respective floors, so you need not worry, she assured as the elevator ascended. Chen Zhibai nodded in response. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 16th floor with a cheerful chime, and the doors opened directly in front of the apartment door. However, a space of approximately 20 square meters separated the entrance from the door itself. This area is your private space, measuring 23 square meters. Thus, although the apartment is 180 square meters when including this space, it totals 200 square meters. Zhao Xiaoli explained with a smile, producing a key card to unlock the electronic door lock. She opened the door, but gestured for Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng to enter first. As Chen Zhibai led Lu Meng into the house, he was immediately struck by the stunning decor. The interior exuded a modern design aesthetic, both sophisticated and contemporary. The expansive living room, spanning around 60 to 70 square meters, was particularly impressive, with a large floor-to-ceiling window revealing the bustling street outside. After a brief tour of the apartment, which featured 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, Zhao Xiaoli noted that while a typical 180 square meter property could accommodate 5 bedrooms, this one prioritized spaciousness and comfort by limiting the number of bedrooms. This design clearly indicated that Jinhu Home Community catered to affluent residents, as comfort is a hallmark of luxury living. To be candid, Chen Zhibai was quite satisfied with the property. It was spacious, well-decorated, and equipped with air conditioning. With only the need for a sofa, bed, and bedding, it was ready for immediate occupancy. "What do you think of this apartment?" he asked Lu Meng, who stood beside him. "It's wonderful," she replied instinctively, her eyes sparkling. Not merely wonderful, it was the most beautiful apartment she had ever encountered. From its size to its design, she found no faults. "All right," Chen Zhibai nodded, turning his attention back to Zhao Xiaoli. "Sir, this apartment is indeed remarkable. If you're interested," Zhao Xiaoli began, eager to finalize the sale. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Zhibai interrupted. "I'll take this apartment. Please calculate the total. I will pay in full." "Huh?" Zhao Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback. Incredulity etched across her face as she questioned her own hearing. She had anticipated Chen Zhibai would express interest in the property, but she had expected a prolonged negotiation. Instead, he had made such a straightforward declaration, seemingly unperturbed by the 9 million price tag, as if he were purchasing a trivial item for mere 9 yuan. "Sir, are you saying you wish to purchase this apartment?" Zhao Xiaoli swallowed hard before posing the question again. "Yes," Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod. The sight of his affirmation sent waves of excitement and surprise coursing through Zhao Xiaoli. Since he was opting for a full payment, a discount of 200,000 was applied to the overall price of 9 million. Additionally, 2 parking spaces were included at no extra charge, which were not inexpensive. Furthermore, the 3 years of property management fees were waived. Given that Jinhu Home Community operated its own property management, positioned as a high-end complex, annual fees for a 180 square meter unit amounted to over 20,000. "Sir, this is the most substantial discount available. Previous buyers Haven Tea received such generous offers," Zhao Xiaoli concluded, her expression a mixture of nervousness and anticipation as she looked at Chen Zhibai. After all, completing this transaction meant a commission of 45,000 for her, which was quite substantial. Thus, Zhao Xiaoli felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that Chen Zhibai might be dissatisfied with such a discount. Yet, this truly was the utmost concession she could offer. "All right, I shall proceed with the purchase," she declared, swiping her card. Under the intense gaze of Zhao Xiaoli, who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, Chen Zhibai produced his bank card and handed it directly to her. The tension that had initially gripped him dissipated, replaced by a surge of delight and exhilaration. The card was swiped, and the purchase agreement was signed. As Chen Zhibai took the pen that Zhao Xiaoli presented with both hands to sign the contract, Lu Meng, seated beside him, maintained a poised demeanor with her back straight. Yet internally, she felt a profound disorientation, because he had truly made the purchase, even though she was aware of Chen Zhibai's wealth and capabilities. Witnessing him swipe his card to acquire a property worth 9 million left her in a state of bewilderment and shock. This was not merely 990 or 900. It was an astounding 9 million. What does 9 million signify? If one considers the average monthly salary of a recent university graduate at 5,000, amassing 9 million would require abstaining from all expenses for a staggering 1,800 months, or 150 years, essentially working from the Qing dynasty to the present to accumulate such wealth. Lu Meng took a deep breath, suppressing her momentary daze, and turned her gaze towards Chen Zhibai, who was engrossed in signing the property contract. From her perspective, despite having just spent 9 million, Chen Zhibai's expression remained unchanged, calm, composed, and self-assured, as if this sum were but a trifling amount to him. Indeed, for him, it likely was merely a negligible sum. Contemplating this, Lu Meng adjusted her breathing once again, feeling a hint of hesitation. According to her original plan, she intended to take things slowly with Chen Zhibai, allowing for some interaction but avoiding any premature intimacy, fearing that if he obtained her too swiftly, he might not value her. However, now she found herself wavering. Should she adhere to her initial intentions? Would that leave Chen Zhibai displeased? If he were unhappy, Might he seek companionship elsewhere? A flicker of uncertainty clouded Lu Meng's eyes. She was utterly convinced that Chen Zhibai was the most exceptional man she could ever hope to find in her lifetime, perfectly suited to her in every conceivable way: age, appearance, demeanor, and wealth. His character was equally commendable. He was steady and unhurried, far more mature than his peers. He had no discernible flaws. Thus, a question arose. If she felt this way, how would other women perceive him? Should she truly follow her initial plan? Chen Zhibai remained oblivious to Lu Meng's internal turmoil. Following Zhao Xiaoli's guidance, he signed all requisite pages of the property contract before placing the pen on the table. While he was uncertain about the signing process in other places, he had meticulously signed every page of the contract. When will the property deed be in my possession? Chen Zhibai inquired of Zhao Xiaoli. It will take about a week. Once the deed arrives, I will call you immediately, she replied, half squatting on the ground, having maintained that position while he signed. Although she was undoubtedly tired, the excitement of earning a 45,000 commission overshadowed her physical fatigue. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoli cast a glance at Lu Meng, who had been sitting nearby, and sighed inwardly. Frankly speaking, had any other woman of lesser beauty been seated beside Chen Zhibai, she would have set aside her morals and attempted to pursue him. Having graduated from university several years ago, she was now 26 and not an inexperienced girl. She understood all too well the importance of finding a wealthy partner for a woman. It was akin to winning the lottery. Without a doubt, Chen Zhibai was affluent. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also remarkably young, with both attractiveness and charm. Such qualities were rare among the offspring of the wealthy. Yet, it was precisely because of this rarity that Zhao Xiaoli felt a deeper sense of longing. Though she had always believed herself to be beautiful, a standout in the sales office, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of inadequacy when compared to Lu Meng. As Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng exited the sales office, Zhao Xiaoli bid them farewell with a warm smile. Take care, and feel free to reach out if you have any further questions. Chen Zhibai nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance back at her, and he couldn't help but reflect on the notion that wealth was indeed the finest adornment for a man. What prompted such a thought? It was because, earlier in the sales office, Zhao Xiaoli had discreetly squeezed his arm while Lu Meng was momentarily distracted. When he instinctively looked over, Zhao Xiaoli not only did not shy away, but rather met his gaze and squeezed his arm again. This was rather intriguing. He was confident that should he choose to contact Zhao Xiaoli in the future, a story would undoubtedly unfold. This was the advantage of wealth. Women often express their interest first, and their assertiveness could surpass one's expectations. Take Zhao Xiaoli, for instance. Was she beautiful? To be frank, she was indeed attractive. Although her beauty paled in comparison to Lu Meng's, it was still commendable. After all, being a salesperson at a prestigious sales office like Jinhu Home was a testament to her looks. Furthermore, at around 26 or 27, she had shed the youthful naivety of her teenage years, embodying the sophisticated aura of a modern urban woman, a definite plus. In society, women like Zhao Xiaoli would certainly attract suitors, many of whom would be drawn to her beauty and charm. Yet, earlier she had boldly squeezed his arm, and upon meeting his gaze, had not shied away but instead reaffirmed her interest. This was undeniably flirtatious and conveyed a clear intent. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai remained silent, taking Lu Meng's hand as they climbed into the car parked outside the sales office. The entire process of viewing properties, making a purchase, and signing contracts had spanned over 2 hours, and it was now nearing noon. Chen Zhibai intended to take Lu Meng out for a meal before heading to the furniture store in the afternoon to purchase essentials like a bed and sofa. Although Jinhu Home was exquisitely furnished, they still needed to procure bedding and other necessities. Chen Zhibai drove away from the sales office, contemplating whether Zhao Xiaoli would reach out to him now that she had sent her signals. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiaoli instinctively recalled the earlier scene. Initially, she had resolved to give up, as Lu Meng was undeniably radiant. However, during their time in the sales office, she ultimately could not restrain herself and had chosen to signal her interest. After all, what if Chen Zhibai was drawn to her type? She was also quite attractive, with a commendable figure. If he genuinely fancied her, her life could change dramatically. It was this very thought that prompted her to take the initiative earlier, even suppressing some of her moral reservations. She had encountered wealthy individuals in the sales office before, yet they were invariably older and portly. Despite their riches, they exuded an indescribable sense of greasiness. Chen Zhibai, however, was different, young, with a refreshing and clean appearance, a composed demeanor, and the ability to casually produce 9 million when buying a home. Hence, she found herself captivated. Taking a deep breath once more, Zhao Xiaoli chose not to dwell further on her thoughts, having already sent her signal out into the ether. It was now up to Chen Zhibai to respond. Surely, he would, considering she was, after all, a beauty with an enchanting demeanor. Where are we headed? Lu Meng inquired for the passenger seat, her long legs, accentuated by her black short skirt, strikingly proportionate. First, we should grab a bite. It's already noon. Aren't you hungry? Chen Zhibai glanced at her, a smile gracing his lips. I'm all right. Not too hungry, Lu Meng replied, shaking her head. Yet, unable to resist, she posed another question. Do you have a lot of pocket money? As she spoke, her gaze instinctively shifted towards Chen Zhibai. This question was out of character for her. She had never asked such a thing before, as she assumed it was unnecessary. It was evident that Chen Zhibai was wealthy, without a doubt. However, at this moment, her curiosity prevailed, for she perceived his affluence to be beyond her expectations. From his top-tier BMW 5 Series to his exquisite Patek Philippe watch worth over $1 million. The fact that he could casually purchase a 9 million yuan house astounded her, making her wonder about the strength behind such ease. Thus, she could not help but inquire. It's decent, he replied. Decent? If that's the case, then no one can be considered wealthy, Lu Meng said, her expression reflecting resignation, yet she chose not to pursue the matter any further. Let's eat first, and after that, we can head to the furniture market to buy a bed and a sofa, along with some bedding to simply furnish the house. Chen Zhibai elaborated on his afternoon plans. All right, sounds good, Lu Meng nodded, her heart racing at the thought of the 180 square meter flat in Jinhyom. Seeing it on video and in person truly was a different experience. As the traffic light turned from green to red, Chen Zhibai halted the car, preparing to change the song when his phone buzzed, a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai. It featured a crying emoji. Noticing this, Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Meng, confirming she wasn't looking his way, and began to type a message to ask what was wrong. Before he could send it, another message from Chen Zhibai arrived. The washing machine in the rental is suddenly broken. I'm quite upset. I still haven't finished washing my clothes. I should have known better than to rent a decent place with my friend. This current one has things breaking down all the time, and the landlord is unresponsive. In the Silver Spring community, Chen Zhihui sat on the sofa, pouting as she typed. The advantages of the place she and her friend rented were outweighed by its many drawbacks. Earlier, when she attempted to wash her clothes, she discovered the washing machine inexplicably malfunctioning, rendering it inoperable. This was indeed frustrating, especially since reaching out to the landlord yielded unpleasant responses. Inside the BMW, as Chen Zhibai read Chen Zhihui's messages, an epiphany struck him. As a wealthy individual, fairness in treating my girlfriends is paramount. The system's voice echoed in his mind, triggering a random task. Purchase a house as a love nest for Chen Zhihui. Accepting this task would grant him 10 million in funds for the purchase. Declining would result in no rewards or penalties. Chapter 68. Fairness. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Zhibai's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was as if he had found a pillow just as he felt sleepy. He had initially intended to rent 2 apartments, one for intimacy with Lu Meng and the other with Chen Zhihui. However, due to the system's task, he decided to buy a place for Lu Meng instead of renting. He had thought to rent for Chen Zhihui, but now he was presented with an unexpected task. Fairness? He relished this challenge. I accept this task, he silently affirmed, and the system's voice resounded again. The 10 million has been deposited into your system bank account. Please check it promptly. Note, this sum is strictly for purchasing property. With the system's announcement, his phone vibrated with a bank notification confirming the funds had arrived. What's going on? Is there something joyous happening? Lu Meng asked curiously, noticing Chen Zhibai's delighted demeanor. Yes, there is. He replied with a smile, while discreetly stowing away his phone. What is it? Lu Meng's bright and beautiful face radiated curiosity. It's that with the house purchase. We'll have a space to ourselves, Chen Zhibai stated directly. The moment these words left his lips, Lu Ming instinctively blushed, her thoughts momentarily wandering. Observing her reaction, Chen Zhibai remained silent and began to type a message to Chen Zhibai. Do you have a preferred community in Jiangxing? He inquired. In the Silver Spring community. Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's message, Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback, unsure why he would ask such a question, yet she did not dwell on it. Of course there is. The Jiangnan Spring City community. I came across it on Douyin, and it looks stunning, but it's pricey, over 40 to nearly 50,000 per square meter, she typed, her delicate, fair face betraying a hint of yearning before she suppressed it. I have no classes the day after tomorrow. I'll come pick you up to buy a house in that community for you. Chen Zhibai messaged back. In a Silver Spring community. Chen Zhibai's eyes widened as she read the message, her expression transforming into one of disbelief. What is wrong, Wee? Why are you so dazed? Li Shidan, holding a water cup, stepped out of her room, having come to fill her cup at the water dispenser. Upon seeing her friend's astonished demeanor, she could not help but smile. Approaching, she gently pinched Chen Zhihui's cheek, thinking, her skin feels lovely. Then, a tinge of defeat washed over her as she reflected. Every day, I wonder what my friend eats to grow up like this. Ran, what is happening to me? Chen Zhihui finally snapped out of her stupor. Swallowing hard before responding, he said he wants to buy a house for me. Who? Li Shiran was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized who it could only be. Chen Zhibai. Is this for real? He wants to buy you a house? Why? She asked instinctively, not doubting Chen Zhibai's financial capability, especially considering the expensive watch adorning his wrist. He mentioned he has time the day after tomorrow to pick me up to buy a house. Chen Zhihui continued, her expression still dazed. She had merely been venting about the inadequacies of her current rental, and now it seemed extravagant to think he would purchase a property for her, particularly in Jiangnan Spring City. Although she had always understood that Chen Zhibai was wealthy, the reality of it had not fully registered until now. Just because she mentioned her dissatisfaction with her rental, he intended to buy her a house? Wasn't he that a bit excessive? Contemplating this, Chen Zhihui swallowed hard again. Is this really so extravagant? Just because her best friend complained about the rented apartment being inadequate, she felt compelled to purchase a house for her friend to live in. Li Shiran stood still, her emotions suddenly becoming intricate. She instinctively glanced at her friend, and her feelings grew increasingly complex, tinged with envy. She was acutely aware of the exorbitant property prices in Jiangxing. Even the most ordinary apartment would cost nearly 2 million. The crux of the matter was whether Chen Zhibai, given his wealth, would settle for a mere ordinary residence. It seemed unlikely. Hui, did he mention which community he intends to buy in? Suppressing her thoughts, Li Shiran couldn't resist asking. Due to being at home, she was dressed quite casually, wearing a white tank top and black shorts. Her slender waist and long legs exemplified the typical pear-shaped figure. Coupled with her fair complexion and striking features, she radiated an undeniable beauty. He did, Chen Zhihui nodded. Then uttered the name of the community, Jiangnan Spring City. Jiangnan Spring City? Upon hearing the name, Li Shiran was momentarily taken aback, and the complex emotions she had tried to suppress surged back. She was well acquainted with this community, having seen it on Douyin before, and she had even urged her friend to take a look. After viewing it, they had both expressed their admiration, wistfully wishing they could reside there. Yet now, those feelings were mixed with complexity and envy. Chapter 69. Letting my best friend move in, although the flicker of envy had briefly emerged, Li Shiran managed to suppress it, yet left her feeling somewhat guilty and awkward. After all, there was a fleeting moment when she genuinely felt envious. This was something she could not deceive herself about. Hui, this is wonderful. He clearly cares about you, and you have indeed found the right person for you, Li Shiran said earnestly, pushing her insecurities aside. Of course, he is the right person, Chen Zhihui replied, but to buy a house just because I complained about the rental? And in such a high-end community as Jiangnan Spring City? While it is true that much of this is due to Chen Zhibai's wealth, he can afford it, and even though an apartment in Jiangnan Spring City is not inexpensive, for him, it may be a mere trifle. Yet, the sentiment is evident. Clearly, he genuinely cares for my friend. It is rare to find someone who is both affluent and sincere. Reflecting on this, Li Shiran couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai again, marveling at her friend's exceptional fortune. He truly treats me well, Chen Zhibai said, her cheeks flushed with a mix of happiness and hesitation. But a house in Jiangnan Spring City is far too expensive, several million. I could never earn that much in my lifetime. Spending such an amount on a home is simply extravagant. Silly wee. Several million may be steep for us, and indeed for 99 of people, but for him, it is likely just a small sum, Li Shiran remarked, feeling a sense of resignation. She looked at her friend and continued, Hui from now on. You must shift your perspective. You cannot measure him by your income. He is not an ordinary person like us. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to respond, her phone chimed with a message from Chen Zhibai. Settled then. We'll go by the house the day after tomorrow. I'll pick you up. I have some matters to attend to now. We'll talk later. Okay, Chen Zhibai replied. Li Shiran, standing nearby, had already glimpsed the conversation between Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai. Observing Chen Zhibai's straightforwardness about buying the house, devoid of any superfluous remarks, stirred her complex emotions once more. Fortunately, she quickly managed to quell them. Hui, to be honest, don't forget your friends when you become wealthy. You're already a wealthy woman, and soon you will be moving into such an upscale community as Jiangnan Spring City. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal today? Li Shiran joked with a smile. Honestly, I am not a wealthy woman, Chen Zhibai replied, a bit shyly. What would you like to eat for lunch? I'll treat you. Upon saying that, she suddenly remembered a crucial matter. The day after tomorrow, Chen Zhibai would take her to Jiangnan Spring City to buy a house. The apartments there are fully furnished, nearly ready for immediate occupancy, so she anticipated moving in. However, what would happen to her best friend? The rent for their current apartment was manageable when split between them, but if she moved out, her friend would bear the full burden. Although finding another roommate was an option, it was akin to opening a blind box, with no guarantee of compatibility. While meeting a pleasant individual would be fortuitous, the fear of encountering an unpleasant one loomed large. Beyond that, she was reluctant to part ways with Li Shiran, having shared a living space since college and having grown accustomed to each other as presents. What are you thinking about? As Chen Zhibai pondered these thoughts, Li Shiran gently tapped her shoulder, her fair and lovely face filled with curiosity. I'm not thinking about anything. Chen Zhibai shook her head, momentarily setting her thoughts aside. What were you saying earlier? I suggested we just order takeout for lunch. A spicy hot pot would suffice. It's midday, and the weather outside is sweltering. I don't feel like going out to eat, Li Shiran reiterated. Sounds good, Chen Zhibai nodded. All right, then I'll order spicy hot pot. Right? You prefer it extra spicy, don't you? Li Shiran inquired while pulling out her phone. Yes, Chen Zhibai affirmed. Done. After placing the order and successfully making the payment, Li Shiran set her phone down and said, I'll transfer the money to you. I insisted on treating you. Enough. I was just teasing you. In our relationship, does it really matter who treats whom? Li Shiran laughed, then stood up. I won't keep you any longer. I still have some work to finish up, but I'll wrap it up soon. Okay, go ahead and take care of it. Chen Zhibai nodded. Li Shiran remained silent, took a glass of water, and walked into her bedroom. As she moved, her pear-shaped figure was on full display, her slender waist paired with long legs creating an exquisite silhouette. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Zhibai hesitated for a moment before picking up her phone and opening the chat with Chen Zhibai. Can we discuss something? What is it? Chen Zhibai, who had just parked in front of a hot pot restaurant, saw the message from Chen Zhibai. Once we purchase the house, could my best friend also move in with us? Chen Zhibai typed. This was a sudden idea that had crossed her mind. Allowing her friend to live with her would ensure they remained together. However, she feared Chen Zhibai might not be pleased. Thus, after sending the message, she felt somewhat anxious. After contemplating, she typed again. My best friend and I share a very close bond. We were roommates for 4 years in college, and after graduation, we rented the same apartment. If I were to move out, her salary alone wouldn't cover the rent, and I can't bear to leave her. Please, accompanied by a cute cat emoji. Chen Zhibai sent 3 messages in quick succession, the last of which was an adorable cat sticker. Inside the BMW, Chen Zhibai noticed her messages. Should I invite my best friend to stay over? That could work, as company is always welcome. After all, with a budget of 10 million for the house, it would undoubtedly be a spacious flat with ample rooms. All right, let her come stay, It would be nice for you two to keep each other company, he typed back. Chapter 70, All In. After sending the message, Chen Zhibai put away his phone, refraining from continuing the conversation with Chen Zhibai, especially since Lu Meng was seated in the front passenger seat. Is this the hot pot restaurant you visited with your friends last night? Lu Meng inquired curiously after unbuckling her seatbelt and glancing out the window at the restaurant. Yes, the food here is quite delightful. Chen Zhibai nodded, and they both exited the car. As they entered the hot pot restaurant, Chen Zhibai noticed it was bustling with patrons, given that it was mealtime. This place has a unique vibe. The slogans on the walls are quite trendy, Lu Meng remarked as she surveyed the restaurant's decor. Indeed, I think so too. Chen Zhibai agreed, leading her to a vacant table by the window. After scanning the QR code to place their order, they were soon served by a familiar waiter, the same one who had inquired about whether Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhihui were a couple the previous day. As the waiter approached, he first noticed Lu Meng rather than Chen Zhibai. His thoughts filled with admiration. She is stunning and quite tall too. After a brief glance, he quickly averted his gaze, only to realize Chen Zhibai was sitting at the table. He was momentarily taken aback, having a vivid recollection of Chen Zhibai from the previous night, when he had been envious of him for being accompanied by the beautiful Chen Zhihui. Spotting Chen Zhibai now made him freeze, and he instinctively glanced back at Lu Meng. Chen Zhibai noticed the waiter's momentary daze and understood the reason behind it. Hello, your order is ready. Please enjoy, the waiter said, internally marveling at the fact that just yesterday he had accompanied one beautiful woman, and today he was with another equally stunning companion. How remarkable, the waiter mused to himself. Thank you, Chen Zhibai replied, amused by the admiration he saw in the waiter's eyes. Once the waiter departed, Lu Meng voiced her confusion. Why do I feel like he looked at me oddly just now? She glanced back at the waiter, feeling something was off about his gaze. Really? It's probably just because you're so beautiful. He couldn't help but look, Chen Zhibai responded. No way. Lu Meng rolled her eyes at him, secretly pleased. After finishing their meal, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Let us go to the furniture store to buy a bed and sofa. We can gradually acquire the other items, Lu Meng suggested, nodding in agreement, as they had discussed during lunch. She felt a sense of anticipation, as Chen Zhibai had offered her the chance to choose the bed and sofa, which she interpreted as a sign of his regard for her. Suppressing her excitement, Lu Meng buckled her seatbelt and turned to Chen Zhibai, determined about a few things. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the furniture store, and after 2 hours of deliberation, they selected a sofa and bed, along with matching sheets and a summer quilt, all of which would be delivered to their home. Wow, Lu Meng exclaimed, standing on the expansive living room floor, her bright eyes surveying her new surroundings. Jinhua Garden, a 9 million flat. I am a mistress of this place. After Chen Zhibai escorted the delivery men out and pressed the elevator button, he entered to find Lu Meng standing in the living room. Since her back was turned, he couldn't see her face, but her graceful figure was unmistakable. Her slim waist and long legs accentuated by her short skirt were captivating. What are you thinking about? Chen Zhibai inquired, pulling her into his embrace. I can't believe I'm living in such a beautiful house. It's something I never dared to dream of before, Lu Meng admitted, her cheeks reddening as Chen Zhibai held her close. She was not shy. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Without waiting for his response, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss on his lips. Just a quick peck? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, then lowered his head, grasping her slender waist for a more passionate kiss. As their breaths quickened, he instinctively thought of releasing her, only to find Lu Meng tightening her grip around his neck. Chen Zhibai paused, glancing down at Lu Meng. Carry me to the master bedroom. I've already made the bed, she said, her face flushed, yet her gaze unwavering with determination. She had resolved to gradually give herself to Chen Zhibai, but now she had abandoned that notion. Why? The answer was simple. Chen Zhibai exceeded her expectations. There was no need for hesitation or modesty. She trusted her judgment. He was not the type to abandon her after gaining what he wanted. Additionally, she was confident in her looks and figure. Thus, she decided to go all in. She wanted to be Chen Zhibai's first woman. Are you sure you want me to carry you to the master bedroom? Chen Zhibai asked, aware of the implications of her words and wanting to confirm her intentions. Yes, I'm sure. Lu Meng nodded, suppressing her thoughts and meeting his gaze. Without further ado, Chen Zhibai lifted her into his arms and strode toward the master bedroom. Chapter 71. A 10 million startup fund. Half an hour later, in the master bedroom, Chen Zhibai lay on the bed, feeling invigorated. Lu Ming nestled in his embrace, her radiant face now revealing hints of tears, yet her features were more enchanting than ever. Noticing Chen Zhibai's contentment, she playfully slapped his arm, her cheeks flushed. He didn't mind. Instead, he pulled her closer and kissed her forehead tenderly. Truthfully, reaching this stage so quickly left even Chen Zhibai somewhat dazed. Given Lu Ming's beauty, physique, and charm, it was unexpected to arrive at this moment so soon. After all, they had only just established their romantic relationship yesterday. When they kissed, he had been unable to resist the urge to escalate things. But Lu Ming had pushed him away, indicating her desire to take things slow. Yet, here they were, having crossed that threshold. Was it fast? Yes, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, he now had wealth. Regardless of whether it is the top-tier BMW 5 Series or the exquisite Patek Philippe Nautilus watch worth over $1 million, or even the splendid 180-square-meter apartment in Jinhu home priced at $9 million, all these possessions symbolize his immense wealth. Anyone who lays eyes upon him would undoubtedly perceive him as a quintessential wealthy heir, especially considering he has only just embarked on his college journey. Even though Lu Ming possesses extraordinary beauty, physique, and charm, she finds herself unable to resist the allure of his affluence. After all, beauty cannot compete with wealth. Thus, what may seem rapid unfolds quite naturally. What are you thinking? Lu Ming asked, wrapping her arms around Chen Zhibai's. Her lovely and radiant face bore a curious expression, her tone affectionate, a testament to their candid interactions. This gave her a sudden surge of confidence. Nothing in particular, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head as he prepared to take a shower, feeling sticky from perspiration. Shall we go together? He inquired, glancing at Lu Ming and momentarily eyeing her legs. I'll go later. You can go first, Lu Ming quickly responded, noticing his gaze. She hastily covered her legs with a light summer blanket, wary of Chen Zhibai's potential reaction. Very well, Chen Zhibai conceded, rising from the bed and heading toward the master bedroom's bathroom. Once inside, he turned on a shower, allowing the warm water to flow for a moment before stepping beneath it. As he rinsed off, his thoughts drifted back to earlier images. Truthfully, her legs were indeed long, an experience that was quite fulfilling. He shook his head, determined to redirect his thoughts. Ding! The system detected progress in the relationship between the host and his girlfriend Lu Ming, bestowing the following rewards. 1. Host's appearance increased by 3 points. Note, this has been reflected in the host's appearance attribute. 2. Monthly relationship fund of 1 million. Note, this fund can only be spent on Lu Ming, and any unspent amount will automatically vanish at the end of the month. 3. Entrepreneurial fund of 10 million. Note 1. As a wealthy individual, one must have their own business. Please strive, host. Note 2. This 10 million can only be utilized for entrepreneurship, not for daily indulgences. The system's voice resonated in his mind, momentarily startling Chen Zhibai as he showered. He had never anticipated that merely advancing his relationship with Lu Ming would trigger such generous rewards. Firstly, the increase of 3 points in appearance was something he had long desired. Indeed, wealth could attract women, but being both handsome and wealthy was undeniably the most desirable combination. Now, with an enhancement in appearance, he could feel the genetic elevation. The second reward was equally enticing, a monthly relationship fund of 1 million. Although it was exclusively for Lu Ming, she was now his partner, and spending on her was entirely justified. The final reward, a staggering 10 million for entrepreneurial ventures, was substantial. With this amount, he could explore various opportunities in life, and even if he incurred losses, it would merely be a learning experience. After all, this 10 million was a windfall. In summary, these 3 rewards were splendid and entirely unexpected. Setting aside his thoughts, Chen Zhibai was eager to observe how he appeared with the enhanced appearance attribute. After hastily finishing his shower, he stood before the bathroom mirror. Upon seeing his reflection, he was taken aback. Although his face remained unchanged, his skin appeared healthier, and his features seemed more harmonious. This naturally resulted in a noticeable increase in his attractiveness. As he emerged from the bathroom, He noticed Lu Meng had already dressed and was gathering the sheets that had been on the bed. "What are you doing with the sheets?" he inquired, approaching her from behind and wrapping his arms around her waist. Lu Meng, unstartled since she had heard his footsteps, responded, "I want to keep them as a memento. After all, this is my first time." Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she spoke with a charming confidence. "A keepsake?" Chen Zhibai instinctively glanced at the sheets in her hands, noticing a distinct dark red plum blossom imprint on the blue fabric. Suddenly, he comprehended her intention. "Well then, keep it as a memento," he agreed, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her fair, slender neck. Ticklish, Lu Meng instinctively recoiled, as she was particularly sensitive to tickling, though few knew of this trait beyond her family. "How ticklish?" he teased, leaning down to kiss her neck again, chuckling. "Very ticklish," she replied, turning her head to meet his gaze, momentarily caught off guard by his appearance. Although his face remained the same, it exuded an inexplicable freshness and cleanliness, undeniably enhancing his charm. "Why do I feel you look even more handsome after your shower?" Lu Meng remarked, her beautiful face expressing astonishment, though she soon pondered whether it was merely a case of love's blind eye. After all, his face was still the same. Not dwelling on it too much, Lu Meng tidied the sheets and headed to the bathroom for a shower, feeling somewhat sticky herself. After finishing her bath, she emerged, walking with slightly awkward steps. Though not limping, it was evident she was not entirely comfortable. This was to be expected, given the recent experiences she had undergone. Chapter 72. Restoring Lu Meng's vitality, does it still hurt? Chen Zhibai asked, observing Lu Meng's delicate brows furrow as she walked slowly. "Yes, a bit," she nodded, wrapping her arms around his neck as she spoke, her brows knitting slightly once more. "It's all your fault for not being more considerate of me," Lu Meng playfully scolded, lightly tapping Chen Zhibai, her touch feather-light, resembling a gentle massage more than a reprimand. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chen Zhibai decided to shift the conversation. "It's almost 6. What would you like for dinner?" "I'm not sure, but let us not go out." "I'm not feeling up to it," Lu Meng replied, recognizing his attempt to change the subject. With a playful glance at him, she continued, "I really don't want to move around much right now." "All right, let's order takeout. What do you feel like eating?" he asked. "How about some red date porridge? It's nourishing," she suggested. "Sounds good. I'll leave it to you," Chen Zhibai replied, and, as she embraced him, she planted a kiss on his lips, then nestled her head against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Although it was indeed racing, having just confirmed their relationship yesterday and already being so open with each other today, she felt no regret for her bold choice. Chen Zhibai's myriad qualities reassured her of her decision, and she was confident in her own beauty and physique. For dinner, they ordered red date porridge with scallion pancakes, accompanied by 2 plates of light dishes. After their meal, it was just past 8 in the evening. "How are you feeling now? Is the pain still there?" Chen Zhibai inquired, nodding as he turned his gaze toward Lu Meng. "Much improved. If you walk slowly, it's no longer an issue, but for the next few days. I cannot engage in strenuous exercise, so I want to be able to join you for the morning run tomorrow," Lu Meng remarked after assessing her condition. "That's all right," Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head as he took Lu Meng's hand and stepped out of the house. "Why have we stopped?" "We're not at school yet," Lu Meng questioned, initially thinking they had arrived. However, when she looked up, she was momentarily taken aback and then curiously glanced at Chen Zhibai. "I'm buying you a phone," he said with a smile, gesturing toward the Apple Store outside the car window. Only then did Lu Meng notice the Apple Store. "No need for a new phone. Mine still works," she instinctively responded. "Enough of that. I'm getting you a new phone." "Let us go," Chen Zhibai insisted, unbuckling his seatbelt and signaling Lu Meng to exit the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lu Meng had already picked up the latest model of the iPhone. "The new phone is incredibly smooth. And this is my first iPhone," she exclaimed, marveling at her new acquisition. Coming from a modest family with a younger sister, it was unlikely that her family would splurge on such an expensive device, making this her first experience with an iPhone. "As long as you like it," Chen Zhibai chuckled, but just then his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a WeChat message from Chen Zhihui, asking if he had eaten dinner yet. "Whose message is that?" Lu Meng, seated in the passenger seat, inquired curiously. "Oh, just a friend checking in to see if I've eaten," Chen Zhibai replied nonchalantly. "Oh, I see," Lu Meng nodded. not suspecting anything further as she lowered her gaze to play with her new phone. "Aren't we parking?" she asked after a moment. Lu Meng glanced at him and smiled, sensing a change in Chen Zhibai's demeanor toward her. Indeed, her intuition was correct. It was likely due to the significance of her first iPhone. Men often possess a sense of possessiveness. Before long, the BMW 5 Series came to a stop beneath the girls' dormitory, as it was still before 9 in the evening. Numerous girls were entering and exiting the building, with some boys waiting at the entrance for their girlfriends. When they noticed the brand-new BMW with a 999 license plate parked below the dorm, their attention was inevitably drawn to it. Even those unfamiliar with cars recognized the BMW brand. It was a name synonymous with luxury alongside Mercedes and Audi. "Here we are at the entrance. I'm getting out," Lu Meng said, unbuckling her seatbelt and smiling at Chen Zhibai. Although she had always been pretty, she seemed even more radiant now, exuding a newfound femininity, undoubtedly a result of Chen Zhibai's influence. "Is that how you're going to leave?" Chen Zhibai retorted, pointing to his own face. Understanding his implication, Lu Meng leaned in and kissed him gently. "All right, I'm getting out now," she said after the kiss. Go ahead," Chen Zhibai nodded, and Lu Meng opened the door to exit. However, instead of heading directly into the dormitory, she lingered by the car and waved goodbye to Chen Zhibai. "You go first. I'll head in after you've left," she instructed. Chen Zhibai nodded and turned the car around, driving away toward the school parking lot. Lu Meng watched until the vehicle disappeared from view before she turned and walked into the dormitory, drawing envious glances from other girls. She moved slowly, and as she approached the steps to the entrance, her brow slightly furrowed. Chapter 73. Shanqing. "It should be impossible. I didn't go anywhere special, just wander around." Lu Meng smiled at Wang Hui. Naturally, she would not disclose the intimate nature of her relationship with Chen Zhibai, as it was a private matter. "I see." Wang Hui nodded, about to continue speaking, but then she paused, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she looked at Lu Meng. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Lu Meng asked, returning her curious gaze. She had a favorable impression of Wang Hui, though her looks were average. Her lively personality was endearing. Unlike Li Weiming, who subtly compared herself to Lu Meng, or Shanqing, whose beauty made their interactions somewhat strained. Lu Meng found it easy to connect with Wang Hui. Noticing that Liu was absent from the dormitory, while Shanqing was present, Lu Meng felt a sense of intrigue. Dream, why do I feel like you seem more beautiful than before?" Wang Hui remarked as she approached Lu Meng, her eyes reflecting increasing astonishment. "Is that so?" Lu Meng asked, feigning nonchalance. "Absolutely. You look significantly more beautiful," Wang Hui affirmed, then called out to Shanqing. "Qing, take a look. Isn't Dream prettier than before?" Shanqing, who had been engrossed in her Douyin feed, instinctively lifted her gaze at the mention. Her clear, beautiful eyes now held a hint of surprise as she too recognized Lu Meng's transformation. She looked more radiant than earlier, possessing an inexplicable allure. "Indeed, you do look more beautiful than this morning," Shanqing confirmed, intrigued by Lu Meng's presence. "Right? I thought it was due to makeup," Wang Hui exclaimed, pleased with Shanqing's agreement. Perhaps, Lu Meng maintained her composed demeanor, though a keen observer might notice the faint blush on her fair earlobes. Despite her cheerful and open nature, she felt a touch of shyness in such matters. Thankfully, Wang Hui did not dwell on it, attributing it solely to makeup, never considering the deeper reasons behind Lu Meng's newfound charm. "I'm going to freshen up," Lu Meng stated, relieved that Wang Hui had shifted the topic. "Wait a moment, Dream," Wang Hui said, tugging at Lu Meng's arm. "What is it?" Lu Meng asked, looking down at her. Standing at 171 centimeters, she towered slightly over Wang Hui, who was 160 centimeters tall, requiring her to lean down a bit. "It's nothing serious, but now that you have a boyfriend, shouldn't Chen Zhibai treat us to a meal?" Wang Hui suggested, continuing. "This was a rule we established at the beginning of the semester. Anyone who starts dating must treat us to a meal. When Ye got together with Shou Hao, he also treated us." Upon hearing this, Lu Meng chuckled. "All right, no problem. I'll treat you all. But I need to check with my boyfriend to see when he is available. Once we have a time, I'll invite you." At the beginning of the semester, it was Wang Hui who proposed that anyone who starts a romantic relationship must treat others to a meal. She readily agreed to this notion. Great. I shall indulge in a feast, I thought, delighted at the prospect of free meals. Wang Hui chuckled. Though her appearance was rather ordinary, her lively personality shone brightly. Moreover, Ming, I am particularly curious about your friend Chen Zhibai. To gift a bag worth 70,000 yuan so casually is astonishing. My parents earn that much in a year combined. How extraordinarily wealthy. I have never encountered such a rich second-generation heir in my life. Wang Hui exclaimed with a sense of wonder. All right, I'll introduce you to him then. Lu Meng smiled and headed towards the restroom. However, as she took a somewhat large step, her delicate brows furrowed, and she let out a slight gasp. What is wrong, Ming? Wang Hui immediately turned her gaze. Concern etched on her face. Shen Qing, who had been absorbed in her phone, glanced over upon hearing Lu Meng's sound. Given that they were in the dormitory, Shen Qing wore a light sleep dress. The black fabric accentuated her fair skin, making her appear even more ethereal. Her exquisite collarbone and slender waist, paired with her cool demeanor, gave her an almost otherworldly aura. It's nothing, I just took a bigger step than usual, Lu Meng replied, shaking her head and meeting Wang Hui's gaze before slowly making her way to the restroom. Be careful then, Wang Hui said, slightly taken aback but not dwelling on it. She then turned her attention to Shen Qing. Qing, do you want to play some games? I'm feeling a bit bored. Wang Hui suggested, but Shen Qing remained silent, her eyes following Lu Meng as she walked towards the restroom. The way Lu Meng walked ignited a fleeting suspicion in Shen Qing's mind, but she quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was unlikely given that their romantic relationship had only just been established yesterday. Throughout the month since school commenced, Shen Qing had observed Lu Meng closely. Despite their average acquaintance, she could sense Lu Meng's underlying pride and reserve. Therefore, such a rapid progression seemed implausible. Oh, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought. What were you saying? Shen Qing smiled, suppressing her earlier conjecture. I suggested we play some games together. It's rather dull, Wang Hui reiterated. Sure. Shen Qing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. She had never lost when playing games alongside Wang Hui. Chapter 74. Chen Zhibai blushes in the school parking lot. Chen Zhibai parked his car and stepped out, feeling elated under the bright moonlight. After all, he had transitioned from a boy to a man, with Lu Meng as his first love. In terms of looks, physique, and grace, Lu Meng was undoubtedly exceptional. Buzz. As soon as he dialed, the call connected, and Chen Zhibai appeared on the screen. With her fair and delicate features, she wore a white spaghetti strap top that hung gracefully from her shoulders, exuding a unique beauty that sparked intrigue. Chen Zhibai's gaze momentarily lingered on her face before instinctively drifting downward. Wow. In her apartment at Yingquan Community, Chen Zhibai lay on her bed. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai, she instinctively froze, noticing that her boyfriend seemed to have become even more handsome. What else with the surprise? Chen Zhibai smiled inwardly as he noticed her astonished expression. Clearly, his newfound charm was having an impact. Why do I feel like you become more attractive? Chen Zhibai asked, glancing at him again. Have I? Chen Zhibai replied, intrigued. Of course. Chen Zhibai was about to nod in agreement, but as she spoke, she caught Chen Zhibai's gaze, and her fair cheeks flushed a bright red. She quickly grabbed a pillow from the side to shield her chest, though her face remained adorably rosy. Stop staring, she said, her face still flushed. Seeing the moment slip away, Chen Zhibai sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. He couldn't help but compare her to Lu Meng, and naturally, Lu Meng surpassed her in his eyes. It was a matter of innate talent. Her legs alone were incomparable. Where are you right now? It looks like you're outside, Chen Zhibai asked, noticing the wistful expression on his face, which only made her blush deeper, prompting her to change the subject. Actually, not really changing the subject. I was meaning to ask, she added. Chen Zhibai responded, turning the camera to show his surroundings. Since it was still before 9, many students were milling about, some hand in hand with their partners. After a brief glance, he redirected the camera back to himself. Where are you headed? Chen Zhibai asked curiously, propping herself up on her bed with her fair legs crossed. Just taking a stroll outside, he replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. A stroll sounds nice. She nodded, shifting the conversation to the topic of buying a house. Are you really going to buy a place in Jiangnan Spring City the day after tomorrow? Chen Zhibai inquired. Of course. Do you think I'm joking? Chen Zhibai said with a hint of exasperation. That's not it. I just think the prices in Jiang and Spring City are a bit steep. I looked it up this afternoon, and it's 45,000 per square meter. For a 100 square meter apartment, that's 450,000. Too expensive. After a brief pause, she continued, I believe we don't need to buy such an expensive place. There are many neighborhoods in Jiangsheng with an average price of 20,000, and we could consider those instead. Renting is also an option. The place I'm in is quite livable. Before she could finish her thought, Chen Zhibai interrupted decisively. We're buying in Jiang and Spring City, and that's final. His tone was direct and resolute. With $1 million from the system for purchasing a home, why not opt for the luxurious choice? Oh, Chen Zhibai pouted, looking at him. So domineering. Hey Hui, do you want an apple? I can wash one for you. Li Shiran's voice echoed from the living room. No, I've already brushed my teeth, Chen Zhibai quickly replied, not wanting to repeat the process. All right, I want to wash one then, Li Shiran responded. Yes, don't bother. Is it your close friend who spoke just now? Chen Zhibai asked, having heard the woman's voice during their video call. For what he gathered, her voice was quite pleasant. Yes, that's my best friend. We're very close. We were roommates in college and have remained inseparable since. We even rented the same apartment after graduation and often sleep together, Chen Zhibai explained, her eyes lighting up at the mention of her best friend. That does show a strong bond, being able to share a bed. No wonder you want her to move in after buying a house, Chen Zhibai remarked. Hee, Chen Zhibai giggled, her eyes narrowing charmingly, reminiscent of a crescent moon, making her even more endearing. But you shouldn't sleep together anymore, Chen Zhibai suddenly stated. What? Why not? Chen Zhibai was taken aback and quickly asked. It's simply because you have a boyfriend now. Once you're in a relationship, you shouldn't share a bed with anyone else, even if it's your best friend. What if something were to happen? You belong to me now, and I'm quite possessive, Chen Zhibai replied. Listening to his words, Chen Zhibai initially found herself perplexed, but soon grasped Chen Zhibai's meaning, causing her to flush with embarrassment. Everything is yours, but I haven't agreed yet, she stammered, her cheeks crimson. Quickly, she shifted the topic to her upcoming first day at her best friend's company. She nodded. After Chen Zhibai ended the call and was about to tuck his phone into his pocket, he noticed a message from Lu Meng asking if he had reached the dormitory yet. Just arrived at the dormitory building, he replied, sending a photo. It's nothing. We had an agreement at the beginning of the semester that whoever starts dating must treat the dorm mates to a meal. Now it's my turn. Chapter 75. Alarm disarmed. Resuming the view, how about tomorrow evening? After class in the afternoon, we can go out for dinner. Check with your roommates if they are free, and then ask what they prefer to eat. Soon, he arrived at the door of the dormitory on the 3rd floor, only to find it firmly shut. This struck Chen Zhibai as odd, as the dormitory doors were usually left slightly ajar. However, he dismissed the thought and attempted to open the door, only to find it locked. Is it locked from inside? Who is it? Wang Chao's voice came from within, tinged with a hint of panic and tension. It's me. Why is the dormitory door locked? Chen Zhibai replied, somewhat helplessly. He had assumed the dormitory was empty, thinking Wang Chao and Li Dong had gone out. But it was evident that someone was inside, having locked the door. Old Chen, you scared me. I thought it was the dorm supervisor checking in, and I nearly lost my mind. Wang Chao quickly opened the door, wiping the sweat from his brow as he spoke. What's the matter with checking in? Chen Zhibai glanced at Wang Chao's sweaty face. Just then, he caught sight of the scene inside the dormitory. Li Dong and Zhou Hao were present, both seated in front of a laptop. What is up? We are diligently studying, Wang Chao said, pulling Chen Zhibai into the dorm and promptly locking the door again, giving a conspiratorial wink. So, are you going to join us in studying? Wang Chao's knowing look conveyed a meaning understood only by men. Instantly, Chen Zhibai realized why the dormitory door was locked. Clearly, they were not studying diligently. You all carry on. I'm off to the restroom. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively. He had already engaged in practical exercises and, to be frank, was not particularly interested in theoretical teachings. What restroom? Wang Chao exclaimed. I'm telling you, old Chen, you will absolutely regret not watching this. As Chen Zhibai turned to head to the restroom, Wang Chao tugged at his arm, his expression suggestive. Initially, Chen Zhibai intended to refuse, but his resolve wavered at the mention of flight attendants. Is it really flight attendants? He inquired, eyeing Wang Chao. Of course. Wang Chao nodded vigorously, noticing Chen Zhibai's evident interest. With a grin, he pulled Chen Zhibai back toward the laptop. Alarm disarmed, resuming the view. Wang Chao remarked to Li Dong, who nodded and reopened the laptop. However, Chen Zhibai lost interest within moments, finding the girl on the screen lacking in beauty and seemingly older than he preferred. You all enjoy. I'm heading to the restroom, he declared, turning away. His standards had been refined by Lu Ming and Shan Jiahui, both of whom were exceptional beauties with striking looks and figures. Thus, he found no allure in Wang Chao and the others' viewing experience. Seriously, old Chen, have your standards become so high? Wang Chao called out, just as Zhou Hao chimed in. Enough. If he doesn't want to watch, let us just enjoy ourselves. Zhou Hao expressed dissatisfaction, especially since Wang Chao had pressed pause. Hey, pass me a cigarette. Wang Chao glanced at Zhou Hao before deciding against a snarky retort. Don't you have any? Hesitant. Zhou Hao eventually pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Wang Chao, albeit reluctantly. Only one for me. Dongzi doesn't smoke? Wang Chao remarked as he took the cigarette. I said I wouldn't give it to you. You're just too quick to speak, Zhou Hao retorted, rolling his eyes, and handed another cigarette to Li Dong, albeit feeling a twinge of regret. Wang Chao, observing Zhou Hao's reluctance, couldn't help but scoff. He disdained Zhou Hao's demeanor, who claimed to be a local with 2 family properties, yet carried an air of petty frugality. What is the big deal about sharing a cigarette? Come on. I've already given you one. Zhou Hao nudged Wang Chao's arm, urging him. MHM. Wang Chao replied, uninterested in furthering the argument, as he too wanted to see, and thus pressed the spacebar on the laptop. After a brief visit to the restroom, Chen Zhibai returned, only to find it was nearly 9:30. Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao remained seated before the now-closed laptop, indicating their viewing session had concluded. Honestly, it was nothing special. I wasn't interested. If it weren't for Chao insisting, I wouldn't have bothered, Zhou Hao declared, slumped in his chair. Can't you just not be such a show-off? Wang Chao shot back, rolling his eyes at Zhou Hao. You sound like a wealthy person who only wants to boast. Who is showing off? I genuinely didn't want to watch, Zhou Hao replied, feeling defensive. After all, I have a girlfriend, while you all do not. So, while you can only watch, I can actually practice. With that, Zhou Hao's expression shifted to one of superiority. He truly believed he was different from Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong, especially considering he had a girlfriend, even if he hadn't yet held her hand. His confidence stemmed from his family standing, being a local with 2 properties. Honestly, I've already kissed my girlfriend, Zhou Hao boasted, trying to elevate his status. Let him be, Wang Chao retorted, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Want to head to the balcony for a smoke? Sure, Li Dong agreed, and they made their way to the balcony. How can you have a girlfriend and even kiss her? Damn, Wang Chao grumbled, lighting his cigarette, feeling quite aggrieved. Let it go. It's not worth the fuss, Li Dong urged, possessing a more easygoing nature. Although he found Zhou Hao's superiority grating, he preferred harmony in their shared living space. Wang Chao sighed deeply, taking a long drag from his cigarette. Just wait. At this rate, his girlfriend will dump him sooner or later. Chapter 76. There's no man who doesn't stray in the girls' dormitory. Lu Ming sat on a chair, applying lotion to her legs with great focus and care. She was acutely aware that her legs were her assets and points of appeal. This was confirmed earlier that afternoon at Jinhu home, where Chen Zhibai had shown a keen interest. Recalling the events of the afternoon made Lu Ming blush, causing her hand to pause momentarily, her earlobes tinged with a delicate pink. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself against the urge to dwell on those moments. Ming, your legs are truly long and beautiful. I have never seen a pair more exquisite than yours in real life. Wang Hui, sitting beside her, remarked with a look of admiration and envy. Her words were genuine. In her experience, she had never encountered legs as stunning as Lu Ming's, both long and straight. Hee, Ching, don't be upset. Your legs are also quite lovely. After praising Lu Ming's legs, Wang Hui quickly turned to Shun Qing, offering a charming smile. Shun Qing remained silent, her strikingly beautiful yet cool demeanor betraying a hint of resignation. She hadn't said anything, and in truth, she acknowledged the beauty of Lu Ming's legs as well. From the very first day of school, she had noticed this aspect, Hence, she wasn't irked by Wang Hui's comment. It was simply a fact. Meng Meng, Ching Ching, did you know? Our dormitory has gained quite the reputation on the school forum, with some even dubbing us the beauty dormitory. This is mainly due to the two of you. I'm just riding on your coattails, hee hee. Wang Hui continued. In reality, Ye was also quite beautiful, even more so than herself, but compared to the two of them, she fell short. By the way, where's she gone? Lu Meng inquired. Lu Meng nodded, choosing not to elaborate, and continued applying lotion to her legs with focused dedication. She held no interest in joining the student council. Had she wished to, she would have done so long ago. Previously, when walking around the campus, members of the student council had approached her, inviting her to join, but she had declined. After 10 minutes, Lu Meng finished moisturizing both legs. When she stood up, a slight twinge of discomfort made her furrow her brow, but it was bearable. It should feel better by tomorrow. By the way, do you both have time tomorrow evening? Lu Meng lifted her gaze, first looking at Wang Hui, then turning to Chen Qing, inquiring. As she glanced at Chen Qing, a flicker of admiration passed through her beautiful eyes. Even she found Chen Qing's cool demeanor and looks quite appealing. I'm free, what is up? Wang Hui nodded eagerly, her curiosity piqued. Chen Qing, without responding directly to her availability, turned her gaze towards Lu Meng. It's nothing much. My boyfriend is treating you both to dinner tomorrow night, and I wanted to check if you're available, as well as what you'd like to eat. Lu Meng replied with a smile, her naturally radiant features enhanced by her blossoming womanhood. I'm free, too. Ching Ching has time as well, Wang Hui chimed in, observing her say she was available. Chen Qing's beautiful, cool face showed slight exasperation, yet she nodded in agreement. She wouldn't miss such a collective dormitory activity. When Liu had invited Zhou Hao for dinner, she had attended as well. Lu Meng nodded and then asked, what do you want to eat? I'm fine with anything, but it would be nice to have a feast, hee hee. Wang Hui replied a bit shyly. All right, I'll take note of that, Lu Meng said, preparing to message Chen Zhibai. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and Liu entered. Liu nodded, but her gaze quickly shifted to Lu Meng, a hint of discontent surfacing as she internally grappled with feelings of imbalance. Throughout the day, she had sent several messages to Chen Zhibai, which left her feeling somewhat frustrated. What does this mean? Is the gap between Lu Meng and me truly this vast? Lu Meng furrowed her brow, sensing the discontent in Liu's gaze. I'm going to take a shower, Liu stated upon noticing Lu Meng's frown, suppressing her emotions. After saying this, she headed toward the bathroom. Yeah. Wait a moment, Wang Hui called out, reaching for Liu's arm, and then sharing the news about Chen Zhibai treating them to dinner tomorrow night. So, yeah, are you free tomorrow evening? Yeah, I'm free, Liu replied without a second thought. Yet, in reality, she had prior commitments, as she was part of the Student Council's External Affairs Department. With the school's sports meet approaching in 2 weeks, they needed to secure sponsorships, and a meeting was scheduled for tomorrow evening to discuss potential sponsors. However, Liu decided against attending, because she was more eager to see Chen Zhibai than to attend the meeting. Liu had resolved that she would dress to impress tomorrow evening. After all, she considered herself beautiful. She was determined to make Chen Zhibai take notice. After all, she believed that no man could resist temptation. Meng Meng, I'll be mooching off your meal tomorrow, Liu said suddenly, her thoughts reined in. Lu Meng nodded in response. Liu fell silent and turned to enter the bathroom, feeling a flutter of anticipation for the evening ahead. What she desired was not just a free meal. She aimed to capture Chen Zhibai's heart. She envisioned not only having a quality boyfriend like Chen Zhibai, but also overshadowing Lu Meng. The thought alone thrilled her. With these thoughts in mind, Liu closed the bathroom door behind her. Just as she began to undress, her phone buzzed. Picking it up, she frowned upon seeing a message from Zhou Hao. Liu ignored it, flipping her phone over and proceeding to take her shower. After washing and drying off, half an hour had passed. Yeah, why are you ignoring me? You haven't spoken to me all day. What have you been busy with? Liu picked up her phone to find several messages from Zhou Hao. Chapter 77. Free meal? I just asked my roommates, and they all said they're free tomorrow evening. Chen Zhibai read Lu Meng's message while lounging on his bed. Do your roommates have any preferences for food? Chen Zhibai typed back. They said they're fine with anything. So how about we go to the Good Taste restaurant near the school? The food there is quite good. It's where Liu and Zhou Hao treated each other to dinner, Lu Ming suggested. The Good Taste restaurant is not far from the school entrance. And while its prices are slightly higher than other eateries, the ambience is pleasant and the food is delicious. Many students celebrate birthdays or gatherings there. Thus, Lu Ming proposed dining there. However, upon seeing her message, Chen Zhibai outright rejected the idea. Let us not go there for dinner. I'll find another restaurant. Chen Zhibai texted. While the Good Taste restaurant is decent, Chen Zhibai wished to take Lu Ming's roommates somewhere even better. The reason was simple. He wanted Lu Ming to have a sense of pride in front of her friends. To put it plainly, he wished to showcase his affluence. To be more explicit, although he currently had 2 girlfriends, Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai, and would inevitably have more in the future, Lu Ming held a special place in his heart as his first woman. This made her more significant in his eyes. Moreover, Lu Ming was stunning, with a graceful figure and excellent aura. Thus, he wanted to give her the respect she deserved. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, before he could contemplate further, a notification chimed in his head. The system's voice echoed. Ding! The host has triggered a random hidden mission. As the host's girlfriend, she must be envied by her roommates. The expenses for this meal will be covered by the system, totaling 20,000. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Chen Zhibai's eyes lit up at the unexpected bonus of triggering a random hidden mission with a dining budget of 20,000. Though he currently possesses a substantial sum of money, approximately 400,000 from various task rewards, dining out is hardly a concern. However, with the system covering the bill, the situation is undoubtedly more favorable. Freebies are always delightful. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and Chen Zhibai picked it up to discover a bank notification indicating a deposit of 20,000 yuan. Where should he dine? I believe the Good Taste restaurant is quite splendid. It's a popular choice for gatherings. A message from Lu Ming popped up again. I'll make the arrangements. You needn't worry. Chen Zhibai replied, then opened Douyin, searching for high-end restaurants in Jiangcheng. After half an hour of contemplation, he finally settled on a venue, by an impression. This restaurant, established a few years ago in Jiangcheng, caters to an affluent clientele, featuring unique interior decor and specializing in stir-fry cuisine. Of course, the prices are steep, averaging around 700 yuan per person. Once he decided on by an impression, he noticed they had a Douyin account. Chen Zhibai sent a private message to reserve a private room. After completing this task, he exited Douyin and resumed chatting with Lu Ming. Naturally, he also kept Chen Zhibai in mind. Still a bit sore. It's all your fault, Lu Ming messaged. I'm a bit anxious. I have to go work tomorrow, Chen Zhibai texted. Chen Zhibai, multitasking, continued the conversation until after 11 o'clock, at which point Chen Zhibai, needing rest for work, bid good night and went to sleep. Seeing her drift off, Chen Zhibai contemplated sleeping as well, for he needed to rise early for his morning run. After 5 more days of jogging, he would earn the reward of growing 3 centimeters taller without any side effects. Ready to sleep, he sent a message to Lu Ming. After exchanging good nights, Chen Zhibai tucked his phone beneath his pillow and closed his eyes, preparing to embrace slumber. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming had long been weary, yet was trying to maintain a fade of lively conversation with Chen Zhibai. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt wide awake, her cheeks flushing as she held her phone. She was no longer merely a girl, but had blossomed into a woman. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Ming shifted her right leg slightly, feeling a twinge of pain. Beast, she thought, blushing at the term, as it aptly described how much he could stir her emotions. The next morning, Chen Zhibai was awakened by his alarm. After silencing it, he rolled out of bed. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he glanced at Wang Chao and Li Dong, who were still in deep slumber. This was to be expected, as he had seen them engrossed in games just the night before. Turning his gaze to Zhou Hao, he noticed him still asleep, which triggered memories of the photo Li Yu had sent him 2 nights prior, along with those suggestive words. Thus, Chen Zhibai found himself staring at Zhou Hao's head several times, feeling as though he were donning a bright green cap. Old Chen, what are you staring at me for? Is there something on my head? Zhou Hao furrowed his brow, questioning with irritation, perceiving Chen Zhibai's gaze as peculiar, tinged with sympathy. Amusing. Do I need your sympathy? I'm a local from Jiangcheng, with 2 houses and a girlfriend. And you? An outsider with an ordinary family background and no girlfriend. Zhou Hao brooded, feeling disgruntled. Nothing, Chen Zhibai replied dismissively before exiting the dorm. Crazy, Zhou muttered, rolling his eyes before attempting to return to sleep. However, after a moment's hesitation, he reached up to touch his head. Finding nothing there, he sighed in relief. Crazy, he muttered again, closing his eyes to drift back into slumber. Upon arriving at the track, Chen Zhibai began, as he had for the past few days, by warming up his ankles along the edge of the rubberized field. Hey, why are you the only one here for morning jogs today? Where's that beautiful girlfriend of yours? A lovely female voice, tinged with curiosity and surprise, broke through his thoughts. Turning around, he saw Wen Yutong, clad in casual athletic wear. Her figure exuded confidence, and her high ponytail highlighted her delicate, fair face and long neck. High ponytails can be quite revealing of one's facial structure and neck, and undeniably, Wen Yutong was well suited for this hairstyle, her complexion radiant and appealing. What is the matter? Is there something on my face? Chen Zhibai had been observing her for a moment too long, prompting Wen Yutong to instinctively reach up to touch her face. Yes, there is something, he affirmed, glancing at her slender, fair hand, which even he, not typically one to admire hands, couldn't he help but appreciate. What is it? She inquired, pulling out her phone to check her reflection, bewildered at how something could be on her face when she had washed it before running. Beauty, Chen Zhibai replied. Smooth talker. Here I thought you were the most honest and obedient boy in class. Wen Yutong retorted playfully, rolling her eyes but not offended. Nor did she assert her authority as a teacher. Although she held that title, she was merely 4 years older than Chen Zhibai and, with her recent graduation, rarely adopted a teacherly demeanor. What about you? Why are you running alone today? Where's your stunning girlfriend? She asked, redirecting the conversation out of curiosity. Chen Zhibai fabricated an excuse. She felt unwell today and stayed in the dorm to rest. Oh, I see. Wen Yutong nodded, opting not to pry further. Well done. Keeping such a beautiful girlfriend a secret. She smiled, glancing at Chen Zhibai and noticing a hint of doubt in her gaze. Why did it seem that he had become somewhat more handsome since yesterday? Although the change was subtle, he gave off a distinctly pleasant vibe. By the way, where did you get your hair cut? I wanted to ask yesterday, but your girlfriend was with you, and I didn't want to interrupt. Wen Yutong finally inquired, as she had been curious about his new hairstyle since their last encounter. I got it cut at Dream Style Studio, Chen Zhibai answered. You had your hair cut there. Wen Yutong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before her expression shifted to one of surprise. She hadn't anticipated him mentioning that particular studio, which was known for styling many celebrities. A haircut there was quite expensive, often exceeding 1,000 yuan, leaving Wen Yutong astonished and intrigued. As a counselor, she was well aware of her student's family circumstances, and if she recalled correctly, Chen Zhibai had indicated a modest background. Yes, that's where I got it cut, he confirmed with a nod. Seeing him nod in acknowledgement, Wen Yutong suppressed her surprise and curiosity, a look of helplessness gracing her fair and lovely face. I cannot afford to get my hair cut there. My monthly salary is hardly sufficient, she remarked, dismissing the notion of getting her hair done at that place, as her monthly earnings amounted to nearly 5,000 yuan, making such an expense unfeasible. Haircuts are not a one-time expense. They require regular upkeep. Isn't it quite expensive to get a haircut there? Many celebrities go there for their haircuts. Wen Yutong inquired with genuine curiosity. It's reasonable, I suppose. I spent 888 yuan on my haircut, Chen Zhibai replied. Is that what you call reasonable? Wen Yutong shot him a glance, then regarded Chen Zhibai with surprise. I never imagined you were from a wealthy family, spending 888 yuan on a haircut and considering it to be a fair price, she teased with a smile. While she didn't genuinely believe Chen Zhibai was a spoiled rich kid, she recognized that his family circumstances were likely quite favorable. All right, I won't chat with you any longer. Let's go for a run. I need to continue my workout anyway. We've talked for quite a while. Wen Yutong waved her hand, and, having said that, she resumed her running. As she ran, her form was strikingly graceful. Though her legs were not as long as Lu Meng's, they were still quite elongated compared to most girls, and their shape was aesthetically pleasing. At the very least, Chen Zhibai noticed that many boys on the playground were instinctively casting glances in her direction. Among them, several boys were merely strolling, yet their gazes remained fixated on Wen Yutong. Chen Zhibai suspected that their leisurely walks were merely a pretext. They were truly there to admire Wen Yutong. It was evident that, after Wen Yutong left the playground the previous 2 days, those boys had ceased their walks and departed the area. Their intentions were clear. He could even spot a few male teachers in their 20s and 30s among those strolling, their eyes likewise drawn to Wen Yutong. This was hardly surprising, considering her striking beauty and figure. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhibai glanced at Wen Yutong as she ran, subconsciously comparing her to Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai. All three were undeniably beautiful, yet each possessed distinct advantages. Lu Meng excelled in her radiant and generous demeanor, along with her long legs. Chen Zhibai, on the other hand, was blessed with remarkable innate talent, a significant advantage in its own right. As for Wen Yutong, she was strikingly beautiful with a well-proportioned figure, and perhaps due to her status as a teacher, she exuded a certain indescribable grace, embodying a dignified quality in her every movement. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai refrained from further contemplation, as he had completed his ankle exercises. He circled the playground and began to run. Having run for 2 consecutive days, he had likely adapted and grown accustomed to it. Thus, he found today's run considerably easier than the previous days. Unconsciously, he ran for 30 minutes. Beep. The host has completed a morning run for 30 minutes today. Progress check, 37. Persistence is the greatest virtue of an individual, and the host has begun to exhibit this virtue. Please continue to strive. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chen Zhibai initially paid it no mind, as he had grown accustomed to the system speaking when he reached the 30-minute mark. However, when he heard the mention of a prize draw, he paused in surprise, and his eyes brightened. Has a reward been triggered? Chapter 79, Shield Prize Draw. Chen Zhibai had previously inquired about the system and knew that this prize draw was significant, as it held the possibility of yielding attribute points and even advanced technology, although the probability was remarkably low at only 0.000000012 if luck were to strike. It could yield substantial rewards. Thus, he had been contemplating when he might trigger the prize draw. To encounter it so unexpectedly was quite fortuitous. Excellent. If I run for another 5 days, not only will I receive the side effect-free benefit of growing 3 centimeters taller, but I will also earn another chance at the prize draw. This is an additional reward. With this thought, Chen Zhibai felt his spirits lift significantly as he pushed aside his distractions and continued running. After another 10 minutes of running, he finally stopped when his breathing grew labored. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was nearly 8 o'clock. It was Monday, and he had classes both in the morning and afternoon. Though he now had the system and would no longer face financial difficulties, theoretically, he could drop out of school. After all, one could argue that the purpose of education is to secure a good job to provide for oneself. With money, schooling could easily become unnecessary. However, Chen Zhibai had never considered dropping out. The reason was simple. He could not face his family. He could not possibly reveal the existence of the system to them. And even if he did, his parents would likely dismiss it as nonsense. In the eyes of the older generation, the proper path was to study diligently and secure a job upon graduation. The idea of dropping out was unthinkable, bordering on rebellious. Even though he was their only child, and Chan Jiangwo and Li Xiaomei had always been fond of him, the prospect of dropping out would likely provoke their ire. Therefore, Chen Zhibai had no intention of leaving school. Fortunately, university life was quite flexible and liberating. A man who appeared to be in his 30s, wearing glasses and possessing a reasonably handsome appearance, caught Chen Zhibai's eye. He recognized this man as a teacher from their school, though it was unclear whether the male teacher was deliberately ignoring him, as he seemed engrossed in conversation. Nevertheless, this matter was of little concern to Chen Zhibai. "Zhibai, come here," Wen Yutong called, raising her hand in invitation. Chen Zhibai paused, glancing at her in puzzlement. What could she want? Though somewhat bewildered, he made his way over to her. As he approached, he overheard Wen Yutong speaking. Upon hearing her words, Chen Zhibai understood her reason for summoning him. She needed a shield. He remained silent, stepping up to stand beside her. Noticing his tacit approval, Wen Yutong cast him a knowing glance that conveyed, "You're quite perceptive." If it were any other male teacher who approached, he would likely feel wary and uneasy. However, since Chen Zhibai was a student, he did not warrant the same level of concern. "Let us go, Zhibai, we can chat as we walk," Wen Yutong stated, preparing to move. Yet, Zhang Xuebin interjected, reaching out to stop her. Don't be in such a hurry, Yutong. It's not every day we run into each other. Let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. We can discuss matters with students at any time. There is no need to rush, Zhang Xuebin said with a smile, exuding charm. However, even a cursory glance would reveal the slightly fervent and possessive gleam in his eyes as he looked at Wen Yutong. Wen Yutong noticed this immediately, and her brows furrowed slightly. Mr. Zhang, our relationship has not yet reached the level where you can call me Yutong, so please refer to me as Teacher Wen. She replied directly. Zhang Xuebin's smile faltered momentarily. He had not anticipated such a blatant rebuff. Nevertheless, gazing upon Wen Yutong's strikingly fair and lovely visage, and her figure that even casual athletic wear did little to conceal, he suppressed his discomfort. He believed that everything would be worthwhile if he could win her affection. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Xuebin felt confident in his chances. After all, he was a 30-year-old university teacher. His age and profession placed him in a favorable position. He owned a house and a car, and his appearance was quite respectable. Among the unmarried male teachers at the school, his credentials were undoubtedly among the best, with no apparent shortcomings. Teacher Wen, you're being a bit too formal, Zhang Xuebin said, attempting to downplay his earlier discomfort before continuing the conversation. Let us share a meal. One cannot perpetually immerse oneself in work. A balance between labor and leisure is essential, and the meager salary provided by the school should afford some personal time, Zhang Xuebin remarked with a smile. No, I have no interest in dining with you, Wen Yutong replied, casting a glance at Zhang Xuebin as she firmly declined. Initially, she had wished to spare his feelings, considering they were colleagues at the same institution. However, she quickly realized that showing him any courtesy would only invite further persistence. Thus, she deemed it unnecessary to extend any grace. Yutong, you, Zhang Xuebin began, visibly displeased, but was interrupted by Wen Yutong. Call me Teacher Wen. With that, she turned away from Zhang Xuebin and directed her gaze toward Chen Zhibai. Let us go. All right. Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement, and together they strolled out of the playground. Behind them, Zhang Xuebin remained rooted in place, his expression darkening as he watched Wen Yutong leave the field. He felt a surge of dissatisfaction, believing that Wen Yutong had shown him a lack of respect. Indeed, you possess beauty and a commendable figure. Yet, my circumstances are not lacking. I have a house, a car, and a stable job. If you were to marry me, you could at least settle in Jiang City. Otherwise, with your salary, when would you ever afford a home? Zhang Xuebin inhaled deeply, suppressing his discomfort. He had no intentions of relinquishing his pursuit of Wen Yutong, as her appearance and form aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. He had even ended a relationship with his girlfriend, who was on the brink of marriage, just to chase after Wen Yutong. To abandon this pursuit would be to squander his efforts. Standing there, Zhang Xuebin chose not to dwell on his thoughts any longer. After noticing several male teachers observing him, he smirked and exited the playground, dismissing them entirely, convinced they were no match for him. Chapter 80. Not a good man. As they left the playground, Wen Yutong suddenly spoke up. That Zhang Xuebin is not a good man. Huh? Chen Zhibai replied, turning his gaze toward her. He was the teacher who just spoke with you? Indeed. At first glance, one might assume him to be well-mannered and amiable due to his smiling demeanor, Wen Yutong remarked, glancing at Chen Zhibai. Isn't that so? Chen Zhibai asked reflexively, as he had initially perceived Zhang Xuebin as decent based on appearances. Far from it, Wen Yutong countered firmly, proceeding to elaborate. As you are new to the school, you may not be aware, but Zhang Xuebin has a notorious reputation here. He has engaged in relationships with multiple female students, and a few years ago, he even caused one of them to become pregnant. When Yutong offered this explanation, her mind filled with incredulity. She could hardly fathom how Zhang Xuebin had the audacity to pursue her, as if she were oblivious to his past transgressions. How could she not know? After all, she was an alumnus of this very institution. Is that true? Chen Zhibai asked, momentarily taken aback. A teacher engaging with his students and resulting in a pregnancy? Absolutely true. If you search the School S forum with relevant keywords, you will find ample evidence, Wen Yutong affirmed with a nod. And how did that situation ultimately resolve? Chen Zhibai inquired. What else could be done? The girl had an abortion. It caused quite a stir at the time. Her parents came to demand accountability from Zhang Xuabin, but he merely claimed it was a matter of free love. In the end, he paid her off, and the matter was swept under the rug. The girl soon withdrew from school. Alas, when Yutong sighed, did the school take no action? After all, he is a teacher. Chen Zhibai frowned. How could they intervene? There is no law against teachers dating students. Once he compensated the girl, she ceased to pursue the matter, leaving the school with no grounds to act. It's a pity for that girl. At such a young age, she faced an abortion and dropped out. Her future will undoubtedly be challenging, when Yutong lamented, sighing once more. Now you understand why I refuse to engage with him. If he were a genuinely good person, I might not mind interacting with him. After all, I am 25 and should be preparing for romance and marriage. But with someone like him, I have no interest whatsoever, when Yutong stated decisively. I see. Chen Zhibai nodded, reflecting on how when Yutong, who was typically gentle and approachable, had transformed into someone cold and distant when faced with Zhang Xuabin. There must be more to the story. How audacious of him to pursue you after all that. Chen Zhibai questioned. Who knows? He probably thinks his attributes are impressive enough to warrant my tolerance of his past indiscretions. But that is simply unacceptable. If it were merely a matter of dating, I could overlook a past relationship. That is quite normal. However, engaging with students and causing a pregnancy, only to evade responsibility, is beyond my limits, when Yutong stated firmly. That is indeed understandable. Chen Zhibai agreed, respecting her perspective. When Yutong chose not to pursue the topic further, finding even a mention of Zhang Xuabin to be physically repulsive. As silence fell between them, it was Chen Zhibai who broke it. Teacher 1, you have never been in a relationship? Surely that cannot be true? He asked. Curiosity piqued as he glanced at her striking face. With a fair complexion and delicate features, Wen Yutong was undoubtedly a beauty, rivaling the likes of Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai, all exceeding a score of 90 in attractiveness. Once one surpasses that threshold, they are universally acknowledged as stunning, regardless of individual preferences. Without a doubt, Wen Yutong belonged to this category of beauty. Is it so impossible? I simply have never been in a relationship. It is not something to be ashamed of, Wen Yutong replied, meeting Chen Zhibai's gaze. During university, many boys pursued me, some with commendable qualities. Then why did you never date? Chen Zhibai inquired. Well, at that time, Wen Yutong's flawless face revealed an unusual hint of shyness and embarrassment. I was rather oblivious to such matters. I found myself genuinely annoyed by male attention because my focus was entirely on my studies. Now looking back, it is truly regrettable that I did not experience a single romantic relationship during those beautiful 4 years of university. She sighed, her enchanting eyes reflecting a sense of loss. The absence of a romantic experience during her university years was something she now regarded with regret. As she walked through the school, witnessing couples holding hands, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Such was the beauty of love in an academic setting. Chen Zhibai remained silent. Yet he couldn't resist stealing glances at Wen Yutong, finding her demeanor both charming and amusing. Are you laughing at me for being oblivious? Wen Yutong, having regained her composure, caught sight of the mirth in Chen Zhibai's eyes and narrowed her gaze. Not at all. How could I? You mustn't misinterpret. Chen Zhibai quickly defended himself, shaking his head vehemently. I can see the amusement in your eyes. If you wish to laugh, then do so, Wen Yutong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. I was initially going to invite you to dinner as a gesture of gratitude for your support, but now I shall rescind that offer. With a dismissive wave, she turned toward the teacher's dormitory, maintaining a straight posture that made her walk remarkably elegant. Chen Zhibai pondered for a while and suddenly recalled that some female celebrities garnered a following simply due to their graceful walking. As the term suggests, these fans are drawn to the elegance of their stride. Upon learning this term, Chen Zhibai had searched for several female stars known for their alluring gait, and indeed, he found them captivating. However, now he felt that those stars paled in comparison to Wen Yutong's elegance. Should a video of Wen Yutong walking be posted online, it would undoubtedly attract a legion of admirers. Furthermore, her delicate hands would surely captivate many hand admirers. Chapter 81. What nonsense about handsomeness upon returning to the dormitory. Chen Zhibai took a shower. When he emerged from the bathroom, Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao were already awake, their eyes open. as they had class at 9 and it was already past 8. I'm so tired, I want to sleep. I played video games until after 3 last night, and now I can barely keep my eyes open. I really don't want to attend class, Wang Chao complained, his irritation evident despite his eyes being open. I told you to sleep early last night, but you didn't listen. Now look, I'm exhausted too. Li Dong yawned, his face reflecting weariness as well. I forgot we had class today, he sighed, donning his pants. Old Chun, I admire you the most. You actually went for a run today. ISNT, this your 3rd consecutive morning run? Wang Chao remarked with a tone of respect as he glanced at Chen Zhibai. Yes, it's been 3 days. Chen Zhibai nodded. Impressive, Wang Chao praised, giving a thumbs up before heading back to the bathroom. I need to relieve myself after holding it all night. As Wang Chao entered the restroom, Zhou Hao grew anxious and quickly exclaimed, but I said I needed to go first. However, Wang Chao paid him no heed, slamming the bathroom door shut. Zhou Hao's expression soured immediately. I mentioned I needed to go. Can't you let me use the bathroom first? Zhou Hao grumbled, visibly displeased. Chen Zhibai glanced at him, but chose to remain silent. If he needed to go so badly, why wait until Wang Chao was in the restroom to speak up? When Wang Chao emerged, he ignored Zhou Hao's disgruntled expression. Old Chun, I feel like you've become even more handsome, he remarked, looking at Chen Zhibai with a puzzled expression. Really? Chen Zhibai feigned ignorance, though he was aware that this was due to the 3 points he had allocated to his appearance yesterday. 3 points may sound minimal, but it was quite significant. After enhancing his appearance attributes, both Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui, along with his current roommates, had noticed the change in his looks. Absolutely. I think you become quite handsome, Wang Chao affirmed. Dongzi, what do you think? All right, it's already past 8. Let's grab a meal at the cafeteria and then head to class. Chen Zhibai interjected, steering the conversation away from his appearance. Sure, Wang Chao and Li Dong nodded, beginning to dress up. In their class, where females outnumbered males, both Wang Chao and Li Dong hoped to find girlfriends, prompting them to always make an effort before class. Yet, as the school year approached its 1-month mark, neither had made any progress. I'm quite handsome, standing at 1.8 meters tall. Why don't any girls in our class like me? Li Dong sighed after finishing his grooming. Chen Zhibai glanced at him. While his height was indeed impressive, his mature appearance, complete with a scruffy beard and a sturdy physique, might lead one to mistake him for a student-esque parent. I'm handsome too. Sigh. We brothers are indeed in the same boat, Wang Chao added, echoing Li Dong's lament. The two then shared a brief embrace. When Zhou Hao exited the restroom, he overheard their conversation and scoffed. You two really know how to flatter yourselves. You think you're handsome? After pointing at himself, he continued. This is what true handsomeness looks like. Zhou Hao wore a smug expression, as he was indeed among the more attractive boys in their class. He had also mentioned during his self-introduction at the start of the semester that he was a local from Jiangsheng and owned 2 properties, which had garnered some attention from female classmates. However, he deemed those girls too ordinary to be worthy of him, thus declining any advances. In this moment, facing Wang Chao and Li Dong, he felt a sense of superiority. You're talking nonsense. The real handsome one here is Old Chun. In his presence, you're nothing, Zhou Hao said, his expression souring as he instinctively wanted to retort, but paused upon seeing Chen Zhibai, although unwilling to admit it. He knew that Chen Zhibai was indeed more handsome than him. Not only was he good-looking, but his sense of style was also impeccable, making him quite the sight to behold. Looking handsome won't matter if you lack wealth. In this modern society, having money is essential. At the very least, my family owns 2 properties, Zhou Hao stated. Indeed, your family has 2 properties. No need to keep reiterating that. Who doesn't already know? Wang Chao rolled his eyes at Zhou Hao's incessant bragging before calling out to Chen Zhibai and Li Dong. Come on, Old Chun Dongzi. Let us head to the cafeteria. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, feeling a bit hungry after his morning run that lasted over 40 minutes. Soon, the 3 exited the dormitory, leaving Zhou Hao behind. TCH, Zhou Hao scoffed, pulling out his phone to open WeChat and locate his chat with Liu. Yeah, are you awake? What do you want to eat for breakfast? He sent several messages in quick succession before glancing at the now-closed dormitory door, rolling his eyes again. He had no desire to join Chen Zhibai and the others for a meal. After all, he had a girlfriend. At the school cafeteria, while eating, Wang Chao still appeared disgruntled. During the self-introduction at the start of the semester, Zhou Hao was always emphasizing that he is a local from Jiangsheng with 2 properties. It's impressive, but hearing it constantly is quite annoying, Wang Chao complained. I suspect even the ants at our school know he has 2 properties. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. While it was somewhat exaggerated, it was also true. Whenever Zhou Hao spoke, he would inevitably mention being a local from Jiangsheng and having 2 properties. This was indeed rather bothersome. Initially, a few girls in their class had shown interest in Zhou Hao, but that had since waned. While having good conditions might capture attention at first, if one's character is lacking, it would be a different story. Zhou Hao's sense of superiority and his constant display of it had alienated him from others. Buzz. Chen Zhibai felt his phone vibrate. Pulling it out, he saw a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, notifying him that she was about to head to work. Along with this message was a selfie. In the photo, she wore a lovely white floral dress, her slender waist and long legs accentuated, and despite some modesty, her innate beauty shone through. Overall, the ambience of the photo was enchanting. "Old Chen, who is that?" She asked, stunning. Wang Chao glanced at Chen Zhibai's phone and was taken aback upon seeing Chen Zhihui's picture, his excitement palpable. He found the girl in the photo to be incredibly beautiful, with an astonishing figure. Chapter 82. Class monitor Zhou Yu. Who is she? Who is so beautiful? Let me see. Li Dong kind intrigued. All right, off to work you go, Chen Zhibai replied, ignoring the two as he sent a message back and tucked his phone away. Although Chen Zhihui's selfie was perfectly appropriate, he preferred not to show it to Wang Chao and Li Dong. Perhaps this was the possessiveness of a man. "Old Chen, tell us who this girl is. She is truly beautiful. She even chats with you. Is she your sister?" Wang Chao asked, slightly disappointed as he noticed Chen Zhibai putting his phone away. Pressing for more information, Chen Zhibai cast a glance at him, saying, "This is my girlfriend." If I don't believe it. The girl in this photo is so beautiful and has such an enviable figure. How could she possibly be your girlfriend? Wang Chao remained skeptical. "Old Chen, I admit you have become quite charming and your fashion sense has improved, but I still think there's a disparity between you and this girl. If you don't believe it, then so be it." Chen Zhibai smiled lightly, not feeling the need to offer any explanation. The fact that Chen Zhihui was his girlfriend was simply the truth, and there was no necessity to justify it. After finishing their meal, the clock struck 8:30. When Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong arrived at the classroom, most of their classmates had already gathered. The class was predominantly female, as it was a teacher training institution. Initially, the girls in the class paid little attention to Chen Zhibai, instead sitting together in groups by dormitory, engaged in conversation. Although school had been in session for nearly a month, there remained a degree of unfamiliarity among them, resulting in activities like classes and meals being organized by dormitory units. As Chen Zhibai entered the classroom and walked with Wang Chao and Li Dong toward the seat at the back near the window, a girl noticed him, momentarily taken aback. She quickly nudged her roommate. "What's up?" The roommate blinked, her face reflecting a look of curiosity. "Is it a boy from our class? I didn't realize we had such a handsome guy." The girl whispered to her companion while observing Chen Zhibai. "Who is he?" the roommate inquired, instinctively turning her gaze towards Chen Zhibai, also momentarily stunned. With a new hairstyle and dressed appropriately, Chen Zhibai exuded an outstanding aura, appearing fresh and clean. Moreover, the confidence bestowed upon him by the system imbued him with a sense of calm and poise, making him stand out among his peers. Thus, the roommate was undoubtedly taken aback as well. "I have a faint impression of him. His name is Chen Zhibai. He seemed quite ordinary before, but I didn't expect such a transformation after changing his hairstyle and clothes." Another roommate glanced at Chen Zhibai and quietly remarked. Such conversations echoed in various corners of the classroom, as the girls began to engage in hushed discussions about Chen Zhibai. Just as boys are drawn to beautiful girls, girls too are attracted to handsome boys, a trait inherent in human nature, an affinity for aesthetically pleasing beings. Without a doubt, Chen Zhibai had now earned the title of a handsome man. With his fashion sense and demeanor, he inadvertently drew the attention of the girls in the class. In the front row, 4 girls sat together, all from the same dormitory. "Yu, I never expected there would be such good-looking boys in our class," Zhang Fangfang remarked after observing Chen Zhibai for a while, turning to whisper to the girl beside her. The girl next to her was strikingly beautiful, with well-defined features and an overall elegant demeanor, exuding a sense of being well cared for, characteristic of a pampered single child from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Indeed, she was a single child from that region, named Zhou Yu, recognized as one of the prettiest girls among the boys in the class. And she also served as the class monitor. In response to her roommate's comment, Zhou Yu merely nodded lightly, her captivating gaze still fixed on Chen Zhibai. She had not anticipated that among the boys in their class, there was such a hidden gem. While her roommate focused on Chen Zhibai's appearance, she was more intrigued by the steady and confident aura he exuded. This calm confidence represented a great deal. Of course, this did not imply she disregarded a boy's looks. She valued that as well, but she placed greater importance on their character. Moreover, she recognized that Chen Zhibai was wearing clothing from a renowned Italian contemporary luxury brand, a label her cousin was quite fond of. I feel like the boys in our class seem so immature next to him, Zhang Fangfang added, glancing between Chen Zhibai and the other boys in the class. It's obvious. The difference is palpable. At that moment, she noticed Chen Zhibai had seemingly caught sight of her gaze and lifted his head to look at her. Zhou Yu remained silent, but smiled and nodded back at him, her smile both lovely and sincere. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to a serene and harmonious expression. Seated in his place, Chen Zhibai sensed that the girls in the class were secretly watching him. Initially indifferent, he soon felt a particular gaze that stood out among the others. He instinctively looked up and found Zhou Yu, the class monitor, gazing at him. He was familiar with her, as she had been acknowledged as one of the prettiest girls in their class since the first day of school. During military training, many boys from other classes would come to see her. This left Chen Zhibai momentarily stunned and perplexed. Despite nearly a month of school, he realized he had yet to exchange a single word with her. Although they were classmates, they felt more like strangers. Yet now, she was smiling and nodding at him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her earlobes, which had subtly turned a rosy hue, hinting at an unexpected shyness. Yu, why are your ears red? Zhang Fangfang casually remarked upon noticing Zhou Yu's ear color change, leaving her momentarily taken aback. The other two roommates also glanced over, intrigued. Why are your ears red? They echoed, curiosity evident in their expressions. It's nothing. Facing her roommate's inquisitive stares, Zhou Yu smiled lightly and then naturally steered the conversation to another topic. As the discussion flowed, Zhou Yu spoke less, her attention drifting back to Chen Zhibai once more. Chapter 83. At the back of the classroom, Wang Chao was visibly excited. The class monitor just looked at me and even smiled. He exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, his face slightly flushed from excitement. There's no way she looked at you. Stop being delusional, Li Dong replied, utterly unimpressed. Seriously, think about it. How could the class monitor look at you and smile? You're reading too much into this. I know you don't believe me, but I swear it's true. The monitor definitely nodded and smiled at me. Wang Chao insisted, growing anxious as he noticed Li Dong's skepticism. Really? Li Dong, initially doubtful, began to reconsider as he observed Wang Chao's fervent demeanor. After nearly a month of being roommates, he was aware of Wang Chao's temperament. He wasn't one to exaggerate. So, could it be that the class monitor genuinely acknowledged him with a smile? Of course it's true. Wang Chao nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. Dongzi, old Chun, do you think the class monitor might have feelings for me? Otherwise, why would she nod and smile at me? Though she is friendly and talks to everyone, she rarely smiles at boys. This must mean she likes me. Wang Chao could barely contain his excitement. I think there might be some truth to that. Wow, you really struck gold, Li Dong replied, his tone laced with envy. After all, being in the same class, he understood Zhou Yu's personality. She was approachable, yet there was a clear distance in her demeanor. But now, she had smiled and nodded at Wang Chao. He. Wang Chao remained silent, lost in a fit of silly laughter. I do not care. If you truly become involved with the class monitor, you must treat us to a feast. I want a grand meal, Li Dong said through clenched teeth, his tone somewhat menacing. No problem. That's a trivial matter. If it really happens, not only will I treat you to dinner, but I would even address you as father. Wang Chao readily agreed, stealing a glance at Zhou Yu in the process. From his current perspective, he could only see Zhou Yu's elegant back and her charming bun hairstyle. She truly looked beautiful from every angle. He chuckled to himself, grinning foolishly. Noticing this, Wang Chao quickly nodded at Zhou Yu and flashed her smile. Zhou Yu sat at her desk, her delicate eyebrows knitting together slightly. She had initially been looking at Chen Zhibai, but who was the boy sitting next to her? He appeared somewhat foolish and was smiling at her in a rather awkward manner. What was his name again? She had forgotten. It was of no consequence. Yu, what are you looking at behind you? Zhang Fongfong, sitting beside her, inquired curiously. Nothing much. By the way, what are we having for lunch? Zhou Yu shook her head, skillfully diverting the topic. Let's have sour and spicy noodles. I want that. Sure, sounds good. Zhou Yu nodded, and then ceased the conversation as the class bell rang. And the teacher entered with a textbook in hand. Stand up. As the class monitor, Zhou Yu rose and announced, prompting her classmates to stand and greet the teacher. Hello, students. Please take your seats. The teacher, a middle-aged woman in her 40s with an ordinary appearance, waved her hand, signaling them to sit down. In the back row, once seated, Wang Chao nudged Li Dong's arm, speaking in a hushed yet excited tone. Dongzi, did you see that? The class monitor just looked at me again. He had also witnessed the moment when Zhou Yu turned her head towards them. Under the influence of his preconceived notions, he assumed that Zhou Yu was gazing at Wang Chao, which left him feeling somewhat envious. Hey, don't be sour. This is a good thing for my brother. You should be happy for him. Wang Chao chuckled, then glanced at the teacher. Noticing she wasn't looking their way, he patted Li Dong on the shoulder, his smile broadening. You may be happy, but what about me? I don't even have a girlfriend. And this is the class monitor, the goddess in the hearts of all the boys in our class. Many boys from other classes like her too, yet she keeps looking at you. Li Dong sighed, a look of melancholy on his face, tinged with envy. He was no longer picky about girlfriends, nor did he demand beauty. He simply wanted a girl who was alive. Dongzi, do you think I should be more proactive? Maybe I should add the class monitor's WeChat from the class group? I can't just wait for her to add me. That would be inappropriate. Girls are usually reserved. Wang Chao suggested. Absolutely. You should definitely take the initiative to add her. You need to show your intentions. Li Dong nudam fatikadi. I agree. All right. Then I'll add the class monitor from the WeChat group right now. I never expected to catch her attention. Wang Chao laughed heartily then. After checking the teacher wasn't watching, discreetly pulled out his phone and opened a WeChat class group. Soon, he found Zhou Yu's contact. Hello, class monitor. This is Wang Chao. After composing his friend request message, he showed it to Li Dong for reassurance before sending it. Old Chun, I might be getting out of singlehood soon. Don't be envious. This is destiny, Wang Chao declared with a hint of pride after patting Chen Zhibai on the shoulder. Chen Zhibai remained silent, casting a bewildered glance at Wang Chao several times, astonished by his audacious assumptions. Seriously, how could you even think that? You believe Zhou Yu has feelings for you? Chen Zhibai replied incredulously. He was certain that Zhou Yu had been looking at him, as their gazes had genuinely locked. Yet, even so, he didn't think Zhou Yu had any romantic inclination towards him. It took a considerable amount of confidence to believe such a notion. If it makes you happy, so be it, Chen Zhibai remarked, exasperated. Old Chen, you're not feeling envious, are you? Come on, we're brothers. Don't worry. Once I'm with the class monitor, I'll treat you and Dongzi to a lavish meal. Order whatever you want. Wang Chao exclaimed, and without waiting for a response from Chen Zhibai and Li Dong, he broke into another silly laugh. Chapter 84. Who is Wang Chao? In the front row of the classroom, Zhou Yu sat attentively in her chair, engrossed in the teacher's lecture. Although it was university and attendance wasn't strictly enforced, she held herself to high standards. Thus, she not only listened but also occasionally took notes. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her fair and beautiful face, creating a captivating ambience. Yu is truly stunning, Zhang Fongfong remarked softly to her roommate after stealing a glance at Zhou Yu. Indeed, her roommate nodded in agreement. Although the semester had just begun, they had quickly grown fond of Zhou Yu. More accurately, they admired her. With her beauty, graceful figure, and excellent demeanor, she approached tasks with poise and organization, often helping her classmates, earning her a stellar reputation among the girls. Sometimes, they would privately wonder what kind of boy Zhou Yu might be interested in. While a few of her roommates whispered among themselves, Zhou Yu remained focused on the lecture. However, she soon felt her phone, which she had placed in the pocket of her jeans, vibrate suddenly. Before class, she had intentionally set her phone to vibrate mode. Noticing the disturbance, Zhou Yu furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. She hesitated to check it, fearing it might be a message from her family. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced at the teacher, who was not paying attention to her, and retrieved her phone from her pocket. Unlocking it, she opened WeChat. Wang Chao. Who is Wang Chao? This kind of occurrence had transpired over 30 times since the semester began, nearly once or twice a day. Did you give my WeChat ID to another boy again? Zhou Yu turned to Zhang Fangfang, asking. No, I swear I didn't. Ever since you told me not to share your WeChat with other boys. I haven't given it to anyone else, I promise. Zhang Fangfang replied, momentarily taken aback, then spoke with a hint of grievance. She had indeed shared Zhou Yu's WeChat with a few boys previously, not thinking it was a big deal at the time, but after Zhou Yu had voiced her concerns, she had refrained from doing so again. Even when several boys offered her snacks in exchange for the WeChat ID, she had declined. At that moment, however, her actions paused as she noticed the WeChat class group. Instinctively, Zhou Yu turned to glance at Chen Zhibai, then clicked on the class group and found his contact. This is Zhou Yu. Please add me on WeChat. I have something I'd like to ask you. As she typed the friend request, her fair and beautiful face involuntarily flushed slightly. To be honest, this was her first time taking the initiative to add a boy on WeChat. Despite her generally outgoing nature, she couldn't help but feel a bit shy and embarrassed. Fortunately, she quickly suppressed her bashfulness. Yet this time, she found herself somewhat distracted and absent-minded, occasionally taking out her phone to check for notifications. What's wrong, Yu? Is there an important message? Zhang Fangfang sat nearby, initially oblivious to Zhou Yu's unusual behavior. However, upon witnessing Zhou Yu pull out her phone for the 5th time, curiosity piqued within her, and she cast a bewildered glance in Zhou Yu's direction, inquiring softly. As she spoke, the astonishment and intrigue in Zhang Fangfang's eyes intensified. She prided herself on knowing Zhou Yu well. During classes, she was always completely engrossed, rarely distracted by external matters. Yet now, it was evident that Zhou Yu's mind was elsewhere, frequently checking her phone with a clear sense of anticipation. Who could she be waiting for? Surely not a boy. Zhang Fangfang pondered, nodding to herself in affirmation, convinced that it must be family-related. After all, it was impossible that she was awaiting a message from a boy. Zhang Fangfang was acutely aware of Zhou Yu's high standards. Throughout the month since the semester began, several suitors had pursued her, all of whom had been rejected. Thus, it was implausible that she was waiting for a boy's message. The reality of the situation was stark, and as Zhang Fangfang recognized Zhou Yu's oddity and curiously probed, Zhou Yu initially responded with a slight gasp, then attempted to subtly divert the conversation. However, before she could speak, Zhang Fangfang had already whispered, Yu, are you chatting with your mother? Zhou Yu lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Fangfang's eyes and discreetly nodded, affirming with a soft I knew it. Zhang Fangfang exclaimed proudly upon seeing Zhou Yu's nod, choosing not to speak further as the teacher at the podium turned her attention toward them. In that moment, Zhang Fangfang felt a rush of anxiety, instantly adopting a serious demeanor to focus on the lecture. The teacher, having shifted her gaze away from Zhang Fangfang, continued with her lesson. University professors do not exert the same level of pressure as those in primary or secondary schools. If students are willing to learn, professors will teach diligently. If not, they remain silent. This is the essence of university life, where the atmosphere is relaxed, and each individual bears responsibility for their own education. Of course, there are commendable professors who do encourage scholarly diligence. Zhou Yu directed her attention back to her textbook, her hair styled elegantly in a bun, her neck long and fair, creating an aesthetically pleasing appearance. Although still somewhat distracted, she refrained from retrieving her phone again. In the back row, Chen Zhibai had not immediately noticed Zhou Yu's friend request, as Wang Chao was engrossed in conversation with him. Old Chen, Dongzi, why hasn't the class monitor accepted my friend request yet? I've seen her pull out her phone 5 or 6 times. Logically, she should have approved it by now, Wang Chao lamented, his expression a mix of confusion and frustration. Chen Zhibai remained silent, but cast a glance at him, overwhelmed by the multitude of complaints and unsure of how to respond. Beside him, Li Dong interjected, Chaozi, why are you in such a rush? Perhaps this is a test from the class monitor to see if you are a composed young man. Patience is key. Li Dong isa the man, complimented by his mature appearance, lent credibility to his words. Wang Chao nodded vigorously in agreement. You're right, Dongzi, I must remain calm and wait. Chapter 85. Still in pain indeed. Don't be deceived by my lack of romantic experience. My theoretical knowledge is quite solid. Trust me, you won't go wrong, Li Dong asserted confidently, then continued conversing quietly with Wang Chao. Chen Zhibai, meanwhile, took out his phone to check on Lu Meng's well-being, as he also needed to inquire about Chen Zhibai, given that it was her first day at work. Striving for balance between his two girlfriends was essential. However, as he retrieved his phone, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow and glanced toward Zhou Yu in the front row. Her slender waist and straight posture, complemented by her elegant bun and fair neck, caught his attention. Yet, the focal point was her unexpected friend request and the fact that she had something to discuss. Chen Zhibai pondered internally. Throughout the month since the semester commenced, he had not exchanged a single word with Zhou Yu. In such circumstances, what could she possibly need to ask him? Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai dismissed the thought and accepted the request. Moments later, a chat window with Zhou Yu appeared. Her WeChat profile picture depicted a beautiful ragdoll cat, likely one she owned. Still not awake? Chen Zhibai mused, not paying much mind as he opened the chat with Chen Zhibai to inquire about her first day at work. It's going well. My best friend has been here for over 2 months, and with her guidance, no one has given me any trouble, she replied, sending a photo of several ragdolls beside her computer. Aren't they adorable? They are, Chen Zhibai responded, nodding before engaging in further conversation. Chen Zhibai explained that her day was mostly about familiarizing herself with the company, and she would not be assigned specific design tasks for 3 days, making her day relatively relaxed. I just woke up. A yawning emoji accompanied Lu Meng's message. Is it really that late? Chen Zhibai typed back, curious. Do you have class today? Because it still hurts. Lu Meng replied. Instantly, Chen Zhibai understood. However, considering the time that had passed since yesterday afternoon, he wondered why she was still in pain. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng lay in bed, unaware of Chen Zhibai's thoughts. Had she known, she would have quipped. With all that you put me through, it's no surprise I'm in pain. Lu Meng had not intended to take a day off. She assumed she would feel better upon waking. However, when she rose that morning, her body felt weak and her legs still ached, prompting her to ask Wang Hui to help her request a leave of absence, citing stomach discomfort. How did you manage lunch? Chen Zhibai inquired through text. It's all your fault, Lu Meng replied emphatically. Of course, I know what she means. It's merely a consequence of yesterday's exertions. However, I cannot be blamed entirely. I am young, and Lu Meng's beauty, figure, and long legs are undeniably captivating. To be frank, I had already exercised considerable restraint yesterday afternoon and was quite considerate of her well-being. If she is still in pain, perhaps we shouldn't dine together tonight. We can always do it in a couple of days. Chen Zhibai contemplated, typing his thoughts. Ultimately, Lu Meng was his girlfriend, and he felt a sense of obligation to care for her. No need for that. Compared to yesterday, I feel much better. I suspect that if I rest in the dorm all day, by dinner time, I won't be in much pain at all. Let us just have dinner tonight. As I've already informed my roommates that I'd be done early. Lu Meng sent 2 messages in quick succession. All right, Chen Zhibai acknowledged. About to continue typing when Lu Meng sent a photo. The picture revealed her long, straight, and fair legs. Do you think it looks good? Lu Meng, with a radiant and slightly flushed face, exuded confidence and pride in her beauty. Very beautiful, Chen Zhibai texted back. But due to Wang Chao and Li Dong's presence nearby, he only glanced at the photo before exiting the chat, not wanting to linger. Nevertheless, there was no denying her beauty, long, straight, and fair. Seeing Chen Zhibai's response, Lu Meng felt a swell of pride. Neither girl doubted his sincerity. As he had mentioned, he was currently in class. Minutes later, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. At the podium, the teacher, having just concluded a lecture, promptly set aside her textbook. Class is dismissed. Please stand. Goodbye, teacher, Zhou Yu called softly while rising from her seat. The other students followed suit, bidding farewell to their instructor. The teacher nodded and exited the classroom. Yu, let us go to the restroom, Zhang Fangfang said, wrapping her arm around Zhou Yu's. I'm not going. You can go, Zhou Yu replied with a shake of her head. All right, Zhang Fangfang said, not thinking much of it, and took another roommate's hand as they prepared to leave. Once Zhang Fangfang departed, Zhou sat in her seat and took out her phone from her pocket. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a surge of nervousness. Realizing this emotion, Zhou paused for a moment and couldn't help but chuckle. She had always considered herself outgoing and generous, rarely encountering anything that made her anxious. Yet, here she was feeling that way. However, he was indeed quite remarkable. His appearance was pleasing and his demeanor composed. Among her peers, he was the best she had encountered. She genuinely harbored a desire to connect with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stolen glances or taken the initiative to add him on WeChat. Shaking her head, Zhou suppressed her inner thoughts and looked down at her phone. Upon seeing that Chen Zhibai had accepted her friend request and sent her a message, Zhou smiled, her earlier tension dissipating. After a moment's thought, she began typing. It's not a big deal, but could you do me a favor? Whenever the teacher shares information or assigns tasks, could you relay it to the boys? It's a bit inconvenient for me as a girl. This was the reasoning Zhou had thought of when adding him, a pretext for asking Chen Zhibai for assistance among the boys. The rationale was readily available. How does that sound? If it's convenient for you, it would be a great help. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to communicate with the boys in class. Zhou continued typing, adding a cute cat emoji at the end. Chen Zhibai, who was currently chatting with Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui on WeChat, noticed Zhou's message. His surprise stemmed from Zhou's tone, which had a hint of playful charm, a side of her he had not anticipated. In his mind, Zhou was the type of girl who was organized and poised, an impression that had been reinforced over the past month since the semester began. As class monitor, she managed everything impeccably, addressing any discomfort or needs among her classmates with grace, clearly a product of good upbringing. After military training, she continued to resolve any issues that arose in class. Thus, when he encountered this playful tone in Zhou's message, it genuinely surprised him. Why? There had to be a reason. The answer was quite simple. He was no longer the same person he once was. Previously, he was ordinary, introverted, and virtually invisible in class. But now, he had changed his hairstyle and wardrobe, resulting in a remarkable transformation in both appearance and style. Internally, the changes were even more profound. The confidence instilled by the system radiated from within. Both his aura and presence were undeniably impactful, and without a doubt, he had become the kind of boy who could captivate a girl's attention. This was evident when he entered the classroom this morning, and the girls whispered and stole glances at him. He was no longer the person he used to be. Even though Zhou was striking and graceful, it was entirely normal for her to feel a certain fondness for him, given the circumstances. This explained why she had glanced at him multiple times and added him on WeChat, as well as the playful tone of her messages. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhibai suddenly smiled. Had she not noticed? Zhou thought to herself as she prepared to glance at what Chen Zhibai was doing, only to feel her phone vibrate in her hand. It's convenient. If the boys need me to relay anything, just let me know. Reading this message, Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over her. Of course, her appearance and demeanor were advantageous. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she instinctively smiled, though she quickly composed herself. Thank you for helping me out, Zhou typed, then continued. Actually, there is something else. Our school is going to hold a sports meet, and each class needs to report on various events. I've already spoken to the girls, so now it's the boys' turn. Do you have time at noon? I'd like to treat you to lunch and discuss this further. Zhou sent 2 messages in quick succession, her fair cheeks flushing slightly. Even without Chen Zhibai's help, she could manage this task. Ultimately, she was merely seeking an excuse to connect with him, which was why she felt a bit shy. However, despite her blush, she wasn't truly embarrassed. She genuinely appreciated Chen Zhibai's calm and confident demeanor and wished to engage with him more closely. By nature, she preferred composed boys who handled situations with ease over fidgety and immature ones. Among her peers, she had never encountered someone like Chen Zhibai before, making her desire to connect all the more compelling. Instantly, she smiled and sent a wink emoji, then turned her gaze towards Chen Zhibai's position. Coincidentally, he looked up at the same moment, and their eyes met. Oh, Zhang Fangfang exclaimed in surprise. What is that about? Zhou turned to look at her. Yu, is something good happening? You seem quite cheerful, Zhang Fangfang observed, her expression curious as she scrutinized Zhou. Is that so? Zhou asked nonchalantly. Of course. You're beaming. Zhang Fangfang nodded vigorously, recognizing this as a sign of Zhou Yu's good mood from their time as roommates. So what is the happy news? Share it with me. Yu, let me join in on your joy. Zhang Fangfang prompted. There's nothing to be happy about. Don't speculate, Zhou Yu replied, lightly tapping her arms. Clearly, something has you excited, and you're keeping it from us. Yu, are we not the best of friends? Zhang Fangfang feigned a pout, pressing her hand against her arm. Zhou Yu, amused by her antics, made her smile with a single statement. I'll treat you to something delicious tonight. Really? Zhang Fangfang's eyes sparkled, revealing her eagerness for food. Chapter 87. Dreams and delusions. Knowledge is indeed valuable. At some point, the notion that studying is futile began to circulate, attracting a significant following. However, Chen Zhibai disagreed. He believed in the utility of knowledge. Thus, even with the system and newfound wealth, he could easily choose to forego studying and, like his classmates Wang Chao and Li Dong, discreetly play games on his phone. Yet, he refrained from doing so. In a sense, Chen Zhibai yearned for knowledge, even if he might not require it. He understood that possessing knowledge would alter one's perception and experience. The distinction between having knowledge and lacking it creates a completely different sensory experience. Therefore, he studied with great diligence, even silencing his phone. Several times, when Zhou Yu casually turned her head, she was met with the sight of Chen Zhibai immersed in his studies, which deepened her admiration for him. What's wrong with you? Li Dong kidat. His face a picture of surprise. Wang Chao sighed heavily, a look of dejection crossing his features. Although he was absorbed in a game, he frequently exited to glance at his WeChat interface, only to find no messages from Zhou Yu among his friends. This, of course, left him feeling quite disheartened. Why are you so anxious? Before Li Dong could offer some words of comfort, Zhou Hao interjected. Is it really necessary to ask? The class monitor has undoubtedly not noticed you, he remarked with a smirk. How could that be? Wang Chao protested. It's not that I'm saying you shouldn't have dreams, but there's a fine line between aspirations and delusions. How could you even think that the class monitor would notice you, let alone have feelings for you? That's insane, Zhou Hao continued. Just look at your own circumstances. You're neither tall nor handsome. Do you honestly believe the class monitor would take note of you? I wouldn't even dare to entertain such thoughts. Did I ask you? Wang Chao snapped, his expression darkening. And how do you know she hasn't noticed me? You're not the class monitor. Zhou Hao merely shrugged, remaining silent. He was certain that Zhou Yu had not paid any attention to Wang Chao, a conclusion that could be reached with the simplest of logic. After all, who is Zhou Yu? On the very first day of school, she was unanimously recognized by the boys as the most beautiful girl in the class. During military training, many boys from other classes came to take a look at her. She was not only stunning, but also poised and organized, clearly coming from a well-off family. Such a girl naturally sets her standards high. Did he not like Zhou Yu? Of course, he did, without a doubt. However, he dared not pursue her, not even to entertain the thought of it, for the disparity was far too great. While beauty was one aspect, capability was another. Such girls inherently instill a sense of inferiority in boys, rendering them hesitant to approach. Yet now, Wang Chao found himself mulling over these thoughts, which was utterly absurd. With this in mind, Zhou Hao rolled his eyes again, though he chose not to speak. His expression spoke volumes. Soon enough, the bell rang. Class is dismissed, the teacher announced, gathering her books. Stand up, goodbye, teacher. Zhou Yu rose and, along with her classmates, bid farewell to the teacher, who nodded before exiting the classroom. Instantly, the classroom erupted into chaos. Finally, class is over. It was a struggle. Yu, let us go to the cafeteria for spicy hot pot, Zhang Fangfang suggested, turning to Zhou Yu after tidying up her desk. I won't be joining you for lunch today. I have plans, Zhou Yu replied with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates were momentarily taken aback. Plans? Who with? Zhang Fangfang asked curiously, while the other two exchanged intrigued glances. Given that Zhou Yu had mostly dined with them throughout the months since school started, their curiosity was understandable. Just someone from our class, Chen Zhibai, Zhou Yu said, casually pointing in his direction with confidence, showing no signs of shyness. She truly felt there was nothing to hide. Chen Zhibai, Zhang Fangfang and her two roommates paused once more, then followed Zhou Yu's gesture to find Chen Zhibai. Yu, are you saying the person you're meeting is Chen Zhibai? Zhang Fangfang asked, swallowing hard, her expression one of shock. The other two roommates mirrored her astonishment. Zhou Yu had always left an impression of being beautiful and organized, having had many suitors but never accepting any. They had once believed there was no boy in school who met her standards. But now, she was going to have lunch with Chen Zhibai? Yes. He the one I'm meeting, Zhou Yu replied, facing her roommate's incredulous gazes with a hint of resignation on her fair, lovely face. Was it truly so astonishing for her to have a meal with a boy? Her sexual orientation was perfectly normal. She simply had not encountered anyone she wished to connect with until now. Yu, may I ask if you like Chen Zhibai? Zhang Fangfang asked quietly, tugging at Zhou Yu's arm while casting a glance at Chen Zhibai. The other two roommates leaned in, eager to hear her response. I wouldn't say I like him just yet, but I do want to get to know him better. If things go well, I believe we could consider dating. All right then, no more of this. You all should hurry to the cafeteria, Zhou Yu said with a smile, waving her hand dismissively before standing up and walking towards Chen Zhibai. Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates exchanged glances, each reflecting a lingering surprise. They had never imagined that the type of boy Zhou Yu found appealing was someone like Chen Zhibai. But upon reflection, it made sense. Zhang Fangfang glanced at Chen Zhibai, whose looks were not conventionally handsome but rather pleasant, coupled with a steady demeanor that starkly contrasted with the more boisterous boys in their class. His very presence projected reliability and composure. Thus, it was entirely natural for Zhou Yu to be attracted to such a boy, as only someone like him would be a suitable match for a class monitor. Zhang Fangfang observed Chen Zhibai and felt a pang of disappointment. Chapter 88. The envy of the boys in class finally. School was over. Li Dong placed his phone in his back pocket and spoke up. Let us go to the cafeteria. Yeah, let us go, Wang Chao replied, still looking glum. I want to be joining you, Chen Zhibai said, glancing at the two of them. Where are you going? Li Dong asked curiously, just as Chen Zhibai was about to respond. Li Dong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Chaozi, look. The class monitor is walking towards us. Could she be looking for you? He pulled Wang Chao's arm excitedly. Wang Chao froze for a moment, then quickly looked up to see Zhou Yu approaching. Instantly, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Nearby, Zhou Hao, who had been chatting with Li Yu about inviting her out for lunch, instinctively raised his head upon hearing Li Dong's words and was equally stunned to see Zhou Yu walking over. This can't be happening, Zhou Hao thought. Disbelief etched across his face as he glanced at Wang Chao. It seemed utterly implausible. In a blink, Zhou Yu had reached Chen Zhibai. Let us go. We'll have lunch together, and I'll also discuss the sports meet with you. I truly appreciate your help, she said with a warm smile, exuding confidence and poise. Sure, Chen Zhibai nodded, then patted Wang Chao on the shoulder before walking out of the classroom alongside Zhou Yu. What on earth is happening? The class monitor invited Chen Zhibai to lunch? Surely there's something she needs to talk about, given that she mentioned the sports meet. Even if there was a matter to discuss, it was still quite enviable to share a meal with the class monitor. At that moment, many boys who had not yet left the classroom were equally taken aback. Soon, a wave of envy washed over them directed at Chen Zhibai. After all, Zhou Yu held a rather unique position in the class. Was she beautiful? Yes. Did she have a good figure? Absolutely. Did she possess a charming aura? Indeed. Was she liked? Without a doubt. However, everyone hesitated to pursue their desires, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure and believing they inhabited entirely different worlds. Yet now, Zhou Yu and Chen Zhibai found themselves dining together in the cafeteria. Even if their meal was merely a pretext for conversation, it was enough to evoke envy among their peers. The truth was that Zhou Yu had sought assistance from Chen. Wang Chao wore a look of disappointment. By this point, he understood that a misunderstanding had occurred. It was likely that Zhou Yu had previously been interested in Chen Zhibai, but when had old Chen formed a connection with the class monitor? Wang Chao pondered this with curiosity. I don't know, Li Dong shook his head. Wang Chao sighed, suppressing his disappointment as he exited the classroom with Li Dong, ready to grab a bite to eat. Zhou Hao sat in his seat, his expression darkening. Although Zhou Yu had not come to seek Wang Chao, her choice to dine with Chen Zhibai was equally troubling. It was unacceptable, even if there were matters to discuss. Zhou Hao felt an uncomfortable sensation rising within him. He had always regarded himself as the top male student in the class, with good looks, being a local from Jiangcheng, and owning 2 apartments, his overall standing was unparalleled among the boys. Shouldn't they come to him for help? Why seek out Chen Zhibai instead? Truly lacking in discernment. He scoffed internally, then dismissed the matter from his mind, choosing not to dwell on it. Though he was somewhat envious of Chen Zhibai dining with Zhou Yu, it was a fleeting emotion. After all, even if they had shared a meal, their relationship would remain ordinary and unlikely to progress. Meanwhile, he, on the other hand, had a girlfriend, he mused, feeling his earlier displeasure fade away. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, and he glanced down to see a WeChat message from Li Yu. I don't have time for lunch. You can go eat by yourself. No way. How can you be out of time? Let us eat together. There's a restaurant at the school gate with great food. No time means no time. She had already set her sights on pursuing Chen Zhibai, intent on winning him away from Lu Meng, and had no desire to remain entangled with Zhou Hao. In fact, Li Yu had been regretting her decision to enter a relationship with Zhou Hao for several days now. Yu, how could you possibly have no time? Are you busy with something else? Zhou Hao texted back. Li Yu glanced at her phone and flipped it face down on the table. She had made up her mind. If Chen Zhibai agreed to be with her, she would immediately break up with Zhou Hao. With that thought, Li Yu glanced at Lu Meng, who lay on the bed absorbed in her phone. Noticing the gaze upon her, Lu Meng raised an eyebrow and turned her head. Locking eyes with Li Yu, Meng, Li Yu smiled, attempting to be friendly. While her mind buzzed with thoughts of Lu Meng's disappointment and anger once she successfully swayed Chen Zhibai. Lu Meng studied Li Yu, her brow slightly furrowed. Although she was unaware of Li Yu's thoughts, she sensed a hint of superiority in the way Li Yu looked at her. Superiority? Ridiculous. Bring me whatever you want. I'll be grateful. Thank you, my dear Hui, she typed back. Lu Meng, seeing this, didn't press the matter further and sent a cute emoji instead. She began to carefully choose what to wear for dinner that evening, eager to see Chen Zhibai. As she opened her wardrobe, Li Yu instinctively glanced at Lu Meng's closet, knowing that a bag worth 888 yuan was tucked inside. Chapter 89. Zhou Yu's affection grows as they walk towards the school cafeteria. Chen Zhibai and Zhou Yu strolled side by side, engaging in light conversation. The midday sun filtered through the dappled leaves lining the road, creating an indescribably beautiful ambience. Several boys passed by, their eyes occasionally drifting toward Zhou Yu, only to return to Chen Zhibai with expressions of envy. Zhou Yu's beauty was striking. Her fair features and delicate eyebrows complemented her graceful stature of 168 centimeters, exuding an aura that was both captivating and comforting. It seemed every student had a class monitor who was not only attractive but also gracious and organized. And Zhou Yu epitomized the ideal version of such a figure. As they received envious glances from the surrounding boys, Chen Zhibai had grown accustomed to this attention. After all, over the past few days, he had often been the subject of such admiration, whether he was with Lu Meng or Chen Zhibai. Thus, he had grown used to it. Zhou Yu, too, was familiar with the occasional glances from boys, having been beautiful her entire life. So, this is how you understand it. Impressive, Zhou Yu remarked, tilting her head, her fair, exquisite face adorned with surprise and admiration as she gazed at Chen Zhibai. I'm just speaking nonsense. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively. That is hardly nonsense. I find your insights enlightening, as if a light bulb has gone off in my mind, Zhou Yu replied earnestly. Chen Zhibai smiled at her sincerity. Their conversation, which had begun casually, soon delved into discussions on psychology. Chen Zhibai had read a few books on the subject, and he shared his thoughts, unexpectedly earning Zhou Yu's admiration, which left him momentarily dazed. After his parents lost their jobs, he had felt a wave of insecurity, manifesting as introversion and reluctance to engage with others. During that time, he found solace in reading, devouring a myriad of books. While reading was undoubtedly beneficial, without the confidence and grounding that came from it, the reflections he gleaned would likely remain locked away in his heart, never voiced. Now, however, he could express his thoughts confidently and eloquently, even in the presence of Zhou Yu. The importance of confidence was undeniable, as it could truly transform a person. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Zhou Yu cheerfully asked, "What would you like to eat?" "It's on me." As they entered the cafeteria, Chen Zhibai pointed toward a window. "Let us go for rice with side dishes." The so-called rice with side dishes comprised a serving of rice paired with 3 dishes chosen from an array of options. Okay. Zhou Yu nodded, and they joined the queue at the window. Before their arrival, the crowd had been animatedly chatting, but as Zhou Yu appeared, the noise abruptly diminished, giving way to a brief silence. This reaction was undoubtedly a result of Zhou Yu's beauty. Her striking appearance could momentarily quiet even the most boisterous of gatherings. Chen Zhibai had experienced a similar reaction when dining with Lu Meng. Fortunately, the silence was fleeting, soon replaced by hushed conversations. Though some boys in line occasionally glanced over at Zhou Yu. "The class monitor is impressive," Chen Zhibai remarked, giving Zhou Yu a thumbs up. Zhou Yu rolled her eyes at him, fully aware that he was teasing her. Yet, she found no offense in it. While her initial interest in Chen Zhibai had stemmed from his looks and composed demeanor, their engaging conversations had solidified her satisfaction with him. The compatibility they shared in dialogue reflected deeper connections, such as shared values and mutual understanding. Thus, she felt content with Chen Zhibai and was not bothered by his playful jests. Moreover, what gratified Zhou Yu the most was her realization that Chen Zhibai undoubtedly hailed from a well-off family. Yet throughout their journey together, he never boasted about it. Unlike some suitors who, at the slightest opportunity, would flaunt their wealth, albeit subtly, Chen Zhibai remained modest. Before long, the two selected their dishes and settled at an unoccupied table. During their meal, Zhou Yu brought up the upcoming sports meet, mentioning that each class needed to report the events they would participate in. "So, could you assist me in compiling a list of which events the boys in our class intend to enter? That's the favor I seek from you. What do you say? Will you help?" After swallowing a mouthful of rice and sipping her seaweed and egg flour soup, Zhou Yu turned her gaze towards Chen Zhibai. However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he studied her intently. Compiling the boys' event selections was a simple task, one that Zhou Yu could surely handle effortlessly based on her demonstrated capabilities since the start of the semester. Yet, she sought his assistance, clearly desiring to connect with him. As Zhou Yu sat there, noticing Chen Zhibai's prolonged silence and the profound look he directed her way, she felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. Fortunately, her upbringing had instilled in her a sense of poise, allowing her to maintain her composure despite the embarrassment. "All right," Chen Zhibai finally assented with a nod. Zhou Yu's heart eased significantly, feeling relieved that his agreement implied a willingness to engage with her. With this thought, she smiled. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, Chen Zhibai found himself surrounded by Wang Chao and Li Dong, who inquired, "What does the class monitor need your help with? And why the invitation to dinner?" "Indeed, honesty is the best policy," Wang Chao added, his tone rife with envy and curiosity. Zhou Hao was also present in the dormitory, though he was engrossed in his phone. However, a keen observer would note that his attention was not truly focused on the screen, as his ears perked up, revealing his curiosity about Zhou Yu's request for Chen Zhibai's assistance. More accurately, he felt a sense of indignation. Chapter 90. It can't possibly be interesting, I assure you. Isn't the school sports meet approaching soon? The class monitor asked me to tally which events the boys are signing up for. Chen Zhibai responded, meeting the envious and curious gazes of Wang Chao and Li Dong. "That's it." Wang Chao blinked in surprise, his envy intensifying. "I could handle that too. It's hardly a challenging task. Why didn't the class monitor come to me for help?" he remarked with a look of admiration. Zhou Hao, seated on the bed, felt increasingly aggrieved, as he initially believed Zhou Yu's request for Chen Zhibai's assistance must have been substantial to warrant a dinner invitation. But now, to merely compile a list of events? Was there any difficulty in that? He could do it too. Why was he not approached? After all, she was the class monitor. "Old Chen, I can't help but feel that the class monitor may have a crush on you," Wang Chao suddenly proclaimed. He continued, "Such a simple task could easily be managed by the class monitor herself without needing assistance. Yet she sought your help and even invited you to dinner. So perhaps she truly has feelings for you? Damn, it turns out being handsome is genuinely advantageous," Wang Chao exclaimed at the end, increasingly convinced of his theory. "Indeed, I must say, Old Chen, you might be in for something special. The class monitor actually seems interested in you. She's the class monitor after all." Beside him, Li Dong shared in the excitement, his eyes reflecting envy. After all, Zhou Yu had already been recognized as the most attractive girl in their class since the beginning of the semester, with her looks, figure, and demeanor all being exceptional. "Old Chen, You must treat us to a meal, otherwise I would feel immensely unbalanced. You may choose not to date. But now the class monitor seems to have an interest in you, Wang Chao insisted, a mix of envy and bitterness in his voice. He had always known that being good-looking had its benefits, but never realized how powerful it could be, especially when it came to the class monitor. Yes, treat us to dinner. Otherwise, I too would feel unbalanced, Li Dong chimed in. But before he could finish, Zhou Hao interjected, have you both lost your minds? How could the class monitor possibly have feelings for him? You two should know better than to entertain such notions. Zhou Hao's expression darkened as he raised his voice. Afterward, noticing Wang Chao and Li Dong watching him, he continued, the class monitor simply sought old Chen's assistance and invited him to dinner. There's no ulterior motive here. You two are overthinking it. Yes, I admit old Chen has become quite handsome and charming, but he still doesn't team match the class monitor. After delivering his thoughts, Zhou Hao appeared considerably more at ease, turning his gaze towards Chen Zhibai. Old Chen, please don't take my words harshly, but someone as beautiful and graceful as the class monitor is simply out of your league. Take my advice. Seek a relationship with an ordinary girl instead. Don't listen to these two nonsense-spouting fools claiming that the class monitor has feelings for you. It's impossible. How can you be so sure that the class monitor has no interest in old Chen? I ask you, why did she specifically seek old Chen's help with this straightforward task? And why invite him to dinner? Wang Chao countered. It's been nearly a month since the semester began, and many boys have wished to dine with the class monitor. Yet have you seen her agree to such invitations? Up until now, the only instance of her dining with a boy was with old Chen. Thus, I genuinely believe the class monitor has feelings for old Chen. Zhou Hao's countenance soured, for this was a point he most dreaded to acknowledge. Did he not realize that the class monitor refrained from dining with other boys? Of course, he did. However, he was unwilling to admit it, for doing so would mean acknowledging that the class monitor truly harbored feelings for Chen Zhibai, a notion he could not accept. For if that were true, then Chen Zhibai might end up dating the class monitor, overshadowing him entirely. After all, his girlfriend was Li Yu, who, while beautiful, could not possibly compare to the class monitor. Regardless, the class monitor could never have an interest in old Chen. Mark my words, Zhou Hao asserted vehemently. If she does, I might as well eat dirt. With that, Zhou Hao sprang from his bed and stormed out of the dormitory, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. What a lunatic, Wang Chao muttered, his expression irate. Don't think I'm unaware of what he is truly worried about. He fears that the class monitor might genuinely develop feelings for old Chen and end up dating him, leaving him feeling inadequate. That's the real issue. Sighing, Li Dong stood by, silently agreeing with his friend's assessment. Old Chen, I support you in pursuing a relationship with the class monitor. Let this fool see how it feels to be overshadowed. So what if he is a local with 2 houses? It doesn't matter. His girlfriend can't hold a candle to yours. I'm curious to see if he retains his sense of superiority then. Wang Chao stated directly to Chen Zhibai. Why the anger? I'm not upset at all, Chen Zhibai remarked, patting Wang Chao on the shoulder. You're not upset? The fool just said that about you, claiming you are unworthy of being the squad leader. Wang Chao instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but before he could finish, Chen Zhibai interjected. Am I unworthy? Is my existence dictated by his words? Chen Zhibai stated directly. Wang Chao was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Chen Zhibai, who appeared calm, yet exuded an indescribable composure and confidence. In that moment, Wang Chao suddenly felt that the squad leader indeed harbored feelings for Chen Zhibai. For such a demeanor and aura could not be overlooked. One cannot live in the shadows of others' opinions. Chen Zhibai raised his hand and patted Wang Chao's shoulder, then turned to glance at the already closed dormitory door. Frankly speaking, he had not given Zhou Hao much thought, for as he had just asserted, worthiness is not for Zhou Hao to determine. However, Zhou Hao's repeated displays of superiority in front of him had begun to wear on his nerves. You may carry your sense of superiority, flaunting it before others, but refrain from doing so in my presence. Buzz. His phone vibrated suddenly. Chen Zhibai took out his phone and noticed a WeChat message from Li Yu, asking if he had eaten yet, with a tone that was somewhat endearing. Chapter 91. The difference between Bentley and Audi. Hey, Lao Chun, come on, let us play a couple of games. Wang Chao suggested, seemingly unperturbed. Yeah, Lao Chun, join us. Without you, it's just me and Chaozi losing all the time, Li Dong chimed in eagerly. No, you two play. I need to step out for a bit. Chen Zhibai waved his hand in refusal. Step out? Where to? Wang Chao and Li Dong both looked surprised and instinctively inquired. You'll find out this afternoon. Chen Zhibai replied with a smile. Then, without further ado, he opened the dormitory door and walked out, leaving a sense of mystery behind. How enigmatic, Wang Chao muttered, not overly concerned, then pulled out his phone to play a couple of games with Li Dong. Come on, Dongzi, I'll lead you to victory. Wang Chao shot him a glance. I'm not playing, Li Dong shook his head. Not playing. Wang Chao blinked in disbelief. Of course not. Whenever we play together, we just keep losing. Not interested, Li Dong affirmed, then started scrolling through Douyin instead. Damn, Wang Chao cursed, also foregoing the game to browse Douyin. Chen Zhibai made his way from the male dormitory towards the school parking lot, intending to drive his BMW 5 down to the dormitory entrance to showcase his prowess before Zhou Hao, thereby curbing his incessant displays of superiority. Frankly, the whole situation was quite vexing. Thus, Chen Zhibai resolved to assert his strength in front of Zhou Hao. While parking was permitted in front of the male dormitory, Chen Zhibai had never parked there since acquiring his vehicle, as he wished to avoid drawing attention. Arriving at university with a luxury car valued over 800,000 was indeed a bold statement. With a naturally composed and low-key disposition, Chen Zhibai had always sought to steer clear of such ostentation. Some relished the spotlight, while others preferred to remain in the shadows. Chen Zhibai was not averse to recognition. He simply desired a tranquil and understated university experience. However, when faced with an irritating presence like Zhou Hao, even the most reticent would feel compelled to make a statement. Buzz. His phone vibrated again. Although he found Zhou Hao irritating and looked down on him, he harbored no romantic notions about Li Yu. His standards had been set high by Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai. While Li Yu is indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai. To illustrate, Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai were akin to multi-million-dollar Bentleys, while Li Yu resembled a $30,000 Audi. Though the Audi was commendable, one would invariably choose the Bentley when faced with such a comparison. It was only during moments of boredom that one might whimsically consider driving an Audi, merely to experience the sensation. Before long, Chen Zhibai arrived at the school parking lot. His meteor gray BMW 5 was parked in an empty spot, its color strikingly handsome under the sun, emanating a sporty and fashionable aura. The license plate number, 39s, added an air of understated elegance to the vehicle. He smoothly parked in front of the male dormitory, turned off the engine, exited the car, locked it, and walked into the dormitory. All right, I'm in, Chen Zhibai nodded, then took out his phone. Wait for me, I'll join too, Li Dong quickly exclaimed. Soon, the three of them entered the game together. Zhou Hao lay on his bed, his expression darkening as no one asked him if he wanted to play. He could not comprehend why Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong were so dismissive of him. Why was that? After all, he was a local from Jiangsheng and owned 2 properties. Zhou Hao scowled, feeling quite uncomfortable as he glanced at the trio engrossed in their game, forcing himself to suppress his discontent. No matter, he thought, I have a girlfriend, and they do not. Yi, are you still busy? You've been at it since yesterday. How about we go for barbecue tonight? A new barbecue place has opened in a university town, and it's supposed to be delicious. Zhou Hao sent several WeChat messages in quick succession. After pondering for a moment, he initiated a video call. But just as he did, the call was abruptly declined. This left Zhou Hao momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to type a message, Li Yu instead sent him a WeChat message. I'm busy, don't call. Okay, Zhou Hao quickly replied. Then continued typing. Yeah, want to go for barbecue tonight? This place is really good. I've seen many people rave about it on Douyin. He sent 2 messages back to back. No, I have plans tonight, Li Yu replied coldly, directly declining him. She had plans to meet Chen Zhibai and had no time to go out with Zhou Hao. What? You have plans tonight? What plans? Zhou Hao quickly typed. Yeah, I'm free tonight. Let me accompany you. I haven't seen you all day. I miss you. Zhou Hao hastily sent another message. In contrast, he felt superior at that moment, as he had a girlfriend who was quite attractive. Zhou Hao opened his phone as photo gallery, found a picture of Li Yu, chuckled to himself, and once again cast a superior glance at Chen Zhibai. Chapter 92. Zhou Hao was stunned. Is this your car? After playing 6 or 7 rounds, it was now 1:30. No more games. We need to head to class. We have lessons this afternoon, Chen Zhibai announced as he put his phone away, addressing Wang Chao and Li Dong. Ah, back to class again. If only we didn't have to. Wang Chao sighed, glancing at the time with a wistful expression. Chen Zhibai smiled, but said nothing, heading to the restroom. Shall we go to class together? After exiting the restroom, Chen Zhibai noticed Zhou Hao still in the dormitory and called out to him. Huh? Zhou Hao was taken aback by the unexpected invitation, not anticipating that Chen Zhibai would initiate contact. Had he finally recognized their socioeconomic disparity and sought to forge a better relationship with him? Zhou Hao's eyes brightened, and he nodded with a hint of restrained delight. Fine then, let us go to class together. All right, Chen Zhibai responded, observing Zhou Hao's restrained demeanor and smugness. Nearby, Wang Chao tugged at Chen Zhibai's arm, confusion evident in his eyes. He did not understand why Chen Zhibai would invite Zhou Hao to join them for class. It's nothing. Chen Zhibai reassured him with a pat on the shoulder before stepping out of the dormitory. Though Wang Chao remained puzzled, he followed suit, with Li Dong trailing closely behind. Zhou Hao, however, felt a twinge of reluctance, as he believed it was his prerogative to emerge first, a reflection of his identity and status. Yet, he decided it was unnecessary to dwell on such trivial matters. Contemplating his thoughts, he exited the dormitory and quickly approached Chen Zhibai, adopting an elder brother's tone. Old Chen, although my previous remarks in the dormitory may have been harsh, they were rooted in truth. The class monitor is unlikely to take an interest in you. If you genuinely wish to find a girlfriend, I can have my girlfriend introduce you to an ordinary girl, Zhou Hao stated. Is that so? Chen Zhibai glanced at Zhou Hao. Absolutely, Zhou Hao nodded. You shouldn't take my words to heart, but the reality is clear. Although your haircut has indeed made you more handsome, what does that matter? In today's society, wealth is paramount. Given your family circumstances, securing a relationship with an ordinary girl should not pose a problem. Rest assured, I will handle this for you. He patted Chen Zhibai on the shoulder, his sense of superiority glaringly evident. Chen Zhibai merely shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Behind them, Wang Chao wore a displeased expression and tugged at Li Dong's arm. What's wrong? Li Dong turned to him. Why is old Chen bringing this fool along to the classroom? Just hearing this fool speak gives me a headache. Wang Chao declared bluntly. I don't know. Li Dong replied straightforwardly, shaking his head. Up ahead, Zhou Hao continued to flaunt his superiority, boasting about the worth of his family's 2 properties. Chen Zhibai did not counter him, but instead nodded earnestly in agreement, further inflating Zhou Hao's sense of superiority. They then exited the boys' dormitory, only to find a considerable number of boys gathered outside. My goodness, is that a top-of-the-line BMW 5? The color is a stunning skyscraper gray. It's simply exquisite. I just searched, and that car costs over $800,000. Why is this car parked in front of our dormitory? Could the owner actually be a student like us? Impossible. That car is worth over $800,000. Our dormitory is for freshmen. And who among them could afford such a luxury vehicle right at the start of the academic year? It must belong to a teacher. That is true. A crowd of boys lingered in front of the dormitory, delaying their rush to class, their gazes fixated on the BMW 5 parked nearby. Beautiful, truly eye-catching. Every boy appreciates a fine car, so none could tear themselves away. BMW 5? Top tier? Zhou Hao stood before the dormitory, momentarily taken aback by the chatter around him, instinctively glancing over. Indeed, it was a BMW 5. What a stunning car! Zhou Hao exclaimed with envy. Young Master Zhou, don't you have 2 properties in Jiangshan? Why not purchase one of these cars? Over $800,000. I believe your family can afford it. Wang Chao interjected, intentionally provoking Zhou Hao. Although unsure of the car's owner, he relished the opportunity to undermine Zhou Hao's sense of superiority. Zhou Hao's expression soured as he shot a glance at Wang Chao. He recognized the intent behind Wang Chao's words, but dared not retort. The truth was, he could not afford such a car. Yes, his family possessed 2 properties, but he was not an only child. He had a younger brother, which meant that only one of those properties could serve as his future marital home. Moreover, his parents' jobs were not particularly lucrative, had it not been for the 2 properties they received from a demolition compensation over a decade ago. Their situation would have been dire. Though he had never disclosed these details, he was acutely aware of them. This was also the reason for his modest living expenses. Young Master Zhou, why the silence? Surely your wealthy family can afford an 80,000 vehicle? Wang Chao pressed on seeing Zhou Hao's silence. Zhou Hao's expression darkened further. I truly cannot afford it, but can you? I certainly cannot. But you are Zhou Hao, a local with 2 properties. How could I possibly compare? Enough of this conversation. Zhou Hao thought, choosing to remain silent and head to class. However, at that moment, Chen Zhibai interrupted him. We don't need to walk to class today. We'll drive. Drive? Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback, taking several seconds to process the statement. Do you even have a car? What a ridiculous joke. I do have a car. Unfazed by Zhou Hao's incredulity, Chen Zhibai casually nodded, pulling a BMW 5 key from his pocket and pressing a button. A crisp sound echoed from the car, followed by the lights flashing. Zhou Hao stood frozen, his expression a mixture of disbelief, shock, and incredulity. After a minute of stunned silence, he stiffly turned to Chen Zhibai and swallowed hard. Is that your car? Zhou Hao stammered, struggling to believe that the luxurious BMW 5 parked nearby belonged to Chen Zhibai. How could this be possible? That car costs over 800,000. Chapter 93. A reward of 100,000. It was not only Zhou Hao who was rendered speechless. Wang Chao and Li Dong, standing nearby, also wore expressions of shock. They had not anticipated that the BMW 5 parked nearby was Chen Zhibai's. Truly, it was utterly unexpected. After all, it was a car worth over 800,000. Had it belonged to someone else, they might not have been so taken aback. But the fact that it was associated with Chen Zhibai left them in a state of disbelief. In their minds, Chen Zhibai belonged to the same socioeconomic tier as themselves. Yet now, he was driving a top-of-the-line BMW 5 as a freshman. In front of the boys' dormitory, a crowd had gathered, originally admiring the BMW 5, when suddenly they noticed the car's lights flashing. Instinctively, they all sought to identify the owner of such a vehicle. Upon recognizing Chen Zhibai holding the car keys, the admiration on the faces of the boys became palpable as they realized he was a freshman like them. A freshman driving a BMW? Impressive. Dazzling indeed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for displaying wealth, earning a reward of 100,000 in cash. The reward has been promptly deposited into the host's agricultural bank account. Please check it at your convenience. As Zhou Hao continued to stare in disbelief, Chen Zhibai was about to speak when he heard the system's voice in his head. Displaying wealth has granted me a cash reward of 100,000? What a delightful surprise. Chen Zhibai's eyes lit up. His initial intention was merely to showcase his status before Zhou how to counter the latter's daily displays of superiority, but he had not anticipated receiving such a monetary reward. After all, an ordinary office worker would struggle for an entire year to save that amount. Old Chen, is that really your car? Li Dong, though silent, could not help but cast a glance. Zhou Hao clenched his fists. Rationality told him that the BMW was indeed Chen Zhibai's, yet his emotions resisted acceptance. He yearned for Chen Zhibai to deny it, for only then would he feel at ease. After all, how could Chen Zhibai afford a vehicle worth over 800,000 as a freshman? If that were the case, how could Zhou Hao continue to flaunt his superiority in front of him? Of course it's mine. Let us go. Get in the car. In response to Zhou Hao's hopeful gaze, Chen Zhibai nodded and walked toward the BMW. Swiftly, he approached the car and directly opened the door to the driver's seat. Taking a seat inside, observing this scene, the look of anticipation in Zhou Hao's eyes instantly dimmed. Get in the car, why are you dazed? Chen Zhibai, seated in the driver's seat, called out as he noticed Wang Chao and Li Dong had not yet arrived. Coming, we're on our way. Wang Chao and Li Dong instinctively swallowed their saliva and hurriedly replied, making their way to the vehicle at a brisk pace. Soon, both of them were inside. Yet Zhou Hao remained rooted to the spot. Chen Zhibai cast a glance his way. I want to get in. I have something to attend to. You all go to the classroom first. Avoiding Chen Zhibai's gaze, Zhou Hao stammered a response before turning away and heading back to the dormitory without waiting for Chen Zhibai's reply. However, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling, and only managed to steady himself against the wall beside him. Despite the near mishap, Zhou Hao paid it no heed, for his mind was consumed by a singular thought. How could Chen Zhibai drive a BMW 5, displaying superiority in front of a rich second generation who had just entered university? Contemplating this, Zhou Hao's complexion turned a shade of greenish white. Classmate, are you all right? If you're feeling unwell, You should take your medicine promptly. Don't let it linger. The dormitory supervisor said as she emerged, noticing Zhou Hao's ghastly pallor. In her 40s with children of university age, she instinctively expressed concern upon seeing his distressing appearance. However, Zhou Hao, under her caring gaze, remained silent and ascended the stairs. This child, why is he so reticent? He is far too introverted, the dormitory supervisor murmured, shaking her head as she chose not to dwell further on the matter. Inside the BMW 5, Chen Zhibai thought, this fool finally got what he deserves. Let him flaunt his superiority in the dormitory every day, boasting about being a local from Jiangcheng with 2 properties. Now, he's finally met with a setback. It was evident that Zhou Hao was feeling discouraged. Well, let us not concern ourselves with him. Chen Zhibai dismissed Zhou Hao from his thoughts. In truth, he would not have brought the car to flaunt had it not been for Zhou Hao's incessant displays of superiority. Such ostentation could easily incite envy and jealousy in others. With this in mind, he glanced at Li Dong, who appeared anxious and enviously scrutinizing the car's interior after getting in. Sighing inwardly, Chen Zhibai reflected that the nature of their camaraderie might change. At the very least, with Li Dong's current envious demeanor. Could they still joke around or even scold him during their gaming sessions? Old Chen, I never realized your family was so wealthy. To buy you such an expensive car, right, when you entered university, is truly impressive, Li Dong remarked, his eyes betraying a deep-seated envy. After all, driving a BMW 5 as a freshman was a feat he might never achieve in his lifetime. But seriously, old Chen, I'm glad you're rich. You're low-key and never flaunt your wealth like Zhou Hao, who annoys everyone in class. You keep it humble, Wang Chao interjected. Chen Zhibai replied. He only recently came into money. Yet, his nature remains unchanged. Even with wealth, he won to boast. Chapter 94. A subtle acknowledgement. Fasten your seatbelt. It's South time to drive. Chen Zhibai instructed Wang Chao, who was seated in the passenger seat. All right. Wang Chao eagerly nodded, pulling the seatbelt across him while admiring the exquisite interior of the vehicle. This interior is magnificent. It's my first time in such a luxurious car. Chen Zhibai smiled, but remained silent as they departed from the boys' dormitory. Along the way, Wang Chao continued to marvel at the car and Chen Zhibai's understated demeanor. Old Chen, to be frank, did you bring the car to the dormitory to put Zhou Hao in his place for showing off? Wang Chao inquired. Indeed, Chen Zhibai nodded, unashamed to admit it. I knew it, Wang Chao exclaimed, his expression one of satisfaction. Old Chen, you should have brought the car over long ago to deflate that fool's ego. Just thinking about his astonished face earlier brings me joy. As Wang Chao was about to continue, he suddenly paused, for Chen Zhibai had driven into the school parking lot. Old Chen, why are we parking here? Why not go straight to the teaching building? That would be quite a spectacle, Wang Chao instinctively questioned, harboring his own motives. Although he couldn't afford such an expensive car, sitting inside it would still allow him to bask in the envious glances of others. It's too ostentatious. Let us walk to the classroom, Chen Zhibai replied, glancing at Wang Chao. To be honest, if it were someone with a flashy personality, they would have driven right up to the teaching building. But Chen Zhibai was not that kind of person. Really, let South just drive to the teaching building. Let me enjoy the limelight too, all right, old Chen? Wang Chao looked at him with anticipation. Yet, amidst his hopeful gaze, Chen Zhibai found a parking spot and halted the vehicle, turning off the engine and unbuckling his seatbelt. Seeing this, Wang Chao sighed, understanding that Chen Zhibai had made his decision. Old Chen, you're being far too low-key. If it were me, I'd make sure the entire class knew I drove a BMW 5. Then all the girls would want to be my girlfriend. How delightful that would be, Wang Chao exclaimed as he unfastened his seatbelt. Let us get out. Class is about to start, Chen Zhibai said, opening the door. Wang Chao sighed again. Yet he couldn't help but admire Chen Zhibai, recognizing that if it were him, he would undoubtedly be much more ostentatious. Upon entering the classroom, only 10 minutes remained before class commenced. Wang Chao's face still bore an excited expression, having taken numerous photos of the BMW to share on social media. Chen Zhibai paid him no mind. You're here? Zhou Yu, seated at her desk and previously engrossed in her reading, looked up after being nudged by Zhang Fangfang. She smiled and greeted Chen Zhibai. Her demeanor was poised and graceful, yet a noticeable difference was evident compared to the morning. The most striking change was that she had applied makeup. Although subtle, it was apparent, and her lips, enhanced with a touch of lipstick, appeared even more alluring. Moreover, her outfit highlighted her slender waist and long legs beautifully. Zhou Yu, noticing Chen Zhibai's gaze on her face and attire, felt a slight blush creeping on her cheeks. Despite her naturally confident disposition, after all, she had indeed made an effort for Chen Zhibai. Previously, she had never worn makeup or changed her clothes for class, as there had been no boys she desired to impress. But now, things were different. Little did she expect that Chen Zhibai would notice, leaving her feeling both flustered and oddly pleased. Chen Zhibai, the class monitor, previously attended class without makeup and rarely coordinated her outfits. Yet now she adorns herself with makeup and thoughtfully curated attire, all due to you. Zhang Fangfang, seated beside her, remarked with a smile, suppressing a flicker of disappointment within. She harbored a fondness for Chen Zhibai, drawn to her pleasant appearance and composed demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the more impulsive boys in class. However, she dared not express her feelings, fully aware of her lack of competitiveness in front of Zhou Yu. Thus, she resigned herself to her thoughts. You're so talkative. Just eat your snacks. Even munching one tea silence you. Zhou Yu interjected, casting an annoyed glance at Zhang Fangfang. He recognized that Chen Zhibai's newfound elegance was indeed inspired by him. After Zhang Fangfang spoke, Zhou Yu refrained from dismissing her comments as mere nonsense, subtly acknowledging the truth in her words. Chen Zhibai, accompanied by Wang Chao and Li Dong, found a place to sit. The boys in class remained silent, as they had not witnessed Chen Zhibai arriving in her BMW outside the dormitory. Come in. The teacher casually gestured to Zhou Hao after glancing his way, saying nothing further. Zhou Hao felt a wave of relief as he entered the classroom, instinctively glancing at Chen Zhibai's location before hesitating and choosing to sit elsewhere. He was still uncertain about how to face her, as the memory of flaunting his superiority before her during the past month was a source of embarrassment. Why are you sitting over here, Zhou Gongzi? A boy beside him inquired with curiosity. Why not? Just do it if you want, Zhou Hao replied, suppressing his thoughts and maintaining an air of superiority in his gaze, despite feeling less so in front of Chen Zhibai. In the eyes of his classmates, he still considered himself above them, especially as a local from Jiangcheng with 2 properties, a clear advantage. Nearby, the boy rolled his eyes, perceiving Zhou Hao's haughty attitude, which irked him. Class is almost over. After it ends, I'll pick you and your roommate up for dinner, he said. How are you feeling now? Does it still hurt? Chen Zhibai texted again. Much better. Walking isn't a problem anymore, Lu Meng replied, her cheeks slightly flushed at Chen Zhibai's concern. Despite her embarrassment, she felt a warmth in her heart, recognizing it as a sign of Chen Zhibai's care for her. Just as she was about to focus on the lecture, Wang Chao nudged her arm, asking, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" Noticing the teacher of the podium, he spoke quietly but with curiosity. Chen Zhibai glanced at Wang Chao, sighing inwardly, as he sensed a change in Wang Chao's demeanor when speaking to him. Though it appeared the same as usual, there was an underlying caution that had not been there before, an indication of the changes that wealth can bring. He understood that if a friend of his suddenly became wealthy, his attitude would likely shift similarly. This was also why he had refrained from parking his car at the dormitory. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng spent the day resting in bed. Her recovery was evident. Her pain had diminished significantly, and she could walk without issue, provided she didn't team move too vigorously. The other girls, Shun Qing, Wang Hui, and Li Yu, were present, knowing that Chen Zhibai would treat them to dinner later, making it a collective activity. With fewer classes in the afternoon, they remained in the dormitory. Dreaming, what time are we going to eat? I'm a bit hungry already, Wang Hui inquired as she poked her head out from her bed. Hearing the commotion, Li Yu discreetly put her phone away and turned her attention to Lu Meng. Shen Qing remained focused on her phone, studying English words. Soon, my boyfriend will be done with class in about 10 minutes, and then we can go eat. Lu Meng replied with a smile, meeting Wang Hui's gaze. You say boyfriend so effortlessly now, Wang Hui teased, to which Lu Meng felt no embarrassment, knowing that Chen Zhibai was indeed her boyfriend. Their relationship had progressed, and with everything that had transpired, she felt no shame in acknowledging it. All right, let us get ready. We'll head out for dinner soon, Lu Meng said before entering the bathroom to wash up and prepare herself. despite her relationship's advancement. She understood the importance of maintaining her appearance. Her beauty was her advantage in capturing Chen Zhibai's heart. "Don't worry, Dreaming, I'll start getting ready right now," Wang Hui exclaimed, energized by the prospect of dinner. She leapt off her bed, followed by Li Yu, who briefly hesitated before joining her. Shen Qing, however, remained seated, still focused on her studies. Qing, Wang Hui approached and nudged Shen Qing's arm. "Aren't you going to put on some makeup? We're about to meet Lu Meng's boyfriend," Wang Hui remarked, her admiration for Shen Qing's flawless skin evident in her tone. "What's the point of makeup?" Shen Qing replied, her lovely face displaying a hint of resignation. "You all can get ready. I just need to change my clothes." Shen Qing didn't feel the need to dress up. After all, they were meeting Lu Meng's boyfriend. "True, even without any preparation, your beauty shines through," Wang Hui stated, genuinely believing that Shen Qing's natural charm was enough. However, she was oblivious to Shen Qing's indifference toward the matter. "All right, I'll do a quick touch-up. I can't let Lu Meng down when meeting her boyfriend. And what if I encounter some intriguing boys while we're out? I need to look my best." Wang Hui laughed lightly as she settled at her desk to apply her makeup. As sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her fair and lovely face, she exuded an ethereal charm, contrasting sharply with her well-proportioned figure hidden beneath her pajamas. It was hard to reconcile Shen Qing's cool demeanor with her stunning physique. Liu began her makeup routine ahead of Wang Hui, showcasing her adept skills learned from beauty vloggers. As she applied her cosmetics, she glanced at Wang Hui, smirking slightly, for she didn't regard her as a rival, perceiving Wang Hui as cute but not particularly beautiful. If everyone in the dormitory resembled Wang Hui, then I would undoubtedly be the most attractive girl in the dorm. Unlike now, Liu sighed inwardly as she glanced at Shen Qing and then at Lu Meng, who was still in the restroom. Subsequently, she suppressed her thoughts and continued to apply her makeup diligently. Tonight's dinner held great significance, for she intended to make a romantic advance. Success in this endeavor would affirm her superiority over Lu Meng, a point she yearned to prove, especially given Chen Zhibai's wealth and generosity. Therefore, she was resolute in her pursuit. Chapter 96. Where's Chen Zhibai? By the time Lu Meng emerged from the restroom after drying her hair, nearly 20 minutes had elapsed. Wang Hui had completed her makeup and, while not conventionally beautiful, possessed a certain charm. Meng, you look stunning after your shower," Wang Hui exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with admiration. Lu Meng truly was radiant, her skin glowing and her figure striking. Most notably, her long and elegant legs drew attention. Wang Hui instinctively glanced down at her own shorter legs, feeling a pang of envy. "How do you have such long legs?" she remarked, her voice filled with admiration. "They're longer than my life." "You're exaggerating," Lu Meng laughed, playfully pinching Wang Hui's cheek before sitting down to do her makeup. "I'm serious," Wang Hui murmured just as she caught sight of Liu and was momentarily taken aback. From her vantage point, Liu's makeup appeared exquisite, and her outfit, a delicate white dress, was perfectly coordinated, exuding an air of innocence and allure. This made Wang Hui pause, for she sensed that Liu was placing considerable importance on tonight's dinner. However, she dismissed the thought. Liu sat at her desk, admiring her reflection in the mirror, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. The makeup enhanced her facial features significantly. If she had rated herself an 80, the makeup elevated her to an 86 or 87. Coupled with her carefully selected white dress, she felt she radiated the allure of a 90-point beauty. Consequently, she turned to Lu Meng, a triumphant look in her eyes. Yet, in an instant, that triumph faltered as she noticed Lu Meng's natural beauty, which remained unblemished even without makeup. Despite her own efforts, Liu couldn't help but acknowledge that Lu Meng was still far more attractive. Though she quickly suppressed this thought, a subtle frown crept across her face. When her gaze fell upon Lu Meng's fair, long legs once more, she couldn't help but clench her fists in frustration. No matter how meticulously she had dressed and applied her makeup, it seemed she could not surpass Lu Meng. Liu forcibly quelled this notion. Lu Meng remained blissfully unaware of Liu's scrutiny as she completed her simple makeup and walked over to the wardrobe to select her outfit, a crisp white top paired with a black pleated skirt, complemented by high-waisted white socks and white sneakers. She looked radiant and poised, her long legs accentuated. Liu instinctively glanced again, but quickly averted her gaze. Each to their own. What if Chen Zhibai preferred Lu Meng's style? With that thought, Liu felt a sense of relief wash over her. Teacher extended the class. And I'm heading to the parking lot now. I'll pick you and your roommate up downstairs at the girls' dorm. Chen Zhibai texted Lu Meng, intending to provide her with a sense of prestige by picking her up in his car, which would make the journey to dinner more convenient. Take your time. There's no rush, Lu Meng replied. Huh? Where is he? Zhou Yu, seated nearby, was packing her books. After finishing, she looked up to find Chen Zhibai had mysteriously left the classroom. A hint of disappointment crossed her fair, lovely face, for she had hoped to invite him to dinner as well. Since she wished to make a connection, she would take the initiative. He just left the classroom, Zhang Fangfang, sitting beside her, remarked. Unable to contain her curiosity, she added, What's up, Yu? Are you looking for him? At this, Zhou Yu, unembarrassed, replied openly. I just wanted to invite him to dinner. Hearing this, Zhang Fangfang and the other roommates exchanged glances, intrigued. You have WeChat, right? Just message him and say you're going out for dinner. He'll definitely agree, especially since you're so beautiful, one of the roommates suggested, prompting agreement from the others, all of whom acknowledged Zhou Yu's attractiveness. No, he probably has plans. We can go out for dinner another day. Zhou Yu considered the suggestion, but ultimately shook her head. As they exited the classroom, a boy suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yu. Zhang Fangfang and the others immediately turned their attention to her. The boy, Zhang Jichao, was the class president from a neighboring class and had made numerous overtures to Zhou Yu in the past month. They all recognized his interest in her. What a coincidence to run into you here. Shall we grab a meal together? Zhang Jichao smiled at Zhou Yu. To be fair, he was quite handsome, tall, and his attire suggested he came from a well-off family. Chapter 97. This is what they call a connection. Hearing Zhang Jichao's invitation, Zhou Yu's roommates exchanged glances, and they all shared a knowing smirk. They found his reasoning unconvincing, as it was clear he had deliberately waited for her at the classroom door. No, I'm going to dinner with my roommates. Zhou Yu discerned his intentions, but maintained a neutral expression as she politely declined. While Zhang Jichao had commendable attributes, she felt no desire to engage with him. Their previous conversations had revealed a certain immaturity, with him often mentioning his family connections, which Zhou Yu found off-putting. Thus, she firmly rejected his invitation. Zhang Fangfang and the others, relieved by Zhou Yu's response, felt a sense of satisfaction, as they too perceived Zhang Jichao as somewhat pretentious. In comparison, they considered Chen Zhibai to be far superior. What does it matter? Let us go eat together. It would be a good opportunity for me to meet your roommates as well. Zhang Jichao furrowed his brows momentarily, but quickly relaxed, smiling as he spoke. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Zhou Yu's exquisite, fair face, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. He had indeed been in relationships before. After all, he was quite the prominent figure during high school, having had his fair share of romantic encounters. However, upon first seeing Zhou Yu in university, he felt a stirring in his heart. She was not only beautiful, but also exuded a graceful demeanor, coming from a well-off family as an only child. This was the embodiment of his ideal girlfriend. Thus, he had pursued her actively, yet Zhou Yu remained indifferent, leaving him in a state of uncertainty, though he was patient. Moreover, he had observed her classmates, and, truth be told, he found none of the boys to be worthy rivals. Therefore, he was determined to win her over. Zhou Yu would undoubtedly become his girlfriend, and he believed that this so-called future would not be far off. No, we prefer to have a gathering in the dormitory, Zhou Yu replied, shaking her head, her beautiful, fair face calm and void of the smile she displayed in front of Chen Zhibai. After speaking, she did not glance back at Zhang Jichao, but turned to her roommates instead. Let's go eat. All right, Zhang Fangfang and the two other roommates nodded in unison. But just as they were about to step forward, Zhang Jichao stepped in front of them. Wait. At this, Zhou Yu instantly frowned, her attractive brows knitting together. Ahem. The reason I invited you to dinner is that I want to discuss something with you. Zhang Jichao's smile remained, but a hint of self-importance crept into his eyes. I remember you mentioned wanting to join the student union's comprehensive department. My father's friend's son is the current head of that department, and our families are quite close. He referred to me as brother and informed me that they're only accepting 5 freshmen this time. I can gain admission without an exam, And I may also recommend one person for admission without an exam. Zhang Jichao's insinuation was abundantly clear, bordering on overt. So, how about we share a meal and discuss this matter? Zhang Jichao's face beamed with confidence, convinced that Zhou Yu would agree to dine with him, especially since he had offered her a bypass into the student union's comprehensive department. While there were many departments within the student union, such as the external relations department and the publicity department, the comprehensive department held the most power. Moreover, the head of the comprehensive department typically ascended to the position of president of the student union. This prospect was highly appealing for anyone aspiring to become a civil servant. Zhang Fangfang and the two other roommates instinctively looked toward Zhou Yu. They were aware of her ambitions to become a civil servant, which is why she had taken on the role of class leader and sought to join the student union. Given this context, would she agree? Zhang Fangfang and the two other roommates felt a sense of tension. Despite the lengthy discussion, reality was only a heartbeat away. Thank you, but there is no need. I have faith in my abilities and can gain admission to the comprehensive department on my own. Meeting Zhang Jichao's confident gaze, Zhou Yu immediately shook her head in refusal, not allowing him a chance to respond. Instead, she took hold of Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates, leading them decisively back towards their dormitory. Her departure was brisk and assertive, exuding a sense of poise. However, Zhang Jichao, who had been so self-assured, was left stunned. In the next moment, his expression soured. He had never anticipated that what he had considered a certainty would be rejected by Zhou Yu. This unexpected turn left him feeling quite irritable. It's fine. Zhang Jichao adjusted his expression and managed a smile. Oh, okay. The girls gave a casual response and departed. Zhang Jichao stood there, watching Zhou Yu's retreating figure, contemplating, before he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, and a somewhat noisy voice came through. Hello, is it you, Chaozi? What is up? The tone was casual and indifferent. Once in a secluded corner, Zhang Jichao lowered his voice and spoke at length. You're clever. You know how to pursue girls this way. All right, considering our families are friends, I'll take care of this for you. Come by for the new student interview in a few days. The voice on the other end responded. Zhang Jichao's face lit up with joy. Great, thanks, brother. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Enough with the pleasantries. I'm quite busy right now. Let's wrap this up. The voice said before hanging up. Zhang Jichao didn't mind. He tucked away his phone and cast another glance at Zhou Yu's departing figure, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He couldn't fathom how he would fail to win Zhou Yu over. He had already resolved that he would only allow Zhou Yu into the comprehensive department if she agreed to be his girlfriend. What is this called? This is called connections. After all, his brother was the current head of the student union's comprehensive department. Chapter 98. The darkness this situation is utterly dismal. The comprehensive department is only accepting 5 freshmen this time, and he has already secured 1 spot for himself, leaving only 4. It is indeed disheartening. Zhang Fangfang and the other 2 roommates could not help but voice their displeasure. They were still holding onto the notion of fairness in society, which made their frustration palpable. Zhou Yu, however, maintained a calm demeanor, for she understood that the world had never been fair. You didn't agree to dine with him. I worry he won't let this go easily. What if he tries to sabotage your entry into the comprehensive department? After all, his brother is the head of that department, Zhang Fangfang said anxiously, looking at Zhou Yu. Upon hearing this, the 2 other roommates fell silent, their expressions equally concerned. It's all right. If I can't get into the comprehensive department, I can join another department within the student union. Zhou Yu smiled at her roommates, reassuring them. Other departments cannot compare to the comprehensive department. It holds significant power and oversees everything. The other departments are somewhat weaker in comparison, Zhang Fangfang interjected. Moreover, aren't you aspiring to be the president of the student union? If you don't get into the comprehensive department, then what about that ambition? It's fine. Not waiting for Zhang Fangfang to finish, Zhou Yu interrupted her. Yet, despite her words, a sense of helplessness flickered in her beautifully captivating eyes. She knew that gaining entry into the comprehensive department was no longer feasible. With Zhang Jichao's temperament, it seemed that to gain access, she would have to become his girlfriend, which was something she could never accept. Therefore, she decided to let it go. Joining other departments was also an option. However, This might lead to a lack of sufficient experience when it came time for selection as a civil servant. Sigh. I've arrived at the school parking lot and just got into the car. I should be at the girls' dormitory in about 10 minutes. You and your roommates should get ready to head downstairs. Chen Zhibai texted Lu Meng after settling into the driver's seat. Okay, I got it, Lu Meng replied promptly. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to put his phone away, Lu Meng sent another message. By the way, my roommates just asked where we're going for dinner tonight. By an impression, Chen Zhibai typed back. By une impression? Upon seeing the name of the restaurant Chen Zhibai mentioned, Lu Meng froze momentarily. She was well aware of By an Impression, one of the high-end restaurants in Jiangcheng, where the average cost per meal exceeds 1,000 yuan. She knew this because a Douyin influencer, known for exploring upscale lifestyles, had featured By an Impression in one of their videos, which had garnered a significant amount of likes for quenching the curiosity of ordinary people about the lives of the wealthy. Be cautious while driving, okay? Ming, have you asked your boyfriend yet? Which restaurant are we dining at tonight? Wang Hui inquired curiously as she noticed Lu Meng putting down her phone in the girls' dormitory. Although Li Yu remained silent, her gaze could not help but drift towards Lu Meng. By une impression, Lu Meng replied. By une impression. Wang Hui gasped, is it true? Are we really going there for dinner tonight? I've heard it's quite expensive. I've heard that even a casual meal costs over 1,000 per person. Mid-sentence, Wang Hui suddenly felt embarrassed, slapping her forehead. Of course, with your boyfriend's wealth, it makes sense we can afford By an Impression, but it seems rather extravagant. While she spoke of extravagance, her eyes sparkled with longing and desire. After all, it was By an Impression. Upon hearing Lu Meng mention dining at By an Impression, Li Yu felt a stir of emotions, and her eyes mirrored the same longing and anticipation. Even Shen Qing instinctively lifted her gaze towards Lu Meng upon hearing those 4 words. In this era of social media, some experiences once reserved for the affluent have become known to the masses, such as the restaurant By an Impression. I can hardly wait. I must indulge in a delightful meal tonight. After all, it is By an Impression. I'll take pictures to share on my social media. Wang Hui exclaimed excitedly as she hugged Lu Meng's arm. Ming, I adore you. If it weren't for you, I would never have the chance to dine at By an Impression in my lifetime. Love you. As she spoke, Wang Hui playfully planted a loud kiss on Lu Meng's cheek. Lu Meng, slightly exasperated, wiped her face. Ming, please don't find me annoying. I'm just really excited, Wang Hui said, blushing with embarrassment. Lu Meng shook her head, stood up, and declared, let us go. We should head downstairs. Yes. Wang Hui nodded eagerly. Having finished their preparations, the 4 of them quickly exited the dormitory and made their way downstairs. Some boys waiting for their girlfriends at the girls' dormitory paused upon seeing Lu Meng. Their hearts stirred. Lu Meng's beauty, figure, and radiant aura embodied the dream girl for many, especially with her long, statuesque legs. However, a few boys stole glances at Shen Qing. Despite her minimal makeup and simple outfit of a white t-shirt and long jeans, she radiated a unique, ethereal charm that attracted those who favored a more reserved beauty. Thus, the boys were distinctly divided into 2 camps. Ming, Qing. All the boys are looking at you too, Wang Hui whispered. Lu Meng and Shen Qing exchanged smiles and instinctively locked eyes, yet neither spoke. Li Yu, standing nearby, clenched her teeth in frustration, having noticed that most of the boys were focused on Lu Meng and Shen Qing. Were there boys looking at her? Certainly, but they were few and far between, as Li Yu had transformed into a beauty in the eyes of many. Yet, compared to the allure of Lu Meng and Shen Qing, she felt like an Audi overshadowed by 2 Bentleys. This was understandable, but left Li Yu feeling somewhat disgruntled and unbalanced. Nonetheless, she maintained a smile, as she feared Chen Zhibai might approach unexpectedly. Determined to keep herself composed and poised, she resolved to maintain her best demeanor, believing it essential to win his affection. With that thought, Li Yu glanced at Lu Meng and let out a soft hum. Chapter 99. Hello, I am Chen Zhibai. Wang Hui sighed, glancing at Lu Meng and Shen Qing, though her carefree nature led her to shift her focus elsewhere. Ming, shouldn't we call for a ride? 1 car, 1 tea suffice. We'll need 2, considering there are 4 of us plus your boyfriend, making it 5. No need to call for a ride, Lu Meng replied, shaking her head. No need? Why not? Wang Hui asked, taken aback. Because my boyfriend has a car. He'll be here shortly to pick us up, Lu Meng said with a smile. The moment those words left her lips, Wang Hui's eyes widened in shock. Liu also seemed momentarily stunned. Even Shen Qing could not help but look at Lu Meng with curiosity. Chen Zhibai has a car? He has a car already in his first year? Wang Hui exclaimed, eyes wide as she quickly inquired about the make. Although Liu remained silent, her ears perked up. You'll find out shortly, Lu Meng teased. Leaving it at that, Wang Hui, undeterred, clung to Lu Meng's arm and pleaded, but Lu Meng refused to yield. She felt that directly stating it was a fully equipped BMW 5 would come off as boastful, so she opted to remain silent. Oh, come on, Meng, just tell me. I'm begging you. Wang Hui continued her playful coaxing. Yet, Lu Meng simply smiled and shook her head. With no other option, Wang Hui relinquished her pursuit of the answer. It must be a fine car. After all, your Chen Zhibai is quite wealthy. Gifting a $7,000 bag without a second thought. Even as she let go of her questioning, Wang Hui stated confidently, and Liu nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the sentiment. Chen Zhibai's car was undoubtedly a premium vehicle. Although still a freshman, it had to be at least an Audi A4. In the course of their light banter, time swiftly passed. As Lu Meng chatted with Wang Hui, her eyes suddenly glimmered as she spotted a BMW 5 smoothly approaching. In the sunlight, its stunning shade of gray looked sporty and stylish, exuding an air of sophistication. Meng, it's been over 10 minutes. Why hasn't your boyfriend arrived yet? Wang Hui asked curiously, wiping the sweat from her forehead. It was still September, and the air was thick with humidity, making it uncomfortably warm even in the shade. At her words, Shen Qing glanced at Lu Meng. She too felt the heat, but, due to her nature, wouldn't voice her discomfort. He is already here. Lu Meng replied. Already here? Which car? Where? Wang Hui perked up, her curiosity piqued. Liu Mirodet had excitement. That one, Lu Meng said, smiling as she pointed to the BMW 5 that was now approaching. BMW? Wang Hui exclaimed, her eyes widening as she recognized the emblem on the car's front. She was a car enthusiast, but she certainly knew the names of prestigious brands like Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. Meanwhile, Liu recognized the oncoming BMW and froze momentarily, recalling that she had seen it just days prior on campus. At that time, Zhou had mentioned it was a BMW 5 top-tier version worth over 850,000. She had been astonished then, contemplating how to discover who owned the car, hoping it was a student she could pursue. But now, the realization hit her. It was Chen Zhibai who drove that car. Li was taken aback. In contrast, Shen Qing remained the calmest and most composed. Yet her gaze followed Lu Meng's pointed finger towards the approaching vehicle. Upon catching sight of the BMW 5, a flicker of surprise crossed her beautifully captivating eyes. Instinctively, she glanced at the license plate. Upon noticing the number 999, her astonishment deepened. She then turned her head to look at Lu Meng, feeling fortunate. Though the words spoken were numerous, reality was but a heartbeat away. Chen Zhibai deftly maneuvered the car, bringing it to a halt before Lu Meng in mere breaths. Immediately, the striking gray BMW 5 drew the attention of the boys waiting in front of the girls' dormitory for their girlfriends. Among the car enthusiasts, one boy, with a look of envy, remarked upon the vehicle's price. The top-tier BMW 5 had a price tag just over 850,000. As this figure was voiced, a wave of astonished admiration rippled through the other boys. Lu Meng, standing in that very spot, could naturally hear their discussions. Consequently, when she learned of the car's hefty price, Wang Hui's eyes instinctively widened, her face betraying a clear sense of shock. In contrast, Liu remained somewhat composed, having already been informed of the vehicle's high value by Zhou Hao. However, beneath her calm exterior, the notion of coveting a slice of the pie began to stir within her. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhibai, who was oblivious to the whispers outside, he parked the car and stepped out. How long have you been waiting? He greeted Lu Meng with a smile, his gaze sweeping over her. Honestly, he felt a swell of pride within, for at that moment, Lu Meng's appearance radiated a goddess-like aura. With her stunning looks and graceful figure, her long, fair legs beneath a black pleated skirt seemed to shimmer. And she was his girlfriend, a fact that filled him with pride, especially since they had already shared intimate moments. Allow me to introduce you to my 3 roommates. This is Wang Hui, who has an adorable personality. This is Chen Qing, our serene beauty. And this is Li Yu, you know, Zhou Hao's girlfriend from your dormitory. Suppressing her inner pride, Lu Meng extended her hand to introduce Wang Hui, Chen Qing, and Li Yu standing beside her. Hello, everyone. I am Meng Meng's boyfriend, Chen Zhibai. He nodded, smiling as he made his greeting, yet his gaze instinctively lingered on Chen Qing. He was taken aback to discover that among Lu Meng's roommates, there was a girl of such striking beauty and grace. Compared to Lu Meng, she was in no way inferior. Chen Zhibai paused to admire Chen Qing's fair and lovely countenance, marveling inwardly. This was indeed a high compliment, for Lu Meng's beauty, figure, and poise were exceptionally high. As for Chen Zhibai, although she possessed a remarkable figure, her beauty paled in comparison to Lu Meng's. However, Chen Qing was different. Her beauty rivaled Lu Meng's, and her strikingly cool demeanor was even more captivating. To be fair, such an aura was incredibly alluring. Thus, even Chen Zhibai couldn't help but steal another glance at Chen Qing. Hello, handsome Chen. Wang Hui greeted with enthusiasm, though the interaction was brief. She was curious about Chen Zhibai, having never met him before. Liu had mentioned during a phone call with Zhou Hao that Chen Zhibai's looks and background were quite ordinary. Hence, even with the knowledge of his extraordinary background, particularly with the lavish gift of the 888 yuan bag, Wang Hui still assumed his appearance would be unremarkable. Ordinary? This is anything but ordinary. His features were undeniably pleasant, and he exuded a calm, composed aura that naturally endeared him to others. Wang Hui turned to Li Yu bemused, unsure how she could have deemed Chen Zhibai ordinary. Li Yu, unaware of Wang Hui's gaze, was herself captivated by Chen Zhibai. Truthfully, upon seeing him now, she was momentarily taken aback and dazed. The Chen Zhibai she had encountered before had unruly hair and lacked any sense of style. Now, however, he possessed a clean, refreshing hairstyle and handsome features, dressed casually yet appropriately, radiating a serene confidence that imbued him with an undeniable presence. Had it not been for his familiar face, she might have thought she had mistaken him for someone else. After a considerable pause, Li Yu managed to suppress her astonishment. We have met before, she said with a smile, glancing at Lu Meng to see if she was paying attention. Noticing Lu Meng was preoccupied, she winked at Chen Zhibai. Truth be told, with her makeup and the elegant white dress she wore, Li Yu was quite beautiful and charming. However, when compared to Lu Meng and Chen Qing, she immediately faded into the background. Chen Zhibai chose not to engage her. Li Yu, feeling slightly disheartened by his indifference to her overtures, clenched her teeth, preparing to speak again when Chen Qing interjected. Hello. Chen Qing greeted Chen Zhibai with a nod, her voice as cool as her demeanor. Although her greeting was simple, she held her gaze on him for a few seconds longer, noting his pleasant appearance and impeccable style. Most importantly, his calm, steady presence set him apart from the more restless boys around them, a quality that intrigued Chen Qing and even evoked a hint of admiration, though she quickly suppressed it, remembering he was Lu Meng's boyfriend. Shall we get in the car? Chen Zhibai suggested with a smile. Yes, indeed. Lu Meng nodded and, after speaking, beckoned to Wang Hui and Chen Qing. Hui, Qing, you can take the back seat. All right. Chen Qing replied softly, opening the rear door and taking a seat. I've never been in such a nice car before, Meng. I'm blessed by your fortune, Wang Hui exclaimed, laughing as she pulled Lu Meng alongside her before getting in. Lu Meng found herself both amused and exasperated, well aware of Wang Hui's nature. Yeah, get in the car, Wang Hui called out after settling in. Coming, Li Yu replied, glancing at Lu Meng, who she knew would claim the front passenger seat. This realization stirred a sense of imbalance within her. However, it was not yet certain who would emerge victorious in this social contest. A glint of determination sparkled in Li Yu's eyes as she took her place. Though 3 people occupied the back seat, it felt far from cramped. Let's also embark, Lu Meng urged, grasping Chen Zhibai's arm. Chen Zhibai nodded. But just as he was about to enter the car, Lu Meng suddenly tugged at his arm. He instinctively lowered his head, about to inquire what was amiss, when Lu Meng leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. I saw everything, Wang Hui exclaimed from the back seat. Seeing is seeing. This is merely a kiss for my boyfriend, Lu Meng replied nonchalantly, smiling as she slid into the passenger seat. Chen Zhibai shook his head, settling into the driver's seat. After Lu Meng fastened her seatbelt, she discreetly cast a glance at him. In truth, the reason she suddenly kissed Chen Zhibai was quite apparent. She noticed that he had cast several lingering glances at Shen Qing. While this was entirely normal, after all, Shen Qing was not lacking in charm compared to her. Such attention stirred an inexplicable sense of vigilance within her. Thus, she had impulsively kissed Chen Zhibai as a means of asserting her claim. With this thought in mind, Lu Meng subtly turned her head to glance at Shen Qing, who was seated in the back row. The car was indeed spacious, and its interior exuded luxury. "Chen, may I inquire if this car truly costs over 800,000? Wang Hui, who had been feeling the lavish surroundings since entering the vehicle, could no longer contain her curiosity, although she had overheard some boys mention the hefty price. Hearing it directly from Chen Zhibai would bring her satisfaction. Approximately, Chen Zhibai nodded affirmatively. Such wealth, Wang Hui exclaimed instinctively upon his confirmation. 800,000? With her monthly allowance of 1,500, this car could cover her living expenses for 566 months, equivalent to nearly 47 years. Chapter 102. What is this boy status? Good day, sir. Welcome to Bayun Impression. May I ask if you have a reservation? A young woman in a cheapao approached, her beauty evident as she bowed slightly before beaming a smile at Chen Zhibai. As the front desk attendant at Bayun Impression, she immediately recognized that Chen Zhibai was the one in command. Yes, I have a reservation, Chen Zhibai replied, glancing at her. While she might not surpass Lu Meng and Shen Qing in beauty, she certainly met the standards of attractiveness recognized by the average person. At the very least, Liu could not compare to her. Moreover, the woman was not only beautiful, but also possessed an alluring figure accentuated by her cheapao. What was particularly noteworthy was that she was flanked by more than a dozen similarly dressed women, all of whom matched her level of elegance. Such a sight was indeed rare. These stunning individuals, typically regarded as beauties outside, were serving here. In Bayun Impression, the remuneration for such positions was quite substantial. Sir, may I have the last 4 digits of your phone number to check your reserved private room? The cheapao-clad woman inquired, her demeanor poised. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Lu Meng and Shen Qing. Having worked at Bayun Impression for several months, she had seen her fair share of beautiful women, as the clientele here comprised the affluent, who were never short of stunning companions. However, she had never encountered anyone as striking as Lu Meng and Shen Qing, who not only possessed beauty but also exuded exceptional charm, one bright and cheerful, the other cool and reserved, each remarkable in her own right. My phone number ends with. Chen Zhibai provided the digits. Thank you, sir. Please hold on a moment. The cheapao woman nodded, lowering her gaze to input the information into her tablet. Liwa, standing nearby, wore an unhappy expression. She had not anticipated that even a waitress at Bayun Impression would surpass her in looks. This realization left her feeling discontented. Although she had always believed herself to be quite striking compared to other girls, now she found herself outshone by a mere waitress. If it were just this one waitress, she might have accepted it, but the presence of over a dozen equally attractive women in kipeos was simply too much. Mr. Chun, I have found your reservation. Please follow me to the Tingxian Pavilion. The cheapao woman addressed Chen Zhibai. However, before she could finish, a man in his 30s approached, dressed in a suit and tie, with a name tag identifying him as the manager. I will escort Mr. Chun to the Tingxian Pavilion, He Lijun said, first addressing the cheapao woman before turning to Chen Zhibai and bowing slightly. Mr. Chun, I am He Lijun, the manager here. Allow me to take you to your dining area. As he bowed, he discreetly glanced at Chen Zhibai's wrist. Upon noticing the distinctive Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, he discreetly raised his head. He had been standing nearby and had not initially paid attention until the sight of the watch caught his eye, prompting him to approach without hesitation. As the manager, he was not obligated to lead guests to their private rooms. That was the waitstaff's responsibility. However, a young man wearing a $1 million watch certainly warranted such attention. Huh? Oh, all right. Manager, the cheapao woman stammered, surprised and somewhat incredulous that the manager himself would come to escort them. Such treatment was reserved for only the most distinguished clients. Let's go, Chen Zhibai replied casually, nodding at He Lijun. Please follow me. He Lijun gestured, leading the way. The surroundings were picturesque, adorned in a traditional Chinese garden style. Soon, they arrived at a door labeled Tingxian Pavilion. "Mr. Chen, we have arrived," He Lijun announced, now referring to Chen Zhibai as Mr. Chen. He opened the door to the room. "Very well." Chen Zhibai nodded and stepped inside. The room exuded the same elegant Chinese aesthetic as always. Lu Meng, linking her arm with Chen Zhibai, began to survey the room as soon as they entered. Even Shun Qing, typically composed, exhibited a glimmer of curiosity. For Baiyan Impression was renowned in Jiangcheng, and now that they were here, they were eager to see if it lived up to its reputation. Indeed it did. "Mr. Chen, please take a seat. The waitstaff will be with you shortly," He Lijun said. Chen Zhibai responded, settling into his seat. Lu Meng naturally took the position to his left. Observing this, Liu hurriedly stepped forward to sit on Chen Zhibai's right. As the waitstaff entered the private room, He Lijun exited. Notably, the waitress was also clad in a qipao and was equally attractive. "Brother, come here." He Lijun looked up and realized with exasperation that the girl speaking was his cousin, his sister. A student at an art academy, she sought to earn some extra money, which was why he had arranged for her to work at Baiyan Impression. "What is the matter?" He Lijun asked, approaching her. He maintained a good relationship with his sister. "Brother, who is that young man? Why did you personally escort him to the private room? Such treatment is reserved for only a select few, and he seems so young. Can you tell me about him?" She whispered, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She was well aware of her brother's high standing at Baiyan Impression. Though he held the title of manager, the owner rarely visited, placing him just below the top. Yet this made her even more intrigued about Chen Zhibai's identity. "I have no idea." He Lijun shook his head in response to his sister's inquiry. "You don't know? How could that be? You wouldn't have taken him to the private room otherwise." "Brother, just give me a hint. I promise not to tell anyone. Please, I'm so curious," she pleaded, tugging at He Lijun's arm, knowing that he was susceptible to her charm. "Stop pulling my arm. I'm not lying. I genuinely have no clue about his background," He Lijun said, pulling his arm away in exasperation. Chapter 103. Liu takes initiative. "You're lying?" The girl wore an expression of disbelief. She could not fathom that He Lijun was unaware of Chen Zhibai's true identity. "I am not deceiving you," He Lijun replied with a helpless expression. However, he understood that saying this might prevent his sister from letting him go. So he continued, "Although I do not know his exact status. The watch he wears on his wrist is a Patek Philippe Nautilus, priced at $1.55 million. Now, do you understand why I brought him to the private room?" "How much?" she asked, momentarily stunned, her eyes widening instinctively. $1.55 million? After a brief pause, she nodded, acknowledging the revelation. At such a young age, wearing a watch worth over $1 million could only stem from two reasons. Either he possesses extraordinary capabilities or hails from an affluent background. Regardless of the reason, it was sufficient for me to personally escort him to the private room. A watch costing over $1 million is not something just anyone can afford, even among the wealthy. After uttering one more sentence, He Lijun patted his sister's head. "All right, you have no more questions, do you?" "No," she shook her head. He still had some work to attend to. However, as they approached the office, he pondered for a moment and called the front desk. "Please apply a 10% discount on the consumption in the Tingxian private room." "Understood, manager," came the voice from the other end. He Lijun acknowledged with a grunt before hanging up. Gradually, he became familiar with the routine. Inside the Tingxian private room, Chen Zhibai was perusing the menu displayed on a tablet, each person having one. "Wow, these prices are exorbitant," Wang Yi exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the costs. "A plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes is being sold for 99 yuan here." The waitress, standing nearby, heard Wang Hui's remark but remained silent, maintaining a polite smile. "This is my first time dining here. Do you have any recommended dishes?" Chen Zhibai inquired. Noticing that Lu Meng, Shun Qing, and Wang Hui were all engrossed in the menu, yet hesitant to place an order, he deduced that the high prices were the reason for their reluctance. "Do you or your friends have any dietary restrictions?" the waitress asked before recommending dishes. "I don't," Chen Zhibai replied, glancing at Lu Meng, Shun Qing, and Wang Hui. "Neither do I." "Me neither," Lu Meng and Shun Qing said in unison. With this confirmation, the waitress proceeded to recommend a total of 9 dishes and 1 soup. "Sir, you have 5 people. These dishes will be sufficient for you." And they are all specialties of our establishment, she concluded. Very well, let's go with these. Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement. Thank you, sir. Please allow us half an hour to prepare all the dishes. We appreciate your choice of Baiyun impression, and may your future endeavors be smooth and prosperous. The waitress said before exiting the private room after receiving Chen Zhibai's nod. That's incredibly expensive. I just calculated that the 10 dishes recommended total over 17,000 yuan. My goodness, Wang Hui exclaimed, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief. She had discreetly checked the price of each dish as they were suggested. 17,000 for one meal? That is indeed exorbitant. We really didn't need to order this many dishes, Lu Meng remarked, feeling a twinge of regret. What's the big deal? As long as it's delicious, it's worth it, Chen Zhibai smiled. Is it truly expensive? He mused, not actually perceiving it as such. After all, the bill would be covered by the system. Furthermore, completing this meal would grant him a chance to partake in a lottery draw. He wondered what he might win. Besides, you are all Meng Meng's roommates, not outsiders. If it were someone else, I would hesitate to treat them here, Chen Zhibai added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's spirits lifted. Meng Meng, Chen is truly wonderful to you, Wang Hui remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. Although her demeanor was typically carefree, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy towards Lu Meng. After all, Chen Zhibai was without flaw, young, wealthy, handsome, stylish, and exuding a calm and graceful demeanor. How enviable, Wang Hui thought to herself. Shen Qing remained silent, but couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Zhibai, then took a sip from the teacup on the table, which the waitress had filled for everyone. Chen, can I take some photos while we wait for the dishes? I want to post them on social media, Wang Hui asked, somewhat shyly. Go ahead. Feel free to take as many as you like, Chen Zhibai chuckled. Instantly, Wang Hui sprang up excitedly, grabbing her phone to snap pictures within the private room. She then opened the window to photograph the courtyard outside. At that moment, Chen Zhibai felt Liu gently brushing against his leg beneath the table. He turned to look at her. Liu's fair face flushed slightly. Although she was typically bold, this was her first time being so forward with a boy. Thus, she felt a mix of embarrassment and shyness. Yet, despite her flushed cheeks, Liu's resolve remained unwavering. She understood the advantages of wealth, although previously it had only been a vague notion. Now, the concept had crystallized, spending 17,000 on a meal. Chen Zhibai remained composed, showing no signs of surprise. This was the kind of boyfriend she sought. She longed for a lifestyle like this. With this thought, Liu met Chen Zhibai's gaze, her leg increasingly brushing against his. She was determined to ignite his interest. After all, she was beautiful. While she might not rival Lu Meng in looks, her assertiveness set her apart. She was convinced Lu Meng would not be as bold as she was. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Little did she know, Lu Meng had already made her move. In her eyes, Lu Meng was quite reserved, leading her to believe that even if Lu Meng were dating Chen Zhibai, it would only involve holding hands. However, in the next moment, the confident Liu was taken aback, noticing Chen Zhibai shifting his leg away from hers onto the table. Chapter 104. An increased interest in Shen Qing, he moved his leg away. Realizing this, Liu was momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Despite her boldness, Chen Zhibai had chosen to distance himself from her. What did this mean? Was she truly inferior to Lu Meng? A surge of humiliation and imbalance washed over her. Chen Zhibai, on the other hand, paid no mind to Liu. After shifting his leg, he ceased to glance in her direction. His interest in Liu was, in truth, minimal. After all, he currently had two girlfriends, Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui, both of whom were exceptional in their own right, truly deserving of the name Bentley. As for Liu, at best, she was a base model Audi 4. While appealing to the average person, she lacked competitiveness in his eyes. Thus, his interest waned, especially considering Liu was currently in a relationship with Zhou Hao. In contrast, he found himself more intrigued by Shen Qing. Is that so? You have a relatively light course load tomorrow, Chen Zhibai remarked casually to Lu Meng, while discreetly glancing at Shen Qing. Even though he now possesses two Bentleys and his tastes have been refined by Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui, there is no denying that Shen Qing is indeed a remarkable Bentley herself, with her porcelain skin and exquisite features. Her long hair, cascading over her shoulders, exudes a divine aura. Although dressed simply in a white t-shirt and denim jeans, her figure is utterly captivating. Her slender waist and long legs reveal a perfect silhouette. Furthermore, her ethereal demeanor is irresistibly alluring, akin to a blooming daffodil. If one were to express it candidly, this cool elegance particularly resonates with Chen Zhibai. After acquiring the system, he has experienced a significant shift in his mindset. For instance, at this moment, upon seeing Chen Qing, he is filled with a desire to possess. She is undoubtedly aware of Chen Zhibai's lingering glances, for she is not blind. Yet, this awareness causes her to instinctively tense up, even feeling a bit anxious. After all, Chen Zhibai is Lu Meng's boyfriend. Although they have scarcely exchanged words throughout the past month since the semester began, maintaining a rather ordinary relationship, they are still roommates. And she does not wish to create any complications with her roommate's boyfriend. With a quiet sigh, she reflects that if it weren't for Lu Meng, she would not be opposed to engaging with Chen Zhibai. His looks, style, and demeanor are all commendable, especially his aura of calm confidence, which aligns perfectly with her ideal image of a boyfriend. Therefore, if not for Lu Meng, she would genuinely welcome the opportunity to connect with Chen Zhibai. It is undeniable that he is an exceptionally admirable young man. However, regrettably, he is her roommate's boyfriend. Qing, what's wrong? Why the sudden sigh? Is something bothering you? As these words slipped out, Lu Meng instinctively turned her gaze towards her. Chen Zhibai followed suit. Really? Did I mishear? Wang Yu hesitated, pondering whether she had truly heard incorrectly. Yes, you must have misheard, Chen Qing affirmed with certainty. Oh, I see. Then it must be my mistake. I wonder how you could possibly sigh, considering your beauty. You are the only girl in our class who can rival Meng Meng, and our department has even designated you both as the flowers of our class. How could you possibly have any worries? Wang Yu remarked. Chen Qing merely smiled, not responding directly, and naturally shifted the conversation to another topic. Did you take a lot of photos just now? Let me see. Sure, I did take quite a few, and they all turned out beautifully. If I post them on social media with a location tag at Buy an Impression, my friends will surely envy me, Wang Hui exclaimed, momentarily forgetting their previous conversation. She eagerly pulled out her phone to show Chen Qing the photos she had just captured. Chen Qing quietly observed, her delicate features paired with her cool demeanor prompting Chen Zhibai to steal a few more glances. Just as he was about to look again, Lu Meng gently tugged at his arm. By the way, how are your classes tomorrow? Should we have lunch together? Lu Meng asked, subtly leaning forward to block Chen Zhibai's view of Chen Qing. Tomorrow at noon? Sure, let us have lunch together, Chen Zhibai replied, a hint of regret in his voice as he acknowledged he would not be able to see Chen Qing after that. What about tonight? Lu Meng inquired further. Tonight won't work? I have other plans, Chen Zhibai shook his head. He had arranged to meet Chen Zhihui in the afternoon to look at houses, and dinner was definitely with her. Oh, I see. Lu Meng did not press for details, seamlessly transitioning to another topic. Throughout the conversation, her bright face remained adorned with a smile, appearing as cheerful as ever. However, internally, she felt a twinge of discontent, having noticed Chen Zhibai's fleeting glances toward Chen Qing. While she understood this was natural, given Chen Qing's undeniable allure, she couldn't help but feel a bit displeased, as it was her boyfriend looking at another girl. It would be unnatural for her not to feel this way. Lu Meng clung to Chen Zhibai's arm, her mind swirling with these thoughts. Yet her face remained a mask of cheerfulness. Soon, the door to their private room swung open, and the dishes and soup they had ordered were served one after another. It must be said that while the dishes were expensive, their presentation was exquisite, and the aroma was tantalizing, whetting their appetites. Can I take a photo first? After the server left, just as Chen Zhibai was about to invite everyone to begin eating, Wang Hui shyly raised her hand and spoke softly. Go ahead. Chen Zhibai replied with a smile. Thank you, handsome Chen. Wang Hui beamed, quickly grabbing her phone to snap some pictures. Liu hesitated for a moment before also taking out her phone to capture the moment. After Wang Hui finished taking her photos, Chen Zhibai encouraged everyone to start their meal. The food, though pricey, was genuinely delicious. Throughout the meal, Chen Zhibai ensured the atmosphere remained vibrant, occasionally sharing a joke that kept spirits high. Lu Meng, sitting beside him, served him food, her gaze filled with pride. The ability to engage and maintain the mood is not something everyone possesses. At that moment, Chen Zhibai effortlessly catered to her roommates while ensuring the atmosphere remained lively, which was truly commendable. In stark contrast to the previous class gathering where the boys had been taciturn, this was a refreshing change. Shen Qing, seated at the table, occasionally glanced at Chen Zhibai during her meal, her feelings quite complex. To be honest, Chen Zhibai closely resembles her ideal type. However, shaking her head, she dismissed the thought from her mind. By the way, after dinner, let us go sing. Buy-in Impression has private rooms, and I've already booked one. We can head there directly after. Chen Zhibai announced. Wow, really, handsome Chun? Wang Hui perked up, eager to know more. Of course it's true. Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod. Afterward, feeling a bit parched, he reached for a teacup on the table, only to find it empty. I'll pour you some water, Lu Meng said, standing up to fetch the teapot. After pouring, she did not immediately hand in the cup, but first tested the water temperature with her wrist. It's a bit hot. Let it cool for a moment, Lu Meng remarked. Meng, to be honest, I never expected you to be so thoughtful after getting a boyfriend. Wang Hui couldn't help but exclaim. She spoke truthfully, surprised by Lu Meng's attentiveness. She had always perceived Lu Meng as a rather proud girl, and never imagined she would pour water for a boy or consistently serve food. But upon reflection, having a boyfriend like Chen Zhibai made such behavior quite normal. Wang Hui's thoughts wandered, and she couldn't resist glancing at Chen Zhibai, feeling a hint of envy. After all, Chen Zhibai's qualities were truly exceptional, yet she recognized that finding someone like him was beyond her reach, given her own lack of beauty. Liu also noticed Lu Meng's actions of pouring tea and testing the temperature, and she couldn't help but scoff inwardly. She believed that if she were Chen Zhibai's girlfriend, she would undoubtedly do a far better job. What was so special about pouring water and testing its warmth? Anyone with a boyfriend as remarkable as Chen Zhibai would do the same. Young, handsome, composed, confident, wealthy, and generous. He seemed to possess no shortcomings at all. How had she not recognized Chen Zhibai's excellence before? Liu sighed, then looked up at Chen Zhibai with a hint of longing. She had attempted several times to brush against his leg under the table, but each time he had deftly avoided her touch. In the end, Chen Zhibai furrowed his brows and cast a warning glance at her, which filled her heart with a sense of defeat. After all, she was a beauty in her own right. Although she could not compare to Lu Meng and Shen Qing, the disparity was not insurmountable. Despite her overt advances, Chen Zhibai remained unmoved. Nevertheless, she was resolute. Chen Zhibai was a prize she intended to claim. By the time their meal concluded, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Have you all had enough to eat? If not, we can order a couple more dishes, Chen Zhibai inquired. I'm full. My stomach is round, Wang Hui responded promptly. I'm satisfied as well, Shen Qing added. Very well, let us go sing. Chen Zhibai nodded and was about to rise when his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message from Chen Zhibai asking what he was doing. Noticing this, Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Meng. What is the matter? Lu Meng asked curiously. Sensing his gaze, the karaoke was located within the Buy-in Impression venue, known for its all-encompassing offerings. The waiter guided Chen Zhibai and the others to a private room. It was evidently a large suite, nearly 100 square meters, adorned in opulent decor that exuded sophistication. Mr. Chun, our manager has sent some snacks and a fruit platter as a complimentary gift, and he mentioned that your bill today will be discounted by 10%. The waitress in a cheap how informed him. Oh, Chen Zhibai was taken aback, not expecting such cordiality from the manager, especially since it was his first visit to Buy-in Impression. The gesture of sending snacks and fruit, coupled with a discount, was indeed generous, considering the high costs associated with the establishment. Please convey my gratitude to your manager. Chen Zhibai replied. You're too kind, the waitress said promptly before exiting the room upon sensing Chen Zhibai had no further inquiries. This room is enormous. It's my first time in such a spacious suite. It's even larger than my home, Wang Hui exclaimed in astonishment. Liu swallowed nervously, while Shen Qing, though silent, surveyed the luxurious surroundings with a hint of surprise in her beautiful, cool gaze. She had visited before, during a high school reunion, but that room had been considerably smaller. Now, the grandeur of this suite left her in awe. Chun, to be honest, I used to think that anyone dating Meng was merely riding on her coattails, given how stunning she is with her long legs. But now, I believe Meng is the one who's fortunate to be with you. Wang Hui couldn't help but remark. Despite Lu Meng's admirable qualities at that moment, Wang Hui felt Lu Meng was somewhat reaching for the stars by being with Chen Zhibai. Ah, Meng, please don't take offense. I'm just speaking candidly, Wang Hui quickly added, realizing her words might be misinterpreted. It's fine, Lu Meng smiled, linking her arm with Chen Zhibai's, shaking her head in reassurance. How could she take offense? In truth, she also felt she had gained an advantage by being with Chen Zhibai. After all, she knew more than Wang Hui did. With that thought, she instinctively glanced at Chen Zhibai's wrist, where a luxurious watch worth millions adorned him. Chen, Ming, would you like to duet a love song? Wang Hui suggested. Lu Meng remained silent, but looked expectantly at Chen Zhibai. Sure, let us sing 8-Bit Sweet by Wang Sulong. Chen Zhibai agreed, wishing to keep the mood lively. He then turned to Lu Meng. You know this song, right? Yes, Lu Meng nodded. Then let us go with that, Chen Zhibai decided. I'll go set up the song, Wang Hui announced, dashing off to make the arrangements. Soon, Wang Hui returned, having queued up the song. She called out, clicked to change the track, and then dimmed the lights, leaving only the soft ambience illuminated. The prelude began softly echoing in the room. Here, as the microphone, Lu Meng offered, handing Chen Zhibai one while holding another in her right hand. Chen Zhibai accepted it with a nod. As the music played, the lyrics appeared. Picking an apple while waiting for you to pass by. Chen Zhibai held the microphone, his voice resonating pleasantly, not quite reaching professional standards, yet still appealing among ordinary singers. At the very least, Lu Meng was taken aback by the quality of his singing. She anticipated that Chen Zhibai would sing so well. Involuntarily, Lu Meng raised her gaze to Chen Zhibai, and under the warm glow of the ambient lighting, he exuded a captivating aura. With his pleasant demeanor, casually stylish attire, and composed, confident presence, complemented by his melodious voice, Lu Meng felt her heart quicken unexpectedly, a blush creeping on her cheeks. I can't believe Chen sings so beautifully, Wang Hui remarked in surprise after queuing up several songs and settling onto the sofa, whispering to Shen Qing beside her. Shen Qing acknowledged with a subtle nod, her gaze appearing casual, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that she was watching Chen Zhibai intently. How enviable for Meng to find such a wonderful boyfriend, handsome, stylish, and from a privileged background, yet so generous towards Meng. He doesn't carry the airs of a wealthy heir. When he speaks to me, I can feel his respect. His demeanor is calm and self-assured. Compared to the boys in our class, they're simply inadequate, Wang Hui thought to herself, casting a glance at Chen Zhibai before looking back at Lu Meng, a tinge of envy evident in her expression. Though Wang Hui did not consider herself beautiful, like any girl, she harbored dreams of a Prince Charming. Now, Chen Zhibai perfectly embodied that ideal in her mind. She was also aware that it was unlikely for her to date someone as exceptional as him. Qing, I know I could never attract someone like Chen Zhibai, given my looks, but I genuinely believe you could find someone as remarkable as him because you're so beautiful, Wang Hui whispered to Shen Qing, pulling her arm. Wang Hui was convinced of Shen Qing's appeal, for she knew many boys in their class secretly admired her. Yet, Shen Qing remained silent, aware that such prospects were not easily attainable. While it seemed that Lu Meng could find a partner like Chen Zhibai, it was not an accurate reflection of reality. Exceptional men were rare, and those without shortcomings like Chen Zhibai were even more so. Thus, encounters like these were not easily come by. Contemplating this, Shen Qing sighed softly before glancing at Lu Meng, feeling a pang of envy at her luck. Qing, I'm speaking to you. Did you hear me? Wang Hui inquired softly, noticing Shen Qing's silence after a comment. Yes, I heard, but I'm not in a rush to date. Perhaps later, Shen Qing replied, her smile enchanting. Wang Hui found herself momentarily lost in thought at the sight of her smile, before quickly regaining her composure. Qing, you're truly beautiful, and your smile is lovely. Whoever becomes your boyfriend in the future will surely be very fortunate. Wang Hui sincerely complimented, knowing well that Shen Qing possessed a remarkable figure. After all, a month has passed since the start of the school year, and as a roommate, she has seen Shen Qing in her revealing attire. If Lu Meng's advantage lies in her impeccably long legs, then Shen Qing's strength is her overall figure with excellent proportions. Would you like some snacks? Shen Qing smiled and deftly shifted the subject. Yes. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui's eyes sparkled, and her attention promptly turned to the snacks. Chen Qing remained silent, yet her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Chen Zhibai once more. The two connected seamlessly, as the large screen indicated when the boys and girls would sing. During the duet segments, Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng occasionally exchanged glances. This scene made Liu envious, her teeth itching with jealousy. What is so special about it? Chen Zhibai will inevitably become my boyfriend. Watching the radiant smile on Lu Meng's face, Liu felt a mix of bitterness and envy. But after contemplating it for a moment, her heart felt a little lighter. However, recalling how she had made several attempts to get closer to Chen Zhibai during dinner, only to be evaded, left her feeling somewhat resentful and unbalanced. Am I that undesirable? Do I not deserve his attention? Soon, after a song concluded, Wang Hui encouraged another round, but Chen Zhibai declined. I can't sing anymore. I fear if I continue, you might feel embarrassed, he joked lightly, prompting Lu Meng to gently tap his shoulder. Afterward, Chen Zhibai indeed refrained from singing, opting instead to watch Wang Hui and Liu perform. To everyone's surprise, while Liu's singing was quite standard, Wang Hui's performance was commendable. I need to use the restroom, Lu Meng announced as she nestled against Chen Zhibai's arm. All right, go ahead, he replied with a nod, as Lu Meng stood to head to the bathroom. Once she left, Chen Zhibai took out his phone and opened WeChat. Since we're singing with roommates outside, I didn't TC you, he remarked. Ah, I see. Qing, why don't you sing a song too? You're here after all, Wang Hui urged. Chapter 107, Love Like Narcissus. Upon hearing Wang Hui invite Chen Qing to sing, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow and glanced over at her. She sat quietly, her delicate features and fair complexion exuding an ethereal grace, embodying the essence of a goddess. No, you all sing. Chen Qing waved her hand in refusal. Come on, you can't not sing now that you're here, Wang Hui insisted, approaching and tugging at Chen Qing's arm. Just as Chen Qing was about to decline again, Chen Zhibai interjected, do sing a song. Huh? Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to look at Chen Zhibai. She hadn't expected him to speak up, as they had hardly conversed since their meeting that afternoon. Do sing a song, he repeated, smiling at her. Yes, please sing. Wang Hui chimed in eagerly. Chen Qing hesitated. She truly did not wish to sing, but under Chen Zhibai's gaze, something within her shifted, prompting her to change her mind. Well, I suppose I will sing a song. Yay! What song will you sing, Qing? I'll go request it, Wang Hui exclaimed with excitement, already dashing to the song request station. Chen Qing pondered, struggling to decide on a song. Do you know Love Like Narcissus? Chen Zhibai asked. Love Like Narcissus? Yes, I know it, Chen Qing confirmed. Then I'll request that one. All right, it's done. Qing, I'll switch the song for you, Wang Hui said, having already prepared the track. In the next moment, the prelude of Love Like Narcissus began to play. Glancing at Chen Zhibai, Chen Qing picked up the microphone. The reason he had suggested this particular song was that he felt Chen Qing's demeanor resonated perfectly with its essence, both imbued with a cool elegance. To his surprise, Chen Qing accepted the suggestion without hesitation. As the prelude ended, she began to sing. You say, I am as cold as the narcissus, seen only in winter. My smile is a rare glimpse. The moment her voice emerged, Chen Zhibai's eyes lit up, captivated by how fitting her rendition was, and it was truly beautiful. Wow, Qing, you sing this song so beautifully, Wang Hui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was her first time hearing Chen Qing sing, and she hadn't expected it to be this enchanting. Observing Chen Zhibai's astonished and pleased expression directed at Chen Qing filled her heart with an inexplicable joy. Yet soon after, Chen Qing's thoughts drifted to Lu Meng, and her emotions became complex. Taking a deep breath, she continued to sing. Before long, she finished the song. Qing, sing another. Your voice is so captivating, Wang Hui urged excitedly, pulling at Chen Qing's arm, hoping for another performance. Perhaps sensing Chen Qing's reluctance, Wang Hui sighed and decided to request another song herself. Liu sat on the sofa, furrowing her brow, alternating her gaze between Chen Zhibai and Chen Qing, feeling increasingly frustrated. During Chen Qing's performance, she had been observing Chen Zhibai closely and noticed his gaze toward Chen Qing was somewhat inappropriate. This realization only fueled her discontent. Chen Zhibai clearly did not reserve his admiration solely for Lu Meng. He was equally captivated by other attractive girls, which made her feel overlooked. Did this not imply that in Chen Zhibai's eyes, she held no allure? With this thought, Liu clenched her teeth in anger. Indeed, Shen Qing sont beautifully. Chen Zhibai paid no mind to Liu. He hadn't even glanced in her direction, fully engaged in conversation with Shen Qing. Thank you, Shen Qing replied, acknowledging his compliment. After a brief pause, she added, you sing quite well too. Really? Chen Zhibai inquired, surprised. Yes, Shen Qing nodded, about to elaborate further when the restroom door opened and Lu Meng emerged. Shen Qing's words fell silent as she lowered her gaze back to her phone. Meng, you're back from the restroom. Shall we sing this song together? The man from the prairie, hey, Wang Hui called out, eager to include her. Sure, Lu Meng replied, glancing at the song title, a smile playing on her lips as she confidently took a microphone and joined Wang Hui. The private room erupted into lively chatter and laughter. Setting her phone aside, Shen Qing stepped into the restroom, closing the door behind her but not using the facilities. Instead, she stood there, lost in thought. The moment she saw Lu Meng exit, an unexpected wave of unease washed over her. Why did she feel this way? Shen Qing exhaled softly. Shortly after 9 o'clock, Chen Zhibai summoned the waiter to settle the bill and led Lu Meng, Wang Hui, and the others out of the Bayou Impression restaurant. I had such a wonderful time tonight. Handsome Chen. It's all thanks to you, Wang Hui exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. All evening, her spirits had soared, reveling in the experience of dining in such an upscale venue and singing. When Chen Zhibai had settled the bill, she had inquired about the cost, learning that the room rental was 3,000 yuan per hour, equivalent to 2 months' worth of her living expenses. Don't mention it. We should do this again sometime. Chen Zhibai smiled. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui's eyes brightened, but she quickly felt a twinge of shyness. Maybe not. You've already spent over 20,000 yuan tonight. That feels a bit too much. Although she was aware of his wealth, she still felt a sense of embarrassment. As they spoke, they had already arrived in front of the BMW 5 Series. Once inside the car, as Chen Zhibai greeted them, a sound echoed his mind, followed by the system's voice. Ding! The host has completed the task of inviting his girlfriend to dinner and showcasing her in front of others. Reward granted. 1 chance for a spin on the prize wheel. Would the host like to spin the wheel now? Not at the moment, he replied. I should probably take a shower and change my clothes. Although metaphysics might not be effective, one can never be too sure. On the way back to school, Wang Gui chattered animatedly. Having someone like her in a group was quite enjoyable, as it added liveliness. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhibai parked the car smoothly at the base of the girls' dormitory. Thank you, handsome Chen, for your hospitality today, Wang Hui said, forming a heart shape with her fingers before getting out of the car with Shen Qing and Li Yu. However, Lu Meng did not exit the vehicle. Meng, aren't you getting out? Wang Hui asked curiously. Shen Qing glanced at Lu Meng without saying a word. Lu Meng confidently replied, Don't be ridiculous. That's just showing off affection. Wang Hui expressed her indignation. That's excessive. Lu Meng smiled and retorted, You could show off affection too. Just find a boyfriend. Finding a boyfriend isn't that simple. There are many boys in our class, and their attention is primarily on you and Qing. Boys hardly notice girls like me with average looks, Wang Hui sighed. In truth, she had more to say, particularly that she found the boys in their class rather immature. Freshman boys are generally naive, while girls tend to be more emotionally mature. Wang Hui waved her hand dismissively. Goodbye. After Chen Zhibai smiled and drove away from the girls' dormitory, Wang Hui embraced Shen Qing's arm, looking exhilarated. Shen Qing chuckled, but instinctively glanced back at the BMW 5 that had disappeared from view. Shall we find a secluded spot? After departing from the girls' dormitory, Chen Zhibai spoke to Lu Meng while driving. Youthful exuberance coursed through him. Spending the evening with Lu Meng stirred a certain restlessness within him. Having tasted the pleasures of intimacy, he knew the allure it held. With a sigh, his gaze wandered over Lu Meng's long, fair legs beneath her black pleated skirt. All right, Lu Meng replied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she sat in the passenger seat. She understood all too well what Chen Zhibai meant by seeking a private place. Furthermore, she sensed his underlying excitement this evening, which made her feel a sense of pride, affirming her allure. I'm really happy tonight. Lu Meng turned to Chen Zhibai and stated. Indeed, she was elated, having felt the envious gazes of her roommates, while she claimed not to care about others' opinions. She had to admit that being envied felt wonderful. Although I spent a bit too much, next time I'll choose a regular restaurant for dinner with my roommates, she said, slightly pained. Sounds good. Chen Zhibai smiled and nodded, parking the car in a secluded corner. It was already 9:30 p.m. While there were still a few people on campus, it was relatively quiet here. Lu Meng had intended to say something else, but upon realizing they were in a secluded spot, her cheeks flushed. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just kissing and hugging. After all, we are still on campus. Lu Meng's fair and radiant face turned slightly pink as she adjusted her white short-sleeve top. Although they were merely kissing and hugging, it was inevitable that physical contact would occur. Go ahead, Chen Zhibai nodded. Then let's kiss again, Lu Meng playfully requested. Chen Zhibai, amused, leaned in to plant a kiss on her. Don't forget, we have lunch together tomorrow, Lu Meng reminded him before exiting the vehicle. Rest assured, I won't forget, he replied. The kiss and embrace had only intensified his inner restlessness. Unaware of Chen Zhibai's thoughts, Lu Meng felt reassured when he nodded, affirming that he wouldn't forget. She stepped out of the car as Chen Zhibai smiled and honked the horn before driving away. Once the BMW 5 was completely out of sight, Lu Meng turned around and walked into the dormitory, amidst the envious gazes of a few girls standing by the entrance. However, Wang Hui grabbed her arm. Meng, wait a moment. What is it? Lu Meng asked, momentarily taken aback. Wang Hui was staring intently at her lips. Instinctively, Lu Meng wiped her mouth discreetly. Meng, your lipstick is smudged. Did you and handsome Chen find a secluded spot to kiss? Wang Hui asked excitedly. Upon hearing this, Li Yu sat up on her bed to listen, and Shen Qing, having just emerged from the shower, also turned her attention to Wang Hui's question. Yes, we kissed. Lu Meng admitted without hesitation. Wow, you two kissed. Meng, can you tell me what it feels like? I'm so curious. Wang Hui exclaimed, her excitement growing as she rubbed her hands together. However, Lu Meng playfully flicked Wang Hui's forehead. Ouch. Meng, what was that for? Wang Hui complained, covering her forehead with a look of grievance. If you want to know, just go find a boyfriend. Then you'll understand. Lu Meng remarked before picking up her pajamas and heading to the bathroom. While walking was no longer painful, she still couldn't move too quickly. Qing, look at Meng. She's bullying me, Wang Hui complained to Shen Qing. What should we do? Shen Qing replied, her eyes, however, drifting toward Lu Meng's legs. She had already confirmed earlier that Lu Meng had indeed been with Chen Zhibai, as Lu Meng seemed unbothered by physical contact when they sat together. And her gaze toward him was distinctly different. Coupled with Lu Meng's slight limp, Shen Qing was certain of it. After leaving the girls' dormitory, Chen Zhibai drove to the school parking lot. Once parked, he exited the car and walked toward the boys' dormitory. Shall we video chat? He thought as he took out his phone and opened WeChat to message Chen Zhibai. Being a scoundrel isn't easy, as one must maintain balance. When the call connected, Chen Zhibai appeared on the screen, her fair and beautiful face as captivating as ever. Her figure, accentuated by her spaghetti strap top, was impossible to hide. Chen Zhibai's gaze lingered a moment longer, causing Chen Zhibai to blush and quickly cover her face. Observing this, Chen Zhibai sighed in disappointment. Chen Zhibai, hearing his sigh, turned even redder. Have you finished singing with your roommates? She asked, trying to change the subject. Yes, we just finished. They're ahead while I lag behind because I wanted to video chat with you, Chen Zhibai replied calmly. Surprisingly, Chen Zhibai's mood lifted at his words. I'll give you a reward, she said, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons as she suddenly spoke. A reward? What kind of reward? Chen Zhibai, puzzled, instinctively asked. However, before he could finish his question, he saw Chen Zhibai lower her phone's camera. Despite quickly returning to his original position and donning his clothes, Chen Zhibai's gaze remained somewhat dazed, for he was indeed extraordinarily gifted. Chen Zhibai's small face flushed with a rosy hue, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of shyness. After all, this was her first venture into such boldness. Although Chen Zhibai was now her boyfriend, she had not witnessed anything earlier and desired to see it once more. After clearing his throat, Chen Zhibai spoke. No, Chen Zhibai exclaimed, her cheeks reddening further. By the way, shall we have lunch together tomorrow? Chen Zhibai attempted to shift the topic, albeit somewhat awkwardly. I can't make it tomorrow afternoon. There are matters at school. After I finish lunch, I will come to pick you up, and we can go house hunting. After we purchase a home in the afternoon, we can dine together in the evening. Noticing a hint of disappointment on Chen Zhihui's face, Chen Zhibai added, All right? Yes, that sounds wonderful. Chen Zhihui's spirits lifted instantly, and the two engaged in a lively exchange. Chen Zhibai interjected, Chen Zhihui nodded, and just as Chen Zhibai was about to end the call, he heard her request him to wait. What is it? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, glancing at her image on the screen, thinking there might be an issue. However, Chen Zhihui remained silent, her face flushed as she lowered the camera angle. After a brief pause, she ended the video call. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it and walked into the dormitory. In Yingquan community, Chen Zhihui's face was still aglow with warmth as she held her phone, her heart racing in excitement. Zhihui, do you want a pair? If you do, I can wash one for you. Hey, why is your face so red? Li Shiran entered the bedroom, intending to ask her friend if she wanted a pair, but was taken aback by Chen Zhihui's flushed complexion, her expression filled with surprise. No, you have it. Ran. Chen Zhihui quickly regained her composure upon seeing her friend and shook her head. You aren't hiding anything unwholesome from me, are you? Li Shiran approached with a skeptical expression and inquired. What are you talking about? Chen Zhihui's face turned crimson. Look at your face. It's quite red and tinged with shyness. This truly makes me wonder what you were up to just now, Li Shiran remarked, her tone filled with curiosity. I can't be bothered to respond to you. Chen Zhihui, blushing, pushed Li Shiran out of the bedroom, locking the door with a decisive click. Just a joke. Why the big reaction? Li Shiran chuckled, knowing full well that Chen Zhihui couldn't possibly be watching anything inappropriate. She merely sought to tease her. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought and walked into the kitchen to wash the pair. Standing upright, her slender waist accentuated her lovely figure, reminiscent of a perfectly shaped pear. Before long, Li Shiran finished washing the pair, shook the water off her hands, and turned to reveal her fair and beautiful face. As Chen Zhibai entered the dormitory, he noticed Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao were all present. He planned to take a shower and then check what he could win from the lottery draw. With a click, as Chen Zhibai closed the bathroom door, tranquility enveloped the dormitory once more. Zhou Hao, feigning interest in his phone while lying on his bed, finally sighed in relief. To be honest, he still did not know how to confront Chen Zhibai, as he was puzzled about how Chen Zhibai could be a wealthy second-generation heir, especially one who drove a top-spec BMW 5 from the outset of the semester. This revelation had somewhat shattered his sense of superiority. Although he was a local with 2 properties, one of which belonged to his brother, his parents' salaries were modest, and he could never afford a top-spec BMW 5 in his lifetime. Sighing, Zhou Hao lamented how the entire afternoon had been devoid of joy due to this realization. He had always believed himself to be the most privileged boy in their dorm and class, but now the reality was laid bare. Why are you being so low-key? If I had a top-spec BMW 5 right from the start, I would certainly flaunt it, Zhou Hao mused, feeling a mix of envy and admiration. A top-spec BMW 5. How splendid it would be to drive such a fine vehicle. In the bathroom, Chen Zhibai was blissfully unaware of Zhou Hao's envy and jealousy as he took a shower. Known for their brevity, male showers tend to be quick. Within 5 to 6 minutes, he had washed up and even shampooed his hair. After drying himself with a towel and blow-drying his hair, he glanced into the mirror over the sink, admiring his comfortable and handsome appearance, and smiled. Then, instead of exiting the bathroom, he addressed the system, commenced the lottery draw.